Chapter 1. Journey Through Worlds. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the opportunity to traverse other realms. Do you accept? Accept decline? Lin Xiangyu fixed his gaze on the unexpected options that popped up on the TikTok interface. Without a moment's hesitation, he decisively tapped accept. While others might have pondered and deliberated, given the myriad of bizarre choices common on TikTok, Lin Xiangyu merely wished to glimpse the proportion of the options, never truly believing this was serious. However, to his astonishment, the moment he confirmed, a system interface instantaneously materialized before him. Simultaneously, a crisp ding resonated in his mind. Most individuals confronted with such an odd situation would be filled with confusion, perhaps even a chill running down their spine. Yet, Lin Xiangyu was not frightened, rather, he felt an exhilarating thrill. As an avid fan of web literature, he had longed for such a development. Firstly, allow me to summarize this life in a concise format. Upon reading the content in the chat box, Lin Xiangyu immediately exclaimed, "There's no need for that." Nonetheless, the inexplicable interface and the voice in his mind seemed oblivious to his protest, continuing to summarize with a relentless fervor. Spawn of waste, birth of waste, miserable infant, do not underestimate youth. Driven to madness, the deceased take precedence, tears of a grave robber, ashes scattered, empty coffin. After these terms were unceremoniously displayed, Lin Xiangyu let out a resigned sigh, remarking, "Your words are rather harsh. Although I know you are not referring to me, such behavior is rather uncouth. Because I have a friend who has been deeply affected. You need not conceal anything. It is no one else." Lin Xiangyu initially believed the system could not hear his mumblings, only to realize that it not only could hear, but could respond immediately. It appeared the system had been intentionally toying with him. Lin Xiangyu couldn't help but retort, "Your system lacks professionalism. I have undergone training. During your system training, did you take a course in insults?" The system did not respond further, continuing with its designated task. 1. Parallel worlds, a wondrous realm that bears a resemblance to reality, yet diverges distinctly. Here, the trajectory of history may vary slightly, and the direction of technological advancement may differ significantly. You shall have the opportunity to witness the rise and fall of alternative civilizations, experience diverse life perspectives, and uncover the hidden treasures that lie within countless parallel dimensions. 2. Cinematic universe. Those iconic scenes that once stirred your blood and brought tears to your eyes are now within reach. You can fight alongside superheroes from Hollywood blockbusters or collaborate with renowned actresses from distant lands. 3. Comic world. A vibrant stage where passion and dreams intertwine. Beneath the exaggerated art style lies an indomitable spirit of adventure. Whether battling formidable foes in a ninja village or searching for treasures with a pirate crew, each frame brims with infinite possibilities, allowing you to become the most dazzling protagonist in the comic, crafting your own epic saga. 4. Gaming realm. An immersive experience. Every challenge is a test of your limits. Here, strategy and courage coexist, treasures and perils intertwine. You may explore freely in an open world or confront skilled adversaries in the arena, evolving from a mere novice to a conqueror of the gaming world, unlocking mysterious rewards hidden deep within the code. Cinematic universe. Lin Xiangyu blurted out almost instinctively. He sensed that this system was somewhat unreliable. The thought of the exaggerated settings and unknown risks in the comic and gaming worlds made his heart race, fearing he might become trapped. In contrast to comics and games, the cinematic realm at least bore some resemblance to reality after all. It was a three-dimensional world. Perhaps with his knowledge of cinematic works, he might navigate it with ease. As for the parallel worlds, he had no intention of reliving a fate akin to that of a grave robber's tears. Such a tragic destiny was one he wished to avoid. The host has chosen the comic world. Please select a genre. Lin Xiangyu was momentarily taken aback, his expression one of confusion as he queried, "Wait, my friend, have you made a mistake?" The host has chosen the comic world. Please select a genre. Lin Xiangyu, bewildered, reiterated, "Wait, my friend. Apologies, I just experienced a glitch." The system casually stated, and options for the comic world appeared. Lin Xiangyu felt as though he could hear the system chuckling, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart, prompting him to say, "I don't want to go anymore. Please return me to the real world. Thank you. Sorry, that option does not exist. Please choose from the following options. 1. National comic world. rich in cultural nuances, a unique cultural essence that allows you to experience an extraordinary Eastern fantasy. 2. Japanese comic world. Passion, adventure, friendship, classic elements of Japanese comics that fulfill all your youthful fantasies. 3. American comic world. The cradle of superheroes, brimming with extraordinary powers, showcasing heroism in the battle between justice and evil. 4. Korean comic world. Delicate emotional portrayals, aesthetically pleasing character designs, a marvelous world that intertwines romance and excitement. With no alternatives, Lin Xiangyu reluctantly braced himself and made his choice. Japanese comic world, a true man must fight. I aspire to be the Hokage. Selection complete, teleportation commencing. Ding. Transmigration complete, the host has been transported to the Korean comic world. Korean comic world? I wanted to go to the Japanese comic world. Why have you sent me to the Korean comic world? Apologies, I experienced another glitch. You glitching fool. Transmigration complete. Please note, under no circumstances should your identity as a traveler be discovered by others, or you will face rejection from the world, resulting in unpredictable consequences. So good luck. Upon hearing the system's mocking announcement, Lin Xiangyu felt a slight smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth, secretly relishing. I anticipated your anticipation. Of course, a true man must battle in the world of Korean comics. Why would I choose to fight monsters when I could engage with beautiful women? Do you think I'm foolish? In this life, I shall not be bound by morals, nor shall I adhere to any principles. I will live freely in the world of Korean comics, defy morals, and be true to myself. In the next moment, the world around Lin Xiangyu began to sharpen into focus. He found himself lying in bed, the room dimmed. As soon as he regained mobility, Lin Xiangyu sprang from the bed, eager to confirm his appearance. After fumbling for a while, he grabbed the phone on the bed, switched on the light, and illuminated the room. There were no mirrors in the room, so Lin Xiangyu had no choice but to adjust his phone to the front camera. Before him appeared a youthful, handsome face, likely that of a university student radiating vitality and a hint of charm. Satisfied, Lin Xiangyu nodded, but soon realized he had not acquired the original owner's memories, an unsettling feeling washing over him. He promptly decided to consult his unreliable system. System. Hey, brother system. Sis. System. No matter how Lin Xiangyu called, the system remained unresponsive. Frustration bubbled within him. This system was clearly unlike any typical one found in novels, proving to be quite troublesome. At this point, Lin Xiangyu had abandoned all hope for this unreliable system. From now on, he resolved to navigate this Korean comic world on his own. The first step in surviving this world was to find a restroom, as he was in dire need. Lin Xiangyu stepped out of the room and, after just a few strides, noticed the staircase leading downstairs. Is this the second floor? This sight triggered memories of the intimate layout of Aunt Inai's home during private lessons. However, the urgent need to relieve himself left Lin Xiangyu little time for contemplation, and he hurriedly descended the stairs. The living room on the first floor was brightly lit, and upon arriving, he quickly located the restroom. The bathroom light was on, and someone was twisting the doorknob from inside, preparing to emerge. In his haste, Lin Xiangyu had only donned his underwear before rushing down. Seeing the situation, he decided to take refuge in the adjacent kitchen. He crouched low and scurried towards the kitchen like a thief. At that moment, his heart raced like a frantic drumbeat, his mind fixated on a singular thought. Hurry, faster, he must conceal himself before the occupant of the bathroom exits. Yet, fate seemed to delight in tormenting him. Just as his toes grazed the kitchen's threshold, the bathroom door swung open with a decisive click. Chapter 2. A nighttime encounter in the bedroom. Immediately, a crisp and slightly indignant voice of a young woman pierced the air, resonating through the empty living room. Ah, Lin Xiangyu, are you a pervert? It's the middle of the night, and you're wandering around the living room in your underwear. That voice shattered the tranquility, causing Lin Xiangyu to freeze, his heartbeat quickening as if gripped by an invisible hand, rendering his breath shallow. Summoning his courage, he slowly turned around. The instant his gaze fell upon the figure before him, a torrent of memories surged into his mind. Before him stood Han Yojin, a charming girl with twin ponytails, the second daughter of the household. Lin Xiangyu referred to her as second sister, and through her, He learned of his tragic past, having lost his parents at a young age and subsequently residing in this home. At that moment, his memories felt selectively filtered, only fragments related to Han Yozhen rushing forth, while the rest remained a blank slate. Han Yozhen, adorned in a fitted sports tank top, showcased her curves, the fabric hugging her form perfectly, accentuating every contour as if tailored just for her. Her ultra-short athletic shorts seemed to linger at the thigh, unabashedly revealing her long, slender legs. With each step she took, her legs exhibited a subtle rhythm, exuding vitality and resilience, far from the lifeless thinness, but rather full of youthful exuberance. As she approached, an indescribable youthful energy wafted through the air, emanating from Han Yozhen. Lin Xiangyu found himself entranced, unable to tear his gaze away, his throat involuntarily swallowing. The sight confirmed his realization. This was indeed form, is emptiness. The revelation sent a shiver down his spine. Han Yozhen, perceptive to the shift in Lin Xiangyu's gaze, flushed, swiftly crossing her arms to shield her sensitive areas, playfully scolding, "Lin Xiangyu, where are your eyes wandering? Second sister, please don't misunderstand, I was just in a rush to use the restroom." Lin Xiangyu stammered, his voice trembling, before darting towards the bathroom like a startled rabbit. He understood well that the original Lin Xiangyu had evoked a profound aversion in Han Yozhen towards men, deliberately distancing herself since his arrival. Now, with his fragmented memories and uncertainty about the household dynamics, he sought to avoid conflict, as he was, after all, a guest in this home. Upon entering the restroom, he slammed the door shut, leaning against it, his heart still racing. Meanwhile, Han Yozhen stood rooted in place, biting her lip, her cheeks flushed, her eyes betraying a complex mix of emotions. When Lin Xiangyu emerged from the restroom, the living room was devoid of Han Yozhen. He turned off the lights, using the dim glow from his phone to navigate back to his room. Perhaps due to the fatigue from his recent ordeal, the moment he touched his bed, he sank into a deep slumber as if trapped in a quagmire. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the partially opaque light blue curtains, illuminating Lin Xiangyu's room. "Lin Xiangyu, get up for breakfast. What time is it? Are you still sleeping? Why are you up so late today? Hurry up and wake up." In his drowsiness, Lin Xiangyu felt something soft gently brushing against his face, occasionally shifting. As he slowly opened his eyes, he was met with the sight of a stunning young woman, her figure accentuated by a pair of tight denim shorts that showcased her alluring curves. At that moment, the girl stood on one leg beside his bed, the other foot resting on his face. As Lin Xiangyu's gaze met hers, a flood of memories surged forth. The enchanting beauty before him was Pei Yilin, the youngest daughter of the household, a year younger than him, though she never regarded Lin Xiangyu as an older brother, often teasing him. As he assimilated the memories, his eyes wandered up her long, pristine legs, filled with curiosity and anticipation. Just then, a sultry voice echoed from the doorway. "Yilin, what are you doing? How can you place your foot on Xiangyu's face?" At the reprimand, Pei Yilin immediately withdrew her foot from Lin Xiangyu's face, her triumphant expression vanishing in an instant. Lin Xiangyu felt a pang of disappointment. Had she just shifted slightly, he could have had an eyeful of a more tantalizing view. Pei Yilin lowered her head, pouting slightly, reluctantly exiting the room. Lin Xiangyu raised his head to observe the door, where a woman clad in a silk nightgown stood. The delicate fabric clung to her form, accentuating her curves even more enticingly than Pei Yilin. In contrast to Pei Yilin's youthful exuberance, the woman radiated a mature, intellectual charm, exuding an aura of grace with every movement. As Lin Xiangyu's gaze fell upon her face, a rush of memories surfaced. The woman was Minjing, the matriarch of this household, and his aunt, the adoptive mother of Han Yozhen and Pei Yilin. Upon noticing Lin Xiangyu's gaze, a gentle smile graced her lips as she softly said, "Xiangyu, it's time to wake up for breakfast. Don't be late for school later." "Okay, Minjing, they'll get up right away," Lin Xiangyu replied hastily, sitting up. Minjing smiled warmly once more, adding, "They'll head down first. You should hurry and join us for breakfast." With that, she turned gracefully and descended the stairs. Lin Xiangyu remained seated on the bed, stretching lazily, then got out of bed. The moment his feet touched the floor, he was startled to discover he was completely unclothed. Momentarily stunned, he quickly pulled back the covers, hoping to find his clothing. But the bed was empty, devoid of anything. Furrowing his brow, confusion filled his mind. What exactly happened last night? Who ventured into my room while I slept? Chapter 3. The Little Demon. Pei Yilin in the restaurant downstairs. Minijing had already completed her tasks at the dining table, where steaming dishes were neatly arranged. Noticing that Lin Xiangyu had yet to descend, she cast a gentle and trusting glance at her eldest daughter, Jean Mimi, and softly urged, "Mimi, could you please call for Xiangyu? I wonder if he is still tired from last night." Beside her, Han Yozhen felt a rush of warmth at Min and Jing's words. "All right, I understand, Mom," Jean Mimi replied with a sweet smile, her demeanor contrasting sharply with the aloofness of Han Yozhen and the capriciousness of Pei Yilin. Jean Mimi's nature radiated warmth akin to the gentle sun of spring, which was precisely why Min and Jing felt at ease allowing her to fetch Lin Xiangyu. Meanwhile, Lin Xiangyu was utterly oblivious to the events of the previous night. His mind was a blank canvas, heavy with fatigue. His immediate concern was to locate a pair of undergarments. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he stumbled towards the wardrobe. Just as he took a few steps, a delicate figure unexpectedly appeared at the door. "Ah!" Jean Mimi exclaimed, her voice laced with shyness and surprise. Instinctively, she raised her hands to shield her eyes, her fingers trembling slightly as she murmured, "Xiangyu, why are you wandering around the house in the daytime without any clothes?" Startled, Lin Xiangyu looked up, and at the sight of Jean Mimi, memories flooded back like a tidal wave. His face turned crimson, akin to a ripe tomato, as he fumbled for words. "Mimi, I was just about to change into a clean pair," he stammered, hastily rummaging through the wardrobe to pull on a pair of underpants. Jean Mimi's heart raced. Her cheeks flushed like a ripe apple, glistening with embarrassment. With a quiver in her voice, she bashfully inquired, "Why didn't TU close the door? I thought no one would be coming upstairs." Lin Xiangyu scratched his head, his expression a portrait of awkwardness. After explaining, he quickly added, "Mimi, please don't tell anyone about this. I beg you." In his memory, Jean Mimi had always regarded him as her younger brother, and her willingness to oblige his requests had never faltered, leading him to believe that this time would be no different. Upon hearing his plea, Jean Mimi's fingers twitched slightly as she discreetly opened a small crack in her hands. Only when she confirmed that Lin Xiangyu had donned his undergarments did she release a sigh of relief and slowly lower her hand from her face. "Rest assured, Xiangyu, I want to speak of this," she replied, her face still flushed, before darting away like a startled deer down the stairs. As she reached the foot of the stairs, Jean Mimi paused abruptly, turning back with a hint of concern in her eyes. "Hurry down for breakfast, Xiangyu. The food is getting cold." At her words, Lin Xiangyu quickly pulled on his outer pants and hurried to the door, leaning against the doorframe as he called out, "All right, I'm coming down, Mimi." "Okay." Jean Mimi answered softly without looking back, then hastened down the stairs. At that moment, Lin Xiangyu had encountered all four women in the house, and the memories associated with each of them were vividly restored in his mind. Jean Mimi, the first daughter adopted by Min and Jing, was gentle and soft-spoken, the most similar to her adoptive mother. Han Yozhen, the second daughter, exuded an icy demeanor, particularly towards boys, maintaining a stance of aloofness. Pei Yilin, the youngest, was lively and mischievous, often surprising Lin Xiangyu with her unpredictable antics. Due to her youth, her two older sisters doted on her, with only Min and Jing managing to keep her in check. Min and Jing, a close friend of Lin Xiangyu's mother, had taken him in to care for him after the loss of his parents. Unlike her three daughters, Min and Jing did not adopt Lin Xiangyu, but merely fulfilled the role of an aunt. Upon seeing Lin Xiangyu descend the stairs, Min and Jing's face blossomed with a warm smile reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze. "Xiangyu, hurry and wash up before joining us for breakfast." "Okay, Aunt," Lin Xiangyu replied, making his way to the bathroom. This house boasted two bathrooms, one upstairs and one downstairs. However, the upstairs bathroom was exclusively for Min and Jing, and no one else was permitted to use it, regardless of urgency. Lin Xiangyu felt a strong curiosity about the upstairs bathroom and resolved to find an opportunity to sneak in for a peek. After washing up, Lin Xiangyu took a seat at the dining table next to Jean Mimi, his designated spot. Opposite him sat Pei Yilin, while Han Yojin occupied the seat across from Jean Mimi, and Min and Jing sat at the head of the table. At the table, Min and Jing and Jean Mimi wore gentle smiles like flowers blooming in spring. Han Yojin maintained her usual expression of disdain, her gaze imbued with a hint of coldness. While Pei Yilin regarded Lin Xiangyu with a mischievous grin, her smile seemingly concealing a secret. In their household, breakfast was never delayed for everyone to gather. Those who arrived first would eat first. It was Monday, and after finishing their meals, Jean Mimi and Han Yojin tidied their belongings and left for school. However, Pei Yilin deliberately slowed her pace, glancing at Lin Xiangyu from time to time. As soon as Lin Xiangyu finished eating, she sprang to her feet and joined him at the door. Once everyone had left, Min and Jing began clearing the table, as she always did on Mondays, conducting a thorough cleaning of the house, including the rooms of the 4 occupants. She took joy in maintaining an orderly home. Lin Xiangyu, puzzled as to why Pei Yilin was waiting for him, stepped outside. Suddenly, Pei Yilin lunged forward, executing a playful wall slam with one hand, blocking his path. Her eyes sparkled with mischief, and a sly smile crept across her face as she teased, "Lin Xiangyu, when I called you this morning, were you thinking of something naughty?" Chapter 4. The class flower alone in the classroom. How is that possible? Lin Xiangyu explained, "Yilin, you're overthinking it." Fearing that Pei Yilin might discover his identity as a time traveler, he endeavored to maintain the demeanor of the original character. "Is that so?" Pei Yilin tilted her head, inching closer to Lin Xiangyu, her nose nearly brushing against his chin. Her provocative demeanor irked Lin Xiangyu, who retorted, "Of course, with your insufferable personality. How could I possibly be interested in you?" Upon hearing his words, Pei Yilin smirked. "Not interested? If you had said that before, I might have believed you. But this morning I saw it all. Don't try to deny it. Tell the truth. Have you been coveting my beauty for a long time?" Lin Xiangyu's lips curled into a mischievous smile as he replied, "Not for long, just since this morning. Besides, it was you who deliberately tempted me today, wasn't it?" Pei Yilin's face registered disbelief as she widened her eyes at Lin Xiangyu, exclaiming, "Did that really come from your mouth? Are you truly Lin Xiangyu? You seem a bit different today." "What? What's different?" Lin Xiangyu was taken aback by Pei Yilin's keen intuition and felt a wave of nervousness wash over him. Leaning closer, Pei Yilin whispered in his ear, "That was the real you, wasn't it? You piqued my interest." With that, she boldly licked his earlobe, an audacious act she had never before dared to perform. Feeling the softness against his chest, Lin Xiangyu was suddenly enveloped by a chilling sensation. "How big?" He gestured in a circular motion, asking, "Is it this large?" Pei Yilin, startled by his gesture, exclaimed, "You're really not like your usual self today." Just then, the sound of the front door opening interrupted their exchange. Pei Yilin noticed Min and Jing carrying out the trash and whispered to Lin Xiangyu, "I'll find you again tonight when I get home." With that, she released him and dashed to the roadside to hail a taxi. Watching her retreating figure, Lin Xiangyu pondered, "Could she have been the one who undid my pants last night?" Min and Jing emerged from the house just as Pei Yilin drove away. Seeing Lin Xiangyu still standing by the wall, she inquired, "Xiangyu, why haven't you gone to school yet?" Lin Xiangyu contemplated before responding, "I was waiting for a taxi. There are so few cars today. I'll let Yilin take the last one." After tossing her trash into the bin, Min and Jing said, "Don't be late. I'm heading home now." "All right, Ann and Jing," Lin Xiangyu replied. Min and Jing had inherited a substantial fortune from her late parents, providing generous living expenses for Lin Xiangyu and the girls, who never took public transport. Yet, Lin Xiangyu remembered always commuting by bus, leaving him perplexed by the change. Nevertheless, with money at hand, he chose to take a taxi to school. In the taxi, Lin Xiangyu reflected on his current situation. Firstly, he was unlike other time travelers depicted in novels. He did not experience a splitting headache to access all memories, but only recalled fragments as he encountered familiar sights. Secondly, his system remained unresponsive, which puzzled him. Lastly, he had to ensure that no one discovered his identity as a time traveler. He ruminated over who had entered his room the previous night, but failed to recall any details. Before long, the taxi arrived at the school entrance. The campus was still quiet, as Min and Jing conducted a thorough cleaning every Monday, prompting the 4 students to leave early. Lin Xiangyu walked through the campus without encountering anyone and stealthily pushed open the classroom door, expecting silence. However, the scene before him froze him in place, leaving his mind blank. A beautiful girl sat alone in the back row, her face flushed, demeanor frantic, and her movements hurried, as though attempting to conceal something unmentionable. This unexpected sight invaded Lin Xiangyu's view without warning. Instinctively, he took out his phone to document this moment, recalling the adage, in any situation, remain calm and capture the moment. The girl, sensing his presence, abruptly lifted her head, locking eyes with Lin Xiangyu. Memories associated with her flooded his mind. Zhang Xiaoying, the class flower and the class bully, who looked down on her classmates due to her cousin being the leader of the second-year class. Zhang Xiaoying's face shifted from shock and embarrassment to rage. As the class's authoritative figure, she could not tolerate being seen in such a disheveled state. She stood abruptly, marched over to Lin Xiangyu, grabbed his collar, and demanded, "Lin Xiangyu, show me your phone." Her gaze was fierce, and her black leather shoe pressed menacingly against Lin Xiangyu's foot, her tone laced with threats. Lin Xiangyu's heart raced, his face flushed. Her actions felt less like punishment and more like an unexpected thrill. Beep. Shock value system has been successfully loaded. When a host performs actions that astonish others, shock value is awarded. Every 100 shock values grants a lottery draw. Lottery draws accumulate lucky values. The more draws, the greater the chance of winning big. A smile spread across Lin Xiangyu's face, his heart soaring with joy. The system he had longed for had finally arrived. "What are you grinning at, you pervert? I told you to show me your phone. Didn't you hear me? Don't make me repeat myself." Zhang Xiaoying's anger flared at the sight of his smile. Regaining his composure, Lin Xiangyu devised a plan. Why not test the waters with Zhang Xiaoying? With determination, he grinned wickedly and replied, "Who are you talking to? Do you think I'm afraid of you? If you keep shouting, I guarantee everyone in school will know what just happened. At that point, we shall see if your reputation as the class bully holds more weight than my status as a mere nobody." After speaking, he forcefully removed her hand from his collar. Zhang Xiaoying's face paled and flushed in succession, surprised that the usually low-key Lin Xiangyu would dare to counter-threaten her. Zhang Xiaoying contributed 25 shock values. Seeing the system's notification, Lin Xiangyu's smile widened. The two stood locked in a tense standoff, the classroom resonating with the sound of their breaths, the air thick with tension. Chapter 5. Shock value exceeds 100. Zhang Xiaoying bit her lower lip, her expression a complex tapestry as she fixed her gaze on Lin Xiangyu. After a tumultuous internal struggle, she slowly spoke, "Very well, I shall not make things difficult for you. You may keep the photo for your own viewing, but must not be disseminated. In that case, I shall pretend that nothing has transpired." Although Zhang Xiaoying endeavored to maintain her composure, the slight tremor in her voice betrayed her underlying anxiety. "What are you thinking?" Lin Xiangyu's lips curled into a mischievous smile, imbued with a hint of irreverence. "Zhang, the class bell. Have you lost your senses? Such an opportunity is too good to be true. Do you take me for a fool?" Zhang Xiaoying contributes 30 shock points. Zhang Xiaoying's eyes widened, disbelief etched across her visage. She had never anticipated that Lin Xiangyu, usually overlooked and bullied, would not only withstand her threats, but also turn the tables, brazenly confronting her. In her mind, he was merely a soft target, a mere puppet. Yet, the man before her now felt utterly unfamiliar. "What do you want from me?" Zhang Xiaoying's tone softened involuntarily. Accustomed to her lofty position, she found it difficult to lower herself before Lin Xiangyu. She bit her delicate pink lips, her gaze a mixture of defiance and trepidation. "I am not quite sure what I desire," Lin Xiangyu said, his eyes glinting with mischief. "How about this? You promise me one thing, and when the time comes, I will let you know what it is." He emphasized the word "do," his voice laced with suggestion. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoying instinctively pointed a finger at Lin Xiangyu, her face alternating between crimson and pale. "You." But just as she began to speak, she was met with his threatening gaze, and the words were stifled. "Swallow back." "What of it?" Lin Xiangyu inquired, his tone menacing. "Nothing. I agree, but you must not propose anything too outrageous," Zhang Xiaoying conceded reluctantly, aware that she was now at a disadvantage. hoping Lin Xiangyu would not overstep. Seeing her acquiescence, Lin Xiangyu's expression radiated triumph, his smile growing brighter, filled with mockery as he pressed further. Like what, for instance? Lin Xiangyu, do not push your luck, Zhang Xiaoying scolded, her chest heaving with agitation, evidently incensed by his demeanor. You must understand that if you dare reveal this incident, your school life will not be pleasant. Zhang Xiaoying attempted to reassert her authority, reclaiming a semblance of her former dignity. Ha ha! Lin Xiangyu's laughter echoed through the empty classroom, piercingly loud. Zhang, you are quite humorous. I could simply transfer schools. And what would you do then? He leaned closer to her, his smile taking on an ambiguous tone. I imagine it would go viral online, considering your figure. Zhang Xiaoying's mouth fell agape in shock, rendered speechless. Her body trembled slightly, her eyes brimming with fear and fury. She could never have envisioned being cornered by Lin Xiangyu to such an extent. Zhang Xiaoying contributes 40 shock points. Witnessing Zhang Xiaoying's defeated demeanor, Lin Xiangyu's smirk deepened as he mockingly pressed down on her head, speaking from his elevated position. From now on, whenever you see me, Lin Xiangyu, lower your head and behave. Zhang Xiaoying had never endured such humiliation. With the backing of her boisterous older cousin, she had always commanded respect, and no one dared confront her so brazenly. Now, subjected to Lin Xiangyu's treatment, she felt a rush of shame and rage, her face flushed, her body igniting with indignation. Fearing he might discern her turmoil, she hastily squeezed past him and exited the classroom in a flurry. Truly, this was the world of a Korean comic. What a thrill! Lin Xiangyu mused inwardly, a satisfied smile gracing his features as he settled into his seat. Soon after, classmates began to trickle into the classroom. With each familiar face, corresponding memories surged into Lin Xiangyu's mind. Before long, the class was nearly full. At that moment, a brash male student sauntered into the room, sporting an ostentatious hairstyle and dressed in a manner that exuded delinquency. Upon spotting Lin Xiangyu, a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes as he approached. Lin Xiangyu looked up, making brief eye contact, and in an instant, memories flooded back. This student was Zhu Ginxiak, a relentless bully from Lin Xiangyu's recollections. He had extorted most of the original owner's living expenses, and the memories revealed that the original owner had succumbed to despair, leaving a suicide note the previous night. Zhu Ginxiak, witnessing Lin Xiangyu, who had always cowered before him, now bore an expression devoid of fear, prompting a flicker of surprise within him. Zhu Ginxiak contributes 5 shock points. Zhu Ginxiak plopped down nonchalantly on Lin Xiangyu's desk, the surface creaking in protest. With an arrogant demeanor, he commanded, "Hurry up and hand over my allowance for this week, Xiangyu." Though Zhu Ginxiak's contribution to shock points was minimal, combined with Zhang Xiaoying's earlier points, it precisely reached 100, causing a lottery wheel to materialize before Lin Xiangyu. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Lin Xiangyu's eyes as he surveyed the prize wheel. It featured 5 distinct areas, ranging from bronze, silver, and gold to diamond, master, and king, with a platinum section at its center. The bronze and silver cards dominated the wheel, while the king card was scarcely represented, and the master card appeared as slender as a toothpick. Lin Xiangyu's silence irked Zhu Ginxiak, who felt his authority challenged. His expression twisted with anger as he bellowed, "Lin Xiangyu, are you deaf? Do you not hear me speaking?" Zhu Ginxiak's roar instantly commanded the attention of all students in the classroom. They were all too familiar with Zhu Ginxiak's tendency to bully Lin Xiangyu. However, they had grown accustomed to it, waiting with indifferent anticipation for the spectacle to unfold. Zhang Xiaoying, too, turned her gaze toward Lin Xiangyu, secretly wishing for Zhu Ginxiak to deliver a severe beating, ensuring that no one would discover her earlier transgressions. Meanwhile, Lin Xiangyu, interrupted by Zhu Ginxiak, felt a surge of irritation. Coupled with the memories of the original owner's torment, the pain and humiliation ignited within him like a raging inferno. He stood up from his seat, his gaze ablaze with fury, resembling an enraged lion. Zhu Ginxiak, witnessing Lin Xiangyu rise, felt his anger dissipate. He paid no heed to Lin Xiangyu's furious glare, For years of bullying had conditioned him to believe that Lin Xiangyu would never dare to defy him. He meticulously instructed Lin Xiangyu to exchange currency for him weekly, purely to flaunt his affluence before their classmates, reveling in their adulation. However, he never anticipated that instead of money, he would receive a stinging slap from Lin Xiangyu. The resounding crack echoed through the classroom as Lin Xiangyu's palm connected forcefully with Zhu Genxi's face, accompanied by a rebuke. "You dare demand living expenses from me? Am I your progenitor?" He pointed a finger at the bewildered Zhu Genxi, his eyes filled with disdain. "Address me with a modicum of respect henceforth, for I am not deaf." With a gesture of utter derision, he patted Zhu Genxi's cheek. The students in the classroom were utterly dumbfounded by the spectacle, their mouths agape and eyes wide with astonishment. They were completely taken aback by Lin Xiangyu's sudden outburst. After enduring Zhu Genxi's torment for so long, the entire classroom seemed to be suspended in time, everyone absorbed in the unexpected turn of events. Chapter 6. Earning Rewards. A powerful strike. Lin Xiangyu's eyes sparkled with exhilaration as he issued a command deep within his consciousness. In an instant, the colossal prize will seem to be infused with a ferocious energy, spinning with such speed that it was nearly imperceptible to the eye. Amidst a cascade of shimmering lights, it ultimately came to a halt in the realm of the golden cards. As soon as the pointer settled, countless golden cards at the center of the wheel flickered to life like activated sprites, continuously shifting and glowing. After 3 brilliant flashes, 3 cards emerged prominently, aligned neatly within Lin Xiangyu's awareness. Please select one card from the 3 available. Golden Attribute Card, Idol. Card Effect, enhances the host's appearance. Golden Attribute Card, Model. Card Effect, improves the host's body proportions. Golden Attribute Card, Muscle Dominator. Card Effect, increases the host's muscular strength. Lin Xiangyu's gaze darted swiftly over the 3 cards, his heart racing with awe. Each card promised an alluring reward. Whether it was the Idol card that could elevate his attractiveness, the Model card that could refine his body proportions, or the Muscle Dominator card that could amplify his muscular strength, they all stirred a deep desire within him. Yet, the rules were clear. He could only select one. In the current tense atmosphere, possessing formidable strength was of utmost importance. As Lin Xiangyu meticulously scrutinized the contents of the cards, Gu Jinsha, who had just received a stinging slap, bared his teeth in fury, resembling an enraged beast. Meanwhile, Lin Xiangyu had finished reviewing the rewards of the 3 golden cards. With a resolute mind, he made his choice. Card 3. No sooner had he spoken than the other 2 golden cards disintegrated into twinkling stardust, while the Muscle Dominator card soared directly towards him, seamlessly merging with his being. In that moment, Lin Xiangyu felt a surge of warmth coursing through his muscles. They began to swell and tighten, each fiber seemingly infused with boundless strength. "Shiba, you worthless fool! How dare you strike me?" Gu Jinshua bellowed, his face flushed with rage. The onlooking classmates began to murmur amongst themselves, their voices a mix of disbelief and anticipation. "It's over. Lin Xiangyu has lost his mind today, daring to retaliate. He has done for." The entire classroom was abuzz, watching as Lin Xiangyu, once a victim, now confronted Gu Jinsha, igniting a spectacle that promised to be anything but dull. After venting his frustration, Gu Jinsha, consumed by rage, raised his other hand, the wind whooshing as he aimed to slap Lin Xiangyu again. However, just as his hand swung through the air, Lin Xiangyu seized it with precision. A glint of ferocity flashed in Lin Xiangyu's eyes as he exerted force, pinning Gu Jinshua's fingers painfully against the back of his own hand. With a twist of his arm, Lin Xiangyu wrenched Gu Jinshua's arm outward. Empowered by the Muscle Dominator card, Lin Xiangyu's strength was unparalleled. Gu Jinshua was as helpless as a fledgling chick in his grasp. With minimal effort, Lin Xiangyu nearly twisted Gu Jinshua's arm a full circle. "Ah!" Gu Jinshua howled in agony, a sound reminiscent of slaughtered pig, desperately trying to free himself from Lin Xiangyu's grip while clawing at his own hair. Yet, Lin Xiangyu's hold was like a vice, unyielding even as Gu Jinshua struggled with all his might. With a disdainful snort, Lin Xiangyu raised his right hand and delivered another resounding slap across Gu Jinshua's face. The crack echoed through the room, drawing blood from the corner of Gu Jinshua's mouth, a crimson trickle flowing down his chin. However, Lin Xiangyu was far from finished. He was acutely aware that someone like Gu Jinshua, who thrived on bullying the weak, would only escalate his harassment unless thoroughly subdued. With this thought, Lin Xiangyu's gaze turned icy, and he unleashed a flurry of slaps upon Gu Jinshua's face. The classroom was filled with the incessant sound of impact, each strike a declaration of Lin Xiangyu's defiance. With each blow, the system's notification resonated in his mind as classmates continuously contributed to his growing shock value. This newfound power seemed to invigorate him, compelling him to continue. Initially, he had no intent to unleash such a brutal assault, but as the shock value surged, his strikes grew more fervent, almost leaping into action. After a relentless barrage of slaps, Gu Jinshua's body began to sway precariously. Once arrogantly perched atop Lin Xiangyu's desk, he now slumped, his head drooping as his body crumpled to the floor like a puddle of mud. The classroom erupted in chaos, several timid girls shrieking in fright at the sudden turn of events. Seeing this, Gu Jinshua's 3 lackeys exchanged furious and terrified glances before charging toward Lin Xiangyu with menacing intent. "Ya, Shiba, you audacious brat! How dare you strike Brother Jinsha?" One of the stout figures at the forefront bellowed. Lin Xiangyu's piercing gaze locked onto the approaching figure, recognizing him instantly. According to the original owner's memories, this portly individual was named Jin Zhongshi, the first victim of Gu Jinshua's bullying. The original host had once defended him, only to become a target of Gu Jinshua's gang in return. Gu Jinshua had coerced Jin Zhongshi into joining their torment of the original host, under the promise that he would no longer be bullied. Thus, Jin Zhongshi, in a bid to escape his own fate, had betrayed the original host, aligning himself with the tormentors. Lin Xiangyu's heart blazed with fury at the sight of Jin Zhongshi rushing towards him. He held a deep disdain for such traitorous individuals. Plainly put, they were akin to traitors. Empowered by the Muscle Dominator card, he would not turn down the opportunity presented by this influx of shock value. Moreover, having witnessed the original host's tragic memories, he felt an overwhelming urge to punish this betrayer thoroughly. As Jin Zhongshi approached, his expression twisted with malice. He raised his foot, preparing to kick Lin Xiangyu, seemingly oblivious to the suffering he himself had endured as a victim. Lin Xiangyu towered over Jin Zhongshi, embodying the adage that a taller stature translates to greater strength. Before Jin Zhongshi's short legs could reach him, Lin Xiangyu retaliated with a swift kick aimed at his groin. Empowered by the enhancements from a Muscle Dominator card, Lin Xiangyu's kick was formidable, causing Jin Zhongshi to clutch his groin in agony, his face contorting in pain as he collapsed to the ground, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Simultaneously, the familiar notification from the system echoed in Lin Xiangyu's mind. Shock value has reached 100. Would you like to draw a prize immediately? Draw. Lin Xiangyu roared internally, demanding a substantial reward. This time, the pointer spun rapidly before coming to a steady halt in the silver card section, revealing a single card rather than the previous selection of 3. Silver skill card, Capoeira Kick. Skill effect. The Capoeira Kick is a martial arts technique targeting the opponent's calf, delivering significant force. By striking the opponent's lower leg, it inflicts excruciating pain and restricts their mobility. Note, the higher the quality of the skill, the more potent the effects. Upon acquiring the skill card, Lin Xiangyu reacted instantaneously. His eyes gleaming with resolve, he pivoted sharply and delivered a flawless calf kick to Kim Jong-shil, who was still writhing on the floor. The precise angle and forceful impact on Kim Jong-shil's calf caused him to lose his balance, collapsing before Lin Xiangyu. Without allowing Kim Jong-shil respite, Lin Xiangyu followed up with a powerful kick to the head, sending him sprawling onto the ground, incapacitated. At that moment, Kim Jong-shil's 2 henchmen charged forward menacingly. However, consumed by fury, Lin Xiangyu disregarded them, straddling Kim Jong-shil's corpulent frame. Ignoring the approaching figures, Lin Xiangyu unleashed a torrent of furious blows upon Kim Jong-shil's face. A single punch drew blood from Kim Jong-shil Xiangyu's nose, eliciting a wretched howl. Undeterred, Lin Xiangyu rained down punches on Kim Jong-shil's face. Even as Kim Jong-shil's two henchmen struck Lin Xiangyu, he relentlessly assaulted Kim Jong-shil, seemingly impervious to pain. Overwhelmed by Lin Xiangyu's ferocity, Kim Jong-shil pleaded, his face contorted with terror and despair. "Xiangyu, stop. Have you forgotten when you defended me? You remember that I defended you, you cur? How did you repay me? Are you an animal?" Lin Xiangyu retorted vehemently, delivering a forceful blow to Kim Jong-shil's mouth. The sheer force of the strike caused Kim Jong-shil's lip to split open, spewing blood. As Lin Xiangyu continued his relentless assault, the students in the classroom were galvanized, contributing shock points. Soon, the system indicated that sufficient points had been accumulated for another draw. Drawing complete. Golden skill card, jab. Skill effect. Swift, agile punches utilizing arm and fist strength, minimizing shoulder movement and effective at close range. Concurrently, one of Kim Jong-shil's henchmen raised a chair, bringing it down with a crash upon Lin Xiangyu's head. Chapter 7. The immobilization card. Lin Xiangyu sensed the howling wind above his head and instinctively darted to the side, causing the chair to crash heavily onto Jin Zhongshi. With a resounding crack, the chair struck Jin Zhongshi. In the next moment, Lin Xiangyu swiftly rose, unhesitatingly employing the newly acquired jab to strike fiercely at the face of a nearby lackey. The golden-level jab delivered a speed as swift as lightning. The lackey's pupils dilated in an instant, and before he could react, Lin Xiangyu's fist, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, landed brutally upon his visage. A dull thud echoed as the lackey's head snapped back, a large swelling forming on his face almost immediately. Following this, Lin Xiangyu's figure flickered like a specter, delivering two rapid punches that landed solidly on the lackey's face. His fists fell like torrential rain, relentlessly pounding the lackey's face, causing stars to dance before his eyes, his mind to become foggy. Yet, driven by instinct, he struggled to raise his arms to shield his face. Observing this, Lin Xiangyu refrained from further jabs. Instead, he lowered his body slightly and executed a powerful calf kick to the lackey's shin. Caught off guard, the lackey felt a sharp pain surge through his leg, losing balance and collapsing to his knees before Lin Xiangyu. Just as Lin Xiangyu prepared to deal with the last lackey, the classroom door swung open violently, revealing their beautiful homeroom teacher, Shen Ai. Simultaneously, Zhu Gunshu, who had just been dazed by Lin Xiangyu's earlier blows, staggered to his feet, a trace of dried blood lingering at the corner of his mouth. "Lin Xiangyu, what are you doing?" Shen Ai's voice pierced through the air, sharp and urgent. Upon hearing her unfriendly tone, Lin Xiangyu looked up, memories flooding into his mind. Shen Ai, 23 years old, was the homeroom teacher of this class. According to the original owner's memories, she was cold and irresponsible. The original owner had confided in her about being bullied by Zhu Gunshu and his gang, but she had callously responded that one hand could not clap alone, advising the original owner to manage themselves while turning a blind eye to the bullying. It could be said that her negligence was a significant factor that drove the original owner to the brink of suicide. The moment Zhu Gunshu stood up, Lin Xiangyu caught him in his peripheral vision. At that instant, Lin Xiangyu turned around, rage igniting in his eyes, and before Shen Ai, delivered a resounding slap to Zhu Gunshu's face. The sharp crack resonated throughout the classroom. Zhu Gunshu, still reeling from his prior days, was sent staggering once more, nearly collapsing to the ground. Shen Ai contributes 62 shock points. Zhang Xiaoying contributes 100 shock points. Jin Zhongshi contributes 55 shock points. Zhu Bensheng contributes 37 shock points. Jin Lishu contributes 37 shock points. Lin Xiangyu's audacious act caused the shock points to surge dramatically. "Lin Xiangyu," Shen Ai exclaimed, her voice trembling with fury. "What are you doing?" Turning to face her, a mocking smile graced Lin Xiangyu's lips as he replied, "Teacher Shen, I was merely testing your assertion about whether one hand can clap. And indeed, it not only can, but produces quite a loud sound." The classmates in the room regarded Lin Xiangyu with incredulity, unable to fathom how the once timid Lin Xiangyu had transformed overnight into someone entirely different. Shunning Ai contributes 30 shock points. Park Xiuxia contributes 25 shock points. Zhang Xiaoying contributes 33 shock points. Lin Xiangyu, do you dare to strike another student in front of me? Shunning Ai's voice was sharp, her chest heaving with indignation, her face a mask of fury and shock. Lin Xiangyu, noticing the shock points he garnered from his previous remarks, allowed a smirk to play at the corners of his mouth as he continued. Of course, I do. I'm merely substantiating your theory, Teacher Shun. In my view, your theory is akin to the Goldbach conjecture. His words sparked a wave of laughter among the students, causing the shock points to escalate further. Shunning Ai's face turned a shade of deep anger, pointing a trembling finger at Lin Xiangyu, momentarily at a loss for words. As a newly appointed teacher with little experience in teaching or classroom management, she was hesitant to confront even the more troublesome students from less privileged backgrounds. When events unfolded in the classroom, she often sought advice from more seasoned colleagues, who merely advised her to tread lightly, ensuring she did not offend anyone. Thus, the truly influential students would resolve their own issues, while those without power posed little threat to her. Students contribute shock points omitted. In pursuit of more shock points, Lin Xiangyu provocatively remarked, "Is it because I just slapped Zhu Ginshu that you couldn't feel it viscerally? Shall I slap you instead? It would be a simple task." At his words, Shunning Ai's eyes brimmed with tears, and she quickly turned away, wiping her eyes in a display of grievance as she stormed out of the classroom, her high heels clicking urgently against the floor. Witnessing this scene, the classmates who had merely been spectators now gazed at Lin Xiangyu with idolizing admiration. Even class beauty, Zhang Xiaoying, stared wide-eyed at him, her expression a mix of astonishment and disbelief. As the students fervently contributed shock points, Lin Xiangyu initiated another lottery. Golden item card, one-time use immobilization card. Item effect: immobilizes a person, duration depending on the individual's physical condition, lasting up to a maximum of 5 seconds. After the draw, Lin Xiangyu's gaze slowly shifted towards Zhang Xiaoying, who was also watching him. Their eyes met, and Zhang Xiaoying's heart raced, flustered, as she quickly averted her gaze. Her cheeks flushed, a rosy hue spreading to her ears. Noticing her reaction, Lin Xiangyu conceived another method to earn points, a mischievous grin unfurling across his face. He then stood up and walked steadily towards Zhang Xiaoying, who felt a surge of panic as he approached. After all, Lin Xiangyu had just dared to confront their homeroom teacher. What was she, the class beauty, in comparison? Zhang Xiaoying clenched her fists, palms slick with sweat, her mind racing with anxious thoughts. As she continually checked the distance between them, her heart raced wildly. Lin Xiangyu was approaching her. Surely, he wouldn't want her to do something in front of the entire class, would he? Chapter 8. The passionate kiss of the class beauty. As Lin Xiangyu approached Zhang Xiaoying's desk, her heart raced to an extreme, pounding like a rapid percussion instrument. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, the warmth radiating from her face intensifying with every moment. Lin Xiangyu seemed to pass by her desk nonchalantly, causing Zhang Xiaoying to breathe a sigh of relief, her taut nerves relaxing slightly. However, just as she thought the moment had passed, Lin Xiangyu abruptly turned, placing both hands firmly on her desk, leaning forward as he swiftly closed the distance to her delicate lips. The classmates in the classroom were left utterly astonished. Today, Lin Xiangyu appeared transformed, wholly unlike the timid figure they knew, often bullied and overlooked. Every gaze in the classroom was fixed on Lin Xiangyu's every move, filled with confusion and curiosity, unable to fathom his intentions. His audacious actions sent Zhang Xiaoying's heart into a frenzied state, the rapid thumping echoing so loudly in her ears that she feared he might hear it too, heightening her anxiety. Zhang Xiaoying instinctively leaned closer, her voice trembling with a hint of desperation as she whispered in his ear, "Lin Xiangyu, can we discuss this after class?" Lin Xiangyu paid no heed to her plea, slowly raising his hand toward her face. His fingers grazed her cheek gently, tenderly tucking away the damp strands of hair clinging to her skin due to her nervousness. She instinctively recoiled, but, inexplicably, only managed to push his hand away lightly, remaining in a daze, her mind blank as if frozen in place. The warmth of her skin tingled from his touch, leaving her feeling a mix of confusion and exhilaration. Zhang Xiaoying was entirely bewildered, unable to comprehend why she did not resist, allowing Lin Xiangyu to make such an intimate gesture in front of the entire class. Just as she was engulfed in this unexpected turmoil, Lin Xiangyu leaned in, unhesitatingly pressing his lips against her soft, tender mouth. The classroom fell into a profound silence, every breath held in astonishment at this shocking scene. Zhang Xiaoying's mind raced. What was happening? Was it possible that, deep down, she had been anticipating something like this? The thought flashed through her mind like lightning, amplifying her inner chaos. The reason for her dazed state was that Lin Xiangyu had cast a spell of immobilization upon her. The sheer audacity of kissing the class beauty, once regarded as the lowest of the low, had garnered Lin Xiangyu over 500 points of shock value, bringing his total to beyond 800 and still climbing. After all, how could it not be shocking for the class's headstrong beauty to be kissed by someone once seen as a mere punching bag? Once the spell wore off, Zhang Xiaoying snapped back to reality, covering her flushed face with her hands as she bolted from her seat, hastily making her way towards the classroom exit. At that moment, every student, both male and female, stared wide-eyed, mouths agape, unable to believe what had just transpired. The once timid Lin Xiangyu had boldly kissed the class beauty, and she had not put up any resistance. The scene was more outrageous than the most absurd plot of a romantic comic. Lin Xiangyu watched Zhang Xiaoying's hurried retreat, a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes as he mused to himself. Long and fair legs, TSK, if only the curve were a tad better, but still a perfect silhouette. If developed properly, TSK, TSK. She resembles a hunteress prey. As Zhang Xiaoying stumbled toward the classroom door, she collided with the tear-streaked face of Shun Ying'ai, accompanied by the stern figure of the head teacher, Zhao Konghao. The moment Lin Xiangyu's gaze met Zhao Konghao's, a flood of memories surged into his mind. Zhao Konghao, in his early 40s, usually maintained a commanding presence before students, but transformed into a sycophantic figure when confronted by influential parents, his obsequious demeanor utterly revolting. Lin Xiangyu, you dare to disrespect a teacher? Zhao Konghao's face was serious, his tone grave. Follow me to the office. Very well, Lin Xiangyu replied calmly, leisurely removing his hands from Zhang Xiaoying's desk, standing straight with measured steps towards the door, exuding an air of confidence, as if he held no regard for Zhao Konghao. As he walked, Lin Xiangyu mentally initiated a lottery draw. 3 draws yielded the following results. Golden ability card. My eyes are a measuring stick. Card effect. Allows the user to see any object within 50 meters, along with its various data. Golden skill card. Passive vest-clad tiger. Skill effect. Wearing any color vest increases combat power by 50. Golden technique card. One-time use master of Jeet Kune Do. Card effect. Grants access to select fighting techniques of Jeet Kune Do for 10 minutes. Each card's effect was more extraordinary than the last. Upon activating my eyes are a measuring stick, the previously blurry surroundings became astonishingly clear. It was as if he had transitioned from viewing the world through a foggy glass to experiencing it in pristine clarity. Zhao Konghao observed the slight smirk on Lin Xiangyu's lips, a smile that seemed to dance between amusement and mockery, igniting a wave of inexplicable irritation within him. What are you laughing at? I'm not laughing at anything. I'm just naturally inclined to smile. Is there a problem with that? Lin Xiangyu replied, his wicked grin broadening, eliciting discomfort in Zhao Konghao. Zhao Konghao contributed 23 points of shock value. Seeing Lin Xiangyu's nonchalant demeanor, Zhao Konghao felt a flicker of doubt. Could this be the progeny of some powerful figure? As this thought crossed his mind, the stern expression on his face softened somewhat. In each country, even a head teacher would tread carefully around influential students. Once in the office, Zhao Konghao gestured towards the sofa, trying to keep his tone as calm as possible. Please have a seat. Lin Xiangyu unceremoniously strode to the sofa, plopping down comfortably and crossing his legs as if he owned the place. Zhao Konghao shut the office door and sat across from Lin Xiangyu, clearing his throat. Now, tell me why you confronted Teacher Shun. I did not confront Teacher Shun. You must speak with evidence, Director Zhao. Lin Xiangyu leaned forward slightly, resting his elbows on the coffee table, gazing intently into Zhao Konghao's eyes. Director Zhao, you cannot unjustly accuse an innocent person. Lin Xiangyu's steadfast and piercing gaze unsettled Zhao Konghao. The latter scrutinized Lin Xiangyu's composed demeanor, further perplexed, pondering, who is this boy, truly? Having known Lin Xiangyu as a diligent student, Zhao Konghao had never encountered him before. Even his name was only recently learned from shunning eye. Without a clear understanding of Lin Xiangyu's background, Zhao Konghao hesitated to confront him directly. Lin Xiangyu, let us do this. Please recount the events, and, I assure you, I will not show favoritism. Zhao Konghao, upon uttering these words, rose from the sofa and took a seat at his workstation, promptly commencing his search for Lin Xiangyu's file on the computer. After Lin Xiangyu succinctly recounted the events, Zhao Konghao had concluded his examination of the file. Upon discovering the information regarding Lin Xiangyu's orphan status, Zhao Konghao's demeanor underwent an immediate transformation. His previously reserved posture relaxed considerably, and his gait adopted a more casual air, exuding an air of condescension. He returned to the sofa, unfastened the top 2 buttons of his shirt, loosened his collar across his legs, and adopted a more assertive tone. Did you not just contradict teacher Xinning? Why do you still refuse to admit it? Are you no longer interested in studying? At this moment, Zhao's demeanor was a stark contrast to his earlier timidity. Director Zhao, one may indulge in various excesses, yet one must not speak recklessly. Lin Xiangyu replied leisurely, reclining against the sofa, mirroring the cross-legged posture while adopting a nonchalant attitude. As for whether I contradicted teacher Shun, let us set that aside for now. However, I have personally witnessed you contradicting teacher Li. What nonsense are you spouting? When have I ever contradicted teacher Li? Zhao Konghao's expression momentarily flickered with panic upon hearing Lin Xiangyu's words. Yet he feigned calmness as he retorted. Director Zhao, it seems the affluent tend to have lapses in memory. Allow me to assist you in recollecting, Lin Xiangyu remarked, rising from the sofa and sauntering leisurely to its rear. He struck the back of the sofa with his hand, producing a resounding clap. With a slight smirk, lifting the corners of his mouth, he looked down upon Zhao Konghao and inquired, does this jog your memory, Director Zhao? Chapter 9. Do not miss a good woman. Do not waste a bad woman. As Lin Xiangyu's words echoed in the air, Zhao Konghao felt a prickling sensation at the back of his head. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead, each droplet seemingly a manifestation of his inner dread. Instinctively swallowing hard, he trembled as he rose from the sofa, his legs feeling as heavy as lead as he shuffled towards the office door. His hands quivered slightly, and after a struggle, he managed to grasp the door lock, securing the office door from the inside. After locking the door, Zhao Konghao turned around, a sycophantic smile plastered across his face as he hastened to Lin Xiangyu's side. He slightly hunched his back, resembling a beseeching puppy, and spoke in a tone so gentle it bordered on obsequiousness. Lin, I sincerely apologize for wrongfully accusing you earlier. I hope to earn your forgiveness. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiangyu's lips curled into a slight smirk as he mockingly asked, I feel a bit inclined to laugh. May I do so, Director Zhao? His gaze was fixed on Zhao Konghao, as if awaiting a performance. Of course, Zhao Konghao nodded eagerly, his smile growing increasingly forced, more grotesque than a grimace. Laughter does not contravene any school rules. In fact, I quite enjoy laughing. No sooner had he finished speaking than he burst into laughter, the sound dry and awkward. Ha ha! Lin Xiangyu observed Zhao Konghao's ludicrous demeanor and could no longer contain himself, laughing heartily. Zhao Konghao, his face a mask of embarrassment, forced a smile that remained rigid, akin to a mask that could not be removed. As their laughter continued, Lin Xiangyu's expression abruptly shifted to one of seriousness, reminiscent of the grave demeanor Zhao Konghao had previously exhibited at the classroom door. Director Zhao, I preferred your earlier rebellious attitude. If there is nothing further, I shall return to class, as I am a diligent student who loves learning. Of course, Lin, I sincerely apologize for interrupting your class time, Zhao Konghao replied, his demeanor so humble one might think he was the errant student. Were other classmates to witness Zhao Konghao's behavior, they would undoubtedly be left astounded. Realizing he could extract little more shock value from Zhao Konghao, Lin Xiangyu lost interest in continuing the charade. In his view, it would be far more productive to return to the classroom and devise ways to enhance Zheng Xiuying's fondness for him. Zhao Konghao, still hunched like a subservient servant, walked ahead of Lin Xiangyu. Just as he was about to unlock the office door, his hand suddenly froze mid-motion. He then turned his head, a fawning smile gracing his face as he looked at Lin Xiangyu. Lin Xiangyu frowned at this display, impatiently asking, "What is it? Do you have something else to discuss?" And no, not at all. Zhao Konghao quickly waved his hands, his smile growing even more radiant. "I merely wished to inquire if you had recorded any videos or taken pictures at that time." His voice dropped to a whisper, as if fearing eavesdroppers on the other side of the wall. Upon hearing Zhao Konghao's inquiry, Lin Xiangyu's expression hardened, a flicker of irritation flashing in his eyes as he retorted, "Director Zhao, this is the last time I wish to hear you mention this matter. I caught only a glimpse through the door and fled. There were no videos or images." However, it was evident that Zhao Konghao was oblivious to this fact. He was intimidated by Lin Xiangyu's imposing presence and hastily unlocked the door, refraining from mentioning the earlier incident again, merely watching as Lin Xiangyu left his office. His eyes brimmed with resentment and bitterness, yet he dared not express it, silently gnashing his teeth in frustration. As Lin Xiangyu stepped into the corridor, recalling Zhao Konghao's expression, a smile involuntarily graced his lips. Meanwhile, Zhao Konghao sat on the sofa, seething with anger as he typed furiously on his phone, each keystroke a release of his pent-up fury. After sending the message, a glint of malice flickered in his eyes, followed by a broad grin. Yes, indeed, he had summoned Teacher Li once more. He intended to vent the frustrations he endured from Lin Xiangyu onto Teacher Li. Upon returning to the classroom, Lin Xiangyu found the door closed, the sound of Teacher Xinning lecturing within indicating that class had commenced. "Knock, knock, knock." Lin Xiangyu raised his hand and rapped on the classroom door. Inside, Teacher Xinning, engaged in her lesson, furrowed her brows upon hearing the knocking, momentarily pausing her lecture. She then strode in her high heels to the door to open it. Upon seeing Lin Xiangyu standing at the threshold with a smile, her expression darkened, brows knitting together. Her eyes filled with surprise and confusion. As Lin Xiangyu's gaze fell upon Xinning, her data immediately materialized in his mind's eye. Xinning, 23 years old, height 172 centimeters, B 80 cm, W 58 cm, H 86 cm, E cup. Stepping out of the classroom, Xinning shut the door behind her, incredulously asking, "What are you doing back here?" Her voice carried a hint of surprise and anger, as if questioning how Lin Xiangyu had returned so easily. Just moments ago, Director Zhao had assured her that he would summon Lin Xiangyu's parents and indicated that he would take serious measures against Lin Xiangyu, potentially even expelling him. Yet, here Lin Xiangyu was, back so soon and with a smile, leaving Xinning utterly astonished and perplexed. "It's class time. If I don't return to the classroom, where else would I go?" Lin Xiangyu replied, locking eyes with Xinning and mischievously asking, "Isn't that right, Teacher Xun?" His gaze was filled with provocation, as if daring her. Xinning averted her gaze, trembling slightly as she replied, "Does Director Zhao know you're back in class?" "Of course. It was Director Zhao who instructed me to return to class. If you do not believe me, I could fetch him." With that, Lin Xiangyu feigned to head toward Zhao Konghao's office. Seeing this, Xinning hurriedly rushed after Lin Xiangyu, grasping his hand and imploring, "There's no need to trouble Director Zhao. I believe you. Lin Xiangyu, please return to class." Her tone bore a hint of pleading, evidently fearing that Lin Xiangyu's visit to Zhao Konghao might complicate matters for her. Xinning was wary of displeasing Zhao Konghao, for she valued her position greatly. She wouldn't dare offend even the students, let alone the head of the administration. Turning to face the flustered Xinning, Lin Xiangyu's lips curled into a sly grin. He then gently squeezed Xinning's delicate hand, an act both suggestive and audacious, as if testing her boundaries. Xinning was indeed an attractive woman. Aside from Zheng Xiuying, no one in the class could rival her beauty. Her figure was even more voluptuous than Zhang Xiuying's, and at times, she wore glasses, which made her appear exceedingly alluring. With that gentle squeeze, Shun Ai's face flushed crimson, the blush quickly creeping to her ears. Being flirted with by her student filled her with a profound sense of embarrassment. However, with the classroom so near, she worried that speaking with Lin Xiangyu in this manner might be overheard by the students. The ensuing gossip could tarnish her reputation. Thus, she resolved to silently endure this humiliation, pretending nothing had occurred, and returned to the classroom to resume her lesson. With that, she strode back to the classroom in her high heels. The alluring legs clad in sheer black stockings rubbed together with each step, the high heels clicking rhythmically against the ground, producing a sound imbued with seduction. Lin Xiangyu, observing this captivating scene from behind, could not help but swallow hard. His current moral compass dictated, do not miss out on a good woman, do not waste time on a bad one. Simply seize the opportunity. As long as beauty and physique met his standards, they fell within the realm of his pursuits. Even if he were to conquer every woman in the school, or indeed throughout all of H country, he would not consider it excessive. For Lin Xiangyu, his homeroom teacher, Shun Ai, possessed an added allure of taboo, rendering her even more enticing than a class flower, Zhang Xiuying. Merely contemplating the potential stories that could unfold between him and Shun Ai filled him with exhilaration. With this thought, Lin Xiangyu hastily quickened his pace to catch up. Upon hearing the hurried footsteps behind her, Shun Ai instinctively turned to look back, her eyes reflecting a mix of fear and unease. Chapter 10. As Shun Ai pivoted, a fervent gleam ignited in Lin Xiangyu's eyes. He seized her arm with unwavering precision, pinning her against the corridor wall with an irresistible force. This sudden action flushed Shun Ai's countenance crimson, the blush ascending like wildfire across her face. A confluence of emotions, apprehension, shyness, and mortification surged within her, engendering a peculiar sensation that accelerated her pulse to a frantic rhythm, audible in the tranquil corridor. Immobilized against the wall, Shun Ai instinctively struggled, attempting to wrest her arm from Lin Xiangyu's grasp. Her slender limbs appeared frail against his powerful hands. Her resistance proved futile, each attempt easily subdued. Realizing her efforts were in vain, Shun Ai lowered her gaze, her face burning, and whispered in a voice barely audible, trembling slightly, Lin Xiangyu, what do you think you're doing? I am your teacher. Her tone was laced with helplessness and supplication, as if pleading for mercy. Upon hearing Shun Ai's faint plea, Lin Xiangyu felt a surge of triumph. He astutely discerned that her subdued resistance stemmed from a fear of being overheard by her students. He leaned closer, his warm breath caressing her neck, and murmured, Ms. Shun, I suggest you lower your voice, lest the students overhear. Wouldn't you agree? His voice, a deep and resonant timbre, carried a subtle menace, sending shivers down her spine. Lin Xiangyu then initiated another lottery draw, the pointer spinning rapidly. It landed on a golden card. Golden item card, single-use kiss card. Card effect. When used on any member of the opposite sex, they will not resist when kissed. Duration, 10 seconds. Lin Xiangyu's eyes blazed with excitement and avarice. Without hesitation, he deployed the kiss card on Shun Ai. Card activated. Commencing countdown. Please be mindful of the time. Unable to contain his desire, Lin Xiangyu's gaze intensified with fervor, and he pressed his lips against Shun Ai's delicate mouth. The instant their lips met, Shun Ai found herself unable to resist, even involuntarily reciprocating, which stunned her. She couldn't comprehend why, despite her desire to push him away. Her body was responding to his advances. Her eyes widened in disbelief and shock. Her mind went blank, all reason and thought dissolving into a vortex of shame and confusion. During those 10 seconds, Shun Ai's mind raced uncontrollably, a maelstrom of conflicting emotions. She felt indignation at Lin Xiangyu's audacity, shame at her lack of resistance, and bewilderment at the inexplicable sensations his kiss evoked. To Lin Xiangyu's astonishment, even after the countdown, Shun Ai didn't push him away, allowing his ardent kiss to continue. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Shun Ai abruptly shoved him away, the force sufficient to break their embrace. Lin Xiangyu, your audacity is astounding. How dare you treat your teacher in such a manner? I shall summon your guardian immediately. Shun Ing Ai declared with resolute indignation, attempting to reclaim her dignity and authority. Lin Xiangyu felt a twinge of anxiety. He didn't want Min Aijing to know what he had just done. His mind raced, searching for a solution, and he decided to placate Shun Ing Ai for the moment. While speaking to Shun Ing Ai, Lin Xiangyu continued to draw cards, hoping to find one that could resolve the situation. This time, his luck was extraordinary, drawing 2 platinum cards out of 4. Platinum item card, single-use eraser of mind. Card effect, can selectively erase memories of specific events from the mind of any target. Limited to 1 event. Platinum skill card, charged fist. Card effect, delivers a blow exceeding the user's normal strength after charging. The longer the charge, the greater the power. Maximum charge time, 5 seconds. Maximum power, 1. 5 times the user's limit. Golden skill card, passive athletic boy. Card effect, increases movement speed by 50 when wearing athletic shoes. Golden item card, single-use muscle relaxant. Card effect, when used on any member of the opposite sex, they will not resist when their muscles are relaxed. Duration, 5 seconds. The Eraser of the Mind card offered a perfect solution. Its power to eliminate consequences made it invaluable. However, Lin Xiangyu hesitated to waste it on such a trivial matter, suspecting that Shun Ai wouldn't dare escalate the situation. Lin Xiangyu, come with me, Shun Ai said, turning toward the stairwell. Her steps were hurried and flustered, as if fleeing a source of shame. Very well, Ms. Shun, Lin Xiangyu replied, a subtle smile playing on his lips. His eyes gleamed with anticipation, as if he expected an even more captivating spectacle. They walked together toward the stairwell. Once they were away from the classroom, Shun Ing Ai halted and turned. She had regained her composure, though a trace of unease lingered in her eyes. She inquired in a gentler tone, Xiangyu, why did you do such a thing to your teacher? Lin Xiangyu was relieved by her tone. He knew she wouldn't call Min Aijing. He only needed to adopt the right attitude. However, he didn't want to let the opportunity pass so easily. Emboldened by the card in his possession, he decided to push his luck further. Teacher, are you referring to our passionate kiss? Lin Xiangyu feigned ignorance, his face an innocent mask, as if he had no part in what had transpired. Shun Ing Ai's face flushed crimson, the blush spreading to her neck like a ripe tomato about to burst. She couldn't believe that Lin Xiangyu, a student, would dare to speak to her, his teacher, in such a manner. As Shun Ing Ai found herself at a loss for words, Lin Xiangyu's countenance suddenly shifted to one of earnestness. A hint of profound emotion and remorse flickered in his eyes as he uttered, I beg your pardon, Shin-sensei. I am aware that engaging in a French kiss with you is inappropriate. However, your exquisite visage and alluring physique overwhelmed my senses, causing me to succumb to irrationality. Lin Xiangyu's voice, deep and heartfelt, coupled with his sincere expression, lent an air of authenticity to his words. Shun Ing Ai, observing the earnestness etched upon Lin Xiangyu's face, and recalling his characteristic shyness in past interactions, found herself inclined to believe him. A complex tapestry of emotions surged within her heart, a blend of anger and discontentment towards Lin Xiangyu, intertwined with a peculiar sense of both gratification and bashfulness. She delicately swept a stray strand of hair from her face, tucking it behind her ear, a subtle gesture imbued with feminine grace and coyness. Following this unconscious movement, she, her cheeks flushed crimson, responded, Xiangyu, while you have attained adulthood, it is not within my purview as your teacher to dictate your affections. Nevertheless, I am your instructor, and it is unfitting for you to harbor such sentiments towards me. You ought to direct such emotions toward a female of your own age. Her tone was gentle and persuasive, akin to counseling an imprudent child. Shin-sensei, in my estimation, no young woman can rival your unparalleled allure. Your every gesture exudes a unique charm, Lin Xiangyu declared, as he gently cradled Shun Ing Ai's face in his hands. His hands trembled slightly, his gaze filled with an ardent desire, as if he sought to consume her entirely. With the failsafe of brain eraser at his disposal, Lin Xiangyu felt emboldened to engage in any audacious act towards Xin Yingai in a one-on-one setting. Lin Xiangyu's actions caused Xin Yingai's face to burn intensely, as if she were feverish. Her eyes reflected a mixture of panic and coyness as she attempted to extricate herself from Lin Xiangyu's grasp, yet felt a strange sense of helplessness. Chapter 11. Xin Yingai has been ensnared in the mire of life since early years. From her earliest memories, she has resided with her parents in a dim and damp semi-basement. The cramped quarters, the faint light, and the pervasive mustiness formed the entirety of her childhood and adolescent environment. The occasional clamor from the tenants above served as a constant reminder of her constrained and oppressive existence. This dismal setting weighed heavily upon her heart, yet it also sowed within her a seed of yearning for escape. From that moment, she vowed to extricate herself from such a life and to embark on a markedly different journey. Upon entering school, Xin Yingai resembled a solitary warrior, devoting herself to her studies with relentless fervor. In H country, where the college entrance examination is deemed a pivotal juncture in destiny, it is widely acknowledged as one of the most terrifying and brutal tests globally. Students find themselves embroiled in a war devoid of gunfire, where sleeping merely 3 or 4 hours a night becomes the norm. From elementary school onwards, they rely heavily on coffee to stay alert, striving to avoid elimination in this fierce competition. In H country, the adage 4 hours of sleep, 5 hours of failure looms like the sword of Damocles, constantly warning candidates that only by sleeping less than 4 hours can they hope to gain admission to university. A mere 5 hours of sleep could lead to rejection from higher education institutions. To avoid falling behind, Xin Yingai continually pushed the limits of her physical and mental endurance. Countless nights were spent buried in towering piles of books, her eyes bloodshot, her body utterly exhausted. Yet the fervor for her future propelled her forward without a hint of retreat. Fortunately, fate ultimately rewarded her diligence, and she successfully gained admission to a commendable teacher's college. Throughout her university years, she maintained that same indefatigable spirit, and through her unwavering commitment, she secured a position at the very institution where she studied, thus commencing a new chapter in her life. For years, Xin Yingai harbored a fervent drive within her, a rebellion against her past life, and a longing for the future. This obsession led her to avoid deep interactions with the opposite sex during her academic years. Whenever a boy approached her, she would retreat like a startled fawn. Over time, her understanding of romantic relationships became a blank slate, devoid of experience. Thus, when Lin Xiangyu uttered seemingly heartfelt words, they rippled through her heart like stones cast into a tranquil lake, causing her emotions to stir and leaving her flustered. As Lin Xiangyu leaned in, poised to kiss Xin Yingai, she suddenly regained her composure and forcefully pushed him away. Her chest heaved with intensity, her expression earnest as she urgently declared, "What has transpired can be forgotten, but you must not repeat such actions." She continued, her voice trembling, fraught with anxiety over the intimate moment they had shared and the potential consequences of exposure. "Teacher, I do not care. Nothing is more important to me than you." Lin Xiangyu replied earnestly, though a flicker of mischief danced in his eyes as he spoke this untruth. He understood that he must conceal his intentions of mere amusement in such a moment. After all, lies can sometimes serve as a gentle veil, obscuring harsh realities, while the truth often wields the sharpest blade. "But I care. You do not understand how significant this job is to me." Xin Yingai's voice rose slightly, her emotions surfacing. Her gaze revealed profound anxiety, for this position was the fruit of her years of hard work and the foundation upon which she had built her escape from her past. She could not afford to jeopardize it. "Then let me touch you, and I promise not to engage in anything that makes you feel unsafe at school again," Lin Xiangyu said, his eyes gleaming with anticipation, his audacity unabashed. Xin Yingai was taken aback, unable to fathom such an outrageous proposition. Lin Xiangyu clutched the card-titled eraser of memories, emboldened by its power, and exuded a newfound confidence. Hearing his words, she bit her lower lip, leaving faint marks on her delicate skin. Her eyes were filled with conflict and struggle, torn between ethics and reality. After a moment of contemplation, as if she had finally resolved her inner turmoil, she nodded gently, a flush creeping to her cheeks. Her voice barely above a whisper, she said, "Just this once? I hope you keep your word." Her tone was laced with profound shyness and resignation, as if she were seeking a form of self-redemption. Upon hearing her response, Lin Xiangyu trembled with excitement, swallowing hard as his throat tightened. Slowly, he extended his hand. "Chapter 12 after class. Please come to my office. Is that all right?" Ai asked softly. Her face was flushed, as if it might bleed, and seeing Lin Xiangyu remain silent, she voiced her discomfort with a hint of indignation. "Xiangyu, let us hurry back to the classroom so our classmates don't misconstrue things." At that moment, she yearned to escape from Lin Xiangyu's grasp, fleeing from this place that filled her with profound embarrassment, back to the sanctuary of the classroom. "Very well, Teacher Shun," Lin Xiangyu replied, his satisfaction evident. For him, the day's progress had exceeded all expectations. If things continued at this pace, Ai would inevitably find herself drawn to him. As the classroom door slowly creaked open, Ai and Lin Xiangyu entered, one after the other. Ai lowered her head. Her footsteps hurried, trying to hide her still flushed cheeks behind her hair. In contrast, Lin Xiangyu wore a broad smile, a hint of triumph gleaming in his expression as if he were declaring his victory to the classmates within. Upon seeing Lin Xiangyu's demeanor, a subtle stir arose in the classroom, with classmates collectively bestowing upon him a wave of astonishment. Once inside, Lin Xiangyu's gaze instinctively landed on Zheng Xiuying. Their eyes met, and Zheng Xiuying's face instantly blushed, resembling a ripe persimmon. She hurriedly averted her gaze, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly, betraying her inner turmoil and anxiety. Yet, despite her fluster, she could not resist stealing glances at Lin Xiangyu, fearing he might suddenly demand her to fulfill her promise. After returning to his seat, Lin Xiangyu took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure as Ai resumed her lesson. "All right, let us continue with our class." However, her voice trembled, her thoughts drifting back to the earlier events in the corridor, causing her lecture to become disjointed, lacking the usual poise and confidence. For Lin Xiangyu, the class seemed interminably long and tedious. Sitting idly, he began to meticulously devise his strategic plan in his mind, the glint of calculation evident in his eyes. His gaze again settled on Zheng Xiuying as he activated his skill, "My eyes are a measure." Zheng Xiuying, 18 years old, height 166 centimeters, B 84 cmw, 59 cm, H 86 cm, D cup. The moment Lin Xiangyu utilized the skill, Zheng Xiuying seemed to sense it, suddenly feeling as though she were being scrutinized intently. Instinctively, she glanced back at Lin Xiangyu. Their eyes met briefly, and she quickly turned away as if jolted by electricity, her face flushing anew, her heart racing. Lin Xiangyu, possessing a somewhat handsome visage, was arguably the most attractive in the class. However, his former self-doubt and timid demeanor had veiled his charm, casting him in a somewhat unfavorable light. As the saying goes, handsomeness is a feeling, and the impact of demeanor on appearance is undeniable, as evidenced by the stark transformations of celebrities before and after their debuts. Even those who have not undergone plastic surgery often appear distinctly different due to their changed aura. Today, when Zheng Xiuying first laid eyes on Lin Xiangyu, she perceptively recognized his transformation. He seemed reborn overnight, exuding greater attractiveness. Witnessing Lin Xiangyu decisively defeat Zhu Genxue, and his minions ignited a flicker of curiosity and interest in her towards the boy she had once regarded as weak. Throughout the lesson, her gaze frequently strayed towards Lin Xiangyu, observing his every move. Ai, too, found herself unable to concentrate, her mind incessantly drifting back to the earlier encounter in the corridor, a moment that had been the most outrageous and difficult to articulate in her 23 years of life. Her heart was a battleground of conflict and struggle. She felt both anger and shame towards Lin Xiangyu's actions, yet was equally intrigued and bewildered by this unprecedented emotional experience. After much contemplation, Ai picked up her phone, her fingers trembling slightly as she added Lin Xiangyu on Kakao in the class group chat. In South Korea, Kakao holds a status akin to that of WeChat in China. Upon seeing Shunning Ai take the initiative to add him as a friend, Lin Xiangyu's heart soared with joy, excitement glinting in his eyes as he promptly accepted her friend request. After adding him, Shunning Ai hesitated briefly before sending Lin Xiangyu a message. "Xiangyu, please come to my office after class." Upon reading her message, Lin Xiangyu's heart raced, as if it might burst from his chest. An irrepressible smile crept across his face. To him, this felt like an omen of impending good fortune. Even if it were not, it at least signified a shift in Shunning Ai's attitude towards him, no longer as resolutely resistant as before. The bell signaling the end of class rang, its clear chimes slicing through the classroom's somber atmosphere. Shunning Ai instinctively glanced at Lin Xiangyu, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Before hastily departing the classroom in her high heels, her demeanor slightly flustered. Just as Lin Xiangyu prepared to follow her out, he was confronted by Zhu Genxue and his 3 henchmen, their demeanor aggressive. After a brief respite during class, Zhu Genxue had regained some of his former bravado. As the once undisputed leader of the class, he knew well that allowing Lin Xiangyu to escape unscathed would irrevocably undermine his authority. Moreover, if news of his defeat at Lin Xiangyu's hand spread, he would become a laughingstock, unable to maintain his status at school. Determined to uphold his dominance and restore his reputation, Zhu Genxue gritted his teeth, a fierce glint in his eyes as he resolved to teach Lin Xiangyu a lesson, ensuring he understood the consequences of crossing him. Chapter 13. Communication in Xin Yangyi's office. "I have no mood to deal with you, so all of you step aside." Lin Xiangyu was entirely focused on hastening to Xin Yangyi's office and had no inclination to engage with the 4 defeated subordinates before him. After all, he was not attending school to vie for the position of class leader. Far more pressing matters awaited him, including Zhang Suyang. The classmates who had originally intended to leave the classroom halted in their tracks, collectively directing their gaze towards Lin Xiangyu and Gu Gunsuk. "Lin Xiangyu, do not get too proud. You merely caught me off guard with a sneak attack. Do you truly believe you are something special?" Gu Gunsuk, once the class leader, valued his pride above all and could not allow himself to lose face in front of his peers. Lin Xiangyu furrowed his brow, his expression displeased as he coldly remarked, "While I have yet to take action, you would do well to leave promptly, or do not blame me for sending you out horizontally. I'm eager to see who will indeed be the one leaving horizontally." Gu Gunsuk, infuriated, clenched his fist and swung it violently towards Lin Xiangyu's face. However, Lin Xiangyu was not one to remain passive. Before Gu Gunsuk's punch could reach him, he swiftly retaliated with a precise jab, landing squarely on Gu Gunsuk's eye. Lin Xiangyu understood that engaging with someone like Gu Gunsuk offered no room for dialogue. Once a confrontation commenced, there could be no retreat. This was his steadfast principle in battle. He then feigned with his right foot, moving with an almost ghostly agility, while Gu Gunsuk was preoccupied with defense. Lin Xiangyu unleashed a barrage of jabs with his left hand, striking rapidly towards Gu Gunsuk's face. Though each jab alone lacked immense power, the relentless onslaught fell upon Gu Gunsuk like a torrential downpour, rendering him unable to withstand the assault. After a flurry of punches, Gu Gunsuk felt stars dancing before his eyes, instinctively shielding his head while shouting, "Hey, you on the back, come help me." The underlings behind Gu Gunsuk, already filled with dread from the morning's events, hesitated in fear. Yet, under Gu Gunsuk's intimidation, they had no choice but to charge forward, albeit reluctantly. Meanwhile, Lin Xiangyu had been quietly gathering strength in his right hand while delivering his left-hand jabs. Now, facing the 3 charging towards him, he locked his gaze on Jin Zhangsil and unleashed a powerful right hook aimed squarely at his chin. Lin Xiangyu held a particular disdain for Jin Zhangsil, given the latter's previous despicable actions. Although Lin Xiangyu had not engaged in many fights, he had a penchant for watching clips of professional fighters and had studied scenarios where they clashed with delinquents, thus knowing precisely where to strike to incapacitate someone, one such target being the chin. With a surge of power, Lin Xiangyu's punch struck Jin Zhangsil, sending him flying backward. collapsing to the ground like a lifeless fish, instantly rendered motionless. Observing Jin Zhongsil, heavily built, fall to the ground with a single blow, the remaining two underlings turned pale with fear, abandoning all thoughts of loyalty to their leader and fleeing for their lives. As Gu Gunsuk watched Lin Xiangyu approach him step by step, terror filled his heart, and he instinctively began to retreat. Despite the overwhelming fear, his former status as class leader prevented him from simply running away. When Lin Xiangyu stood beside him, Gu Gunsuk shut his eyes tightly, hands clamped over his head, bracing himself for an inevitable beating. Yet, in the next moment, Lin Xiangyu merely placed a hand atop Gu Gunsuk's head and gave it a firm shove. Gu Gunsuk stumbled backward, landing heavily in an empty seat nearby. Lin Xiangyu, without casting him another glance, strode past him. After a prolonged wait and the expected assault not materializing, Gu Gunsuk opened his eyes in astonishment, only to discover that Lin Xiangyu had vanished without a trace. He sat there, bewildered, his gaze vacant, lost in thought. At that moment, Lin Xiangyu hastily arrived at Xin Yangyi's office, unwilling to waste even a second on Gu Gunsuk, for he had urgent matters to attend to. Upon seeing Lin Xiangyu enter, Xin Yangyi's expression shifted to one of tension, and she immediately lowered her voice, instructing, "Close the door." Understanding the gravity of the situation, Lin Xiangyu swiftly complied, ensuring no one else could witness their conversation. With the door securely shut, he approached Xin Yangyi, leaning over her desk, his gaze locked onto hers. Under the intensity of his stare, Xin Yangyi felt a rush of shyness, her cheeks flushing as she instinctively averted her gaze, lowering her head. Noticing her silence, Lin Xiangyu broke the tension, asking, "Miss Xin, have you called me here for a specific reason?" Taking a deep breath to steady herself, Xin Yangyi replied, "Xiangyu, please be honest with me. Do you genuinely have feelings for me?" "Of course I do." Lin Xiangyu responded decisively, his tone resolute, as if asserting an undeniable truth. After a moment of contemplation, Xin Yangyi, with a serious expression, implored, "Xiangyu, I must ask you to keep these feelings to yourself." "Why?" Lin Xiangyu questioned, confusion etched upon his face. With a hint of resignation, she explained, "This job is immensely important to me. I cannot afford to lose it. Therefore, Xiangyu, please do not waste your emotions on me." "I'm sorry, Miss Xin, but I truly cannot comply with that request." Lin Xiangyu's expression turned somber as he replied, "I cannot control my feelings. I can only strive to avoid disturbing you." Seeing the dejection on Lin Xiangyu's face stirred a twinge of guilt within Xin Yangyi, recognizing her own emotions reflected in his. Lin Xiangyu seized the moment, pressing on, "Miss Xin, is it truly the case that you feel nothing for me?" Her cheeks deepened in color as she stammered, "I suppose. I do have a slight fondness for you. Is that so?" Lin Xiangyu feigned surprise, his face lighting up with joy. Xin Yangyi, witnessing his radiant smile, found herself momentarily unable to utter any more harsh words. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xiangyu continued, "Miss Xin, I understand that you may face numerous challenges at school. But what if we met outside, in a place where no one knows us? What would you think of that?" Xin Yangyi fell into contemplation at his suggestion, clearly weighing the possibility he had proposed. Lin Xiangyu recognized that such matters could not be rushed, so he added, "Miss Xin, I shall return to class now. Please take your time to consider this. No need to hurry." With that, he unlocked the office door and stepped outside without awaiting her response. Once Lin Xiangyu left, Xin Yangyi felt her cheeks flush as she leaned over her desk. Deep down, she knew she ought to refuse him, yet her heart reveled in the exhilarating rush of emotions, an experience she had never encountered in her mundane 23 years of life. As Lin Xiangyu stepped out of Shining Eye's office, he was fortuitously spotted by Zhang Xiuying, who had just emerged from the restroom. Zhang Xiuying regarded the silhouette of Lin Xiangyu with a hint of astonishment. Just moments prior, during class, she had distinctly not heard Shen Ying'ai summon Lin Xiangyu to her office. Thus, why had Lin Xiangyu emerged from Shen Ying'ai's office, and what business had he there? Curiosity began to blossom within Zhang Xiuying's mind, her gaze betraying a glimmer of inquiry. Lin Xiangyu, acutely aware of being observed, swiftly turned to glance behind him. Chapter 14. Exciting news in the fleeting moment when Lin Xiangyu turned around. Zheng Xiaoying hastily concealed herself behind the wall at the stairwell. Her breath came in quick, erratic gasps, and her heart raced violently, as if it might burst forth from her chest. She could not fathom why she felt such an overwhelming urge to hide. All she knew was that the instant Lin Xiangyu turned, an inexplicable mixture of anxiety and shyness compelled her to act. Lin Xiangyu furrowed his brow in confusion, his keen gaze sweeping the area. Upon confirming that no one was watching him, he adjusted the hem of his attire and continued with a steady pace towards the classroom. After he departed, Zheng Xiaoying cast a contemplative glance at the door of Shen Yingai's office. Inside the classroom, the atmosphere buzzed with excitement, akin to a pot boiling over. Students clustered in small groups, animatedly exchanging words about the breathtaking battle that had unfolded that morning. Lin Xiangyu had been nothing short of remarkable, taking on 4 opponents single-handedly and emerging victorious. One boy, flushed with exhilaration, gestured animatedly as if he were the valiant protagonist himself. "I told you not to provoke the honest ones. Even a rabbit can bite when cornered. Just because a tiger is quiet doesn't mean it's a sickly cat." Another classmate chimed in, his eyes brimming with admiration for Lin Xiangyu. "I'm telling you, Lin Xiangyu and I are cut from the same cloth. Though I may appear mild-mannered, push me to the brink, and I'll be even fiercer." A robust boy thumped his chest, his face radiating pride. "I've never liked that Gugenshua fellow. Even if Lin Xiangyu hadn't dealt with him today, he wouldn't be strutting around for long. Perhaps one day, I'll take matters into my own hands and give him a proper thrashing," another student declared, shaking his fist in righteous indignation. At that moment, a girl scoffed, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "Stop boasting. We've been classmates since childhood, and when my boyfriend was on top of you, I didn't see you getting fierce then." Laughter erupted throughout the classroom, and the boy's face turned crimson, resembling a ripe tomato, as anger and humiliation surged within him. "You dare say anything? You were just as much a target. How many boys at our old school haven't had a go at you? I won't bring up your sordid past, but you started it." The girl, undeterred, shot back, her voice slicing through the air like a dagger. "So what? At least someone wants to be with me, which is more than I can say for you. You can only lock your door at night and fantasize about which girl might be interested." She crossed her arms, her expression one of disdain. "Don't look at me like that. Even if I spend my life alone, I would never stoop to touch you," the boy retorted, his face twisted in revulsion as if she were something vile. "You think I care? Even if you begged on your knees, I wouldn't spare you a glance." She shot back, unyielding. As their quarrel escalated, the classroom door opened gently, and Lin Xiangyu strode in with an air of composure. The once boisterous classroom fell silent, as if a pin dropping could be heard clearly. All eyes magnetically turned towards Lin Xiangyu, filled with awe and curiosity. Only the girl, still engrossed in her tirade, remained oblivious to the sudden shift in atmosphere. She had her back to the door and thus had not noticed Lin Xiangyu's entrance. "Stop bragging. Did you forget last Sunday? You came running out my call in the dead of night. I know your little schemes." The girl continued, her excitement palpable, a mocking smile gracing her lips. "If I had gone to that motel with you, you certainly wouldn't have refused even if I asked you to lick my feet." Her voice pierced the silence like a shrill alarm. The boy shot her anxious glances, his eyes filled with urgency and warning, silently urging her to silence herself. Yet, engrossed in her own words, she failed to notice his distress, laughing triumphantly at her own remarks. However, as she scanned the room and beheld the awkward expressions and eerie silence of her classmates, a sense of foreboding washed over her. Her heart sank, and she swiftly turned to find Lin Xiangyu's gaze fixed upon her. Her smile froze, her mouth agape in shock, unable to produce a sound. Her complexion drained of color, as if all the blood had fled from her face. It was evident that, after today's confrontation, her peers had tacitly recognized Lin Xiangyu as the new leader of the class. Yet, Lin Xiangyu seemed indifferent, shaking his head lightly as he made his way to his seat, as though everything around him was inconsequential. For him, the title of class leader paled in comparison to the allure of captivating beautiful girls. In his heart, conquering lovely maidens was life's greatest joy. The position of class leader was of no interest to him. Not long after Lin Xiangyu sat down, Zhang Xiaoying entered the classroom with a light step. Her arrival was akin to a refreshing breeze, drawing the attention of many classmates, including Lin Xiangyu. Upon catching sight of him, her cheeks flushed, and she felt a mix of shyness and trepidation. Fearing an exchange of glances with Lin Xiangyu, she kept her eyes fixed on the ground, delicately making her way to her seat. Her heart continued to race, and the earlier moment at the stairwell replayed in her mind, igniting a warmth in her cheeks. Soon after, Gu Genxue and his two lackeys limped into the classroom, having just returned from the infirmary. Gu Genxue's fingers were wrapped in thick bandages, a testament to his painful defeat, and his face bore the marks of agony and resentment. Having learned a painful lesson, the three of them had become utterly subdued, their eyes devoid of the arrogance they once possessed. They lowered their heads, avoiding Lin Xiangyu's gaze as they returned to their seats, resembling defeated roosters. As for Jin Zhongshi, he remained in the infirmary, wincing in pain, certain he would miss this class. Throughout the subsequent lessons, Zhang Xiaoying found herself stealing glances at Lin Xiangyu. Whenever he shifted his gaze, she would lower her head like a startled bird, pretending to focus intently on the lecture. Yet, her thoughts were far from the classroom, consumed with the memory of Lin Xiangyu having seen her earlier. Finally, the school bell rang, signaling the end of classes. Students began packing their bags and leaving the classroom in waves, and Lin Xiangyu stood up, ready to head home. Just then, his phone vibrated with a new message. Upon reading its contents, a smile graced Lin Xiangyu's lips. Chapter 15. Stealthily entering the room, Pei Yilin. Lin Xiangyu, hurry home. I am rather eager to play with you. As Lin Xiangyu's gaze swept across the screen of his phone, his heart inexplicably quickened, a surge of exhilaration washing over him as he swiftly exited the classroom. Zhang Xiaoying had been discreetly observing Lin Xiangyu's every move, initially intending to speak with him privately about the photographs after school. However, to her surprise, Lin Xiangyu darted out of the classroom like a cheetah drawn by its prey, recalling the flustered expression of Shan Ying'ai during her visit to the office. Zhang Xiaoying's curiosity was piqued, and an impulsive urge took hold of her. Biting her lip, she hastily pursued him. Upon reaching the classroom door, she caught a glimpse of Lin Xiangyu's figure racing down the stairs. For reasons unknown, Zhang Xiaoying chose not to follow but instead paused, allowing her gaze to linger momentarily in the direction he had vanished before turning to walk down the opposite side of the corridor. As she passed by Shan Ying'ai's office, she instinctively slowed her pace, glancing inside nonchalantly. Spotting Shan Ying'ai still seated at her desk, engrossed in grading assignments, a sense of inexplicable relief washed over her. Yet, simultaneously, her curiosity flourished like wild grass, compelling her to ponder, what could have Lin Xiangyu in such a hurry? Upon returning home, Lin Xiangyu was greeted by the warm glow of light and the familiar scent of his surroundings. Jean Mimi was bustling in the kitchen, donned in an apron, her demeanor graceful as she engaged in cheerful conversation with Minjing while preparing dinner. Han Yojin lounged languidly on the sofa, fingers deftly gliding over her phone screen, occasionally punctuated by soft laughter. Minjing was the first to notice Lin Xiangyu's arrival. Pausing her chopping, she beamed a gentle smile and greeted him. Xiangyu, you're back. How was your day? Lin Xiangyu responded with a radiant smile, replying politely, I had a delightful day. Minjing. He then extended his greetings to Jean Mimi and Han Yojin. Jean Mimi turned, spatula in hand, her face adorned with a tender smile as she softly said, Xiangyu, take a moment to rest. Dinner will be ready shortly. Han Yojin merely offered a cursory acknowledgement, her gaze fixed on her phone, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. Upon witnessing her demeanor, Lin Xiangyu's mind flashed back to the escapades of the previous night, causing his face to flush with embarrassment, wishing he could vanish into the ground. He hurriedly exclaimed, Sister Mimi, I'll head to my room for a bit. Please call me when dinner is ready. Regret washed over him as soon as the words left his mouth, recalling the mortifying moment earlier that morning when Jean Mimi caught him in an awkward situation. Upon hearing his statement, Jean Mimi too remembered the incident, her cheeks instantly blooming with a crimson hue akin to a ripe apple. Despite feeling shy, she maintained her composure, nodding gently and replying, "All right, you go rest." She was acutely aware of her role as the eldest sister, a responsibility she held dear in caring for her younger siblings. Lin Xiangyu felt a wave of relief wash over him, as if liberated from a heavy burden, and he hurriedly ascended the stairs. Just moments after he settled into his room, he heard Pei Yilin's bright voice from downstairs. "I'm back." A flurry of footsteps followed, as Pei Yilin burst into the living room, exchanging greetings with the three women on the first floor before plopping down on the sofa beside Han Yozhen. Leaning closer, her eyes sparkled with mischief as she quietly asked, "Second sister, has Lin Xiangyu returned?" Han Yozhen felt a sudden jolt at the question, fearing Pei Yilin knew about the events of the previous night. Her face flushed deep red as she stammered, "I went to his room." "Why do you ask?" "Nothing, just curious," Pei Yilin replied, a sly smile emerging as she bounded upstairs. In his room, Lin Xiangyu sat at his desk, brow furrowed in contemplation. The mysterious figure from last night haunted his thoughts, who had stealthily entered his room and taken his underwear. After experiencing such an oddity on his first night in this new life, he vowed to uncover the identity of this intruder. At present, his suspicions pointed most directly at Pei Yilin. After all, this mischievous girl had a penchant for pranks, and while she had never crossed such boundaries before, the likelihood of anyone else being responsible seemed minimal. He resolved to seize an opportunity that very night to question her thoroughly. As Lin Xiangyu was engrossed in his thoughts, the slightly ajar door was quietly pushed open by Pei Yilin. Noticing that Lin Xiangyu had not detected her presence, she gently closed the door behind her. A mysterious smile graced her lips as she slipped her fair foot, tinged with a hint of pink, out of her slippers, tiptoeing towards Lin Xiangyu. Chapter 16. Audacious act. Beneath the dining table, Lin Xiangyu lay sprawled on his bed, his thoughts tangled like a mass of yarn. Wholly immersed in contemplation of the mysterious events of the previous night, oblivious to the soft sounds of Pei Yilin entering the room behind him. Pei Yilin tiptoed quietly to Lin Xiangyu's bedside and suddenly remarked, "Xiangyu, you rascal, are you thinking of doing something naughty to me again?" Caught completely off guard, Lin Xiangyu nearly leapt up in shock, turning his head with a face full of terror. He quickly furrowed his brow, pressed his hand to his chest, and sternly admonished, "Pei Yilin, what on earth are you doing? Do you realize that scaring someone can be deadly? Why are you shouting? I had no idea you were such a coward." Pei Yilin retorted, taken aback by Lin Xiangyu's sudden ire. Pouting in a feigned display of grievance, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, resembling a little girl who had been wronged. Seeing her pitiful expression, Lin Xiangyu's anger melted away, and he let out a long, resigned sigh, his expression softening in tandem. Pei Yilin, astutely sensing the change in his demeanor, plopped down beside him, her gaze fixed intently on him, a mischievous smile playing on her lips as she asked playfully, "Did you hurry back today because you couldn't wait to see me?" Lin Xiangyu marveled inwardly at Pei Yilin's ability to change her expression as swiftly as the weather. Although he did harbor plans to win her over, he recognized that this was not the opportune moment. The meal downstairs was nearly ready, and Jean Mimi could call for them at any moment. It was imperative to first clarify the doubts clouding his mind. "Yilin, I have something I wish to inquire about." Lin Xiangyu endeavored to adopt a serious tone. "What is it?" Pei Yilin maintained her playful demeanor, tilting her head as she urged, "Ask away." "Last night, did you enter my room?" Lin Xiangyu hesitated briefly, gathering his thoughts before continuing. "Huh?" Pei Yilin's face registered clear surprise, as if Lin Xiangyu had posed an utterly nonsensical question. Almost immediately, a playful glint sparkled in her eyes as her lips curled into a wicked smile. "You naughty boy, if you wanted me to come over last night, you could have just told me directly instead of beating around the bush." As she spoke, Pei Yilin's delicate fingers traced lightly across Lin Xiangyu's arm, her touch akin to a feather brushing against him, igniting a whirlwind of emotions within him, the veins in his arm subtly standing out from the effort to maintain control. Observing Pei Yilin's expression and actions, Lin Xiangyu deduced that she was likely not lying. It seemed that someone else had stealthily entered his room last night. "Why are you silent?" Pei Yilin, mistaking his silence for shyness, teased with a glimmer of affection in her eyes, What happened to that boldness you had this morning? Unable to contain himself any longer, Lin Xiangyu seized Pei Yilin's wrist with such intensity that it felt as though he might imprint her wrist into his palm. For some inexplicable reason, a phrase flashed through his mind. "Woman, you are playing with fire." Yet, before he could voice it, he swallowed the words, fearing it would leave Pei Yilin with a frivolous impression of him. "Don't mess around. The Andes are downstairs." He struggled to keep his voice steady. However, upon hearing this, Pei Yilin only grew bolder. With a swift motion, she flipped over like a playful kitten, pinning Lin Xiangyu beneath her. Her mischievous smile widening as she leaned closer to his face, whispering, "So, does this mean if they weren't here, you'd dare to do something with me?" At the tender age of 18, brimming with youthful vigor, Lin Xiangyu found himself unable to resist Pei Yilin's daring provocation. His hands instinctively clasped her slender waist. The sensation, soft and springy, akin to an electric shock that quickened his heartbeat. Pei Yilin was momentarily taken aback. Though she sensed a difference in Lin Xiangyu today, she had not anticipated that he would actually dare to make such a move. Just as he prepared to take the next step with Pei Yilin, the sound of Jean Mimi's voice echoed from the hallway. Perhaps aware of the day's events, she called out loudly from halfway up the stairs, "Xiangyu, Yilin, come downstairs for dinner." Startled by Jean Mimi's shout, Lin Xiangyu felt as though he had been electrocuted. He quickly replied, then instinctively withdrew his hand from Pei Yilin's waist, forcefully pushing her away. Pei Yilin observed Lin Xiangyu's flustered demeanor, a knowing smile gracing her lips, her eyes conveying a message. "Teasing you is quite amusing." Hastily, Lin Xiangyu descended the stairs, and as he approached the dining table, his gaze inadvertently met Han Yuzhong, who sat there. Like a startled rabbit, she immediately lowered her head, prompting Lin Xiangyu to hurriedly avert his eyes. All of this was keenly observed by Pei Yilin, who trailed behind Lin Xiangyu, a subtle smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Unlike breakfast, where everyone sat down and began eating immediately, dinner commenced only once everyone had arrived. Lin Xiangyu buried himself in his meal, attempting to ignore the embarrassing scene that had just unfolded. Yet at that moment he felt a smooth, delicate foot gently resting on his leg. Lin Xiangyu's heart raced, and he instinctively looked up to see Pei Yilin gazing at him with a teasing expression, her eyes brimming with mischief. His entire being trembled, his eyes widening in disbelief. He could scarcely fathom that Pei Yilin would dare to engage in such bold and intimate behavior in broad daylight, right before Aunt Minjing and the other two girls. Lin Xiangyu's face flushed with heat, an indescribable sensation rendering him restless and uncomfortable. In a flurry of panic, he swiftly reached beneath the table with his left hand, grasping Pei Yilin's small foot tightly as if it were a lifeline, desperate for her to halt this mortifying display. His palm was slick with sweat, breaths coming in rapid succession, his gaze darting nervously around the table, fearful of being discovered in this clandestine exchange. Just then, Han Yuzhong, overwhelmed by embarrassment, stood abruptly, declaring, "I'm done eating," and turned to flee the uncomfortable atmosphere of the table. Noticing that Han Yuzhong's bowl remained only partially filled, Minjing, with concern, inquired, "Yuzhong, why did you eat so little today?" "I just don't have much of an appetite," Han Yuzhong replied, utilizing a premeditated excuse. Yet in her flustered state, her elbow inadvertently knocked over her chopsticks, which clattered to the floor. The sudden noise sent Han Yuzhong, already feeling awkward, into a panic. As if a storm cloud had descended upon her, her face turned crimson, resembling a ripe tomato as she hastily dragged her chair aside and squatted down to retrieve the chopsticks, her movements frantic and hurried, wishing desperately to disappear. Meanwhile, Minjing, seated beside Han Yuzhong, bent down to assist in picking up the fallen chopsticks out of concern. The atmosphere around the dining table grew increasingly tense, laden with an oppressive awkwardness. Chapter 17. Pei Yilin's scheme. At the moment Han Yuzhong yanked the chair, Lin Xiangyu instinctively released Pei Yilin's foot, his movements swift as if evading a bomb on the verge of detonation. Pei Yilin, like a well-trained operative, seamlessly retracted her foot with remarkable agility, the entire sequence flowing as though nothing had transpired. Lin Xiangyu's eyes widened, fixed on Han Yuzhong's every move, scarcely daring to breathe. At that instant, his heart raced as if a fawn were frantically bounding within him, his tension reaching a fever pitch. Fortunately, after meticulous observation, he was utterly convinced that Han Yozhen remained oblivious to the pulse-quickening, blush-inducing incident that had just unfolded beneath the table, allowing him to exhale quietly in relief. In a fluster, Han Yozhen scrambled to retrieve the fallen chopsticks, slapping them onto the table with a loud clatter. Like a startled rabbit, she was unwilling to linger for another moment, dashing upstairs, her retreat a silent testament to her profound embarrassment and awkwardness. Watching her depart, Lin Xiangyu felt the weight that had lodged in his throat gradually lift, his entire being relaxing from its taut state. He inhaled deeply, poised to resume his meal, yet inadvertently met the gaze of Min and Jing, who regarded him with an intensity that concealed something elusive, causing Lin Xiangyu's previously relaxed nerves to tense once more. Min and Jing had not moved her chair, thus witnessing the under-table scene before Han Yozhen. Lin Xiangyu was uncertain whether she had indeed observed the ambiguous tableau, a thought that struck him like a heavy hammer upon his heart. His pulse raced incessantly, each beat accompanied by waves of anxiety and unease. Beads of sweat formed on his palms, and his back was drenched in cold perspiration. He felt as if seated upon a bed of nails, desperate to concoct an excuse to escape the oppressive scrutiny. Fortunately, Minjing's gaze was fleeting, soon drifting away. Feeling as though he had been granted a reprieve, Lin Xiangyu, neglecting to savor his meal, hastily swallowed the rice in his bowl and abruptly rose, his voice quivering with tension as he declared, "I'm done eating." With that, he hurried upstairs, mirroring Han Yozhen's haste, his footsteps frantic as if pursued by some ferocious beast. Though the house boasted 2 bathrooms, the one upstairs was Min and Jing's private sanctuary, leaving the 4 young adults to share the one downstairs. This arrangement inevitably led to a dilemma. They must take turns bathing each night. The order was deemed fair, determined by age. Jean Mimi, being the eldest, took the first turn from 8 to 8:30 p.m. Han Yozhen followed, bathing from 8:30 to 9 p.m. Lin Xiangyu was next from 9 to 9:30 p.m., and Pei Yilin was last, with her time commencing post 9:30 p.m. While Lin Xiangyu was still haunted by the awkwardness of dinner, time waited for no one, and soon it was his turn to bathe. He inhaled deeply, striving to compose himself as he gathered his change of clothes and exited the room, making his way to the downstairs bathroom. Meanwhile, Pei Yilin, who had left a crack in the door, perked up her ears and keenly caught the sound of Lin Xiangyu descending the stairs, promptly leaping from her bed. A mysterious smile played on her lips, her eyes shimmering with cunning mischief, as if she were plotting something intriguing. Chapter 18. Ambushed in his chambers by Ant and Jing for Lin Xiangyu. A half-hour ablution was more than ample. After all, a male's ablutions do not necessitate an extensive duration unless, perchance, certain peculiar cogitations arise during the process. Lin Xiangyu entered the lavatory, expeditiously divesting himself of his garments, which he casually draped upon the towel rack, his movements imbued with an urgency akin to escaping some form of constraint. Subsequently, he activated the shower head, allowing the tepid cascade to envelop him as he hummed a tuneless melody, relishing this fleeting interlude of repose. Before long, Lin Xiangyu emerged from his ablutions, exuding an aura of invigoration, and retraced his steps to his chamber. With a gentle closure of the portal, he traversed the distance to his bedstead with alacrity, collapsing upon it with a resounding thud, while simultaneously reaching for his cellular device, which lay in close proximity. Possessing his device, he resumed perusing the cinematic explication he had been engrossed in prior to his ablutions, immersing himself in the realm of the protagonists. Just as Lin Xiangyu was thoroughly engrossed, a lithe figure materialized with spectral swiftness, descending upon him. Startled, his heart palpitated violently, causing him to inadvertently relinquish his grip on his device, his gaze fixating upon the entity before him. Unsurprisingly, it was none other than the youngest member of the household, the she-devil, Pei Yilin. "What are you doing here?" Lin Xiangyu exclaimed, his orbs dilated with astonishment, his tone involuntarily elevated. "Why?" Pei Yilin responded, her lips curving into a provocative arc, her eyes gleaming with cunning. Do you not desire my presence? Cease your jesting and depart forthwith, Lin Xiangyu implored, his countenance etched with apprehension. Lest your presence be discovered by the elder members of the household, untoward consequences may ensue. He was loath for others to become cognizant of Pei Yilin's nocturnal visit to his chamber, lest it precipitate unforeseen repercussions. Fear not, Pei Yilin retorted, nonchalantly raising her brows. They are wont to retire early, provided we maintain a subdued volume. Our rendezvous shall remain clandestine. Her intonation suggested that this was an exhilarating escapade. Knock, knock, knock. A crisp percussive sound echoed, striking his very core. Immediately thereafter, Minjing's voice resonated from beyond the portal. Xiangyu, art thou yet awake? Prithee, grant thy aunt entry. Upon hearing Minjing's voice, Lin Xiangyu's heart plummeted, and Pei Yilin's visage, previously imbued with playful mirth, now bore an expression of palpable disquiet, her eyes reflecting sheer trepidation. Minjing, tarry a moment whilst I don my attire. Lin Xiangyu responded vociferously, simultaneously hastening toward the wardrobe, which upon opening he gestured toward with fervent urgency, imploring Pei Yilin to seek refuge within. Pei Yilin, equally discomposed, swiftly dismounted the bedstead, resembling a startled fawn, and ensconced herself within the wardrobe. With frantic haste, Lin Xiangyu donned his raiment, then cautiously secured the wardrobe portal, ensuring no crevice remained visible. Only then did he inhale deeply and unlatch the chamber portal. What aileth thee, Minjing? Lin Xiangyu inquired, endeavoring to project an air of composure, though his tremulous intonation betrayed his underlying tension. Minjing responded, Xiangyu, I seek thy counsel on a matter of import. May I enter and converse with thee? Indeed, Lin Xiangyu assented, stepping aside to grant her passage, before turning to enter the chamber. After traversing a few paces, his peripheral vision detected Pei Yilin's slippers near the bedstead, causing his heart to ascend into his throat, and a cold perspiration to cascade down his brow. Without pause, he quickened his stride, and as he approached the bedstead, he adroitly employed his foot to propel Pei Yilin's slippers beneath it. Thereafter, he nonchalantly seated himself upon the bedstead, silently beseeching that Minjing remain oblivious to this subterfuge. Upon reaching Lin Xiangyu's bedstead, Minjing refrained from occupying it, opting instead to draw the gaming chair from the escritoire and seat herself upon it. This particular vantage point provided a direct perspective of the wardrobe, wherein Pei Yilin was concealed. Lin Xiangyu's gaze was involuntarily drawn toward the wardrobe, his eyes laden with apprehension, lest Pei Yilin had failed to conceal herself adequately, thereby exposing their clandestine rendezvous. However, Lin Xiangyu's fixation upon the wardrobe piqued Minjing's suspicion, prompting her to pivot her gaze in that direction. In the very instant that Minjing executed her turn, Lin Xiangyu was seized by an overwhelming sense of dread, and he hastily interjected, Minjing, what matter do you wish to discuss? Chapter 19. Bloodshed. Minjing paused mid-turn upon hearing Lin Xiangyu's words, gradually redirecting her gaze towards him as she inhaled deeply. This action caused Lin Xiangyu's heart to leap into his throat, a wave of intense foreboding engulfing him completely. Xiangyu, have you been well lately? Minjing finally spoke, her voice laced with concern and inquiry, her gaze firmly locked onto Lin Xiangyu's eyes, seeking answers within. Nothing has happened. Und Minjing, why do you ask? Lin Xiangyu feigned calmness, a hint of confusion etched on his face. Yet the slight tremor in his voice betrayed his inner turmoil. Minjing furrowed her brows in contemplation before continuing, Xiangyu, do you trust me? Of course, Lin Xiangyu replied without hesitation, his tone resolute, though his heart raced anxiously. Although I haven't formally adopted you, in my heart, you are just like my own children. I hope you will confide in me about anything that troubles you. Minjing said with a gentle smile, her warmth akin to the sun in spring. Yet, Lin Xiangyu found himself unable to bask in that warmth. I understand, Minjing. Rest assured, I will tell you if anything comes up, he assured her, nodding earnestly, attempting to project sincerity while internally panicking. That's good to hear. Remember, you can always come to me for anything, Minjing said earnestly, rising slowly to her feet. Now, I shall take my leave and not disturb your rest. All right. Enjing, take care, Lin Xiangyu replied, standing up with a facade of polite smiles, while a trickle of cold sweat ran down his back. His respect for this unmarried woman raising 4 children stemmed from the heart. Yet in this moment, it was tainted with a sense of guilt and apprehension. After seeing Min Enjing out of the room, Lin Xiangyu gently closed the door behind her, feeling a wave of relief wash over him as he took a deep breath at the door. Upon hearing the door close, Pei Yilin, like a nimble little fox, emerged from the wardrobe. Lin Xiangyu's wardrobe was sparsely filled with clothes, mostly cluttered with undergarments, which had just been pressed against Pei Yilin's face, leaving her visibly displeased. Seeing her emerge, Lin Xiangyu snapped, "Get back to your room and stop causing trouble." Following the earlier scare, he was not inclined to endure any further surprises. Having experienced the recent fright, Pei Yilin felt a twinge of fear and refrained from her previous mischief. Moreover, the stifling heat inside the closed wardrobe had left her drenched in sweat and uncomfortable. Pei Yilin tugged at the collar of her soaked t-shirt and made her way towards Lin Xiangyu's bed. Seeing this, Lin Xiangyu reached out to stop her, questioning, "What are you doing? With bare feet? You wouldn't want me to return home without my slippers, would you?" Pei Yilin shot him a glare, suddenly wearing a mischievous smile as she added, "Are you perhaps planning something scandalous with my adorable slippers tonight? You think too much. Who knows if you have athlete's foot? Hurry and put on your slippers before heading back." Lin Xiangyu replied curtly, eager for this little troublemaker to leave. After reaching Lin Xiangyu's bed, Pei Yilin did not retrieve her slippers, but instead plopped down onto the bed. "What are you doing? Put on your shoes and go home. Why are you sitting here?" Lin Xiangyu urged anxiously, genuinely fearing another mishap. "You kicked my slippers under the bed. Do you expect me, a young girl, to crawl under there to fetch them?" Pei Yilin blinked, glancing at him before adding, "What if I crawl in and you take advantage of me from behind?" Lin Xiangyu sighed helplessly and crouched down to reach for her slippers. Just as he extended his hand, Pei Yilin suddenly gave his backside a hard slap. "Pei Yilin, what on earth are you doing?" Lin Xiangyu exclaimed in indignation, his voice dropping to a husky whisper due to both anger and the need for discretion. "That's what you get for saying I have athlete's foot," Pei Yilin shot back, then lifted her foot to kick him again. Feeling insulted, Lin Xiangyu's anger surged as he swiftly retrieved her slippers from under the bed and emerged. Upon seeing him, Pei Yilin's face held no fear. Instead, she looked triumphantly at him and taunted, "Are you going to hit me?" "Just might," Lin Xiangyu retorted, his eyes wide with fury. He then pressed Pei Yilin onto the bed, using her slippers to strike her back. "Pei Yilin, do you enjoy this?" Pei Yilin let out a piercing scream in response. Startled by the noise, Lin Xiangyu quickly released her, fearing others might hear. After rising, Pei Yilin snatched the slippers from his hands, heading towards the door. Lin Xiangyu quickly grasped her wrist to halt her. Pei Yilin turned, looking up at him with a playful pout. "What do you want, Lin Xiangyu?" "Just wait a moment. Let me check if anyone is outside," he replied, moving to the door to peek outside. Confirming the coast was clear, he opened the door wider and whispered, "There is no one outside right now. You should hurry back." Upon hearing this, Pei Yilin stepped outside the room, then turned back to Lin Xiangyu, beckoning him with her finger. Lin Xiangyu, who had been on the verge of closing the door, paused at her gesture and leaned out, bewildered, asking, "What is it?" Before he could finish his question, Pei Yilin unexpectedly leaned in and pressed her lips against his. Taken aback, Lin Xiangyu's mind went blank. But before he could savor the softness of her lips, Pei Yilin bit down hard. The pain shot through him, yet he stifled any sound, pushing her away with both hands in a futile attempt to escape her grip. The throbbing pain in his lips consumed his thoughts, and he pushed against Pei Yilin, who clung to him like a fierce dog, refusing to let go. In desperation, he squeezed her, finally forcing her to release him. As Pei Yilin withdrew, Lin Xiangyu's lips bled, a testament to her ferocity. Seeing him clutching his mouth in pain, Pei Yilin wore a smug expression, strutting back towards the room as if victorious. Lin Xiangyu, ignoring his anger towards her, quickly shut the door and rushed to the mirror to inspect his injury. Pei Yilin planned to return to her room for a change of clothes before heading downstairs to shower, feeling uncomfortably sticky from sweat. Meanwhile, Han Yozhen, having eaten little at dinner, was searching the fridge for a snack when she stumbled upon a shocking scene as she ascended the stairs, her eyes wide with disbelief. Chapter 20. A Debt of Blood, Requital in Kind. Han Yozhin's contribution has generated 100 points of astonishment. Having barely closed the door to his room, Lin Xiangyu was utterly bewildered by the system notification. What had transpired? Why had Yozhinjia suddenly bestowed such a significant amount of astonishment upon him? Could it be that Yozhinjia had witnessed the events that had just unfolded between him and Pei Yilin? Lin Xiangyu was loath to believe it, yet he knew that it was highly probable, a realization that filled him with trepidation. In stark contrast to Lin Xiangyu, Pei Yilin, the other participant in the aforementioned incident, remained blissfully unaware that her audacious actions had been observed by Han Yozhin. Humming a cheerful melody, Pei Yilin skipped back to her room, flung open her wardrobe, and casually selected a change of clothes. Her face radiated a radiant smile as she merrily exited the room, eager to indulge in a refreshing bath downstairs. Meanwhile, concealed within her room, Han Yozhin cautiously cracked open her door, peering furtively into the hallway. When her gaze fell upon Pei Yilin's short-sleeved white t-shirt, her eyes widened with confusion, and her mind began to wander uncontrollably. What exactly had transpired between Yilin and Lin Xiangyu? The following morning, before the sun had fully illuminated the room, Lin Xiangyu arose from his slumber with uncharacteristic promptness. Having learned from the previous day's experience, he had deliberately set an alarm, determined to avoid being roused by anyone else. The sunlight streamed through the window, gently caressing the breakfast table. However, today, Han Yozhin was conspicuously absent, leaving only Lin Xiangyu. Pei Yilin, Jean Mimi, and Min Jing gathered around the table. Pei Yilin stirred her porridge with a spoon, her bright eyes darting about with unbridled curiosity. Suddenly, as if having made a discovery, she tilted her head slightly and inquired in a clear, youthful voice, "Has second sister not risen yet?" "She is usually an earlier riser than I." Lin Xiangyu was equally perplexed by this matter, but his guilt prevented him from voicing his concerns. Min Jing, who had been meticulously arranging the tableware on the table, slowly raised her head in response to Pei Yilin's question. Her face bore a gentle smile, yet her eyes betrayed a hint of concern. She softly placed the plate she was holding, smoothed a stray strand of hair behind her ear, and said in a soothing tone, "Yozhin has already departed. This morning, she informed me that she intends to reside at school for a while, wishing to fully immerse herself in the experience of dormitory life. Although this notion came as a surprise, I have decided to support her decision and allow her to explore it. I only hope she can adapt." Upon hearing the news of Han Yozhin's impending move to the school dormitory, Lin Xiangyu, who had just raised his cup to take a sip of water, abruptly paused, his eyes widening slightly. A fleeting expression of astonishment crossed his face before he set down his cup and cleared his throat, attempting to conceal his surprise. Lin Xiangyu knew that Han Yozhin's decision to reside at school was undoubtedly related to her having witnessed the events that had transpired between him and Pei Yilin the previous night. Pei Yilin's chopsticks, which had been poised to pick up a morsel of food, remained suspended in midair. Her mouth instinctively gaped open, her face displaying an expression of disbelief. However, she quickly regained her composure and muttered under her breath, "Why would second sister suddenly want to live at school?" In contrast, Jean Mimi remained composed, betraying no surprise at the news, indicating that she had been informed in advance. She gently placed her spoon on the table, turned her gaze towards Min Jing, and reached out to take Min Jing's hand, offering reassurance. You need not worry about Yozhin. Although she may appear naive, she has matured and is capable of taking care of herself." Min Jing responded, placing her other hand on top of Jean Mimi's, nodding slightly, her eyes still harboring a trace of concern. Observing Min Jing's somber mood due to Han Yozhin's decision to reside at school, the others tacitly agreed to discontinue the topic, lowering their heads and silently consuming their meal. For a moment, the only sound that could be heard was the gentle clinking of utensils against plates. As they ate, Pei Yilin glanced at Lin Xiangyu, her eyes suddenly sparkling with mischief. She then remarked, "Xiangyu Appa, your mouth appears to be rather uncomfortable. Are you suffering from mouth ulcers?" Her voice was clear and resonant, particularly noticeable in the quiet dining room. Min and Jing's contribution has generated 15 points of astonishment. Jean Mimi's contribution has generated 14 points of astonishment. As soon as Pei Yilin uttered those words, Min and Jing and Jean Mimi simultaneously turned their attention to Lin Xiangyu. Feeling the gazes of the three women upon him, Lin Xiangyu could feel his face growing flushed. Although Min and Jing remained silent, her concerned gaze seemed to inquire about his well-being. Lin Xiangyu hastily set down his chopsticks and explained with a hint of panic. "It's nothing serious, just a minor mouth ulcer. Should Annie take you to the hospital for a checkup?" Min and Jing asked with concern, her eyes filled with solicitude. Lin Xiangyu quickly waved his hand and replied, "No need, it's not serious. It's just a small ulcer that will heal on its own in a couple of days. There's no need to trouble you." "How did you develop mouth ulcers?" Pei Yilin inquired with a hint of schadenfreude, her face betraying a subtle, mischievous smile. Upon hearing Pei Yilin's question, Lin Xiangyu, Min and Jing, and Jean Mimi simultaneously lowered their heads and resumed eating, each lost in their own thoughts. Lin Xiangyu felt a surge of annoyance at Pei Yilin's remark, thinking to himself, "How did I develop mouth ulcers? As if you don't know." After a brief pause, Pei Yilin elegantly dabbed her mouth with a napkin and said playfully, "I've finished eating. You may continue at your leisure." With that, she stood up and walked towards the door with a light step. Upon seeing this, Lin Xiangyu hastily shoveled the remaining rice into his mouth, announcing, "I've finished eating. I'm off to school." He then stood up and quickly exited the house. Min and Jing and Jean Mimi simultaneously turned their attention to Lin Xiangyu's departing figure. As if sensing that they were performing the same action, they exchanged glances. After a brief moment of eye contact, they both lowered their heads and resumed eating. The atmosphere becoming somewhat delicate. Lin Xiangyu had only been transported to this world a little over a day ago, yet he had already managed to fill everyone in the household with their own private thoughts and concerns. The house in which Lin Xiangyu and his companions resided was a detached house. When he emerged from the house, he found Pei Yilin standing at the street corner. Hailing a passing taxi, Lin Xiangyu approached the street corner, seized Pei Yilin's arm, and said with a stern expression, "Pei Yilin, you've gone too far. Refrain from engaging in those strange behaviors in front of Jing Annie and the others. Do you have any idea how awkward it is? Furthermore, do you know that what happened last night has already..." Before Lin Xiangyu could finish, Pei Yilin forcefully wrenched her arm away from Lin Xiangyu's grasp. Her face contorted with anger. She exclaimed loudly, "I've gone too far? Perhaps you should take a look at your own actions. You pinched me until I turned purple, and I haven't even settled accounts with you yet." Pei Yilin grew increasingly agitated as she spoke, her chest heaving violently, her eyes flashing with rage. She paused for a moment before continuing, "Lin Xiangyu, don't think that I'm afraid of you. However you wish to play, I'm more than willing to oblige." With that, she hailed a passing taxi, opened the door, and turned back to Lin Xiangyu, extending her middle finger before swiftly entering the vehicle and slamming the door shut. Lin Xiangyu was left standing in place, his face flushed with anger, his hands clenched into fists, his rage escalating rapidly. As he watched the taxi disappear into the distance, Lin Xiangyu vowed in his heart, "Pei Yilin, I will make you pay for this in blood. Since you were the first person to cause me to bleed after my arrival in this world, I shall be the first to cause you to bleed as well." Chapter 21. The class flower approaches in the corridor leading to the classroom. Lin Xiangyu unexpectedly encountered his homeroom teacher, Shen Ying'ai. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, Shen Ying'ai blushed as if electrified, quickly averting her gaze shyly, as if wishing to escape something. Almost immediately, she hastened her steps, rushing towards the classroom for this period. The sound of her high heels striking the floor echoing in a hurried and flustered manner. Lin Xiangyu watched her retreating figure, shaking his head slightly with a gentle sigh. He understood that matters of the heart cannot be rushed. It is essential to allow Shen Ying'ai ample time to come to terms with her feelings. Forcing the issue would only lead to adverse effects. As Lin Xiangyu entered the classroom, the previously cacophonous atmosphere, reminiscent of a bustling market, fell silent as though a pause button had been pressed. All eyes turned to him, akin to gazing upon a mysterious character who had abruptly intruded. Seated at her desk, Zhang Xiaoying lifted her head and, upon seeing Lin Xiangyu. Her face flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple, so red that it seemed it might bleed. Throughout the lesson, Zhang Xiaoying's thoughts strayed far from the teacher's discourse. She frequently cast glances towards Lin Xiangyu's desk. At that moment, Lin Xiangyu, having risen early that morning, was napping with his head resting on his desk, completely oblivious to Zhang Xiaoying's frequent gazes. Since yesterday, Zhang Xiaoying had been preoccupied with thoughts of the incident from that morning, rendering her unable to concentrate on anything. She felt as though her spirit had departed. Finally, she resolved that enduring prolonged discomfort was worse than facing it head-on, and as soon as the class ended, she made her way to Lin Xiangyu, who was still dozing at his desk. The classmates, witnessing this scene, widened their eyes in astonishment, as if they had discovered a new world, their excitement palpable as they contributed to Lin Xiangyu's astonishment value. While the center of attention remained oblivious, Zhang Xiaoying stood before Lin Xiangyu, watching him sleep, momentarily at a loss. She was deeply anxious, fearing that she might inadvertently provoke Lin Xiangyu by sharing her photo online. Yet, the piercing gazes of her classmates, akin to searchlights, made it difficult for her to retreat. After a fierce internal struggle, she mustered the courage to extend a finger and gently poke Lin Xiangyu's arm, a tentative motion reminiscent of a timid little rabbit testing the waters. Feeling the gentle prod, Lin Xiangyu gradually awakened from his slumber, rubbing his bleary eyes. The scene before him came into focus, and he immediately noticed Zhang Xiaoying standing there. Surprised, he furrowed his brow and inquired, "Is there something you need? Lin Xiangyu, could you step outside with me?" Zhang Xiaoying, flustered and anxious, stammered, her voice barely above a whisper, akin to the hum of a mosquito. For reasons unknown, since their encounter the previous morning, she sensed that Lin Xiangyu was no longer the timid, easily bullied figure he once was, but had instead developed a formidable presence that was not to be trifled with. Upon hearing Zhang Xiaoying's words, the classmates reacted as if struck by lightning, their jaws nearly dropping to the floor. Observing the escalating astonishment value, Lin Xiangyu's lips curled into a peculiar smile. He then rose leisurely, remarking, "Zhang, the class flower, we aren't that familiar, are we? If you have something to say, you can do so here." Zhang Xiaoying found herself frozen in place, as if under a spell. Although she had anticipated Lin Xiangyu's possible outburst, deep down, she still instinctively hoped for a favorable outcome. Not only Zhang Xiaoying, but the other students were equally stunned upon hearing Lin Xiangyu's response. Just 2 days prior, he had been the target of relentless bullying, a veritable punching bag among his peers. Their ingrained perceptions of him could not be altered so swiftly. As the classroom erupted in whispers, Zhang Xiaoying felt a mix of embarrassment and anger. Having always held herself in high regard, she could hardly bear such indignity. "Lin Xiangyu," she shouted, her voice sharp and furious, as if to unleash all her pent-up grievances. Lin Xiangyu, caught in contemplation, was ignited by Zhang Xiaoying's tone, and he retorted fiercely, "What the hell are you barking about?" Zhang Xiaoying's outburst contributed significantly to Lin Xiangyu's astonishment value, prompting his classmates to generously add to the tally. Meanwhile, Lin Xiangyu's fierce retort escalated the situation to its zenith, plunging the once boisterous classroom into an eerie silence. Chapter 22. Bullying the class flower in public. Zhang Xiaoying felt her heart constrict as she witnessed Lin Xiangyu's sudden outburst of anger, as if an invisible hand had tightly gripped her chest, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. This shudder was not merely due to Lin Xiangyu's fearsome demeanor, but rather because he held a secret in his grasp that could utterly shatter her. Should that secret come to light, her standing in the school would be obliterated, and the prospect of continuing to live would become uncertain. This fear engulfed her like a rising tide. Lin Xiangyu regarded the tight-lipped Zhang Xiaoying, who was biting her lip in silence, with a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. He inquired, "What is this? Are you unwilling to accept your fate?" Zhang Xiaoying's face flushed crimson, and at that moment, she was oblivious to the spotlight cast by her classmates' gazes. Lowering her head, her voice barely above a whisper, she murmured, "I'm sorry, I was wrong. Her unexpected apology left her onlookers in stunned silence, jaws nearly dropping to the floor. They had anticipated a fierce confrontation following Lin Xiangyu's insult, given that Zhang Xiaoying had a well-known cousin in the upper grades who could easily come to her aid. In their eyes, she had always been a figure of audacity. Even the former leader of their class, Zhu Genxue, dared not cross her. Though Lin Xiangyu had demonstrated considerable fighting prowess the previous day, there is a saying, a fierce tiger cannot withstand a pack of wolves. They believed that with a mere command from her cousin, a throng of upperclassmen would swiftly descend upon Lin Xiangyu, delivering him a thorough thrashing. Yet, no one had anticipated Zhang Xiaoying would suddenly concede to Lin Xiangyu. Consequently, Lin Xiangyu reveled in the shock he had elicited from his peers, each stunned expression adding to his triumph. However, for him, this was merely the beginning. Like a greedy hunter, he was determined to extract every ounce of their astonishment, unwilling to let Zhang Xiaoying slip away so easily, especially as she had presented this opportunity upon herself. With resolve, Lin Xiangyu's lips curled into a sly smile as he tilted his head, striking a classic celebratory pose reminiscent of Iverson, listening intently, before deliberately raising his voice to declare, "What was that? I didn't quite catch it." Zhang Xiaoying, already humiliated beyond measure, found herself biting her lip to the point of pain upon hearing Lin Xiangyu's taunt. Although her apology had been soft-spoken, the classroom was so quiet that a pin drop would have echoed. Everyone heard her words clearly. All the classmates understood that Lin Xiangyu was deliberately humiliating Zhang Xiaoying, and they eagerly awaited her reaction. Some even thought to themselves, this brat, Lin Xiangyu, is truly pushing his luck. If he provokes Zhang Xiaoying too far, her cousin will surely seek him out for retribution. It would be as easy as squashing an ant. Many shared this sentiment, and some even secretly hoped for Lin Xiangyu to be thoroughly dealt with by Zhang Xiaoying's cousin. For those infatuated with her, such humiliation of their goddess was unforgivable. Yet, Zhang Xiaoying was destined to disappoint them. After a brief internal struggle, she took a deep breath, raised her voice, and repeated, "I'm sorry, I was wrong." Lin Xiangyu looked down at her, his tone carrying an undeniable command. Zhang Xiaoying slowly lifted her flushed face, pouring all her strength into her words, declaring loudly, "I'm sorry, I was wrong." Tears glistened in her eyes. If not for her restraint, she would have been sobbing uncontrollably. Nonetheless, Lin Xiangyu showed no intention of letting her off the hook. As he reveled in the astonishment of his classmates, he spoke once more, "Who are you apologizing to?" Having never endured such indignity, Zhang Xiaoying's eyes brimmed with tears, which began to spill over uncontrollably. She wished to hold back her tears in front of her classmates, raising her gaze towards the ceiling in an attempt to stem the flow. Yet, the more she tried, the more her heart ached, and the tears cascaded down like a broken dam. "Lin Xiangyu, I was wrong." With her eyes reddened, Zhang Xiaoying choked out her words. This scene left her classmates aghast, utterly unable to believe their eyes. They then offered their utmost sincerity, fervently contributing to Lin Xiangyu's astonishment points, the numbers soaring as if witnessing a grand spectacle. Seeing Zhang Xiaoying's pitiful state, Lin Xiangyu felt a flicker of compassion and was prepared to console her. Yet, Zhang Xiaoying did not afford him that chance. Upon finishing her sentence, she covered her mouth and, like a wounded fawn, dashed out of the classroom. Lin Xiangyu, witnessing this, immediately rose to chase after her, feeling a pang of guilt for the distress he had caused. Just then, a boy sprang up from the back of the classroom, shouting, "Hey, Lin Xiangyu, you scoundrel! How dare you treat Zhang Xiaoying like this? I'll make you pay." This was the same boy who had boasted the previous day that he could outmatch Lin Xiangyu in a fight. Hearing this, Lin Xiangyu furrowed his brow and turned to look, only to see the boy charging towards him, brandishing a stool with an aggressive demeanor. Emerging from the narrow space between the desks, Lin Xiangyu was immediately confronted by the irate youth, an air of hostility permeating the atmosphere. "Get out of my way." Lin Xiangyu's eyes flashed with a cold light, and as he spoke, his right leg shot out like a cannonball, striking the youth squarely in the abdomen with tremendous force. The impact sent the youth hurtling backward like a broken doll, landing heavily on the floor. In the process, his elbow struck the corner of a desk, contorting his face in agony, and the stool he had been wielding slipped from his grasp, narrowly missing his head, leaving him pale and trembling. Having felled his assailant, Lin Xiangyu did not press his advantage, but instead strode purposefully toward the exit. He reflected on his recent actions, acknowledging their excessive nature, and felt a pang of concern for Zheng Xiaoying, who had fled in tears. Upon reaching the corridor, he found it deserted. He decided to search the sports field, where he soon spotted Zheng Xiaoying, her face buried in her hands as she wept. Standing beside her was her cousin, Zheng Taijun, a known troublemaker in his second year of university. Xiaoying, don't cry. Tell your brother who dared to upset you, and I'll break their legs. Zheng Taijun stood with his hands on his hips, his chest heaving, as if ready to tear apart whoever had wronged his sister. When Zheng Xiaoying continued to sob silently, Zheng Taijun's anger intensified. Xiaoying, this is not just about you, it's about me too. How dare anyone lay a hand on my sister? Lin Xiangyu, having spotted Zheng Xiaoying, approached without hesitation, every word of Zheng Taijun's tirade reaching his ears. He was unfazed by Zheng Taijun's presence, knowing that he could easily enhance his combat abilities with the 1,000+ shock points he possessed. Moreover, he was confident in his current strength to face anyone. He was clad in a simple white vest and clean white sneakers, unassuming garments that were, in fact, his secret weapons, constantly activating his passive skills, significantly boosting his base attributes. He resolved to wear this ensemble daily. Golden skill card, passive vest tiger. Effect, increases combat power by 50 when wearing any vest. Golden skill card, passive sports boy. Effect, increases movement speed by 50 when wearing sneakers. As Lin Xiangyu drew near, Zheng Taijun, like an enraged bull, whirled around, shouting, "Hey kid, are you in the same class as my sister?" "Yes," Lin Xiangyu replied calmly, neither arrogant nor servile. However, as a precaution, he silently directed the system to upgrade the lottery turntable and initiate a draw. Ding! Lottery turntable upgraded successfully. Reward areas have been modified. Next draw guarantees a diamond reward or higher. Note: lottery points have increased from 100 to 500. The system's crisp notification was followed by a transformation of the turntable. The bronze and silver reward areas were replaced by gold and platinum, while the diamond, master, and king reward areas expanded, becoming more prominent. The previously narrow sliver of the king reward area had become the exclusive domain of a mysterious grand prize, radiating an irresistible allure. Lin Xiangyu was annoyed that the system had not forewarned him about the increase in lottery points, but he still had enough points for one more draw. Draw, he commanded mentally. The turntable's pointer spun wildly, as if caught in a whirlwind, before settling on the diamond reward area. A card, shimmering with the brilliance of a diamond, materialized in Lin Xiangyu's mind. Diamond skill card. Go to sleep. Effect: a punch to the head will instantly knock the opponent unconscious. Sleep duration varies depending on the opponent's strength, with a maximum of 3 minutes. Each use consumes 1/3 of stamina. Exhaustion will result in immediate fainting. Lin Xiangyu nearly burst out laughing, marveling at the quality of the system's products. With this card, combined with the calf kick and jab, he felt like he had reached the pinnacle of combat power at the school, unmatched by any opponent. The entire process unfolded silently in Lin Xiangyu's mind, imperceptible to those around him. "Oh good, do you know which bastard bullied my sister?" Zheng Taijun asked, his head held high, his nostrils practically pointing to the sky. Lin Xiangyu's brow furrowed at Zheng Taijun's words. "Bastard?" he repeated coldly. Chapter 24. Conversation. Zheng Xiaoying was weeping, her shoulders trembling slightly, her hands tightly covering her face. Upon hearing a voice that bore a resemblance to Lin Xiangyu's, she abruptly froze, then hurriedly removed her hands from her visage. Her eyes were swollen and red, tears glistening on the verge of spilling over, with traces of dried tears still visible on her cheeks. Once she confirmed that the individual before her was indeed Lin Xiangyu, her gaze instantly filled with urgency and supplication. Her hands swiftly clasped together in prayer, bowing towards him, the meaning unmistakable. "Brother, you mustn't speak to my classmate like that." Zheng Xiaoying, fearful of a potential conflict, was the first to speak, her voice tinged with sobs and trembling slightly. Her tone was both anxious and resolute, darting her gaze back and forth between Zheng Taijun and Lin Xiangyu, filled with concern. Zheng Taijun, who had initially been ready to unleash his fury due to Lin Xiangyu's tone, halted abruptly, turning to Zheng Xiaoying with a look of disbelief etched across his face. Lin Xiangyu shared in the surprise, completely taken aback by Zheng Xiaoying's words, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. "What do you mean, Zheng Xiaoying?" Zheng Taijun's expression darkened instantly, his tone laced with irritation. "You're defending a classmate and speaking to me like this?" His brows knitted tightly, the muscles in his face twitched, clearly incensed by Zheng Xiaoying's statement. Zheng Xiaoying shot a glance at Lin Xiangyu, her eyes pleading and filled with guilt. Then, she rose on her toes, leaning towards Zheng Taijun's ear, whispering something. Her lips moved subtly, her voice barely audible, and her hands anxiously tugged at the hem of her clothing. As Zheng Taijun listened to her words, his eyes widened in disbelief, staring incredulously at Lin Xiangyu. His expression was exaggerated, mouth agape, as if he had uncovered a monumental secret, the shock evident on his face. Yet, once Zheng Xiaoying finished speaking, Zheng Taijun remained skeptical, his voice laced with doubt. "Zheng Xiaoying, you wouldn't be trying to deceive me because you're being bullied and are too afraid to tell me, would you?" His eyes narrowed, scrutinizing her expression for any signs of deception. Seeing that Zheng Taijun did not believe her, Zheng Xiaoying bit her lip, her pearly whites leaving marks on her pale skin. After a moment's hesitation, she boldly approached Lin Xiangyu, taking his hand in front of Zheng Taijun. Her movements were somewhat stiff, her hand trembling, clearly revealing her inner turmoil. Lin Xiangyu was momentarily taken aback by Zheng Xiaoying's gesture, a glimmer of confusion in his eyes. However, he quickly regained his composure, concealing his surprise as he wished to discern Zheng Xiaoying's intentions. He could distinctly feel her nervousness, her palm clammy and cool against his. Zheng Taijun squinted slightly, his gaze assessing, tinged with sarcasm. "Zheng Xiaoying, you don't think that merely holding hands could fool me, do you?" A slight smirk played on his lips, a derisive laugh escaping him. Upon hearing his words, Zheng Xiaoying's expression contorted in struggle, her inner conflict palpable. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, she appeared relieved. "Brother, you wouldn't want to watch me kiss another boy here, would you? That would be rather twisted, wouldn't it? Should I inform Dad about this?" Zheng Taijun's demeanor shifted instantly, his face tightening in anxiety as he forced a smile. "Xiaoying, I was just joking. Who would I not believe? I just worry that you might be bullied and too afraid to speak up. I was merely moved by a sad movie. Besides, who would dare bully me? Everyone knows I'm Zheng Taijun's sister." Zheng Xiaoying began to chime in, a smile illuminating her face, her tone playful. This pleased Zheng Taijun immensely, a proud grin spreading across his face as he ceased to doubt her, laughing heartily. Of course, who in this entire school would dare harm Zheng Taijun's sister? With that, Zheng Taijun moved beside Lin Xiangyu, slinging an arm around his shoulder, cheerfully proclaiming, "Brother-in-law, should anyone dare to bully you or Xiaoying, just let me know." Lin Xiangyu glanced at Zheng Xiaoying, who was still holding his hand, her eyes filled with entreaty. He smiled gently, his expression warm. "Rest assured, brother, I will not allow anyone to bully Xiaoying." "Good job." Zheng Taijun clapped Lin Xiangyu on the shoulder. "Brother-in-law, let's have a brief chat, just us two." As Zheng Taijun led Lin Xiangyu aside, Zheng Xiaoying clutched Lin Xiangyu's hand tightly, refusing to let go, following them with a look of fear and unease, her grip tightening. Lin Xiangyu understood her apprehension, halting his steps, gently patting her hand with his other one, speaking softly. "It's all right, Xiaoying, I'll just be a moment with your brother, and then I'll return." Zheng Taijun chimed in, "Exactly, Xiaoying, let go of his hand, don't cling like a sticky rice cake." Reluctantly, she released her grasp, her eyes filled with reluctance and worry as she watched Lin Xiangyu and Zheng Taijun walk away, her heart fluttering with anxiety. Once they were at a distance, Zheng Taijun turned back to check on Zheng Xiaoying, and upon seeing she had not followed, he whispered, "Kid, I'm not so old-fashioned. If Xiaoying likes you, I won't interfere. I just have one request." "What is it?" Lin Xiangyu inquired, curiosity glimmering in his eyes as he regarded Zheng Taijun attentively. Well, Zheng Taijun rarely showed such an awkward expression, his eyes betraying a hint of embarrassment as he lowered his voice. When you and Xiaoying, during that time, you must wear protection, understood? Lin Xiangyu had not anticipated Zheng Taijun would broach such a subject. Although he knew that his relationship with Zheng Xiaoying would inevitably lead to that, he had never considered the necessity of protection. Noticing Lin Xiangyu's silence, Zheng Taijun pressed on. We're all men here. I understand your thoughts. If you truly dislike it, then you needn't use it. His expression softened with understanding. Just make sure you don't get Xiaoying pregnant. You know what to do, right? I shouldn't have to explain. I know what to do. You needn't worry, brother. Lin Xiangyu replied with a smile. His expression bright, yet a glimmer of mischief danced in his eyes. Upon hearing Lin Xiangyu's response, Zheng Taijun patted his shoulder, both of them sharing a laugh. They remained oblivious to the fact that Zheng Xiaoying had quietly positioned herself behind them at some point. Chapter 25. Surprise as Lin Xiangyu and Zheng Taijun concluded their laughter. Thoroughly satisfied, they turned around only to be met with the sight of Zheng Xiaoying. Her face flushed with indignation and embarrassment. Zheng Taijun, as if struck by lightning, felt his smile freeze on his face, wishing desperately to vanish into the ground. Discussing how to approach his own sister with another man, only to have her overhear, was undoubtedly the most mortifying moment of his life. He could almost excavate a lavish villa with his toes. I just remembered I have something to do. I'll take my leave, brother-in-law, Zheng Taijun hastily declared before bolting away, disappearing from the playground in the blink of an eye. Upon exiting the playground, Zheng Taijun was immediately confronted by a towering male student. Meanwhile, silence enveloped Lin Xiangyu and Zheng Xiaoying, the air thick with an ambiguous tension that swiftly entwined them. They exchanged wide-eyed glances, momentarily at a loss for words, only able to endure an awkward silence that felt suffocatingly tense. Ahem. Ahem. After what felt like an eternity, Lin Xiangyu cleared his throat, breaking the oppressive stillness. Yet, as he attempted to speak, the silence consumed him again. He was unsure how to continue the conversation. Just as Lin Xiangyu hesitated, Zheng Xiaoying took a deep breath, as if summoning immense resolve, and spoke. Lin Xiangyu, have you decided what you want me to do? Lin Xiangyu had indeed contemplated this, but he was acutely aware that once he voiced his request, Zheng Xiaoying would undoubtedly waver. Noticing his silence, Zheng Xiaoying grew anxious, her cheeks still flushed, and implored, no matter what you ask of me, I will do it. I beg you, if that photo isn't deleted, I want to be able to live. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiangyu felt a surge of delight within. He leaned closer to Zheng Xiaoying's ear and whispered his thoughts. The moment she heard, her pearly teeth bit into her lower lip, her already flushed face turning a deeper shade of crimson, as though blood might drip from it. Her hands instinctively clutched at the hem of her clothing, her nails nearly embedding into her palms. After a fierce internal battle, she inhaled deeply, gathering her courage to respond. Though her voice was soft, it carried a resolute tone. No, I cannot agree to this. I'm still a novice. Lin Xiangyu's expression darkened instantly. His brows knitted together as a flicker of displeasure crossed his eyes. Intentionally raising his voice, laced with irritation, he retorted. Didn't you say you would agree to whatever I asked? What's the deal? Are you planning to keep this as a commodity? As he spoke, he advanced a step closer, emanating an air of pressure. Zheng Xiaoying trembled slightly at his intensity, but stood tall, her gaze unwavering as she replied loudly, No. I wish to save it for my boyfriend. Aside from this, I will agree to anything else. Her voice quivered, yet was imbued with undeniable conviction. Recognizing that persisting would be futile, Lin Xiangyu suppressed his dissatisfaction and chose to compromise. His gaze flickered momentarily before he leaned in closer again, whispering a few more words into her ear. His tone was low and suggestive, his warm breath grazing Zheng Xiaoying's neck, causing her to shiver involuntarily. After speaking, Lin Xiangyu straightened, his eyes fixed intently on Zheng Xiaoying, brimming with anticipation as he inquired, So what do you think? You can manage that, right? Zheng Xiaoying lowered her head further, her mind engulfed in turmoil once more. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, she slowly raised her hand to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear, nodding gently. Her bashful demeanor resembled a flower blooming in spring, stirring emotions deep within. Receiving her affirmative response ignited a fervor in Lin Xiangyu, his blood racing with excitement as he eagerly awaited the end of the school day. The hours dragged on, each tick of the clock stretching interminably. Even the lessons from Shun Ying-ai felt lackluster, which was also due to his promise to maintain a normal teacher-student relationship with her at school. Finally, the school day drew to a close. According to their plan, Lin Xiangyu remained in the classroom while Zhang Xiaoying blended into the crowd, intending to return once the classroom was empty. One by one, classmates trickled out, and Lin Xiangyu dialed Min and Jing's number, informing her that he would be late returning home due to school matters and that she need not wait for dinner. Min and Jing did not pry further, offering a few brief reminders before ending the call. After hanging up, Lin Xiangyu paced the classroom, brimming with excitement, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips as visions of what was to come danced in his mind. Min and Jing had generously provided him with pocket money, more than sufficient for a rendezvous at a motel. However, influenced by certain films, Lin Xiangyu harbored an unusual obsession with locations like classrooms, hospital rooms, kitchens, and offices, believing that something thrilling had to transpire in such settings. Time seemed to mock him, crawling by at an excruciatingly slow pace. Growing impatient, Lin Xiangyu pulled out his phone and messaged Zhang Xiaoying. "Aren't you here yet?" Shortly, he received a reply. "I'll be there soon." At that moment, Lin Xiangyu heard the distinct clacking of high heels echoing down the corridor, each step growing closer. He knew that Zhang Xiaoying was the only one in their class who frequently wore high heels. His heart raced as he hid by the door, preparing to spring out and greet her with a mischievous hello, surprise. A wicked grin spread across Lin Xiangyu's face as he crouched like a leopard, ready to pounce the moment she stepped into the classroom. Chapter 26. "I am waiting for you in the classroom." The sudden appearance of Lin Xiangyu startled the newcomer, whose face turned pale with fright, letting out a piercing scream that seemed to slice through the air. Upon hearing the scream, Lin Xiangyu's gaze swiftly swept over the attire of the newcomer, and he was instantly struck as if by lightning, his eyes widening in shock and dismay. For the person he had embraced was not Zhang Xiaoying, but rather Shun Ying-ai. Shun Ying-ai, trembling in fear, turned her head, her eyes reflecting lingering terror. Upon realizing that it was Lin Xiangyu holding her, she gradually exhaled, her tense body slowly relaxing, and her frayed nerves finally stabilizing. In the next moment, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, resembling a ripe apple, as she playfully scolded, "What are you doing? Didn't you promise the teacher that you wouldn't engage in such behavior at school anymore?" Her voice was soft and melodic, tinged with a hint of reproach and a touch of bashfulness. "No, Lin Xiangyu hurriedly began to explain, but as the words left his lips, he suddenly grasped the complexity of the situation and swallowed the rest of his sentence. An awkward silence enveloped the room, the air seemingly frozen. At that moment, the sound of hurried high heels echoed down the corridor, growing closer with each step, and soon, Zhang Xiaoying appeared at the door. Upon seeing Shun Ying-ai, a look of surprise flickered across her face, her eyes widening and her mouth slightly agape. Shun Ying-ai, noticing Zhang Xiaoying's arrival, was equally astonished, and the two women's gazes met in the air, brimming with incredulity. Zhang Xiaoying, quick to react, understood that if she did not intervene, Shun Ying-ai would certainly become suspicious. With a swift glance, she feigned confusion and cheerfully inquired, "Teacher Shun, Lin Xiangyu, what are you two doing here in the classroom after school?" Upon hearing Zhang Xiaoying's words, Shun Ying-ai reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, hastily waving her hands. Her expression flustered as she stammered, I came back to retrieve my watch. I left it in the classroom during class." With that, she hurried towards the podium, her steps betraying her anxiety. Seizing the moment, Lin Xiangyu and Zhang Xiaoying exchanged a glance, with Lin Xiangyu giving Zhang Xiaoying a thumbs up, their eyes communicating a silent understanding and reassurance. After retrieving her watch, Shun Ying-ai turned to face them, her gaze scrutinizing. And what about you two? Why are you here instead of going home after school? I'm also here to get something, Zhang Xiaoying replied, heading toward her desk while mentally strategizing her next move. Shunning eyes then narrowed in on Lin Xiangyu, filled with curiosity. She could not fathom what Lin Xiangyu intended to stay behind for, but that earlier embrace stirred unfamiliar ripples within her, leading her to suspect that Lin Xiangyu had been intentionally waiting for her. Lin Xiangyu blinked twice, his mind racing as he said, "Teacher Shun, when I was about to leave, I noticed your watch on the podium and feared it might be taken by someone else. So I decided to keep an eye on it for you." Upon hearing Lin Xiangyu's explanation, Shinning-ai nodded, yet a glimmer of skepticism lingered in her gaze. She believed that Lin Xiangyu was not being entirely truthful. In her mind, the reality was that he had discovered she had left her watch in the classroom and had deliberately laid in wait, intending to become intimate with her when she came to retrieve it. She had not anticipated that their plans would be disrupted by the sudden appearance of Zhang Xiaoying. Feigning to have finished gathering her belongings, Zhang Xiaoying promptly stood and made her way towards the door. Upon reaching the vicinity of the podium, she remarked, "Teacher Shun, you two take your time chatting. I've got my things and will be leaving now. See you tomorrow." Her voice rang clear, shattering the delicate atmosphere in the classroom. After speaking, she cast a contemplative glance at Lin Xiangyu. He said nothing, merely gesturing with his phone, indicating for her to check her messages after she left. Zhang Xiaoying's words were meant to dispel any suspicion regarding her and Lin Xiangyu's private conversation in the classroom. Upon hearing Zhang Xiaoying's statement, Shinning-ai quickly interjected, "Wait for me, teacher. I'll walk out with you." With that, she followed Zhang Xiaoying out of the classroom. As she passed by Lin Xiangyu, Shinning-ai shot him a lingering, reproachful glance, her eyes seemingly conveying dissatisfaction and grievance, as she said, "Lin, I truly appreciate your help with the watch. If there is nothing else, you should head home early." "Oh, all right," Lin Xiangyu replied, watching the two depart. Once they exited the classroom, he immediately grabbed his phone and sent Zhang Xiaoying a message. "If you come back, I'll be waiting for you in the classroom." At that moment, Lin Xiangyu's desires surged to a peak, akin to a blazing inferno. Chapter 27, An Additional Chance. Lin Xiangyu sat in the classroom, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the desk, his gaze occasionally drifting towards the door, filled with anticipation for the appearance of Zhang Xiaoying. Just as impatience began to creep in, his phone chimed with a message from her. "I might not be able to return to class. Teacher Shun is taking me home and visiting my family." Winky face. Upon reading this, Lin Xiangyu's brows furrowed tightly, his face betraying his disappointment. Before he could fully process the news, his phone vibrated twice more. "Let's reschedule, shall we? Rest assured, I will not go back on my word regarding what I promised you." Lin Xiangyu clenched his teeth, though he felt reluctant. He understood that the day was likely a lost cause. He quickly typed a response. "All right, let us reschedule, but if we do, I would like an additional chance." After sending the message, he lifted his gaze to the window, just in time to see Shinning-ai and Zhang Xiaoying exiting the school together. A short while later, he received a reply from Zhang Xiaoying. "Okay, an additional chance is fine, but only up to 2 times. It cannot exceed that. Do not treat me as a mere outlet for your desires." Lin Xiangyu snorted coldly, stowed his phone away, and left the classroom. He stepped outside and hailed a taxi, slipping inside. Upon arriving home, Lin Xiangyu found his family gathered around the dining table, enjoying a meal. The warm yellow light illuminated the table, and the aroma of the food wafted through the air. "Have you resolved everything so quickly?" Minjing inquired gently, a tender smile gracing her face. Lin Xiangyu managed a smile and nodded as he took a seat at the table. At that moment, Pei Yilin shot him a sidelong glance, her lips curling into a mocking smirk. "Didn't you say you wouldn't be back for dinner? I thought we could enjoy a peaceful meal tonight, but here you are, returning halfway through. How unfortunate." Her sharp tones sliced through the previously harmonious atmosphere like a knife. "Yilin, how can you speak to your brother like that?" Minjing's expression darkened instantly, her voice stern as she reprimanded, "Apologize to your brother at once. Brother Xianjiu is so magnanimous. He would hold anything against me, right?" Pei Yilin replied with a sly expression, her eyes narrowing mischievously. "Isn't that right, Brother Xianjiu?" Seeing Pei Yilin show no remorse, Minjing rose abruptly, her hands pressing against the table as she declared loudly, Pei Yilin, apologize to your brother this instant. Will he even accept my apology? Pei Yilin stood as well, her eyes wide and unyielding as she fixed her gaze on Lin Xiangyu. Do you want me to apologize? A fire burned within Lin Xiangyu, yet he knew Pei Yilin's temperament. Insisting on an apology might lead to even more trouble. He quickly waved his hand and said, no need. In his mind, he likened Pei Yilin to a volatile powder keg. It was best to avoid provoking her. At that moment, he thought to himself, Pei Yilin is like a rabid dog in need of taming. One day, she will receive her due punishment. Seeing Lin Xiangyu relent, Pei Yilin's face lit up with triumph as she tilted her head back, her nose almost pointing to the ceiling. I told you brother Xiangyu wouldn't take issue with me. Am I right? Pei Yilin, apologize to your brother immediately, or I shall not repeat myself. Minjing's voice rose an octave, filling the room with her fury and disappointment. Mom, he said it's fine, so why must I apologize? Pei Yilin's expression shifted to one of feigned innocence, her eyes brimming with unshed tears, her voice taking on a tremulous quality that could win an Oscar for performance. Minjing, please don't force Yilin to apologize. I can see she understands her mistake, and, as her brother, I wouldn't hold it against her. Lin Xiangyu said with a smile, though the chill in his expression betrayed his true feelings, as he longed to unleash his pent-up frustration on Pei Yilin. Minjing, her expression serious, spoke earnestly. This is not merely about an apology. It's a matter of upbringing. You are not to speak to your brother or sister in such a manner again. Do you understand, Pei Yilin? I understand. Pei Yilin mumbled, her head bowed, clearly reluctant. Mom, please sit down and don't get worked up. Jean Mimi quickly stood up, gently pulling Minjing's arm to guide her back to her seat. Then turned to Lin Xiangyu, saying, Xiangyu, you should sit down too. I'll serve you some food. Throughout the commotion, Jean Mimi had refrained from intervening, knowing that Pei Yilin was in the wrong and that Lin Xiangyu must be feeling discomfort. Yet she also understood Pei Yilin's temperament. Joining the chorus of criticism could escalate the situation further. During the remaining mealtime, Pei Yilin acted like a sulking child, refusing to meet Lin Xiangyu's gaze, let alone interact with him. After finishing her meal, she threw down her chopsticks, stormed off without a backward glance, her footsteps echoing loudly as if to express her discontent. Once Lin Xiangyu finished his meal, he too retreated to his room. He approached his desk, opened a drawer, and retrieved the letter left behind by the previous occupant. Gazing at the letter, a complex emotion flickered in Lin Xiangyu's eyes. He then picked up the lighter he had just purchased, igniting it with a flick. The flame quickly consumed the letter, the paper curling and blackening as it burned. As he tossed the last remnants of ash into the trash, extinguishing them with water, Lin Xiangyu lay back on his bed, idly scrolling through his phone. Time slipped by unnoticed until a series of knocks echoed through the room. Knock, knock. Knock chapter 28. An unexpected scene arrives. Upon hearing the crisp knock at the door, Lin Xiangyu called out brightly, his mind racing with curiosity about the visitor. He quickly rose to his feet, striding to the door, and with a swift motion, he pulled it open. There stood Jean Mimi, her demeanor lively yet tinged with unease. She anxiously tugged at the hem of her garment, her fair cheeks adorned with a faint blush, and her eyes reflected a hint of panic, rendering her appearance quite awkward. Mimi, is there something you need? Lin Xiangyu's voice resonated with surprise, his brows arching slightly and his eyes widening, betraying his astonishment. Subconsciously, he had anticipated a visit from Pei Yilin or Minjing, making Jean Mimi's appearance all the more unexpected. Jean Mimi lowered her gaze, her long lashes fluttering like delicate butterfly wings. Xiangyu, she murmured softly, akin to the gentle breeze of spring, I have something I wish to discuss with you. May I come in? Of course, Lin Xiangyu replied hastily, stepping aside to allow her entry while graciously gesturing for her to proceed. Once inside, he carefully closed the door, ensuring minimal noise. Similar to Minjing, Jean Mimi headed straight for the gaming chair, where she seated herself gently, leaning slightly forward with her hands neatly folded on her lap. Lin Xiangyu, on the other hand, plopped down onto the bed, breaking the silence first. Mimi, what is on your mind? Why did you seek me out? Xiangyu, I wanted to tell you, Jean Mimi began, her cheeks flushing deeper. You needn't dwell on what happened yesterday morning. As she spoke, Lin Xiangyu felt a wave of heat wash over his face. The embarrassment surged within him as he recalled the incident. He scratched his head, feeling awkward as he replied, All right, Mimi, I understand. Beyond that, he struggled to find words suitable for the moment. You truly needn't worry, she reassured him. I am your sister. It's nothing for a sister to see her brother in such a state. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiangyu stood frozen in place, a wave of awkwardness enveloping him. Jean Mimi, realizing that her words had intensified the awkward atmosphere, felt her face grow even warmer, as if it might ignite. In a flurry, she waved her delicate hands before her face, trying to dispel the stifling tension. The room fell into a brief silence, as if time itself had halted. After a moment, Jean Mimi broke the stillness, reaching out to grasp Lin Xiangyu's hand, her expression filled with remorse. I'm sorry, Xiangyu. I shouldn't have said such things. The air was infused with the delicate fragrance of her shower gel, and the atmosphere gradually shifted from awkwardness to an unspoken intimacy. Feeling the warmth of her hand, Lin Xiangyu's heart raced, and seeing her distress, he quickly reassured her, Mimi, it's not your fault. I shouldn't have been running around undraped with the door open. But I'm relieved it was you who saw me. I shudder to think what would have happened had anyone else walked in. Jean Mimi couldn't help but envision the scenario of others witnessing Lin Xiangyu in such a vulnerable state, causing her cheeks to redden anew. She gently shook her head, conceding that, as he had said, it was indeed fortunate it was her, which helped to ease her embarrassment somewhat. Then, standing up, she adjusted her attire and softly said, Xiangyu, I should be going now. I won't disturb you any longer. All right, Lin Xiangyu replied, also rising to escort her out. His gaze lingered on her figure until she vanished at the end of the corridor. After her departure, Lin Xiangyu glanced at the clock, noting it was nearly 9 o'clock. He stretched lazily, stifling a yawn, and then picked up a change of clothes, ambling down to the bathroom. Upon reaching downstairs, he was surprised to find the bathroom lights still on, prompting an internal chuckle. I never imagined Mimi could be so forgetful. He speculated that her earlier thoughts of seeking him out might have contributed to her distraction. Shaking his head in resignation, he approached and pushed the bathroom door open. With a creak, the door slowly swung ajar, revealing Lin Xiangyu and Pei Yilin seated on the toilet, both locking eyes in mutual shock, their expressions a mirror of disbelief at finding one another in such an unexpected situation. Chapter 29, A Date Perhaps? Following a brief silence, Pei Yilin's piercing shriek shattered the stillness. Her eyes widened in a mixture of terror and mortification as her hands flew up to shield her most private areas, as if protecting her last vestige of dignity. Hush! Startled by the sudden, high-pitched sound, Lin Xiangyu recoiled. He instinctively raised a finger to his lips, gesturing for silence while whispering urgently, Don't shout so loudly. His eyes betrayed his anxiety, fearing that Min and Jing and Jean Mimi would overhear, escalating the embarrassing scene. Pei Yilin's chest heaved as she gasped for breath, glaring at him with undisguised animosity. Lin Xiangyu, why did you barge in while I was using the restroom? Are you some kind of pervert? Her voice trembled with indignation, each word forced out between clenched teeth. Lin Xiangyu, who had already turned away, bristled at Pei Yilin's accusatory tone and self-righteousness. A surge of anger coursed through him. He spun around, retorting, Pei Yilin, shouldn't you be directing that accusation at yourself? Visibly mortified, Pei Yilin exclaimed, Lin Xiangyu, turn around immediately. Don't you dare look. Lin Xiangyu promptly covered his eyes and turned his back, protesting. It's my designated time for a shower. Why are you using the restroom at this hour? Are you trying to tempt me? Pei Yilin was incandescent with rage. Her face flushed crimson. Without hesitation, she grabbed a roll of toilet paper and hurled it at Lin Xiangyu with all her might. Lin Xiangyu, you insufferable jerk. Stop pretending. The toilet paper arced through the air before striking Lin Xiangyu squarely on the head. Pei Yilin trembled with humiliation and fury. It's my shower time. Second sister is at boarding school, so my shower time is moved up half an hour. That's always been the arrangement, hasn't it? The impact of the toilet paper intensified Lin Xiangyu's frustration. Upon reflection, he realized Pei Yilin was correct. This had always been their routine. He bit his lip, his mind racing to find a counterargument. A moment later, his eyes lit up. Then why didn't you close the door when you went to the restroom? I was in a hurry, so... Pei Yilin began, before abruptly cutting herself off, her anger reigniting. It's my time, so why should you care whether or not I close the door? Does my leaving the door open give you license to barge in while I'm showering? Well, Lin Xiangyu stammered, we're both at fault here. Let's just drop it, shall we? He held his breath, anxiously awaiting Pei Yilin's response. Pei Yilin stamped her foot in exasperation, exclaiming, just get out of here. How am I supposed to use the restroom with you standing there? Relieved, Lin Xiangyu seized the opportunity and fled the bathroom. Pei Yilin, however, had ulterior motives. Her urgency stemmed from a genuine need to use the restroom and a desire to prevent Lin Xiangyu from hearing any embarrassing sounds, prompting her to hastily dismiss him. After leaving the bathroom, Lin Xiangyu returned to his room, tossed his change of clothes on the bed, and collapsed onto it. Staring at the ceiling, he replayed the incident in his mind. Some time later, a knock echoed on his door. Coming, Lin Xiangyu responded, slipping on his shoes and opening the door to reveal Pei Yilin. Assuming she had come to continue their argument, Lin Xiangyu, anxious to avoid attracting the attention of Min Enjing and Jean Mimi, whispered, let's talk inside. That won't be necessary. I've finished showering. You can go now. Pei Yilin's voice was barely audible, a delicate blush tinting her cheeks. Her demeanor was remarkably demure, a stark contrast to her usual overbearing self. Without another word, she turned and walked back to her room. Lin Xiangyu was utterly bewildered. He stood at the doorway, watching Pei Yilin's retreating figure, unsure of her intentions. Nonetheless, her silence was preferable to further conflict. The following morning, during breakfast, Pei Yilin refrained from provoking Lin Xiangyu, quietly eating her meal. Jean Mimi, seemingly having resolved any lingering concerns about the birdwalking incident, engaged in conversation with everyone as if nothing had happened. Min Enjing remained as solicitous as ever, her face adorned with a gentle smile. In short, apart from Han Yozhen's decision to live at school due to him, everything in their household seemed to be progressing favorably. As Lin Xiangyu entered the classroom, Zhang Xiaoying, with the agility of a deer, swiftly appeared before him. Her eyes conveyed a mixture of apprehension and anticipation as she softly requested, Lin Xiangyu, could you come outside with me? I'd like to speak with you in private. Unlike the previous day, Lin Xiangyu did not object. Firstly, their significant transaction remained unresolved. Secondly, their classmates had grown accustomed to Zhang Xiaoying's requests, tacitly acknowledging their close relationship. Zhang Xiaoying led Lin Xiangyu to a secluded corner, where the silence was broken only by their breathing. Her hands nervously twisted the hem of her shirt, and she spoke hesitantly, her head bowed. After considering it overnight, I think it's best to postpone that matter until the weekend. Her voice was barely a whisper, as if afraid of being overheard. All right, Lin Xiangyu agreed without hesitation, his tone calm and composed, as if he had anticipated her decision. Huh? Zhang Xiaoying looked up in surprise, her eyes wide with disbelief. Zhang Xiaoying contributed 59 shock points. Zhang Xiaoying had spent the previous night agonizing over the situation, imagining countless ways Lin Xiangyu might make things difficult for her, even contemplating the worst-case scenario. She had never anticipated his ready agreement. Her heart was filled with both relief and confusion. Following the previous day's events in the classroom, Lin Xiangyu was also unwilling to take such risks. If they were caught, he could face blackmail or even expulsion, resulting in disgrace. While he was willing to bear the consequences himself, he did not want to implicate Zhang Xiaoying. However, agreement did not preclude the pursuit of additional benefits, a characteristic trait of Lin Xiangyu. After reaping the rewards of Zhang Xiaoying's shock, Lin Xiangyu's lips curled into a subtle smile as he gazed at her suggestively, saying softly, don't get too excited. I can agree, but since we're postponing it until the weekend, you'll have to pay me some interest. What do you want? Zhang Xiaoying asked, wrapping her arms around her chest, her body slightly trembling as she stared nervously at Lin Xiangyu. Go on a date with me, Lin Xiangyu replied softly, his eyes fixed on Zhang Xiaoying. Chapter 30. A fortunate pair, what did you say? Zhang Xiaoying appeared to have not fully grasped Lin Xiangyu's previous words. Yet, the shock value she contributed revealed her true feelings like a ruthless traitor. Upon noticing her reaction, Lin Xiangyu inhaled deeply, his previously playful demeanor vanishing in an instant, replaced by a serious expression. His gaze fixed intently on Zhang Xiaoying as he resolutely declared, "Zhang Xiaoying, let's go on a date." Hearing Lin Xiangyu's repetition, Zhang Xiaoying's face flushed as if engulfed by flames, her cheeks radiating warmth. She lowered her head, nearly touching her chest, her voice barely above a whisper, "Okay." As soon as she uttered the word, she shyly averted her gaze from Lin Xiangyu. Her hands flustered as they covered her cheeks, and she hurriedly dashed towards the classroom, her retreating figure a delightful mix of awkwardness and charm. Lin Xiangyu watched her depart, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips, his heart quietly marveling at her unexpected cuteness. They agreed to meet over the weekend, and Zhang Xiaoying, displaying complete trust in Lin Xiangyu, unhesitatingly relinquished the choice of their date's location to him. A myriad of emotions swirled within her. She never anticipated that her first date would unfold in such a whimsical, yet slightly embarrassing manner. The following days passed like a serene lake, everything proceeding in an orderly fashion. Time sped by, and before they knew it, Friday had arrived. Lin Xiangyu had been busy selecting an array of potential date locations, and with the ample allowance provided by managing, his options were plentiful. After finalizing a few locations, he sent the detailed information to Zhang Xiaoying via Kakao Talk, allowing her to choose from a list. Being her first date, Lin Xiangyu genuinely wished to bring her joy and create a cherished memory. As Zhang Xiaoying perused the multitude of options on her phone screen, her eyes reflected a mix of anxiety and anticipation. Ultimately, she chose the amusement park. Compared to the more traditional romantic venues like cinemas, she believed the amusement park was filled with laughter and joy, promising a more engaging experience and the potential for fond memories. She was determined not to let a mundane film tarnish her inaugural date. Unbeknownst to her, a peculiar fondness for Lin Xiangyu had begun to blossom in her heart. She could not quite articulate the reason for this feeling. Perhaps it stemmed from the fact that Lin Xiangyu was the first boy to treat her with such a unique attitude, unlike the others who had idolized her to an extreme. However, this burgeoning affection left Zhang Xiaoying feeling embarrassed, even considering herself somewhat unworthy, akin to someone with a penchant for self-deprecation. The very thought made her want to shake her head and dispel such notions from her mind. After deciding on the date location, Lin Xiangyu prepared to confirm the time with Zhang Xiaoying. Much like the choice of location, he handed the decision-making power to her, as any day would suit him, given that he had no commitments that weekend. Zhang Xiaoying did not perceive Lin Xiangyu's deference as a lack of decisiveness. On the contrary, she found it thoughtful, her affection for him subtly growing. "What time do you think you can wake up tomorrow morning? I'd like to go early." Zhang Xiaoying sent this message, her cheeks flushed with shyness, her fingers trembling slightly. Upon reading her message, Lin Xiangyu's lips involuntarily curled into a smile, and with nimble fingers, he swiftly typed his response. "Latte World opens at 10 a.m., so let us meet at 9 for breakfast before we start our fun." Zhang Xiaoying replied with a simple okay. This single word was akin to a stone cast into the still waters of her heart, sending ripples of exhilaration through her. With their date plans set, Lin Xiangyu felt buoyant throughout the day, a smile perpetually gracing his face as if the world around him had transformed into something splendid. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoying remained shy, her cheeks reddening uncontrollably at the mere thought of the upcoming date. After school, with a flutter of nerves, Zhang Xiaoying approached Lin Xiangyu's desk, her voice as soft as a gentle spring breeze. "See you tomorrow." Upon uttering those words, she blushed intensely and dashed away, her silhouette a portrait of youthful embarrassment and fluster. As her former peers observed the once untouchable class beauty, now so bashful. Even those who had long accepted Zhang Xiaoying's connection with Lin Xiangyu were taken aback. It seemed to be Lin Xiangyu's fortunate day, with one delightful occurrence after another gracing him. Just as he reveled in his anticipation of the date with Zhang Xiaoying, Another unexpected surprise awaited him. Xin Yang Ae, Lin Xiangyu. I'd like to give it a try. Are you free tomorrow afternoon? Let us have dinner together. Upon reading Xin Yang Ae's message, Lin Xiangyu's eyes sparkled with excitement, his face a blend of surprise and delight. These past few days, Xin Yang Ae had been completely indifferent to him, leading him to believe that no further teacher-student stories would unfold in the near future. Yet, happiness arrived so suddenly. Xin Yang Ae's swift decision was a delightful twist of fate, filling Lin Xiangyu's heart with anticipation and exhilaration. Chapter 31. The appointment. Upon receiving the message, Lin Xiangyu wasted no time and promptly replied to Xin Ai. Of course I have time, Teacher Xin. Whenever you invite me, I shall always be available. In my world, nothing holds more significance than you. His words brimmed with ardor and eagerness, as if Xin Ai were the singular focal point of his existence. In her office, Xin Ai sat poised at her desk, her brow furrowed deeply, her pen mechanically twirling between her fingers. Her eyes seemed glued to the screen of her phone, radiating an intense and fervent focus. When Lin Xiangyu's message appeared before her, the tension in her brow appeared to ease, as if caressed by invisible hands, followed by a dazzling smile that illuminated her face. After all, who could remain indifferent to such candid and fervent compliments from the opposite sex? Then let us meet tomorrow at 7 p.m. Also, Xiangyu, please refrain from calling me teacher in private. I find it quite uncomfortable, as if it burdens me with a sense of guilt. After sending her response, Xin Ai's fair, slender fingers trembled slightly, perhaps a nervous instinct or perhaps the uncontrollable excitement bubbling within her. Meanwhile, Lin Xiangyu, upon reading Xin Ai's reply, couldn't help but smile broadly, revealing a tender, doting grin. At home, everything remained as it always had, orderly and routine. Yet, Lin Xiangyu sensed something amiss upon reflection. He realized that Han Yojin had yet to return home for the weekend. Min and Jing informed him that Han Yojin was attending a class gathering. Thus, she likely would not be home this weekend. Min and Jing's expression bore an unmistakable longing. Lin Xiangyu felt a pang in his heart. After all, Han Yojin's boarding situation was closely intertwined with him. He vowed silently to find an opportunity to clarify things with her when she returned next week. On Saturday morning, upon hearing the alarm, Lin Xiangyu sprang out of bed like a fish leaping from water. He swiftly completed his morning routine and plunged into his wardrobe, meticulously selecting his attire for the day. Glancing at the array of clothes, varied in style, yet consistently lacking in fashion, he couldn't help but mentally berate the previous owner's taste. This wardrobe is utterly hopeless. It seems I must find time to procure some decent outfits. After rummaging through his closet, he finally settled on a set of clothes that were at least somewhat presentable and hurried downstairs. In the living room, Jean Mimi was busy in the kitchen, donning an apron and preparing breakfast. Upon noticing the well-dressed and hurried Lin Xiangyu, she paused her task and inquired, "Xiangyu, are you heading out?" "Yes. I have plans to meet up with some classmates," Lin Xiangyu replied, halting his steps and responding courteously. At that moment, Pei Yilin, who had been lounging on the sofa, basking in the sunlight, perked up at the mention of classmates, her ears pricking up and her eyes involuntarily widening as she secretly glanced in Lin Xiangyu's direction. Dressed up, Lin Xiangyu appeared even more dashing, causing Pei Yilin's heart to race inexplicably. Jean Mimi set down her spatula and asked with concern, "So you won't be having breakfast at home today?" Before Lin Xiangyu could respond, Pei Yilin interjected sarcastically, "Sister, he must have a date. He'll surely be dining out at a fancy restaurant. Who would bother with home-cooked meals?" The moment her words left her lips, the atmosphere in the room became palpably awkward, leaving both Lin Xiangyu and Jean Mimi at a loss for words. Pei Yilin's remark seemed to blatantly criticize the quality of Jean Mimi's cooking. Realizing her misstep, Pei Yilin quickly straightened up from the sofa, attempting to salvage the situation. "Sister, that is not what I meant. I was trying to say." However, as the words hovered on her lips, she found herself at a loss for an appropriate explanation. Observing her distress, Lin Xiangyu quickly stepped in to ease the tension. "Mimi, please disregard Yilin's nonsense. I simply made plans with a friend. In my heart, no meal no matter how extravagant, can compare to your home-cooked dishes. Hearing his words, Jean Mimi burst into laughter, waving her hand dismissively. All right, you two are just trying to comfort me. I'm not that petty, Xiangyu go on. Don't let me hold you up. Lin Xiangyu successfully diffused the awkwardness, and Pei Yilin cast him a grateful glance, her eyes reflecting a newfound sentiment. Upon noticing the system prompt, Lin Xiangyu instinctively looked at Pei Yilin. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment before he quickly shifted his gaze back to Jean Mimi, saying, Mimi, I'll be off now. Have fun. Jean Mimi smiled warmly, her eyes filled with concern. As Lin Xiangyu stepped out of the house, Pei Yilin promptly rose from the sofa and hurried after him. Chapter 32. The plan works. As Lin Xiangyu stepped out of his home, his fingers danced rapidly across the screen of his mobile device, sending a message to Zhang Xiuying to inform her of his departure. He then hastened to the street corner, raising his hand to hail a taxi, eager to reach the rendezvous point with her. Just as Lin Xiangyu's arm was poised to signal a cab, he heard Pei Yilin's anxious call from behind. Lin Xiangyu, wait a moment. Startled by the voice, Lin Xiangyu swiftly turned to find Pei Yilin standing behind him. Her cheeks slightly flushed, reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms in early spring, exuding a blend of shyness and timidity. Thank you for what you did earlier, Pei Yilin murmured softly, her voice as gentle as a spring breeze, carrying a barely perceptible tremor. Lin Xiangyu, having already noted the shock value Pei Yilin had contributed to the system, was fully aware of the incident she referred to. Yet, he feigned ignorance, wearing a perplexed expression as he replied, Huh? What are you thanking me for? Pei Yilin's face grew even warmer, the blush spreading from her cheeks to her ears. For her, expressing gratitude to Lin Xiangyu was already a daunting task, and having to elaborate on the reason was utterly mortifying, making her wish she could vanish into the ground. It's about, you just helped me out of a tough spot. It took considerable effort for her to stammer out those words, as if the brief phrase had drained her of all strength and will. Oh, you mean that? Lin Xiangyu intentionally paused, a flicker of complex emotions crossing his face before he continued. Honestly, I hadn't planned on intervening, but seeing your distressed expression compelled me to act against my better judgment. With that, he sighed in apparent regret, as though lamenting his own actions. Pei Yilin found herself at a loss due to Lin Xiangyu's response. The overwhelming embarrassment she had felt moments before dissipated, replaced by a burgeoning affection for him that took her by surprise. Anyway, thank you, Xiangyu. Appa, Pei Yilin's voice was barely a whisper, akin to a mosquito's hum. After speaking, she dashed back in her home, her face aglow with embarrassment. Like a startled fawn, Lin Xiangyu watched her retreating figure, a subtle smile curving at the corners of his mouth, a barely perceptible expression of satisfaction. He knew that the first step of his plan had succeeded, and everything was progressing steadily in the direction he had envisioned. The plan works. While Pei Yilin's personality could be somewhat challenging to endure, one could not deny her stunning looks and figure were exceptional. Once she had completely vanished from view, Lin Xiangyu raised his hand once more to hail a taxi. Upon entering the cab, he promptly informed Zhang Xiuying of his arrival. Assuming he had acted swiftly, he was taken aback to discover that Zhang Xiuying had already arrived at their designated meeting spot. As he gazed out of the window at the swiftly passing streets, a satisfied smile adorned his face. In less than a week since arriving in this world, fortune seemed to be smiling upon him, and he could almost envision a future radiant with promise. The taxi came to a steady halt, and as Lin Xiangyu exited, he eagerly scanned the surroundings. But Zhang Xiuying was nowhere to be seen. He quickly retrieved his phone and dialed her number. Hello, I'm here. Where are you? Lin Xiangyu inquired cheerfully, his heart brimming with anticipation at the prospect of meeting Zhang Xiuying. On the other end, Zhang Xiuying's voice was tinged with urgency and excitement. I'm in the far right corner by the main entrance. Hurry over, you need to get my phone back. Hey, beautiful, if you're with your boyfriend. It's all fun and games, but if you're with us guys, it's still fun. Just spend some time with us today, and we'll return your phone. A cacophony of raucous laughter echoed through the phone line. In an instant, Lin Xiangyu comprehended the situation, his brow furrowing with concern as he dashed toward the location Zhang Xiuying had described. In an instant, Lin Xiangyu pinpointed Zhang Xiaoying huddled in the corner. At that moment, she was leaning against the wall, resembling a frightened fawn, utterly pitiable. In front of her, three idlers sporting flamboyant hairstyles were laughing boisterously. Zhang Xiaoying was visibly anxious, repeatedly lunging forward, attempting to retrieve her stolen phone. However, the three men, as if toying with prey, tossed the phone back and forth, their ear-splitting laughter punctuating her distress. Witnessing this spectacle, Lin Xiangyu felt a surge of anger ignite within him, instantly engulfing his entire being. Propelled by the passive agility boost from his athletic lad trait, Lin Xiangyu moved with astonishing speed, arriving at Zhang Xiaoying's side in the blink of an eye. Without hesitation, he seized Zhang Xiaoying's hand, his grip both urgent and firm. Zhang Xiaoying looked up, recognizing Lin Xiangyu, and the pent-up grievances she had been suppressing instantly burst forth, her eyes reddening, her face a picture of vulnerability. This sight tugged at Lin Xiangyu's heartstrings. He alone could tease her, but no one else was permitted to do so. Lin Xiangyu gently patted Zhang Xiaoying's shoulder, consoling her. "It's all right now. I'm here. You're here. What can you do?" One of the men sneered, about to launch into a derisive remark, but before he could finish, Lin Xiangyu, having preemptively charged up his fist, unleashed it with unbridled fury, striking him squarely in the face like a cannonball. Charged fist. Simultaneously, Lin Xiangyu activated his newly acquired, hitherto unused skill. Take a nap. Instantly, the man's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed backward, as if his bones had been extracted, hitting the ground with a thud and emitting thunderous snores. This sudden turn of events left the other two men dumbfounded, their previously mocking expressions vanishing without a trace. Replaced by sheer terror and bewilderment, they realized they had messed with the wrong person. Li Doshi contributed 69 points of shock. Jin Xingyan contributed 100 points of shock. Zhang Xiaoying contributed 80 points of shock. Lin Xiangyu noticed the shock value displayed by the system, and a hint of regret flickered through his mind. He muttered to himself, "I should have refrained from using that skill. I squandered an opportunity to reap another harvest of shock value." But this was hardly the time to dwell on such matters. He clenched his fists, the joints cracking audibly, his eyes radiating ferocity as he advanced toward the remaining two men. "Little brother, here's your phone." One of the men, his face ashen with fear, hastily extended the phone toward Lin Xiangyu, his voice trembling slightly. "Brother, look, you've already high." Before the man could finish his sentence, Lin Xiangyu delivered another thunderous punch, accurately striking him in the face, accompanied by the activation of the take a nap skill. In Lin Xiangyu's mind, these men had bullied Zhang Xiaoying, and there was no reasoning with them. The most direct solution was to render them prostrate on the ground. Jin Xingyan contributed 100 points of shock. Zhang Xiaoying contributed 100 points of shock. After using take a nap twice in succession, Lin Xiangyu felt his strength ebb away rapidly, his body weakening, and a wave of fatigue washed over him. However, he knew it was all worthwhile. He had no desire to be recklessly brave. Confronting three opponents single-handedly was too risky. Choosing the safest approach ensured complete success. At this moment, only one person remained standing, Jin Xingyan. Lin Xiangyu's gaze was like a blade, fixed upon him, as he enunciated each word with deliberate emphasis. "You dared to bully my woman. You're in for a world of hurt." As he spoke, he pocketed Zhang Xiaoying's phone and slowly advanced toward Jin Xingyan, each step measured and resolute, as if announcing the impending punishment. "So, you're Jin Xingyan, is that right?" Lin Xiangyu inquired, his voice low and icy. Upon hearing this, Jin Xingyan's face registered astonishment, and he blurted out, "How did you know my name?" However, his words were still hanging in the air when Lin Xiangyu's calf kick landed on his shin with lightning speed. With a sharp crack, Jin Xingyan's leg lost its support, and his body pitched forward uncontrollably, collapsing to the ground with a heavy thud. Had he not reacted quickly, bracing himself with his arm, he would have sprawled ignominiously on the ground. Before Jin Xingyan could regain his composure, Lin Xiangyu's jabs rained down on his face with relentless intensity. In the blink of an eye, Jin Xingyan's face was covered in bruises and lacerations, blood seeping from his brow bone, mouth, nose, and other areas. trickling down his cheeks in crimson rivulets. After reducing Lin Xiangyu to a state of complete helplessness, Lin Xiangyu seized him by the hair, forcibly lifting his head, and stepped heavily on his shoulder, looking down at him with icy disdain. "You dare to mess with my woman? Don't hit me anymore. I know I was wrong." Lin Xiangyu pleaded in abject terror. "You don't know you were wrong. You're just scared." Lin Xiangyu's face twisted into a sinister grin. "I'll teach you a lesson you won't forget." With that, Lin Xiangyu delivered a savage kick to Lin Xiangyu's groin. A piercing scream rent the air as Lin Xiangyu curled up into a fetal position, writhing on the ground in excruciating agony. His howls like the squeals of a slaughtered pig. Lin Xiangyu glanced at the two men he had previously incapacitated, finding them still deep in slumber, and decided against waking them. He turned and walked to Zheng Xiaoying's side, retrieved her phone from his pocket, and presented it to her, his face filled with remorse. "I'm sorry, Xiaoying. If I hadn't made you wait alone, this wouldn't have happened." Having just experienced a harrowing rescue by a hero, Zheng Xiaoying was already emotionally overwrought. Hearing Lin Xiangyu's self-reproachful words, her eyes instantly welled up with tears, which threatened to spill over. Seeing that the moment was ripe, Lin Xiangyu seized the opportunity and embraced Zheng Xiaoying tightly, repeatedly murmuring, "I'm sorry, Xiaoying. I'm sorry." Chapter 34. Must it be inside the classroom? Upon hearing Lin Xiangyu's incessant apologies, Zheng Xiaoying's heart was a whirlpool of emotions. She hastily reached out, her delicate fingers gently covering his lips. The moment her fingertips made contact with his warm mouth, a jolt of electricity coursed through her body, causing her heart to race. Their eyes locked, and in that fleeting instant, Zheng Xiaoying felt her face flush, the warmth swiftly creeping to her ears and neck, leaving a rosy hue in its wake. Flustered, she pushed Lin Xiangyu away, her voice soft yet tinged with bashfulness. "You must be hungry. Shall we go for a meal?" "Sure," Lin Xiangyu replied, a flicker of disappointment stirring within him, yet he skillfully masked his emotions behind a gentle smile. "What would you like to eat? How about trying some Chinese cuisine? I did some research, and there's a Cantonese tea restaurant nearby." Zheng Xiaoying blinked her bright eyes, filled with anticipation as she suggested. For this date, she had spent the previous night scouring the internet, meticulously studying reviews and signature dishes of local restaurants, hoping to surprise Lin Xiangyu. Naturally, Lin Xiangyu could not refuse. Not only was Zheng Xiaoying from H country, but he himself had never set foot in a Cantonese tea house. "All right, I'll follow your lead. But we must not let our dear Xiaoying down," Lin Xiangyu said, his eyes brimming with affection. He understood the effort Zheng Xiaoying had put into this date, and her thoughtfulness deeply moved him. In the past, Zheng Xiaoying had encountered male peers who either feared her or shamelessly fawned over her. In high school, one particularly fervent admirer had even secretly picked up a torn stocking she discarded and licked it, a horrifying memory that left her wary of throwing things away carelessly. Each recollection sent shivers down her spine, which made Lin Xiangyu's respectful and sincere demeanor feel all the more exceptional. Just as Lin Xiangyu and Zheng Xiaoying departed, two figures on the ground sprang up swiftly. They had been awake for some time, merely feigning sleep out of fright from Lin Xiangyu's prowess. Once upright, they hurried to assist Lin Xiangyu, who was staggering unsteadily after the altercation. This experience had imparted a profound lesson to Lin Xiangyu. One can never awaken a person who pretends to sleep, let alone two. With regret filling his heart, he silently vowed to distance himself from these unreliable companions in the future. This incident had been a tremendous embarrassment, and he pondered how he would face his peers at school if word got out. Inside the dim, some tea house, Zheng Xiaoying stared at the densely packed menu filled with unfamiliar dish names, momentarily at a loss. She considered asking the server for recommendations, but hesitated, fearing it would expose her lack of knowledge about Chinese cuisine in front of Lin Xiangyu. Nervously biting her lower lip, her fingers glided across the menu, attempting to find something familiar among the strange titles. Lin Xiangyu quickly perceived her discomfort and turned to the server. Crystal shrimp dumplings, crispy rice rolls, fresh shrimp siumai, and roast duck. As he placed the order, he attentively observed Zheng Xiaoying's expression and felt relieved when he saw her relax slightly. After placing the menu down, He gently asked Zhang Xiaoying. Xiaoying, would you like to add anything else? Zhang Xiaoying smiled sweetly as she replied, this is sufficient. We shouldn't overindulge. Once we enter, there will be plenty of snacks to enjoy. The thought of savoring various treats with Lin Xiangyu at the amusement park stirred sweet ripples of joy within her, making her smile even brighter. As Lin Xiangyu tasted these delicacies for the first time, he was uncertain of their authenticity. Yet the flavors were indeed astonishing, infinitely more intriguing and delightful than the typical Korean fare he was accustomed to. Each bite felt like a portal to a new world, rich textures dancing upon his palate. Zhang Xiaoying relished the meal with equal enthusiasm, her love for Chinese cuisine evident as her cheeks bulged like a charming little hamster, occasionally glancing at Lin Xiangyu with eyes sparkling with joy and uncontainable affection. After their meal, the pair made their way to Latte World amusement park. Lin Xiangyu had paid for their meal, but when it came to purchasing tickets for the amusement park, Zhang Xiaoying insisted on footing the bill. Lin Xiangyu, unable to resist her determination, acquiesced. As she rummaged for her money, she mumbled about not wanting Lin Xiangyu to always bear the expense, her earnest demeanor eliciting a gentle smile from him. After enjoying 2 rides, Zhang Xiaoying suddenly approached Lin Xiangyu. Her face flushed and bashfully stammered, Could you help me take a few pictures? She had long desired to capture the moment, but had hesitated to ask, gathering her courage only after a prolonged internal struggle, her voice trembling with nervousness. Of course, Lin Xiangyu replied with a smile, taking her phone. Let us shift a bit and smile. He meticulously adjusted the angle, aiming to capture Zhang Xiaoying at her most beautiful, his gaze focused and tender. After snapping a couple of shots, he set her phone down and said, Xiaoying, could you help me take a couple of pictures, too? As he pulled out his own phone, Zhang Xiaoying nodded and stepped forward to take it. Yet, Lin Xiangyu slyly wrapped his arm around her shoulders, the phone already switched to selfie mode, pointing it at them. Smile. This unexpected gesture turned Zhang Xiaoying from a rosy hue to a deep crimson. Before she could react, Lin Xiangyu pressed the shutter. Hey, what are you doing? You should have told me before taking the picture. Delete it, Zhang Xiaoying exclaimed, flustered and anxious, covering her face with her hands. Conflicted emotions of embarrassment and a hint of joy swirled within her, leaving her flustered as she nervously tugged at her clothing. Don't you want to take a picture with me? Lin Xiangyu feigned disappointment, lowering his gaze. If you don't like it, then just delete it. As he handed the phone back to her, a glimmer of mischievous anticipation sparkled in his eyes. That's not it. I just wasn't ready, Zhang Xiaoying murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. With a slight turn, she nestled her head against Lin Xiangyu's shoulder, lifting the phone to frame them both. At that moment, her heart raced like a little rabbit, cheeks aflame, while Lin Xiangyu's warmth enveloped her, instilling both shyness and comfort. After capturing the moment, they ventured through various attractions, savoring an array of snacks, the camera documenting one joyful memory after another. Zhang Xiaoying shared photos on her social media for the first time, including sweet snapshots with Lin Xiangyu. As she gazed at those images, a smile crept upon her lips, her heart brimming with happiness, as if the entire world had brightened around her. After an exhilarating day, Lin Xiangyu and Zhang Xiaoying left the amusement park hand in hand, the clock reading past 3 in the afternoon. However, having indulged in various snacks inside, their appetites were not particularly strong. While waiting for a taxi by the roadside, Zhang Xiaoying, her face flushed, quietly inquired, Must it be inside the classroom? She lowered her head slightly, her fingers nervously tugging at her clothing, her voice laced with a mixture of anticipation and shyness, as her eyes furtively sought Lin Xiangyu's face for an answer. Chapter 35. Virtual Reality, What's the Matter? Lin Xiangyu raised an eyebrow at Zhang Xiaoying, a glint of mischief flickering in his eyes. Are you having second thoughts? Zhang Xiaoying, noticing his expression, hurriedly waved her hands and spoke in a rapid-fire manner. No, I'm not having second thoughts. I just wanted to ask, can we change the location? To where? Lin Xiangyu thought he understood her intentions perfectly. He feigned ignorance, hoping to tease this seemingly strong girl who, beneath her exterior, was filled with youthful sentiment. How about the motel? Zhang Xiaoying's face flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe tomato, her voice barely above a whisper, accompanied by a noticeable stutter. A motel? That place is generally frequented by couples seeking intimacy. Weren't you the one who previously opposed taking our relationship to that level? Lin Xiangyu pretended to be astonished. Yet internally, he eagerly anticipated Zhang Xiaoying's acquiescence to furthering their relationship. Zhang Xiaoying wished to explain that going to a motel did not necessarily imply anything would happen, but the words were difficult to articulate. She also feared that Lin Xiangyu might engage in more audacious actions there. After a moment of hesitation, she sighed and resignedly said, "Never mind, let us just go to the classroom." Upon hearing her response, Lin Xiangyu felt no particular emotional upheaval. He firmly believed that, given time, he would eventually unlock Zhang Xiaoying's heart completely. To him, it was merely a matter of time before he would unveil all the possibilities that lay within her. Shortly thereafter, the two arrived at the school via taxi. The university campus was desolate on the weekend, devoid of the teachers who were a common sight during the week, and students were few and far between. Lin Xiangyu and Zhang Xiaoying made their way to the classroom without any hindrance. Having learned from their previous experience, Lin Xiangyu swiftly turned and locked the classroom door as soon as they entered. With the sound of the lock clicking into place, Zhang Xiaoying's heart tightened, a wave of tension washing over her. At that moment, the classroom was enveloped in an indescribable atmosphere. Zhang Xiaoying felt her cheeks burning, her heart racing wildly in her chest, and her breath quickening involuntarily. This ambience was neither the usual awkwardness nor the cloying sweetness of flirtation, nor was it the discomfort of frivolity. Both Lin Xiangyu and Zhang Xiaoying were acutely aware of their purpose there, yet for reasons unknown, they remained frozen in place, neither daring to take the first step. Just as this moment of tension lingered, Lin Xiangyu's system chimed in like a timely savior. Ding! To assist the host in warming up the relationship with Zhang Xiaoying, the virtual reality game function is now activated. The virtual reality game has commenced. Wishing the host a delightful experience. As the system's notification faded, a brilliant light enveloped them. In an instant, they found themselves swept into an entirely new virtual realm. In the virtual reality game, Zhang Xiaoying fulfilled her promise to Lin Xiangyu. Completion progress 1-2. I sincerely apologize for the reduction of 1,087 words. I can only rely on the reader's imagination to fill in the gaps. This does not affect the plot. You may refer to the omitted sections for more details. Chapter 36. Dinner with the teacher after their meal. Lin Xiangyu glanced at his phone, noting the time. Having lingered in the classroom for quite a while, it was nearly 6 o'clock. He had a dinner engagement with teacher Shun Ying'ai at 7. Realizing there was little time left for another meeting, he remarked, "Let us call it a day. I'll see you home." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoying took out her phone and gasped. "Oh, is it already this late? Don't you think time flies when we're together?" A playful smile crept onto Lin Xiangyu's lips as he teased. "Really? Is that so?" Zhang Xiaoying rolled her eyes at him, rubbing her sore chin as she retorted, "Don't flatter yourself. Time has dragged on painfully for me." Their banter erupted in laughter. Lin Xiangyu unable to contain his amusement at Zhang Xiaoying's endearingly feigned annoyance. Once their laughter subsided, he said, "All right, enough of the teasing. I'll walk you back." "Okay," Zhang Xiaoying replied obediently, resembling a gentle little kitten. After leaving the school, Lin Xiangyu hailed a taxi and escorted Zhang Xiaoying to the entrance of her neighborhood. Upon disembarking, he inquired, "Do you need me to walk you inside?" His underlying message was, "Would it be convenient for me to accompany you?" "No need," Zhang Xiaoying replied, lifting her hand to beckon him closer. "Appa, come here." Hearing her call him Appa sent a sweet thrill through Lin Xiangyu, prompting him to approach without hesitation. As he stood before her, Zhang Xiaoying unexpectedly stood on tiptoe and gently kissed him on the cheek. After the kiss, she dashed away like a startled rabbit, leaving Lin Xiangyu gazing at her retreating figure, instinctively touching the spot where she had kissed him, a blissful smile lighting up his face. He knew that the day he would completely win over Zhang Xiaoying was drawing near. Once in a taxi, Lin Xiangyu promptly called Shun Ying'ai. The call connected swiftly, and her cheerful voice greeted him. "Hello, Xiangyu. Have you finished getting ready?" "Yes, I'm all set, Shun." He almost slipped and called her teacher, quickly correcting himself. What about you, Ingai? I'm ready too. I was just about to call you when you rang, she replied, her tone infused with warmth, which Lin Xiangyu could sense indicated her good mood. Where shall we meet? He asked. Shin Ai had previously mentioned going to a restaurant renowned for its exceptional barbecue, but had not specified the location. I'll send you the location, she replied with a smile. All right, Lin Xiangyu acknowledged before hanging up. Soon, she sent him the location, which turned out to be a street rather than a specific establishment. After giving the address to the driver, he leaned back in his seat to rest. Since the morning, he had been busy, even engaging in a scuffle that drained his energy, and now he felt quite fatigued. After a brief respite, the taxi arrived at the location Shun Ying-ai had provided. As he stepped out, he spotted her, elegantly dressed and meticulously groomed, a stark contrast to her usual appearance. Gone were the glasses that typically perched on her nose. Her eyes sparkled like stars, and her hair, which she usually let fall freely, was now stylishly tied up. Adorning her ears were exquisite earrings that shimmered with every movement, adding a touch of allure to her presence. Her face bore a carefully applied makeup that perfectly highlighted her features, exuding an irresistible charm. Have you been waiting long? Lin Xiangyu asked with a smile as he approached her. Zhang Ying-ai lowered her gaze, a blush creeping on her cheeks as she softly replied, Not too long. Shall we go? What shall we eat? Lin Xiangyu inquired. Once again, she did not respond directly, instead taking his hand and saying, Just follow me. Before long, Lin Xiangyu found himself led to a barbecue restaurant. The establishment, named Kong Hudong's Bakejong, instantly sparked memories of his past life, reminding him of a South Korean variety show he had once watched called Love Letter, hosted by Kong Hudong. As they entered the bustling restaurant, they found a cozy spot in the corner. The place was packed, being one of the popular branches in Myeongdong, Seoul. Shun Ying-ai expertly placed their order and began to engage Lin Xiangyu in lively conversation. Just as they were enjoying their exchange, Lin Xiangyu suddenly froze, his gaze fixed in shock on the table diagonally across from them, as if witnessing an astonishing scene. Curious, Shun Ying-ai turned to follow his gaze and quickly spotted a charming girl with twin ponytails among the crowd at the adjacent table. Chapter 37. Misunderstanding, Shun Ying-ai gazed at the adorable girl with twin ponytails, an inexplicable pang of jealousy rising within her. Turning her head away, she asked, laced with a palpable bitterness, Do you know her? Her eyes were fixed intently on Lin Xiangyu, as if she sought to decipher every nuance of his expression. Yes, Lin Xiangyu replied, averting his gaze and nodding gently. While Lin Xiangyu, I never would have guessed you possessed such charm, knowing so many beautiful women, Shun Yingye remarked, her voice dripping with envy, as though she had overturned an entire vat of aged vinegar, each word tinged with sourness. Lin Xiangyu found Shun Ying-ai's jealousy both amusing and endearing, hurriedly lowering his voice to explain, She is my second sister. Upon hearing this, Shun Ying-ai's heart jolted. The tidal wave of jealousy that had surged moments ago, dissipating in an instant, replaced by a profound sense of unease. She resembled a student caught in a secret rendezvous by her parents, utterly mortified and wishing to vanish into the ground. What shall we do now? Shun Ying-ai murmured, her hand hastily covering her face, her voice barely above a whisper, filled with helplessness as she looked at Lin Xiangyu, as though he were her sole beacon of hope, desperately wishing for him to conjure a foolproof plan. Lin Xiangyu softly reassured her, It should be fine. She hasn't seen us. Let's just continue with our meal. As he spoke, he gently patted the back of Shun Ying-ai's hand, attempting to instill calmness and strength in her. Shun Ying-ai, upon hearing his words, slightly shifted her gaze, her mind racing with calculations. Just then, Han Yojin, heading to the restroom, inadvertently turned her head and caught sight of Lin Xiangyu and Shun Ying-ai. A blush instantly crept onto Han Yojin's face, as if her deepest secrets had been laid bare. After a moment's hesitation, she steeled herself and approached Lin Xiangyu's table, softly inquiring, Xiangyu, what are you doing here? While speaking, her eyes darted curiously to Shun Ying-ai, filled with intrigue about this beautiful woman and her relationship with her younger brother. Before Lin Xiangyu could respond, Shun Ying-ai interjected, wearing a seemingly warm smile, Xiangyu, who is this? Simultaneously, She discreetly nudged Lin Xiangyu's leg with the tip of her high heel, subtly winking at him, a silent reminder to be cautious with his words. Oh, Lin Xiangyu instantly understood and stood up, earnestly introducing, "Teacher Shun, this is my second sister." His voice rang clear and bright, aiming to dissipate the somewhat awkward atmosphere and restore normalcy. Upon hearing his words, Han Yujin's expression shifted to one of seriousness and respect, as she extended her hand politely to Shunning Ai, saying, "Hello, Teacher Shun. I am Lin Xiangyu's second sister, Han Yujin." Her gaze was focused on Shunning Ai, reflecting utmost respect and courtesy. Seeing this, Shunning Ai quickly rose, extending her right hand to gently grasp Han Yujin's. However, due to her nervousness, her palm was already slick with perspiration, the warmth and moisture conveying her inner turmoil, as she feared her secret romance would be uncovered. After a brief handshake, Shunning Ai swiftly retracted her hand, repeatedly saying, "Hello, hello." At that moment, Han Yojin seemed to sense something amiss. The sight of a female teacher dining alone with a male student on a weekend, especially one who had made an effort to dress up, felt undeniably unusual. "Xiangyu, what exactly is going on between you and Teacher Shin?" Han Yojin asked, her brow slightly furrowed, her eyes darting between Lin Xiangyu and Shunning Ai, seeking answers. Her suspicions deepening. Caught off guard by the question, Lin Xiangyu was at a loss for words, an awkward expression washing over his face as he opened his mouth. Yet nothing came out, resembling a fish out of water, floundering helplessly. Observing his reaction, Shunning Ai quickly interjected, maintaining a smile and speaking calmly. "It's like this. Xiangyu reached out to me privately, mentioning he was troubled by certain matters, so I thought to discuss it with him during the weekend." Her voice was steady, attempting to convince Han Yojin of this narrative while striving to mask her inner anxiety. "Oh, I see." Han Yojin nodded thoughtfully, but at that moment, she suddenly recalled the scene she had witnessed on the staircase that night, connecting it to Shunning Ai's remark about Xiangyu being troubled by something. Realizing the implications, Han Yojin's heart tightened, and she urgently tugged at Lin Xiangyu's sleeve, whispering, "Lin Xiangyu, come with me for a moment." With that, Han Yojin mustered a strained smile towards Shunning Ai, nodding politely as she said, "Excuse me, Teacher Shun, I need to speak to Lin Xiangyu privately." "All right." Shunning Ai replied with a smile, yet a sliver of unease crept in her heart, fearing that events might spiral out of control. Han Yojin led Lin Xiangyu to a secluded corner, hesitating for a moment before stating gravely, "Xiangyu, you must not disclose family matters to outsiders. If there is anything troubling you that you find uncomfortable to share with Mom or our older sister, you can confide in me." Her expression was earnest, her concern for the family's affairs evident, fearing that Lin Xiangyu might impulsively reveal something he ought not to. Lin Xiangyu, bewildered, failed to grasp the depth of Han Yojin's words. After pondering for a moment, he asked in confusion, "Yojin, have you misunderstood something?" Chapter 38. The poison Han Yojin lifted her head, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Xiangyu's eyes as they locked in a prolonged stare. After a moment, Han Yojin, her expression grave, said, "In any case, you must not share family matters with outsiders." She had hesitated for quite some time in her heart, ultimately refraining from revealing what she had witnessed that night on the staircase. The memory lingered like a thorn, piercing her heart. She longed to speak of it, but found herself at a loss for words. "Jiji Yojin, you've truly misunderstood me. I have no intention of discussing family matters with Teacher Shun." Lin Xiangyu hurriedly clarified, sincerity gleaming in his eyes as he endeavored to convince Han Yojin of his honesty. Upon hearing this, Han Yojin fell into a brief silence. Just as she was about to speak again, Shunning Ai pushed open the store door and strode towards them. Han Yojin immediately spotted Shunning Ai, and the words she had been about to utter were swallowed back down. Noticing Han Yojin's gaze fixed behind him, Lin Xiangyu instinctively turned to look. At that moment, Han Yojin called out, "Teacher Shun, why have you come?" "Oh, I just wanted to let you know that I suddenly have an urgent matter and must leave. I've already settled the bill for the barbecue. You two siblings enjoy yourselves," Shunning Ai replied, her smile unwavering. Yet behind that facade lay a tumult of anxiety and unease. Although Lin Xiangyu and Han Yojin had only been out for a short while, Shunning Ai felt as if she were sitting on pins and needles unable to relax. Fearing that Han Yozhen might sense the peculiar relationship between her and Lin Xiangyu. Teacher, you're leaving? A trace of disappointment flickered in Lin Xiangyu's eyes as he asked anxiously. Yes, there are matters I must attend to. If you have anything to discuss, you could talk to your sister first. We can catch up another time. Shenning feigned nonchalance. Teacher, Shan then. Lin Xiangyu glanced at Han Yozhen beside him, reluctantly saying, take care. His voice carried a hint of sorrow, his eyes lingering on Shenning. All right, then I'll take my leave. Goodbye, Lin Xiangyu. Goodbye, Sister Xiangyu. Shenning smiled, her wave tinged with regret. Lin Xiangyu hurriedly waved back. Goodbye, Teacher Shen. Please take care. Han Yozhen raised her hand politely in farewell. Shenning said nothing further, turning to walk towards the street. Lin Xiangyu watched her retreating figure, a profound sense of loss swelling within him, his gaze filled with longing. At that moment, a classmate who had come with Han Yozhen emerged from a store to find her. A girl, slightly above average in appearance, but not particularly striking, stumbled over to Lin Xiangyu and Han Yozhen, exclaiming, Yozhen, what are you doing here? Everyone's waiting for you. Those annoying boys refuse to drink since you're not around. She punctuated her statement with a hiccup, her cheeks flushed. Upon finishing, she noticed Han Yozhen's unusual expression and followed her gaze to Lin Xiangyu, standing nearby. The girl, evidently tipsy, walked past Lin Xiangyu without initially recognizing him. Wow, so handsome, she exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. Is this handsome guy your boyfriend, Yozhen? He is so attractive. The girl, with a hint of drunken boldness, looked at Han Yozhen with curiosity. Instantly, Han Yozhen's face flushed crimson, akin to a ripe tomato. As she hurriedly explained, Xiaohui, don't say such things. He is my brother. Upon hearing Han Yozhen's response, Li Xiaohui's eyes brightened, and she walked up to Lin Xiangyu, phone in hand, asking, Yozhen's brother, could I have your number? Her gaze sparkled with anticipation and a touch of inebriated audacity. Han Yozhen quickly intervened, blocking Li Xiaohui's hand, saying, let us head back. We shouldn't keep them waiting. While speaking, Han Yozhen cast an apologetic glance towards Lin Xiangyu. Reluctantly, Li Xiaohui was drawn away by Han Yozhen, her eyes lingering on Lin Xiangyu as they left. Once Han Yozhen and Li Xiaohui re-entered, Lin Xiangyu immediately took out his phone to message Shenning. Where have you gone? I'm coming to find you. Lin Xiangyu, his emotions swirling, stared at the screen, his fingers trembling slightly. He was unwilling to relinquish the hard-won opportunity of the day, yet he feared that Shenning might reject any future private meetings due to today's events, leaving him riddled with anxiety. Fortunately, after a while, Shenning replied. The seconds felt like an eternity to Lin Xiangyu. Focus on enjoying your barbecue, and don't raise your sister's suspicions. Once you're done, we can reconnect. Upon reading her message, Lin Xiangyu felt a weight lift from his heart, exhaling slowly as he returned to the barbecue restaurant. As he entered, both Han Yozhen and Li Xiaohui turned to look at him. Han Yozhen appeared a bit flustered, her eyes filled with embarrassment, while Li Xiaohui's gaze was playful, as if sending Lin Xiangyu a signal. Lin Xiangyu observed that Han Yozhen's table was lively, everyone holding beer mugs and drinking heartily, the atmosphere vibrant. However, he paid little heed to it, his mind solely focused on finishing his meal to seek out Shenning. Once seated, Lin Xiangyu began grilling the meat. The aroma wafted through the air, tantalizing yet bittersweet as he longed to enjoy it with Shenning. As Lin Xiangyu savored the barbecue, he occasionally glanced towards Han Yozhen's table, where she too would steal glances in his direction. Their eyes met several times, only to dart away quickly, as if evading something. After a while, a tipsy Li Xiaohui, clutching a bottle and a cup, staggered towards Lin Xiangyu. Han Yozhen, seeing Li Xiaohui approaching Lin Xiangyu, intended to follow, but was held back by a friend of Li Xiaohui's. At this point, the people at their table had consumed a fair amount of alcohol, with a few boys watching Li Xiaohui as if anticipating a spectacle. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Xiangyu and Han Yozhen shared a close bond. As Han Yozhen had previously asked Li Xiaohui to keep it quiet, they assumed Li Xiaohui was merely looking to flirt with a stranger, eagerly awaiting her potential embarrassment. Some even wagered on the outcome. Yet, their expectations would be dashed. Although Lin Xiangyu held no interest in Li Xiaohui, he felt a sense of obligation to maintain appearances, given her connection to Han Yozhen. Thus, when Li Xiaohui poured him a drink, he graciously accepted it instead of outright refusing. Seeing Lin Xiangyu accept Li Xiaohui's drink, the boys who had lost their bets wore expressions of disappointment. However, they quickly brushed it off, diving back into the next round of drinking. The table once again filled with raucous laughter. Even with Li Xiaohui lingering at Lin Xiangyu's table, they paid it no mind, for their primary aim was to assist the wealthy heir in winning Han Yozhen's affection. Amidst this, a girl, bribed by the wealthy heir, discreetly dropped a substance into Han Yozhen's drink while she was engaged in conversation with Lin Xiangyu. The translucent liquid stirred gently, and in an instant, the nefarious powder dissolved within, vanishing without a trace as if it had never existed. Chapter 39. Han Yozhen is taken away in the dim light of the bustling gathering. Han Yozhen sat at the table, her brow slightly furrowed, filled with reluctance. Her deskmate, a boy from a privileged background, cast her a look laced with mischief and incessantly gestured to those nearby, urging them to persuade Han Yozhen to drink. Han Yozhen bi tar elipe? Feeling overwhelmed as she faced the chorus of her classmates' drunken entreaties, her head ringing with noise. Come on, Yozhen, just have one drink. Everyone is having such a great time. Don't be a killjoy. Exactly, it's just a glass of wine, it won't tea hurt. The voices of her classmates cascaded around her like a relentless tide. Han Yozhen instinctively clutched the hem of her garment, her knuckles whitening from the pressure. Her eyes reflected her inner turmoil and resistance. Yet, under the weight of their eager gazes and raucous laughter, she slowly extended her hand to grasp the wine glass on the table. Amidst the scrutinizing stares, Han Yozhen inhaled deeply and, with a pained expression, downed the contents of the glass. The fiery liquid coursed down her throat, and her brows knitted tightly, her gaze involuntarily drifting toward Lin Xiangyu. At that moment, she felt a profound sense of injustice. The leering stares from her male classmates made her skin crawl. Since childhood, Han Yozhen had been haunted by the insatiable gazes of boys, which was the very reason she had intentionally distanced herself from Lin Xiangyu. Meanwhile, Li Xiaohui's cheeks were flushed, her eyes glazed, as she tilted the bottle in her hand to pour another glass for Lin Xiangyu. Her voice, soft and laced with a hint of drunken flirtation, purred, "Come on, drink with your sister just one more time." She resembled a languorous cat, playfully teasing Lin Xiangyu. Seeing this, Lin Xiangyu hastily waved his hand, a look of discomfort crossing his face as he replied, "Sister Xiaohui, I really can't drink anymore. I have something to attend to later." At that moment, his mind was preoccupied with how to advance his relationship with Shan Ai, leaving him disinterested in Li Xiaohui. Had he intended to pursue anything with her tonight, he would have downed the drink without hesitation. But his thoughts were already drifting toward Shan Ai. After rejecting her twice, Li Xiaohui, like a stubborn child, would not relent. A flicker of determination sparked in her eyes as she clutched Lin Xiangyu's arm, shaking it insistently. Just one drink. Just one. To avoid creating an awkward scene, Lin Xiangyu sighed in resignation and ultimately raised the glass to drink with her once more. From that point onward, Li Xiaohui clung to him like an unshakable gum, her presence unwavering. Occasionally, Han Yozhen cast apologetic glances in their direction, her eyes filled with guilt and helplessness. Were it not for Han Yozhen's presence, even though Li Xiaohui was a girl, Lin Xiangyu would have felt compelled to confront her. "Sister Xiaohui, I have something to do. I really must leave." Lin Xiangyu pressed down his rising anger, his voice tinged with helplessness as his fingers rhythmically tapped on the edge of the table, betraying his inner agitation. "Just one last drink, and I'll go with you," Li Xiaohui replied, pouring yet another glass for Lin Xiangyu. A sly glimmer flickered in her eyes, as though she harbored a secret. When Lin Xiangyu heard her mention leaving with him, he found himself at a loss for words, though he dismissed the idea. After all, once they exited the establishment, how could Li Xiaohui, in her high heels, possibly keep up with him, a sturdy young man? "Sister Xiaohui, please don't jest with me. After this glass, you should join your classmates." Lin Xiangyu's words faltered abruptly as his gaze swept across Han Yozhin's table, only to discover she had vanished, along with several boys from that group. A wave of unease washed over him, and his heart raced. He sprang to his feet, urgency propelling him toward the exit. At the parking lot's entrance, two boys were hoisting the unconscious Han Yozhin, one on each side, struggling to push her into a lavish car. Seated in the passenger seat was a wealthy heir, his face flushed with excitement, eyes fixed on Han Yozhin as he muttered, "You too, be careful. Don't let your filthy hands touch Han Yozhin." "Yes, yes," the two boys stammered, intimidated by the heir's presence, resembling obedient puppies. The moment Lin Xiangyu burst through the door, he caught sight of this disconcerting scene. "You scoundrels, what are you doing?" he bellowed, his voice reverberating like thunder throughout the parking lot. Filled with fury and concern, he quickened his pace, rushing toward the car. The two miscreants were startled by Lin Xiangyu's sudden roar. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xiangyu sprinted to their side and, without hesitation, delivered a forceful kick to one of the men. The inebriated fellow, already unsteady, was sent sprawling to the ground. The other man, witnessing Lin Xiangyu's furious countenance, blanched and relinquished his grip on Han Yozhin's arm as if it were a scorching ember. With alacrity, Lin Xiangyu steadied Han Yozhin, preventing her from falling. At that moment, the affluent young man in the car emerged, his face a mask of annoyance and disdain. Li Xiaohui, having pursued Lin Xiangyu from the store, arrived on the scene. The chaotic tableau before the wealthy man's car instantly sobered her, her eyes widening as she hastened toward them. Upon seeing Li Xiaohui, Lin Xiangyu unhesitatingly entrusted Han Yozhin to her care, declaring, "Xiaohui, please look after my sister. I need to deal with these beasts." His voice was deep and resolute, his eyes ablaze with fury. The man Lin Xiangyu had kicked to the ground had regained his feet, and the trio stood in a line, confronting Lin Xiangyu. The wealthy young man, accustomed to his arrogance and confident in their numerical advantage, dismissed Lin Xiangyu. He glared menacingly and barked afterward, 2 million each to beat this kid to death. I'll take responsibility for anything that happens." 2 million was a considerable sum for a student. The two men's eyes gleamed with avarice upon hearing the wealthy man's words, and they surged toward Lin Xiangyu as if invigorated. Just in time, Lin Xiangyu seethed inwardly, his fist primed. He unleashed a devastating right hook, the air whistling as it connected with the head of the foremost assailant. The man reeled backward from the impact, his head slamming against the wealthy man's car door with a resounding thud. Li Xiaohui contributed 53 points of shock. Zhang Yuxing contributed 58 points of shock. Piao Changpei contributed 42 points of shock. The second man, caught off guard, was felled by Lin Xiangyu's swift calf kick. The force of the blow sent him crashing to the ground, clutching his leg in agony, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, rendering him unable to stand. Witnessing Lin Xiangyu's swift dispatch of the two men, the wealthy young man's bravado evaporated, replaced by fear. A flicker of terror danced in his eyes as he stammered, "Hold on." Before he could finish, Lin Xiangyu charged forward and landed a punch squarely on his mouth. The fact that this wealthy man had almost abducted Han Yozhin in plain sight was intolerable. Had Han Yozhin been violated, Lin Xiangyu would never have forgiven himself. Forever haunted by guilt, Lin Xiangyu's jabs rained down upon the wealthy man's unremarkable face, leaving him defenseless. Bruises bloomed, and blood trickled from his mouth. Overwhelmed and humiliated, the wealthy man abandoned all pretense of dignity and fled. However, he had barely taken 2 steps before Lin Xiangyu seized him from behind, kicking the back of his knee, sending him sprawling face first onto the ground. The wealthy man, writhing in pain, craned his neck and shouted, "Do you know who I am? I don't give a damn who you are." Lin Xiangyu roared, his rage unbridled. "Touch my sister, and I'll make sure you regret it, even if you're royalty. I've got nothing to lose." With that, Lin Xiangyu straddled the wealthy man and unleashed a relentless barrage of blows upon his face. Li Xiaohui attempted to intervene, but a mere glance from Lin Xiangyu sent a fresh wave of shock through her, silencing her as she stood by, speechless. The chauffeur, witnessing his employer's beating, exited the vehicle, intending to intervene, but Lin Xiangyu's ferocity deterred him. Only when the wealthy man's face was a bloody mess, his eyes swollen shut, did Lin Xiangyu seize his hair, wrenching his head up, and snarled, "Remember this. If you ever dare to harm my sister again, I'll find a way to kill you. I have nothing to lose." With that, Lin Xiangyu rose and delivered 2 forceful kicks to the wealthy man's groin. The near-unconscious man was jolted awake, clutching his groin and howling in agony. Having concluded his assault, Lin Xiangyu retrieved Han Yozhen from Li Xiaohui's care. Li Xiaohui, still shaken by Lin Xiangyu's display of brutal force, trembled and dared not jest with him. She could only stand mutely as Lin Xiangyu led Han Yozhen to the roadside, hailed a taxi, and entered. Chapter 41. The Pleasure Motel. The middle-aged driver glanced at Han Yuzheng, who was unconscious in the back seat, through the rearview mirror, and inquired, "Young man, where are you headed?" Upon hearing the driver's question, Lin Xiangyu was momentarily stunned, his mind blank, pondering where indeed. His gaze fell upon Han Yuzheng. Worry etched on his brow as he thought, in her current state, I cannot take her home. What if Anjing sees her? She would surely faint from worry. Noticing Lin Xiangyu's silence, the middle-aged driver assumed the young man was inexperienced and suggested, "I know of a nearby motel with a pleasant ambience and reasonable prices. Would you like to go there?" After a moment's hesitation, Lin Xiangyu glanced once more at the adorable Han Yuzheng. Her cheeks flushed from intoxication and ultimately nodded in agreement, replying, "All right, let's south go to the place you mentioned." "Great," the driver exclaimed, pressing the accelerator as the taxi sped away like an arrow, swiftly disappearing into the distance. As the vehicle surged forward, Lin Xiangyu found himself lost in contemplation, gazing at Han Yuzheng beside him. Suddenly, his phone rang, shattering the tranquility within the car. The caller ID displayed Xin Yangyi. Having waited anxiously for a message from Lin Xiangyu, Xin Yangyi decided to call him. Upon seeing her name, Lin Xiangyu instinctively turned to look at the unconscious Han Yuzheng, feeling a wave of internal conflict. After much deliberation, he pressed the answer button. As the call connected, Xin Yangyi's playful voice resonated. "Hello, Xiangyu, have you finished eating?" "Yes," Lin Xiangyu replied tersely, his voice laced with fatigue and distraction. Xin Yangyi chuckled softly, her tone becoming increasingly alluring. "Can you guess where I am right now?" "Ah, I can't guess." At that moment, Lin Xiangyu's thoughts were completely occupied with Han Yuzheng, leaving him no leisure to indulge in Xin Yangyi's playful banter. "How silly," she giggled lightly before enunciating, "I am at the motel." Her voice was sultry and enticing, seemingly imbued with an invisible charm that made Lin Xiangyu's heart race, causing him to swallow hard. He was utterly unprepared for Xin Yangyi to be waiting for him at the motel. Their relationship had progressed with astonishing speed, far beyond his expectations. Hearing the sound of Lin Xiangyu swallowing, Xin Yangyi felt a surge of delight and continued to tease, "I booked a room with a bathtub." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiangyu felt a rush of heat envelop him, his breathing quickening as his chest heaved. Sensing the moment was ripe, Xin Yangyi ceased her playful teasing, laughing softly as she said, "I'll send you the location. Come over." "Okay," Lin Xiangyu responded without hesitation, his voice brimming with urgency and longing. Though he wished to sprout wings and fly to Xin Yangyi's side immediately, reason reminded him to first ensure Han Yozheng's safety. After ending the call, Lin Xiangyu prepared to instruct the driver to find a nearby motel to settle Han Yuzheng before attending to Xin Yangyi. Just as he was about to speak, his phone buzzed again, revealing a message from Xin Yangyi containing the motel's address. A new thought flashed through Lin Xiangyu's mind. He pondered for a moment before telling the driver, "Please change course to this address." Handing his phone to the driver, he watched as a knowing smile spread across the man's face. "Young man, what a coincidence. We were actually headed there, the Pleasure Motel. This place offers great value, and I first learned about it from a student named Su Yang from the Dragon Country." Chapter 42. The first game with Xin Yangyi. Lin Xiangyu paid no heed to the driver's words. His mind singularly focused on one thought, to ensure Han Yozheng's safe accommodation before hastening to Xin Yangyi's side. In his heart, everything else was trivial. The matter of who had recommended this motel to the driver was of no concern to him. The taxi sped through the night, and soon came to a halt outside the Pleasure Motel. The driver, glancing through the rearview mirror, observed Lin Xiangyu dragging the unconscious Han Yujing from the car, a flicker of unnoticeable regret passing through his eyes. Yet, such scenes were commonplace in his career as a taxi driver. He had witnessed countless similar occurrences. Nevertheless, the adorable visage of Han Yujing stirred a touch of compassion within him. As Lin Xiangyu assisted Han Yujing towards the motel entrance, the middle-aged driver pressed the accelerator, and the taxi vanished into the thick darkness, leaving only a trail of exhaust fumes behind. Inside the motel, the bespectacled female receptionist raised her eyes, observing Lin Xiangyu supporting Han Yujing as they entered. There was no hint of surprise or shock on her face. Such scenarios were a daily occurrence for her, and she had grown accustomed to them. Lin Xiangyu retrieved his identification card and handed it to the receptionist, curtly requesting a room. The receptionist, taking the ID, dutifully inquired, "Where's her ID?" "We'll leave shortly. She won't be staying here," Lin Xiangyu replied, completely unaware of where Han Yujing's identification was, resorting to an excuse that anyone could conjure. The receptionist merely responded with a soft "oh," proceeding with the check-in process. She was merely following protocol, deeming it unnecessary to complicate matters for herself. After settling the payment, Lin Xiangyu took the room key from the receptionist and carefully assisted Han Yujing into the elevator. As the elevator ascended slowly, upon reaching their floor, Lin Xiangyu guided Han Yujing down the long corridor in search of their room. It did not take long for him to locate the room. He swiped the key card to open the door, ushering Han Yujing inside, before gently closing the door with his foot. After placing Han Yujing on the bed, Lin Xiangyu sank into the chair beside her, wiping the beads of sweat from his brow. Although Han Yujing was not heavy, supporting an unconscious person proved to be a strenuous task. Driven by a peculiar sentiment towards Han Yujing, Lin Xiangyu was careful to avoid any inappropriate contact, exerting considerable effort along the way. After a brief respite, he inhaled deeply and rose slowly, his mind filled with visions of Xin Yangyi's enchanting figure, yearning to reach her room swiftly. However, just as he turned to leave, his gaze inadvertently fell upon Han Yujing's feet, where he noticed she was still wearing her shoes. A thought struck him. Sleeping in shoes must be exceedingly uncomfortable. Being a person of meticulous nature, he resolved to help Han Yujing remove her shoes before departing. Fortunately, Han Yujing wore lace-up shoes, and the process of untying them was straightforward. Lin Xiangyu crouched down, delicately loosening the bow of the shoelaces, and with utmost care, he slipped the shoes off her feet. At the moment her feet were revealed, Lin Xiangyu's gaze faltered. After a brief pause, he released her feet, averted his gaze, and composed himself. Just before exiting, he could not resist glancing back at the slumbering Han Yujing, then turned towards Xin Yangyi's room. One could not deny that despite Han Yujing's cute demeanor, she was undeniably captivating, a fact that Lin Xiangyu greatly appreciated. At that moment, the muffled sounds of revelry from nearby rooms filled the air, and to claim that he held no thoughts of Han Yujing would be sheer self-deception. Yet, his inherent integrity forbade him from pursuing her in such a base manner. Lin Xiangyu gently closed the room door, took a deep breath, and exhaled slowly to calm his racing heart as he strode towards the elevator. Upon arriving at Xin Yangyi's door, his heartbeat quickened, for this was a pivotal moment since his arrival in this world, akin to an impending battle. "Knock, knock, knock." Lin Xiangyu raised his hand and lightly rapped on the door. As the sound echoed, he heard the hurried sound of high heels within. Despite the cacophony from the surrounding rooms, Xin Yangyi's footsteps were distinctly audible, the urgent rhythm seemingly conveying her anticipation. The door creaked open, revealing the long-awaited figure of Xin Yangyi. The instant their eyes met, an unspoken understanding passed between them. Without a moment's hesitation, they embraced in a fervent kiss. Lin Xiangyu instinctively shut the door behind them. His hands encircled Xin Yangyi's waist, while she tenderly caressed his face. As they kissed, Xin Yangyi, he gradually retreated towards the bed. Just as the atmosphere thickened between them, a system notification rang out, signaling the commencement of their virtual game. Virtual Kitchen activated. The game involves the two collaborating to cook fried rice. Popcorn mastery. The process follows below. Chapter 43. Back to Han Yozhin's room, after concluding the virtual game, Shun Ying'ai lay flat on the bed, taking a moment to regain her composure before gradually turning her head toward Lin Xiangyu. A gentle smile adorned her face, her gaze warm and tender, reminiscent of the sun's embrace on a spring day. Lin Xiangyu, sensing her attention, slowly shifted his gaze to meet hers. In that fleeting moment of their eyes locking, a palpable electricity coursed through the air, rendering the surroundings into a serene silence. With a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth, Lin Xiangyu inquired, "Ying'ai, how did you feel just now?" Upon hearing this, Shun Ying'ai's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple, as she shyly responded, "I felt wonderful." Once she spoke, an invisible force seemed to draw them together, and they embraced tightly, as if wishing to intertwine their very lives. After a few tender moments, Shun Ying'ai gently asked, "Xiangyu, do you need to go home tonight?" Lin Xiangyu paused before responding, redirecting the question, "What about you? Do you need to go home?" "Yes." Shun Ying'ai nodded, explaining, "I've never spent the night outside before, and I hadn't anticipated coming to a place like this today, so I didn't inform my family about staying out." "Oh, I see," Lin Xiangyu replied softly, though he made an effort to suppress it. Shun Ying'ai could still discern a hint of regret in his tone. She reached out, tenderly caressing his face, and said with kindness, "Xiangyu, we have a long future ahead of us. There's no need to rush." "Indeed," Lin Xiangyu affirmed, "I'm not in a hurry either. I didn't tell my family that I wouldn't be home tonight." Upon hearing this, Shun Ying'ai glanced at the time on her phone. "It's already past 11. She remarked, a tinge of reluctance in her eyes as she leaned against the headboard. "All right," Lin Xiangyu acquiesced, sitting up alongside her. Their eyes met once more, and in the next instant, they found themselves irresistibly drawn together, sharing a passionate kiss. After a while, Shun Ying'ai grasped Lin Xiangyu's hand, softly stating, "We should go. Next time, I'll ensure you have your fill." "Okay," Lin Xiangyu sighed lightly, a touch of disappointment evident as he withdrew his hand. After dressing, he thoughtfully accompanied Shun Ying'ai to the front desk to check out. The female receptionist, upon receiving the room card from Shun Ying'ai, inadvertently glanced up and was instantly captivated by Lin Xiangyu, her eyes widening in disbelief. Confusion flooded her mind. She distinctly remembered Lin Xiangyu arriving with Han Yozhin. Yet here he was, checking out with another woman. Despite her experience in the hotel industry, this peculiar situation left her astounded. However, the receptionist maintained her professionalism, suppressing her curiosity after a brief stare. Lin Xiangyu felt uncomfortable under her gaze, his face flushing with embarrassment. Shun Ying'ai, oblivious to the reason, assumed the receptionist was merely enchanted by Lin Xiangyu's handsome appearance. After checking out, Lin Xiangyu and Shun Ying'ai left the motel hand in hand, basking in the sweetness of their moment. Upon reaching the street, Lin Xiangyu waved to hail a taxi, gentlemanly opening the door and carefully assisting Shun Ying'ai inside. As she settled into the car, she rolled down the window and waved goodbye, her eyes filled with affection. Lin Xiangyu reciprocated the farewell, watching the taxi disappear down the road before glancing at his phone. It was already past midnight. He thought to check on Han Yozhin's condition, ensuring she was all right before heading home, recalling that excessive consumption of certain substances could pose a danger to life. He could not leave Han Yozhin unattended in such a state. When a receptionist spotted Lin Xiangyu returning, her eyes widened once more in astonishment. Understanding he had been misunderstood, Lin Xiangyu approached the front desk, awkwardly stating, "Hello, I accidentally locked the room card for 306 inside. Could you please issue me another?" The receptionist stared at him for a couple of seconds before calmly replying, "All right." Once he received the new card, Lin Xiangyu hurried away from the front desk, feeling guilty as he ascended to the third floor. Upon entering room 306, he found no sign of Han Yozhin. However, the slight bulge in the covers indicated she was likely hiding beneath them. Concerned for her well-being, Lin Xiangyu hesitated before deciding to lift the blanket and check on her condition. Resolute, he approached the bed and pulled back the covers. Chapter 44. Emergency measures. At the moment Lin Xiangyu lifted the blanket, Han Yuzhong, hidden beneath it, suddenly stirred without warning. Lin Xiangyu's heart sank. akin to the feeling of being caught in a wrongdoing. His gaze was fixed on Han Yuzhong, who was frowning, her eyes tightly shut, emitting sounds of distress as her body uncontrollably crawled towards the edge of the bed. In an instant, Lin Xiangyu felt a surge of anxiety rise to his throat, his breath quickening. He quickly crouched beside her, eager to assess her condition. In the next moment, Han Yuzhong violently retched, the contents of her stomach erupting forth like a torrential flood. The vomit landed squarely on Lin Xiangyu, and a pungent, acrid odor filled the air. It became evident that even someone as breathtakingly beautiful as Han Yuzhong could produce a scent that was utterly intolerable. Overwhelmed by this unexpected turn of events, Lin Xiangyu felt a wave of nausea wash over him, his throat churning as he fought the urge to vomit. However, upon hearing Han Yuzhong's agonized groans, he steeled himself against his discomfort and gently patted her back. With Lin Xiangyu's assistance, Han Yuzhong finally expelled the contents of her stomach. Yet after this episode, she remained unresponsive, her body languidly collapsing towards the edge of the bed, perilously close to tumbling to the floor. Fortunately, Lin Xiangyu was quick-witted and dashed forward, firmly supporting her and preventing her from landing in her own vomit. He carefully laid Han Yuzhong back on the bed, retrieved her phone that had slipped into the covers, placing it on the bedside table to avoid causing her discomfort, and finally covered her with a blanket. It could be said that aside from not assisting her with her clothing, Lin Xiangyu had done all that he could. Having completed these tasks, Lin Xiangyu frowned and removed his shirt, now soiled with Han Yuzhong's vomit. He hurried to the bathroom, fetched tissues, and swiftly returned to the bedside, suppressing his nausea as he cleaned up the mess on the floor. After disposing of the vomit, he took the soiled shirt back to the bathroom, turned on the faucet, and began washing it. Once he finished, he instinctively sniffed his own body, unsure if it was merely a psychological effect. Yet he felt as if he too carried the lingering scent of Han Yuzhong's vomit. He wrinkled his nose and peeked out from the bathroom to check on Han Yuzhong, who lay unconscious on the bed. Confirming that she was stable for the moment, he gently closed the bathroom door and quickly stripped off his clothes, turning on the shower for a cleansing wash. After bathing, Lin Xiangyu dressed and picked up his freshly laundered shirt, giving it another sniff. Despite multiple washes, he still sensed the odor, and the damp fabric made him hesitate to wear it. Exiting the bathroom, he approached the bedside once more to check on Han Yuzhong. If all seemed well, he planned to call a cab to return home. However, upon reaching her side, he was startled by the sight before him. Han Yuzhong's complexion had turned pale, her breathing rapid and labored, appearing to struggle for breath. Lin Xiangyu's mind momentarily blanked, instinctively reaching for his phone to dial emergency services. Yet, just as his finger hovered over the dial button, a thought flashed through his mind. If he called for help and took Han Yuzhong to the hospital, they would undoubtedly contact her family, and Minijing would learn of Han Yuzhong's ordeal. Moreover, with the scent of alcohol still clinging to him, he feared he would struggle to explain the situation. Taking a deep breath, he fought to regain his composure. Han Yuzhong's condition likely wasn't as dire as it appeared. Perhaps he was merely overreacting. After all, while cases of drugging are frequently reported online, severe incidents resulting from such acts are rare, with most individuals simply needing a good rest, leaving only mild aftereffects like dizziness. Gradually calming himself, Lin Xiangyu resolved to first research how to handle such a situation online. He quickly opened a search engine, typed in his query, and the results displayed the following. If someone is suspected of having ingested too much of sedative, the following measures should be taken immediately. 1. Ensure airway patency. Turn the patient's head to one side, lift the chin, and clear any foreign objects or secretions from the mouth to prevent vomit from obstructing the airway. 2. Call for emergency assistance. Dial the emergency number and inform the responders of the suspected sedative intake, approximate dosage, and the time of ingestion. 3. Closely monitor vital signs. Observe the patient's breathing, heart rate, pulse, and consciousness. If there is a cessation of breathing or heartbeat, commence CPR immediately. Based on Lin Xiangyu's observations, it appeared that Han Yuzhong's situation fell into the first category. Thus, he decided to first clear her mouth of any mucus. If all was well afterward, there would be no need to call for emergency help. Having made his decision, Lin Xiangyu carefully turned Han Yozheng's head towards him, gently lifting her chin in preparation to clear her mouth of any foreign substances and secretions. As he slowly opened her mouth, he indeed spotted sticky secretions and remnants of vomit inside. However, Lin Xiangyu found himself at a loss, as he had never performed such a task before and was unsure how to proceed. Desperately scanning the room, he searched for an appropriate tool but found nothing suitable. Ultimately, Lin Xiangyu gritted his teeth and resolved to use his hand to assist Han Yuzheng, reasoning that his hands were clean after his recent shower. With this determination, he took a deep breath and slowly inserted his fingers into Han Yozheng's mouth. Chapter 45. Not returning tonight, as Lin Xiangyu's fingers gently slipped into Han Yozheng's mouth. A surge of warmth enveloped him, causing his heart to constrict sharply. An uncontrollable thought flashed through his mind. Yozhen's mouth is so warm, her tongue so soft. The moment this thought crossed his mind, he felt as though he had been jolted by electricity, snapping back to reality as he mentally chastised himself. What am I thinking? What kind of situation is this? Shaking his head vigorously, Lin Xiangyu endeavored to dispel these bizarre thoughts and focused intently on clearing the secretions and remnants of vomit from Han Yozhen's mouth. In practice, the task proved less daunting than he had anticipated. His movements were both gentle and swift, and soon he had effectively cleaned her up. At this point, Han Yozhen's breaths began to return to a regular rhythm. Holding up his finger, he exhaled deeply, reassuring himself that she should be all right now. He then hurried into the bathroom to cleanse his hands. After washing, he returned to the bedside, his gaze fixed intently on Han Yozhen. Although she appeared to be recovering, Lin Xiangyu felt a lingering unease in his heart, apprehensive about her well-being. After much deliberation, he ultimately decided not to go home that night. He resolved to stay by Han Yozhen's side, vigilantly monitoring her vital signs to prevent any potential mishaps. Having made his decision, Lin Xiangyu took out his phone and sent a message to Minjing, informing her that he would be staying at a classmate's house for the night. After sending the message, he moved a chair to the bedside, settling in to keep watch over Han Yozhen throughout the night. However, as is often the case, reality did not align with his expectations. Before long, his eyelids grew heavy, and he succumbed to sleep, resting soundly until he was abruptly awakened by Han Yozhen's piercing scream. Startled, Lin Xiangyu opened his eyes to find himself in Han Yozhen's bed. She was clutching the blanket, her arms tightly wrapped around her chest, revealing that she was not wearing any clothing. What on earth is happening? Confusion engulfed his mind as he struggled to comprehend the situation before him. Han Yozhen, noticing her own state of undress, felt her eyes well up with tears, her voice breaking as she cried out, "Lin Xiangyu, what have you done to me?" In a state of panic, he implored her, "Yozhen, please don't panic. I swear I did nothing to you." Seeing that she had calmed somewhat, he took a deep breath and continued, "Do you remember where you were last night?" As Han Yozhen furrowed her brow in concentration, she attempted to recall the events. Her head throbbed, and she felt disoriented. If not for the presence of Lin Xiangyu beside her, she doubted she could even sit up. "I remember I was at the barbecue restaurant with classmates," she responded slowly, her voice trembling. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiangyu's face lit up with relief. "Yes, that's right. You were at the barbecue restaurant with your classmates, and then you were there too?" Han Yozhen replied, her gaze fixed on him, filled with confusion and suspicion. "Yes, that's correct. I was there too," Lin Xiangyu said, his happiness evident as he continued to guide her. "And then what happened next?" "Then I opened my eyes and found you lying next to me, completely naked." Han Yozhen's brows knitted tighter as she massaged her temples, one hand clutching the blanket to shield her modesty. In a moment of urgency, Lin Xiangyu sat up straight, leaning closer to her. Alarmed, Han Yozhen widened her eyes and exclaimed, "What are you doing? Don't come any closer." Realizing her fear, Lin Xiangyu quickly raised his hands in a gesture of peace, assuring her, "Yozhen, please don't be frightened. Since you don't remember, allow me to recount what transpired last night." After a moment of hesitation, Han Yozhen nodded slightly, granting him permission to explain. Lin Xiangyu proceeded to narrate the events of the previous night, omitting the 3 hours he had spent away with Shunning Ai. Despite his account, Han Yozhen remained devoid of any recollection. However, When Lin Xiangyu mentioned Li Xiaohui as a witness, she considered calling her for confirmation. Close your eyes and turn around. I'll call Xiaohui, she instructed. All right, Lin Xiangyu replied, covering his eyes and turning away, with the hope that Han Yozhin's call to Li Xiaohui would clear his name. He felt a slight relaxation wash over him. As he turned away, Han Yozhin retreated to the head of the bed, retrieving her phone to dial Li Xiaohui. Hearing the call connect, Lin Xiangyu's earlier calmness was replaced by anxiety once more. He silently prayed, "Please, Li Xiaohui, answer the phone." Fortunately, there was no dramatic twist of fate, and Li Xiaohui answered promptly. Han Yozhin began to inquire about the events of the previous night, and to Lin Xiangyu's relief, Li Xiaohui's account aligned perfectly with his. As he listened, Lin Xiangyu exhaled softly, feeling the weight of suspicion lift from his shoulders. He lowered his hands from his eyes, realizing he had no further need to shield himself. Li Xiaohui concluded with, "In the end, your brother put you in a taxi and took you away. After that, I have no idea what happened. Where are you now? Are you all right? And what about your brother? Why hasn't he replied to my messages?" Hearing the barrage of questions, Han Yozhin's face flushed crimson, akin to a ripe apple. "Xiaohui, I have a bit of situation here. I'll contact you later," she hurriedly replied before swiftly ending the call. Upon hearing the line disconnect, Lin Xiangyu eagerly asked, "So what did she say?" "I wasn't lying, was I?" In his excitement, he momentarily forgot why he had turned away, but as he faced Han Yozhin again, he discovered she had propped herself up to answer the phone. The blanket she had been clutching now loosened, revealing her flawless skin completely to his view. Chapter 46. Espionage unveiled. Lin Xiangyu's gaze, as if ensnared by an unseen force, was involuntarily drawn to Han Yozhin. It was the primal response of a man beholding exquisite beauty. Han Yozhin's flawless figure and stunning visage left him momentarily paralyzed, his mind blank as he stared unabashedly at his second sister. Han Yozhin, abruptly aware of Lin Xiangyu's ardent gaze, paled visibly and emitted a sharp cry. "Lin Xiangyu, turn away!" The shriek reverberated like a thunderclap, instantly shattering Lin Xiangyu's reverie. He snapped back to reality, whirling around in disarray. Yet, that fleeting glimpse had ignited a fire within him, his blood coursing like a torrent. Even with his back turned, his heart hammered relentlessly against his ribs, his breath coming in ragged gasps as the image replayed in his mind. The subtle sounds of Han Yozhin's movements sent a shiver down his spine, his throat constricting as he swallowed hard. After an agonizing pause, Han Yozhin's voice, laced with trepidation, reached him. "All right, you can turn around now." Lin Xiangyu inhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure, and cautiously pivoted, his eyes darting back. Seeing Han Yozhin fully clothed, his anxiety dissipated, and he exhaled in relief. At that moment, Han Yozhin, attempting to maintain a stern facade, feigned a menacing tone. "Lin Xiangyu, I'm warning you, if you breathe a word of this to anyone, you're a dead man." Hearing this, Lin Xiangyu, like a chastised child, hastily raised 3 fingers, vowing with utmost sincerity, "Sister Yozhin, rest assured, this matter shall remain a secret between us." "What does that gesture signify?" Han Yozhin inquired, her brow furrowed in bewilderment. Lin Xiangyu realized his blunder. That particular gesture held a different connotation in H country. To avert suspicion, his mind raced, and after a moment's deliberation, he replied, "I learned it from cartoon." Lin Xiangyu's words conjured an image of an anime titled Yuanzikong in Han Yozhin's mind, and the scene she had witnessed on the stairs that night resurfaced. "Xiangyu, perhaps you should curtail your consumption of peculiar cartoons," Han Yozhin said gravely, genuinely concerned that Lin Xiangyu might be corrupted by such immoral content. Seeing that Han Yozhin remained unsuspecting, Lin Xiangyu breathed a sigh of relief, nodding vigorously in agreement. "Understood, Sister Yozhin." Han Yozhin's gaze inadvertently fell upon Lin Xiangyu's sculpted abdominal muscles, and a blush crept across her cheeks. She averted her eyes in haste, turning her back to Lin Xiangyu. "Put on your shirt. Don't stand there half-naked." In their earlier state of agitation, neither had noticed Lin Xiangyu's bare torso. "Oh, right," Lin Xiangyu responded, heading toward the bathroom, where he had hung his freshly laundered shirt the previous day. As Lin Xiangyu donned his shirt, Han Yozhen knelt on the bed, facing the wall. Because the bathroom was enclosed by transparent glass, Han Yozhen had preemptively turned away as Lin Xiangyu went to dress. Observing Han Yozhen's silhouette, the perfect ratio of her waist to hips radiating a unique allure, Lin Xiangyu felt his blood begin to simmer anew. This is a disaster. Ever since I saw Sister Yozhen unclothed, I can't seem to banish the image from my mind, Lin Xiangyu lamented inwardly. Hearing Lin Xiangyu emerge, Han Yozhen cautiously glanced back, and only after confirming that he was fully dressed did she turn around completely. They faced each other, each preoccupied with their own thoughts, neither daring to meet the other's gaze. The silence in the room was palpable, as if time itself had ground to a halt. After a protracted pause, Han Yozhen's stomach rumbled audibly, shattering the awkward stillness. In such a situation, the untimely sound sent a wave of crimson washing over Han Yozhen's face, mortifying her to no end. Seeing her distress, Lin Xiangyu interjected, "Sister Yozhen, you must be hungry. Shall I go have breakfast?" "Yes," Han Yozhen nodded, then pointed to a stain on Lin Xiangyu's shirt, asking, "Did I cause that yesterday?" Lin Xiangyu glanced at the indelible mark, chuckling sheepishly. "It's nothing, Sister Yozhen. I never particularly liked this shirt anyway." Han Yozhen did not pursue the topic, but sat on the edge of the bed, bending over to put on her shoes in silence. As Han Yozhen laced her shoes, Lin Xiangyu's eyes furtively stole glances at her feet. Lin Xiangyu held no particular fetish for feet in general. Rather, he was indifferent to ordinary feet, but when confronted with the sight of Han Yozhen's almost perfect feet, he found himself unable to resist. "All right, let's go," Han Yozhen announced, looking up and meeting Lin Xiangyu's gaze. Lin Xiangyu recoiled as if burned, quickly shifting his gaze elsewhere. "Let's go." With that, Lin Xiangyu grabbed the room card and opened the door. Han Yozhen rose and followed Lin Xiangyu, her eyes fixed on his back, pondering inwardly. "It wasn't my imagination. Xiangyu was indeed ogling my feet just now, wasn't he?" Chapter 47. Interrogation. Lin Xiangyu and Han Yozhen stepped out of the motel together. The morning sun pouring down generously, casting a warm glow upon their shoulders, yet could not dispel the subtle, almost ethereal layer of awkwardness lingering between them. The streets bustled with early risers, shops gradually opening their doors, but the lively atmosphere failed to shatter the silence enveloping them. They arrived at the only nearby breakfast establishment, pushing the door open to be greeted by a cacophony of voices and the enticing aroma of food. The place was teeming with people, every table occupied, leaving no space for them to sit. Han Yozhen's arrival immediately drew the attention of several men in the diner. Observing this, Lin Xiangyu took the initiative to break the silence. "Sister Yozhen, how about we pack our breakfast and take it back to the motel?" Han Yozhen nodded slightly, her dark locks swaying gently, responding in a voice as soft as a spring breeze. Okay." As they made their way back with the packed breakfast, Han Yozhen found herself in turmoil. Her gaze drifted uncontrollably toward Lin Xiangyu, and each time their eyes met, her lips would part slightly, as if a myriad of words were on the verge of escaping, only to be swallowed back down. Following the tumultuous events of the previous night and the subsequent awkward morning, her feelings for Lin Xiangyu had undergone a subtle transformation unbeknownst to her. Deep within her heart, she fiercely yearned to understand the nature of the entanglement between Lin Xiangyu and Pei Yilin, while simultaneously harboring a vague fear that uncovering the truth might plunge her into an abyss of disappointment and sorrow. Lin Xiangyu, too, was lost in thought. He repeatedly considered finding an opportune moment to clarify the events of that night to Han Yozhen. He understood that she likely misinterpreted the scene of Pei Yilin biting his lip, mistakenly believing they were engaged in a passionate kiss, which prompted her abrupt departure from home to stay at school. Yet, when the words hovered on the tip of his tongue, he hesitated, unsure of how to begin. Each surge of courage dissipated the moment he laid eyes on Han Yozhen. Thus, they returned to the motel room in silence, each burdened by their unspoken thoughts. Upon re-entering this familiar space, the familiar atmosphere of awkwardness enveloped them once more. Lin Xiangyu carefully placed the breakfast on the table, then gently pulled out a chair, signaling for Han Yozhen to sit. During their meal, They initially chewed their food in silence. The room filled only with the sounds of clinking utensils and the subtle noises of their eating. After mentally preparing himself, Lin Xiangyu swallowed his food, abruptly raising his head to gaze directly at Han Yozhen, asking, "Sister Yozhen, why did you suddenly move out of your home to stay at school?" Caught off guard, Han Yozhen, who had been wrestling with how to broach the topic of that night, was taken aback by Lin Xiangyu's direct question. She paused for a moment before setting down her breakfast, inhaling deeply as if steeling herself, and replied, "Xiangyu, I saw you and Yilin kissing at the door that night." "Sister Yozhen, you misunderstood. That night, we weren't kissing. Rather, Yilin was biting my lip in retaliation," Lin Xiangyu hurriedly explained, his eyes filled with urgency and sincerity, fearing that Han Yozhen might not believe him. Retaliation? Han Yozhen's brows furrowed, her eyes reflecting confusion and disbelief. Lin Xiangyu nodded vigorously, continuing, "Yes, it was retaliation. She nearly bit through my lip." As he spoke, he gently tugged at his lip, slightly turning to show Han Yozhen the scar on the inside of his lip, which was still in the process of healing and appeared particularly pronounced under the light. Upon seeing the scar, Han Yozhen felt an inexplicable urge and instinctively reached out to touch it. The moment their skin made contact, an electric current seemed to pass between them. Both froze. The atmosphere in the room shifting to one of palpable intimacy, the air thickening around them. Realizing what had just transpired, Han Yozhen quickly withdrew her hand, her cheeks flushing crimson as she hurriedly asked, "Does it still hurt?" "It doesn't hurt anymore," Lin Xiangyu replied with a smile, his expression imbued with tenderness and affection. Then, becoming serious and resolute, he looked into Han Yozhen's eyes and said, "Sister Yozhen, move back in with me." Lin Xiangyu's invitation for Han Yozhen to return was now propelled by more than just the guilt of before. Following the events of the previous night and the morning's exchanges, a fervent desire blossomed within him to see her every day. Under the hopeful gaze of Lin Xiangyu, Han Yozhen's cheeks flushed, her lips curving slightly into a sweet smile as she nodded gently. Seeing Han Yozhen agree to come back, Lin Xiangyu's eyes sparkled with delight as he exclaimed, "Then let us finish our meal quickly and head home." "Okay," Han Yozhen replied, her voice tinged with shyness and sweetness. Had any onlookers witnessed their exchange, they would undoubtedly assume they were a couple deeply in love. Such a tender scene was far removed from any notion of siblinghood. Just as they resumed their breakfast, Lin Xiangyu's phone rang sharply, abruptly shattering the warm and intimate atmosphere. Both paused their meal, the sound of the ringing phone echoing in the stillness. Lin Xiangyu pulled his phone from his pocket, glancing at the screen, while Han Yozhen instinctively looked at the caller ID. "Caller, Pei Yilin." They exchanged a glance, and Han Yozhen nodded slightly, indicating for Lin Xiangyu to answer the call. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiangyu pressed the answer button, and Pei Yilin's accusatory voice instantly filled the phone. "Lin Xiangyu, which shameless woman are you fooling around with? You didn't come home all night?" Chapter 48. Verbal insults. As Lin Xiangyu had just pressed the phone to his ear, Pei Yilin's sharp and malicious tirade surged forth like a tidal wave. His countenance darkened instantly, his eyes brimming with fury, and he could not help but shout into the phone, "Pei Yilin, dare you utter another word of nonsense?" Pei Yilin's voice had been so loud it seemed to echo through the receiver. Even Han Yozhen, seated nearby, could hear her. Upon hearing the indecent remarks, Han Yozhen's cheeks flushed crimson, the color spreading from her face to the roots of her ears. Instinctively, she lowered her head, her eyes filled with shame and indignation. "How is it permissible for you, yet forbidden for others to speak?" Pei Yilin's piercing voice rang out again, laced with provocation, showing no signs of retreat. Lin Xiangyu felt a tightening in his chest. He was acutely aware of Pei Yilin's indiscretion and feared that her further outrageous comments might distress Han Yozhen. He quickly interjected, "Pei Yilin, stop your reckless words." However, Pei Yilin seemed intent on aggravating him, letting out a cold laugh, her tone increasingly scathing. "Your mother provided for your university education, not for you to consort with those filthy women outside." This statement struck Han Yozhen like a sharp blade, clenching the hem of her clothing tightly. Her knuckles turned white from the strain, her face burned as if it were on fire, wishing she could vanish into the ground. While one might indulge in certain excesses, words should not be carelessly flung about. Pei Yilin, do you have any basis for these claims? Lin Xiangyu pressed, his voice low and commanding, suppressing his anger. Basis? Pei Yilin scoffed, responding with unabashed confidence. My intuition is my basis. Lin Xiangyu was nearly driven to laughter by his fury, retorting immediately. So, you mean to say you have no evidence and are merely spouting nonsense, correct? Pei Yilin remained unfazed, her laughter cold. Very well, if you seek evidence. Then answer me this. Is there a woman by your side at this moment? At this, Lin Xiangyu's heart seized, and he instinctively glanced at Han Yozhen, who seemed to sense his gaze and looked up at him simultaneously, their eyes meeting in the air. Noticing Lin Xiangyu's hesitation to respond, Pei Yilin's piercing laughter rang out once more. I am truly curious which shameless woman possesses such charm that you spent an entire night with her. These humiliating words pricked Han Yozhen's heart like needles. She bit her lower lip, drawing blood from the pressure, her eyes slightly reddening, tears welling but held back with great effort. Seeing her distress, Lin Xiangyu understood that the situation could only deteriorate further. He took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure, and addressed the phone once more. Who I choose to be with is none of your concern, okay? I will be with whomever I please, and you have no say in it. With that, he decisively hung up, as if severing all troubles. After the call ended, Lin Xiangyu noticed Han Yozhen's expression had darkened severely, reminiscent of the sky before a storm, heavy with impending rain. His heart tightened, and he quickly forced a smile, saying, Sister Yozhen, let us continue our meal. We should finish and return home soon. He attempted to lighten the oppressive atmosphere with a casual tone, but it was all in vain. I am full, Han Yozhen replied expressionlessly, her voice tinged with an unmistakable sense of loss and grievance. At that moment, her heart felt tempestuous, not only due to Pei Yilin's venomous insults, but because she began to question whether Pei Yilin harbored feelings for Lin Xiangyu. Why else would Pei Yilin care so much about Lin Xiangyu's late nights? Contemplating this, Han Yozhen realized that Pei Yilin's previous aggression towards Lin Xiangyu might not have stemmed from mere vengeance, but rather from affection. After all, some individuals have a twisted way of expressing their feelings, resorting to conflict to maintain a connection. With this thought, a wave of bitterness surged within Han Yozhen, akin to biting into an unripe fruit. Why did both she and her sister find themselves enamored with the same man? This intricate web of emotions left her in profound anguish and confusion. Lin Xiangyu, noticing Han Yozhen's mood had soured, softly remarked, I am also full. Let us head home. Han Yozhen lifted her gaze to Lin Xiangyu, her eyes filled with complex emotions. Let's part ways when we return. Chapter 49. The incredibly long night. Upon hearing Han Yozhen utter the words, let's part ways, Lin Xiangyu's heart plummeted, as if struck by a heavy hammer. In that fleeting moment, the anticipation that had filled him was instantaneously transformed into profound disappointment, a bittersweet ache unfurling within him. Nevertheless, he stifled his inner turmoil and refrained from inquiring about the reasons. Instead, he endeavored to maintain a semblance of calm in his tone. Then let us share a ride home, and I shall alight near my residence to walk back. He sought to salvage a fragment of their connection, even if it were merely a brief journey together. No, I have decided to return to school and stay in the dormitory. Han Yozhen's voice was cold and resolute. Without awaiting Lin Xiangyu's response, she rose abruptly and hurried towards the door. Her silhouette appeared somewhat flustered, as if evading something. Upon opening the door, she paused for a moment, her back to Lin Xiangyu, and softly said, Thank you for last night. Her voice was as delicate as a sigh carried by the wind. With that, she stepped out, and the door clicked shut, seemingly severing the subtle emotional thread that connected them. Lin Xiangyu stood there in silence, his gaze fixed on the door that Han Yozhen had just closed. A tumult of emotions swirled within him. The unique bond he had painstakingly forged with her had been shattered by Pei Yilin. After a considerable time, he gradually collected himself, trudging downstairs to check out and hailing a cab to return home. As the scenery outside the window rushed by, he remained oblivious to it all, his thoughts consumed by the image of Han Yozhen's departing figure. Pei Yilin's calls inundated his phone, each ring akin to a relentless pursuit, heightening his agitation. Initially, he bore the annoyance in silence, but ultimately, overwhelmed, he switched his phone to airplane mode, effectively silencing the disturbances. The moment Lin Xiangyu entered his home, Pei Yilin surged from the sofa, her eyes brimming with inquiry and urgency. Lin Xiangyu, why did you not answer my calls? Where were you last night? It's none of your business. Step aside. Lin Xiangyu, already seething with frustration, offered no kindness in his response, coldly dismissing her as he walked past. Pei Yilin, feeling incensed like a raging lioness, reached out to grasp his arm, attempting to halt his departure. However, Lin Xiangyu, engulfed by irritation, forcefully shrugged her off. Pei Yilin stumbled, nearly losing her balance, her face flushing with embarrassment and anger. Stop right there, she cried, her voice trembling with a mix of shame and fury. Lin Xiangyu turned slightly, casting her a frigid glance before continuing his ascent upstairs. His mind was a tumult of chaos, leaving no room for her. He was barely able to refrain from striking her. Witnessing his unwavering demeanor, Pei Yilin seemed to recognize that her previous conduct had been excessive, a flicker of unease stirring within her. Thus, she refrained from further confrontation, silently watching him retreat upstairs. Lin Xiangyu's mood soured further due to the events surrounding Han Yozhen. He confined himself to his room the entire day, scarcely stepping outside. Even during meals, he wore a sullen expression, offering Pei Yilin no warmth. Every glance exuded detachment and indifference. Several times, she approached his door, mustering courage to apologize, yet her stubborn pride acted as an invisible shackle, ultimately leading her to abandon the effort. After lingering at the door for a considerable time, she turned away, silently hoping that Lin Xiangyu would soon calm down. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoying and Shenning did not reach out to Lin Xiangyu today either. Each harbored their own thoughts, reluctant to appear overly eager, striving to maintain an air of restraint. Likewise, Lin Xiangyu, preoccupied with Han Yozhen, did not initiate contact with them. Upon returning to school, Han Yozhen felt as though her soul had been lost. Her eyes were vacant as she walked, and she found no interest in anything, often drifting off into her thoughts. Even mealtimes were devoid of flavor. This was the first time in her life she had experienced such a state, feeling alienated and helpless, yet powerless to break free from it. As night deepened and silence enveloped the world, Han Yozhen lay restlessly on her single bed in the dormitory, struggling to find sleep. Her movements were slow yet tinged with anxiety. She pulled the covers tightly around herself, resembling a frightened snail retreating into its shell, seeking a semblance of safety. Outside the window, the silvery moonlight streamed through the fine cracks in the curtains, softly illuminating her face. Whenever she recalled Pei Yilin's cutting remarks and the unsettling notion that Pei Yilin may have long harbored feelings for Lin Xiangyu, an icy chill enveloped her, as if she were ensconced in a frigid cavern. Her emotions toward Lin Xiangyu were already difficult to accept, and Pei Yilin's intrusion only exacerbated her turmoil. On the other hand, Lin Xiangyu lay on his bed, his gaze fixed vacantly on the ceiling, his thoughts in disarray. The room was eerily quiet, save for the relentless ticking of the wall clock, each tick resonating like a hammer striking his heart. The image of Han Yozhen repeatedly surfaced in his mind, first recalling the events of the previous night, then her resolute departure that morning. He rolled over, burying his face in the pillow, attempting to dispel the chaotic thoughts. Yet Han Yozhen's visage only grew clearer. For both Lin Xiangyu and Han Yozhen, each passing moment of the night felt interminably long. Chapter 50. Please begin your performance. The following morning, as the soft morning light gently filtered through the gap in the window, it illuminated Lin Xiangyu's room, just as he had barely slipped into the realm of dreams. The sharp and shrill sound of the alarm clock abruptly yanked him back to reality. His eyelids felt heavy with sleep, and his head was clouded, as if burdened by 1,000 pounds. Nevertheless, he mustered the strength to sit up from his bed. Ever since that incident last Monday, Lin Xiangyu had secretly resolved never to allow anyone else to awaken him again. During breakfast, Pei Yilin sat across from him, her gaze cautiously darting towards Lin Xiangyu. Every subtle movement she made was not lost on him. However, the anger simmering within Lin Xiangyu had yet to fully dissipate. He was not inclined to forgive Pei Yilin for her actions the day before so easily. Silently, he consumed his meal, deliberately ignoring her glances. After breakfast, Lin Xiangyu slung his backpack over his shoulder and left for school without a backward glance. Arriving early, he found the campus eerily quiet, reminiscent of the scene from the previous Monday, with hardly a soul in sight. He walked toward his classroom with a somewhat heavy step, the image of last week's vibrant scene in his mind's eye. A faint smile, barely perceptible, tugged at the corners of his mouth as he pondered whether he would witness such a scene again today. With eager anticipation, Lin Xiangyu reached the classroom door. He had expected to find an empty room awaiting him, but upon pushing the door open, he was greeted by a familiar figure, Zhang Xiuying. Noticing the surprise etched on Lin Xiangyu's face, her lips curled into a sweet smile as she softly remarked, "What's this? You didn't expect to see me, did you?" Her voice was melodious, akin to a clear stream in the mountains, shattering the silence of the classroom. Indeed, he had anticipated her presence. Lin Xiangyu replied honestly, a hint of lingering astonishment in his tone. He then took a seat in front of Zhang Xiuying, turning to her with a playful smirk and teasingly asked, "Did I arrive too early or too late today?" His eyes sparkled with mischief, as if he were intentionally teasing her. Zhang Xiuying blushed at Lin Xiangyu's question, her cheeks resembling ripe apples. She feigned annoyance, saying, "What do you mean by early or late? I don't understand what you're talking about." Her tone was playful yet shy, her gaze inadvertently flitting away. "Oh," Lin Xiangyu feigned surprise, and then chuckled. "I suddenly recalled a phrase." "What phrase?" Zhang Xiuying inquired, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. Clearing his throat with mock seriousness, Lin Xiangyu declared, "Please begin your performance." Unable to contain himself, he burst into laughter. "Go away," Zhang Xiuying playfully retorted, giving Lin Xiangyu a gentle shove. In that empty classroom, their banter and laughter painted a picture of intimacy, resembling a couple deeply in love. Their laughter echoed through the room, as if the world had shrunk to just the two of them. This delightful exchange momentarily lifted Lin Xiangyu's spirits, which had been dampened by thoughts of Han Yozhen. He momentarily forgot his troubles, immersing himself in the joy of being with Zhang Xiuying. However, despite her lively demeanor when alone, Zhang Xiuying transformed into a quieter version of herself as soon as others entered the classroom, retreating into silence and rarely speaking. She would sit quietly, occasionally stealing glances at Lin Xiangyu, but the moment anyone noticed, she would quickly lower her head, pretending to read. Weary from a sleepless night, Lin Xiangyu soon succumbed to exhaustion, resting his head on the desk and drifting into slumber, not waking until the end of the school day, roused only by the ringing of the dismissal bell. Slowly, he opened his eyes, still dazed. As most of his classmates departed, he straightened up, stretching his arms with a satisfying crack. After a moment, he stood, easing the stiffness from his neck and pressing his sore shoulders, before leisurely making his way out of the classroom. Having skipped lunch, hunger gnawed at him, his stomach growling audibly. He intended to grab a bite at a nearby food stall before heading home. At a stall, he purchased some rice sausage and began to eat as he walked towards a convenience store to buy a bottle of water. Before he could reach the store, he heard an intense argument between a man and a woman emanating from a nearby alley. The woman's voice was surprisingly melodious, instantly capturing his attention. He quickened his pace towards the alley, peering in to see a striking girl with chestnut hair cornered by an agitated young man. As he recognized the girl, a flood of memories surged into Lin Xiangyu's mind. Chapter 51. Han Yinshi, the girl with chestnut hair, named Han Yinshi, had her lustrous locks cascading carelessly over her shoulders. Her features resembled a meticulously crafted work of art, and her deep-set eyes sparkled with both vivacity and determination. She was a renowned freshman at her university, with rumors circulating that numerous talent agencies coveted her striking beauty and charisma, eager to sign her as a star. However, she had gracefully declined every offer. "Please, do not pursue me any further. I have already stated that a relationship between us is impossible," Han Yinshi said, her brows furrowing slightly. her tone earnest and resolute as she attempted to push the boy before her away. Her voice, though melodious, carried an undeniable firmness. Yet the boy, intoxicated by his infatuation, seemed oblivious to her words. His eyes were red with emotion, and his body trembled with excitement. "Yinshi, do you have any idea how much I adore you? You must feel the same way, right?" As he spoke, his emotions spiraled out of control, and he slowly raised his hand toward Han Yinshi's face. Startled by this sudden advance, Han Yinshi's complexion paled, and she instinctively stepped back, letting out a terrified scream. In her moment of panic, her peripheral vision caught sight of Lin Xiangyu standing at the alley's entrance, and she immediately felt a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Lin Xiangyu stood calmly at the mouth of the alley, hands in his pockets, observing the unfolding scene. Initially, he had no intention of intervening, despite his prowess. The cautionary tales of the farmer and the snake prevalent in society made him instinctively reluctant to assist a stranger. However, upon meeting Han Yinshi's pleading gaze, he felt a tug at his heartstrings. This was not solely due to her stunning figure and unparalleled beauty. Rather, she bore a striking resemblance to Han Yozhen. With a resigned sigh, he called out, "Oi!" The boy, who had been facing away from the alley, was startled by the sudden shout, as if struck by thunder. He quickly turned to see Lin Xiangyu. Maintaining his composure, Lin Xiangyu spoke leisurely. "Hey, big guy, refrain from laying your hands on women." The boy assessed Lin Xiangyu, noticing his lack of imposing stature, and a wave of contempt surged within him. "You little brat, I suggest you mind your own business," he retorted angrily. Lin Xiangyu's lips curled into a confident, cheerful smile. As he strolled further into the alley, he beckoned the boy with a casual gesture, reminiscent of calling a pet. "Come here for a moment." The boy, incensed by Lin Xiangyu's provocative gesture, erupted with fury. "You little punk, it seems you can't get through the day without a beating." With each step the boy took toward Lin Xiangyu, the air crackled with tension. Han Yinshi felt a surge of anxiety for Lin Xiangyu. The boy confronting him was Che Zhenwan, the notorious bully of their class, known for his penchant for brawling and his tyrannical demeanor. In an instant, as Che Zhenwan and Lin Xiangyu stood face to face, Lin Xiangyu's expression shifted dramatically. In a flash, he executed a swift kick to Che Zhenwan's calf, striking like lightning. Che Zhenwan had no time to react, toppling to the ground like a kite severed from its string. In the next moment, Lin Xiangyu stepped forward, firmly placing his foot on Che Zhenwan's neck, his gaze icy. "What were you just barking about, pup?" Han Yinshi watched in astonishment, her eyes wide and her mouth agape, unable to fathom how this seemingly delicate boy had effortlessly subdued their class's invincible bully with a single move. Che Zhenwan lay beneath Lin Xiangyu's foot, simmering with indignation. He believed he had merely been caught off guard by a sneak attack, for he had always triumphed in countless fights throughout his life. "You coward! You ambushed me! If you've got guts, let me up and we'll settle this like men," he shouted. Lin Xiangyu smirked disdainfully at his words, slowly lifting his foot from Che Zhenwan's neck. Just as Che Zhenwan thought they would engage in a renewed battle, Lin Xiangyu unleashed a powerful kick to his face. The impact sent Che Zhenwan reeling, stars dancing before his eyes as blood gushed from his nose. "Shut your mouth, you insignificant fool. Get lost," Lin Xiangyu said coldly. Che Zhenwan attempted to rise, but the pain radiating from his leg rendered him powerless. Lin Xiangyu disregarded the defeated Che Zhenwan and walked over to Han Yinshi, his fierce demeanor dissipating to reveal a gentle smile. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, thank you," Han Yinshi replied, offering a slight bow, her voice soft yet steady. Though remnants of shock lingered on her face, she displayed remarkable composure. Lin Xiangyu grinned brightly. "I'm glad to hear that. I shall take my leave now." Han Yangzi nodded slightly, as if suddenly recalling something important. A flicker of hesitation passed through her eyes before she summoned her courage to ask, "Would you be able to escort me home?" Chapter 52. An unexpected request as Lin Xiangyu turned around. He had yet to take a step when he heard Han Yinshi's soft yet resolute voice behind him. He paused for a brief moment, then turned to face her. Han Yinshi stood tall and composed, her gaze steady as it met his, devoid of the shyness typical of young girls, lacking any hint of awkwardness, and certainly not evading his eyes. In that instant, The phrase open and confident flickered in Lin Xiangyu's mind, and he felt an increased admiration for the girl before him. Without hesitation, Lin Xiangyu, not one to linger, readily accepted Han Yinxi's request. "All right, let us go," he replied. A subtle smile graced Han Yinxi's lips as she turned to stride toward the alley's exit. Her steps were light and assured, as if the previous dramatic moment had never transpired. Observing her, Lin Xiangyu promptly followed suit. As they passed by Chejinwan's parked car, a smile of joy unexpectedly appeared on Lin Xiangyu's face, as if he was silently thanking Chejinwan for facilitating his time with Han Yinxi. Upon noticing Lin Xiangyu's smile, Chejinwan felt an overwhelming surge of anger, perceiving it as an unprecedented insult. Han Yinxi led Lin Xiangyu on foot, and as they walked, a bus sped by them. At that moment, Han Yinxi, like a nimble deer, took off running and exclaimed, "We need to catch this bus." Lin Xiangyu was taken aback by her words, momentarily stunned, but he quickly joined her in the sprint. Fortunately, they were not far from the bus stop, and after a brief struggle, they reached it just before the doors closed. Once the bus's doors leisurely opened, Han Yinxi stepped aboard first. Instead of moving further into the bus, she turned back, concern flickering in her eyes, and asked, "Do you have a T-Money card?" The T-Money card is the most common transportation card in South Korea, widely used in places like Seoul for buses, subways, and taxis. It can also be utilized for small purchases at convenience stores. Lin Xiangyu indeed possessed one, but having taken taxis recently, he had not brought it today. Before he could respond, Han Yinxi, understanding the situation, swiped her card to cover both their fares. Watching her actions, Lin Xiangyu chose not to comment, simply following her onto the bus. Although the bus was not overcrowded, all the seats were occupied, leaving them to stand in the aisle. They moved to the door, and instinctively, Lin Xiangyu positioned himself behind Han Yinxi, shielding her as a loyal knight, ever vigilant against the encroachments of others. As the bus traversed the road, it jostled, causing Lin Xiangyu and Han Yinxi to occasionally brush against each other, igniting a sense of shyness that brought a faint blush to their cheeks. Their eyes met briefly before darting away, the atmosphere thick with a subtle tension. After several stops, the bus gradually approached their destination, and the doors opened slowly. Han Yinxi turned to Lin Xiangyu and softly instructed, "Let us get off here." Once they exited, Han Yinxi hailed a taxi by the roadside. After entering, she settled into her seat quietly, not initiating conversation with Lin Xiangyu. Observing this, he remained silent as well. He was not the type to impose his warmth on someone who appeared indifferent. It was impossible for him to be the sole giver in their interaction. He only accepted mutually beneficial relationships. Thus, they sat in the taxi in tranquil silence, the scenery outside racing past them. Lin Xiangyu couldn't help but wonder why they had taken a taxi after having ridden the bus, but he kept this curiosity to himself. Before long, the taxi arrived at the entrance of Han Yinxi's residential complex. Lin Xiangyu looked up to see an imposing gate surrounded by lush greenery, the environment elegant and serene. Discovering that Han Yinxi lived in the affluent Siocho district, he felt a tinge of surprise, especially after their recent bus journey. The Siocho district is renowned as one of Seoul's wealthiest areas, replete with upscale residences and luxurious commercial establishments. After disembarking, Lin Xiangyu prepared to turn and leave. "You should go in now. I'll head back," he stated to Han Yinxi, his tone neutral yet polite. Just as he was about to call a taxi for his return, Han Yinxi remained rooted, gazing into his eyes and asked, "May I know your name?" "Lin Xiangyu," he replied, slightly taken aback. Han Yinxi nodded gently, inhaled deeply, and with newfound courage, said, "Lin Xiangyu, would you be my boyfriend?" The moment those words escaped her lips, Lin Xiangyu's eyes widened in astonishment, his face a canvas of disbelief. He had never anticipated such a request from Han Yinxi. Chapter 53. President Han. Lin Xiangyu's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression a canvas of astonishment, as if he were silently questioning whether he had misheard. At that moment, he was utterly taken aback by Han Yinxi's unexpected proclamation. Observing Lin Xiangyu's astonished countenance, a delicate blush crept across Han Yinxi's fair cheeks, reminiscent of the twilight sky. She gently bit her lip and softly reiterated, "Please be my boyfriend, may I?" "You mean," You want me to be your boyfriend? Lin Xiangyu stammered, still grappling with the incredulity of the situation. It's not want, it's please, Han Yinchi replied, her face flushed as she lowered her gaze, her voice barely above a whisper, yet imbued with a subtle tenacity. Lin Xiangyu furrowed his brow. Confusion etched across his face as he inquired, is there a difference? There is. I ask you to pretend to be my boyfriend, and I will compensate you. Han Yinchi raised her head, her gaze resolute as she earnestly explained. Lin Xiangyu was no fool. Upon hearing her words, he swiftly pieced together the situation, reflecting on the day's events. It dawned on him that there were likely many fervent admirers of Han Yinchi at school, akin to Che Jinwan, who pursued her relentlessly, overwhelmed by their advances. She must have devised this scheme to hire him as a faux boyfriend. Currently, Lin Xiangyu had no source of income, relying solely on Min and Jing's financial support to sustain his studies and living expenses. In today's world, graduating often equated to unemployment, and he could not perpetually depend on Min and Jing for his livelihood. The prospect of earning some money from Han Yinchi, a wealthy heiress, to fund his entrepreneurial aspirations was indeed enticing. With this thought in mind, Lin Xiangyu's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he straightforwardly asked, "How much can you pay?" "Every month." Han Yinchi mused, delicately resting her slender fingers against her chin. After a moment's contemplation, she declared, "A base salary of 1 million. And for each task you assist me with, an additional 500,000. Upon hearing her terms, Lin Xiangyu immediately began calculating in his mind. A base salary of 1 million won, approximately 5,000 yuan, plus an extra 500,000 won, about 2,500 yuan, for each additional task. If he handled just 2 extra tasks a month, that would equate to a monthly salary of 10,000 yuan. Should he manage 10 extra tasks, his earnings would soar to 300,000 won, culminating in a total of 30,000 yuan monthly. What if he tackled 30, 60, or even 100 tasks? The potential for prosperity was palpable. Noticing Lin Xiangyu's silence, Han Yinchi, fearing he found the offer insufficient, quickly added, "I can increase the base salary by another million. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xiangyu's eyes gleamed with excitement, nearly leaping from his seat as he exclaimed, "I believe that is entirely agreeable. I am ready to commence work at any moment." His tone reflected a palpable eagerness, as if he feared Han Yinchi might rescind her offer, his smile stretching from ear to ear. "If you find this acceptable, allow me to outline the requirements," Han Yinchi said, observing Lin Xiangyu's exhilaration, her lips curling into a subtle smile. "Certainly, President Han," Lin Xiangyu replied, his grin involuntarily widening, his heart elated. Han Yinchi continued, "First and foremost, under no circumstances are you to disclose our employment relationship." "Not a problem, President Han," Lin Xiangyu responded without hesitation, his reply akin to a rapid-fire response. Seeing his prompt agreement, Han Yinchi proceeded, "From this moment forth, in any setting, you are to address me simply as Yinchi." "Understood, Yinchi." Lin Xiangyu almost slipped and referred to her as President Han again, managing an awkward smile as he corrected himself. Han Yinchi then instructed, "Please wait for me at the entrance of my classroom during the break after our first class tomorrow. I will announce our relationship then." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiangyu's smile evaporated, replaced by a look of hesitation. Han Yinchi was a prominent figure on campus, and declaring their relationship would undoubtedly stir a commotion, meaning that Shuning Ai and Zheng Xiuying would certainly find out. Although neither had openly stated it, Lin Xiangyu was acutely aware that both had already considered him their boyfriend. After having painstakingly forged this delicate connection, the implications of them learning about his public declaration with Han Yinchi were daunting. Noticing Lin Xiangyu's prolonged silence, Han Yinchi's brow furrowed slightly, her voice softening as she inquired, "Is this inconvenient for you?" Lin Xiangyu regarded Han Yinchi before him, letting out a resigned sigh. Chapter 54. The MasterCard. Though women hold significance in Lin Xiangyu's heart, wealth reigned supreme, a matter of stark realism. He had long silently vowed never to be shackled by any woman in this life. His ambitions soared far beyond merely possessing a single tree, aspiring instead for an entire verdant forest. To nourish such a vast expanse, a robust financial foundation is indispensable. The only regret lingering in his mind was that he had yet to fully indulge in zheng xiaoying. In this lifetime, he resolved to embrace the role of a rogue. No problem, Yinhui, Lin Xiangyu replied almost instinctively, his eyes glimmering with determination and anticipation for the prosperous future that lay ahead, as if he could already see stacks of money beckoning him. Upon hearing Lin Xiangyu's response, Han Yinhui maintained her calm demeanor, yet her tone carried an undeniable authority. There is one final stipulation. You must remain on standby at all times. Whenever I require your assistance, regardless of the hour, you must arrive immediately. Rest assured, even if you summon me in the dead of night, I shall be there without delay, Lin Xiangyu promised, his heart brimming with elation as he secretly mused. What a joke. Just handling one task nets me 2,500 soft coins. I would be delighted if you called upon me 800 times a day. The money flows too easily. Now, do you have any other inquiries? If so, you may voice them now. Han Yinhui raised an eyebrow, her gaze fixed on Lin Xiangyu, as if scrutinizing his resolve. Lin Xiangyu quickly waved his hand, exuding an air of ease. I have no questions, he declared, as though stating that this was the simplest task on earth. Very well, I shall prepare the formal contract for printing tomorrow. Should you breach any term, you will be liable for the corresponding penalty, Han Yinhui stated, arms crossed with a serious expression. Not a problem, Lin Xiangyu replied decisively, not hesitating for even a moment, as if he would never default. Han Yinhui nodded slightly, a hint of satisfaction gracing her features. Good, then we shall proceed thus. Remember to meet me at the entrance of my classroom during the break of our first class tomorrow. Fear not, I shall not forget, Lin Xiangyu grinned, revealing a set of pearly whites, his smile brimming with confidence. As Han Yinhui turned gracefully, striding back into the community. Her posture was as upright as the brightest star in the night sky. Lin Xiangyu also turned, hailing a taxi to head home. Seated in the taxi, a twinge of regret washed over Lin Xiangyu at the thought of parting with Shan Yingai and Zheng Xiaoying. After all, the time spent with them had been delightful. Yet, almost instantly, a spark of realization illuminated his mind. Another possibility dawned upon him. Ah yes, the extraordinary rewards from the system's lottery could be the key to resolving his dilemmas. Once his romance with Han Yinhui was announced, it would surely send shockwaves throughout the entire school. The amount of astonishment he would garner was beyond imagination. With this thought, an even more audacious idea surged forth. He would employ the rewards gained from the lottery to charm every campus belle at nearby schools, voraciously amassing astonishment points. He even contemplated a greater challenge, wooing a celebrity, thus leaving the entire nation of H in awe of him. After all, the cards bestowed by the lottery often wielded incredible effects, especially those that were one-time use. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became, his heart racing as if it might burst from his chest. Unable to contain his excitement, he resolved to use his current points for yet another draw. As Lin Xiangyu issued the command, a magnificent golden wheel materialized in the recesses of his consciousness. The pointer on the wheel spun with an almost imperceptible speed, as if swept up by an invisible whirlwind, emitting a whooshing sound. The various reward segments on the wheel glimmered with an alluring light, enticing Lin Xiangyu. Ultimately, the pointer came to a steady halt within the Master Reward Zone. A dazzling Master card slowly manifested in the depths of Lin Xiangyu's awareness. This was his first Master card. The effects of the previous Diamond card had already been astonishing, and he could scarcely fathom the terror of this Master card's capabilities. Master Item Card. One-time use, I must truly learn to control you. Card Effect. Can forcibly control others for a specified duration. Duration of control depends on the target's willpower, with a minimum of 30 minutes and a maximum of unlimited. Exaggerated. Invincible. Unbelievable. Lin Xiangyu's mind erupted in fervent exclamations, as he struggled to articulate anything beyond these superlatives upon witnessing the card's effects. What can I say? The applications of this card are manifold, simply astounding. The taxi driver, observing Lin Xiangyu's frenzied expression through the rearview mirror, felt a twitch in his facial muscles, his heart tightening with unease as he silently pondered. Surely, This passenger can't be mentally unstable. Chapter 55. Footsteps outside the bathroom. Lin Xiangyu nestled in the back seat of the taxi, enveloped in an indescribable joy, with his lips curving into an uncontrollable smile that nearly reached his ears. Although he caught the driver's peculiar glance through the rearview mirror, the elation in his heart surged like a flood, unstoppable and overwhelming. At this moment, images of the extraordinary MasterCard and the impending influx of astonishing value filled his mind, causing waves of excitement that made his fingertips tremble lightly. Upon entering his home, the warm yellow light instantly enveloped him. Minjing greeted him with a radiant smile, her voice as gentle as a spring breeze. "Xiangyu is back. Dinner is ready." Her smile brimmed with concern, wrapping him in a comforting warmth. Sitting on the sofa, Pei Yilin lifted her head slowly, as if drawn by an invisible thread. Her gaze briefly settled on Lin Xiangyu's face, revealing a hint of curiosity, her expression somewhat complex. She then silently rose, her steps heavy as she made her way to the dining table. Under normal circumstances, she would have teased him playfully, but today she was unusually quiet. This strange behavior puzzled Lin Xiangyu, who wondered what was troubling Pei Yilin. After dinner, he returned to his room, where the familiar atmosphere provided a sense of relaxation. Just as he settled down, his phone chimed cheerfully, a message from Zhang Xiaoying. Seeing the words "what are you doing" on the screen stirred a mix of emotions within him. He was acutely aware that he would soon announce his relationship with Han Yinxi, which would undoubtedly be a heavy blow to Zhang Xiaoying. The thought of her potential sadness weighed heavily on his heart, despite his resolve to be unbound by morality and emotion in this life. He found it challenging to be completely heartless. Moments from his recent interactions with Zhang Xiaoying flooded his mind. His fingers hovered over the screen for an extended period, hesitating before he finally replied, "Just finished dinner and returned to my room. What about you?" Zhang Xiaoying seemed to be waiting by her phone, responding swiftly, "I finished eating a while ago, and I'm also in my room now." Lin Xiangyu stared at the screen, deliberating for long while before replying with a simple "oh." He did not intend to be dismissive. Rather, the thought of tomorrow's announcement with Han Yinxi felt like a heavy stone pressing down on him, leaving him unsure of how to engage Zhang Xiaoying in conversation. Although he had yet to sign a contract, and thus was not technically in breach, he felt unable to discuss the matter with her. He empathized with her. If it were his girlfriend or someone he was romantically interested in, he would certainly find it unbearable if she informed him of signing a contract with another man and publicly declaring their relationship at school. Consequently, he never considered discreetly informing Zhang Xiaoying or shunning Ai. He understood Zhang Xiaoying's feelings for him and could imagine how devastated she would be upon learning the news. Just the thought of it pierced his heart, yet he felt utterly helpless. "You seem a bit down. Is something bothering you?" Zhang Xiaoying's perceptive inquiry came through the screen, filled with concern. Reading her message triggered a wave of guilt within Lin Xiangyu. After pondering for a moment, he replied, "I'm not unhappy, just a bit tired today, perhaps due to not resting well last night." No sooner had he sent that message than a new one from Shunning Ai arrived, as if it were a relay baton. "Xiangyu, I heard from other teachers that you slept in the classroom all day. Did you not sleep well last night?" Lin Xiangyu sighed in resignation and replied, "Yeah, I had insomnia last night." He knew Shunning Ai was genuinely concerned for him, but he felt emotionally drained, unsure of how to navigate this complicated situation. Soon after, another message from Shunning Ai popped up. "Are you missing me?" Followed quickly by, "Since last Saturday, didn't tea satisfy you? Let us plan another date this Saturday. How about that?" Shunning Ai's words brimmed with anticipation and enthusiasm. Yet as Lin Xiangyu read her messages, her sweet smile flashed before his eyes. However, the thought of the impending announcement cast a shadow over any potential date, so he simply replied, "Okay, we'll talk about it later." His response felt somewhat dismissive, and even he could sense his lack of engagement, but he simply lacked the energy to deal with further emotional entanglements. Meanwhile, outside Lin Xiangyu's room, Pei Yilin crept like a cautious cat, her hands tightly gripping the hem of her clothing, knuckles turning white from tension. She wanted to apologize to Lin Xiangyu for her previous behavior, but found it difficult to swallow her pride. After much internal debate, She finally gathered her courage and slowly reached for the doorknob, only to be met with a creaking sound as she failed to open the door. The noise echoed painfully in the quiet hallway, a stark reminder of her earlier intrusion into his room. Upon hearing the sound, Lin Xiangyu sprang up from his bed, calling out coming as he approached the door. However, when he opened it, he found no one there. Confusion washed over him as he scratched his head and returned to his room. On the other side, Pei Yilin hurried back to her own room, leaning against the door, her heart racing as if it would leap from her chest, the sound of her heartbeat echoing in the silence. Initially determined to apologize, her plan faltered when she failed to open the door on her first attempt. Hearing Lin Xiangyu's footsteps approaching, she fled down the stairs like a startled animal. The steam enveloped the bathroom as Pei Yilin took her time washing, her thoughts consumed by the memory of Lin Xiangyu's sudden intrusion into the bathroom. Her cheeks flushed with warmth, and she found herself secretly yearning for a repeat of that moment, a thought that filled her with both shyness and excitement. In the mist, her gaze became dreamy and complex as she wrestled with her feelings for Lin Xiangyu. Was it affection or merely a fleeting impulse? She found herself unable to discern the truth. At that moment, Pei Yilin suddenly perceived the sound of footsteps outside the door, causing her heart to tighten abruptly and her breath to quicken in an instant. The figure of Lin Xiangyu involuntarily surfaced in her mind, and her cheeks flushed a deeper shade of crimson. With a palpable sense of anxiety, she strained to listen, attempting to discern whether the footsteps belonged to Lin Xiangyu. But aside from the frantic rhythm of her own heartbeat, she could hear nothing clearly. Chapter 56. The Signing of the Love Contract. Yilin, are you in there? The gentle voice of Jean Mimi floated in from outside the bathroom, laced with a hint of concern. Pei Yilin was lost in her own thoughts, eagerly anticipating the moment when Lin Xiangyu would push open the door. Suddenly, Jean Mimi's voice jolted her, causing her heart to sink, like a bucket of cold water dousing her excitement, leaving her feeling utterly disappointed. With a soft sigh, she adjusted the shower's water flow, her voice betraying the remnants of her unhidden discontent as she replied, "It's me, sister." Upon hearing the response, Jean Mimi continued, "Yilin, why are you taking so long to shower today? Did something unpleasant happen?" A wave of anxiety washed over Pei Yilin as her heart raced. She pondered anxiously. Could my sister have noticed my feelings for Lin Xiangyu? Stealing her nerves, she feigned nonchalance and replied, "No, sister. Why would you ask that? It's nothing. I just worry that you might have encountered some troubles at school. Remember, Yilin, you can always share anything with me." Jean Mimi's tone was as gentle as the warm sun of spring. Hearing this, a weight lifted from Pei Yilin's heart, and she exhaled in relief. Forcing a smile as she said, "All right, sister, I understand. Then take your time in the shower. I won't disturb you any longer," Jean Mimi said, her footsteps gradually fading as she ascended the stairs. Pei Yilin surmised that Jean Mimi had come to use the restroom, and without further delay, she rinsed off quickly before returning to her room. As she entered, she deliberately made some noise to signal to Jean Mimi that she was finished and could now go to the bathroom. That night, Pei Yilin tossed and turned in bed, restless as a fish in a frying pan, unable to find sleep. Her mind was filled with visions of Lin Xiangyu, his laughter, the moments they shared together. Her heart was ensnared in turmoil as she repeatedly questioned herself, "Am I truly in love with Lin Xiangyu?" The following morning, at breakfast, Pei Yilin sported dark circles under her eyes, resembling a panda. She stole glances at Lin Xiangyu, her gaze imbued with an affection she herself had yet to recognize. Lin Xiangyu noticed her fatigue, yet his own mind was a chaotic whirlwind, leaving him little room for curiosity about her state. He had important matters to attend to that day and barely touched his food before setting down his bowl. His appetite utterly vanished. After leaving the house, Lin Xiangyu hailed a taxi, rushing to the place he had arranged to meet Han Yanxi. She was already there, standing tall, holding a printed contract that glimmered in the sunlight, as if she were adorned with a golden halo. As soon as Lin Xiangyu arrived, she handed him the contract, her expression serious as she stated, "Please review the contract for any discrepancies. I remind you once more, upon signing, our relationship as a couple will officially commence." "Yes, I understand," Lin Xiangyu replied, taking the contract and scrutinizing its contents. The stipulations were straightforward, with clear penalties for breach. 1. On the day of signing. During the first class break, Lin Xiangyu must announce their relationship in Han Yinxi's classroom. Penalty for breach, 10 million won. 2. Under no circumstance shall they disclose their employment relationship. Penalty for breach, 20 million won. 3. Disclosure of Han Yinxi's family information is prohibited. Penalty for breach, 20 million won. 4. Regardless of the situation, Han Yinxi must be addressed as Yinxi. Penalty for breach, 10 million won. 5. Lin Xiangyu must be on standby, available 3 times a week. If Han Yinxi requires his presence during these times, he must respond immediately. If not pre-approved, he must arrive within an hour and a half during the day. Nighttime arrangements will be discussed between them. Exceeding this limit 3 times will leave Lin Xiangyu to decide whether to comply. Each time Han Yinxi requires his assistance, she must compensate him 500,001. Penalty for breach, 10 million won. The love contract would take effect upon signing and remain valid for 1 semester. Should either party wish to terminate the contract, consent from the other is required. A unilateral termination would incur a penalty of 100 million won, approximately 500,000 yuan. Lin Xiangyu was particularly pleased with the stipulation limiting the number of calls to 3 per week. He had considered the possibility of Han Yinxi constantly summoning him, which could lead to breaches. The penalties were indeed substantial, rendering any breach equivalent to nullifying all prior efforts. Yet, without a second thought, he signed the contract. He had no intention of breaching it. Being the boyfriend of campus beauty while earning money was an opportunity too good to pass up, even if it meant spending money. There would undoubtedly be a multitude of eager candidates for such a chance. Furthermore, this arrangement promised not only monetary gains, but also a wealth of astonishment. The contract was prepared in duplicate, and after both signed, they each kept a copy. Han Yinxi even took a picture of it with her phone. Subsequently, they boarded the same bus they had taken the previous day, heading to school. Lin Xiangyu was perplexed, unable to comprehend why Han Yinxi insisted on pretending to be financially constrained. Upon arriving in class, Lin Xiangyu found that the bell was about to ring. The classroom had been filled with a lively chatter of students, but his entrance hushed them, their gazes instinctively drifting toward Zheng Xiuying. The entire class had come to accept that Lin Xiangyu and Zheng Xiuying's relationship was more than ordinary. When Zheng Xiuying felt their collective gaze upon her, her cheeks flushed crimson, a stark contrast to her previous innocent shyness. This time, her face radiated with happiness. Seeing Zheng Xiuying in such a state stirred conflicting emotions within Lin Xiangyu, akin to a pot of mixed flavors. As soon as the first class concluded, Zheng Xiuying eagerly approached his desk, ready to express her desire to officially date him. However, Lin Xiangyu, in a hurry, made to leave the classroom. "Xiangyu, wait a moment. I need to talk to you," Zheng Xiuying called out, her voice cutting through the air as he halted and turned to face her. Chapter 57. Harvesting the shock value of the entire school. Xiuying, I have something urgent to attend to. Whatever it is, please wait until I return. Lin Xiangyu's voice was both hurried and resolute. Upon uttering these words, he strode out of the classroom without a backward glance, leaving Zheng Xiuying frozen in place. Her smile instantly fading, her eyes reflecting confusion and disappointment. The stares of her classmates bore down on her, making her feel as if she were under a spotlight. Meanwhile, in another classroom, Han Yinxi waited anxiously for Lin Xiangyu. Sitting at her desk, her fingers unconsciously drummed lightly on the surface while she occasionally glanced at the door. Her eyes filled with anticipation. Several boys, who typically pursued her relentlessly, clustered around her like eager puppies awaiting their master's attention, desperately attempting to strike up conversations. "Yinxi, there's a new movie released this weekend. Shall we go see it together?" "Yinxi, I recently discovered a fantastic CAF. Would you like to try it out with me?" "Yinxi, Han Yinxi paid no heed to their attempts of flirtation. Her gaze remained fixed on the doorway as she silently urged, "Why isn't he here yet? When will he arrive?" "Yinxi." Lin Xiangyu's familiar voice suddenly echoed at the classroom entrance, instantly capturing the attention of everyone present. All eyes turned toward the door. wide with astonishment and curiosity as they beheld this handsome young man they had never seen before. Upon seeing Lin Xiangyu, Han Yinqi's tense expression transformed into a radiant smile, her lips curving into an enchanting arc. Under the gaze of her classmates, she gracefully rose from her seat, her long legs carrying her toward the entrance. "Xiangyu, why did you take so long to arrive?" she said, her voice soft and tinged with mock reproach, as she gently took Lin Xiangyu's hand, their fingers entwining in a natural and affectionate manner. The classroom erupted in a flurry of whispers. The boys who had previously hovered around Han Yinqi now wore expressions of disbelief, their faces paling as if doused with icy water. Lumen contributed 100 shock points. Shen Dongxiu contributed 100 shock points. Jiang Huiyuan contributed 100 shock points. Kim Jing contributed 100 shock points. Everyone in the classroom was taken aback by this unexpected scene, contributing their maximum shock points as the numbers fluctuated, vividly illustrating their inner astonishment. Lin Xiangyu surveyed the commotion with a sense of pride, a mischievous smile gracing his face as he remarked, "We've been apart for such a short time, and you're already this anxious. You truly are a beguiling little enchantress." As he spoke, he playfully brushed his fingers against Han Yinqi's nose, the gesture both intimate and teasing. This action sent shockwaves through the classroom once more, leaving everyone agape. Zhang Yingmu contributed 100 shock points. Lumen contributed 100 shock points. Shen Dongxiu contributed 100 shock points. Jiang Huiyuan contributed 100 shock points. Kim Jing contributed 100 shock points. Han Yinqi was completely unprepared for Lin Xiangyu's spontaneous performance. Her cheeks flushed, eyes flickering with a mix of shyness and annoyance as she whispered in his ear, "You need to act so dramatically. Right now?" Lin Xiangyu feigned surprise, his eyes widening as he glanced around at their audience. "That wouldn't be appropriate, would it?" His tone was laced with playful sarcasm, his expression resembling that of a seasoned actor. This remark caused jaws to drop once more, and the shock points surged again. Han Yinqi was utterly bewildered, gazing at Lin Xiangyu in disbelief. Before she could process what was happening, he suddenly wrapped his arms around her neck and pulled her close, kissing her lips. The kiss came as a complete shock. Han Yangzi's eyes widened in astonishment, filled with disbelief. Yang Mian contributed 100 shock points. Yin Shaoxi contributed 100 shock points. Caught between surprise and anger, Han Yinqi instinctively pinched Lin Xiangyu's thigh hard. This was her first kiss, so casually taken by him. At that moment, someone could no longer contain themselves. "Hey, you brat, let go of Han Yinqi," a boy with curly hair shouted. Leaping from his seat, his face flushed with rage as he approached Lin Xiangyu with fiery determination. Lin Xiangyu calmly released Han Yinqi's lips and leaned toward her ear, whispering, "This might be classified as an exceptional circumstance, don't you think?" Despite her irritation at Lin Xiangyu's boldness, Han Yinqi instinctively nodded. The last thing she wanted was for him to abandon her to face the consequences alone. Upon receiving her affirmation, Lin Xiangyu stepped back, a confident smile adorning his face as he observed the curly-haired boy advancing toward him. His gaze exuded calmness and assurance, as though he had complete control over the unfolding events. Just as the boy stepped into range, Lin Xiangyu's expression shifted, and he swiftly unleashed a powerful punch, shimmering with a mysterious aura of the ability take a nap. "You!" The blow landed swiftly and decisively on the boy's face, causing him to topple backward, like a marionette with severed strings, kicking up a cloud of dust. Once again, shock points flooded in, with alerts ringing in Lin Xiangyu's mind as the numbers soared like a rocket. Lin Xiangyu aimed to instill a sense of awe in everyone present. He understood that if he did not exhibit this level of bravery, he might invite further complications. He preferred not to be the target of underhanded schemes. After all, while a direct confrontation was manageable, covert attacks were much harder to defend against. He grasped Han Yinqi's hand and softly inquired, "Shall we take a stroll around the school?" Han Yinqi nodded slightly, her voice barely a whisper. At that moment, her heart raced, her cheeks still flushed, overwhelmed by the events that had just transpired. Before arriving here, Lin Xiangyu had prepared thoroughly. He recognized that some matters must be confronted sooner or later, rather than hiding them away. He chose to bring them to light proactively. Chapter 58. The Lottery Wheel Upgrade Again. Lin Xiangyu tightly clasped Han Yinqi's hand, striding confidently out of the classroom. The moment he stepped into the corridor, the gazes of surrounding students converged upon him like searchlights. Even though these students were not in the same class as Han Yinqi, her name had already resounded throughout the campus like thunder. Park Junyu contributed shock value, 80. Li Jiyun contributed shock value, 90. As the shock value notifications flickered continuously in his mind, a smile involuntarily spread across Lin Xiangyu's face, refusing to diminish. The news of Han Yinqi's romantic involvement spread through the campus like a whirlwind, rapidly capturing the attention of everyone. Anyone who caught sight of them eagerly shared this sensational news with those nearby. In an instant, more and more students, drawn like magnets, rushed from various corners, eager to witness the face of Han Yinqi's boyfriend firsthand. This was Lin Xiangyu's first experience of being a campus celebrity. With every move he and Han Yangzi made under the watchful eyes of the crowd, as if they were equipped with tracking devices, students at the school surged like a tide, one wave after another, contributing their shock value, causing the numbers to soar dramatically. Ding! Detected that the host's shock value has exceeded 10,000. Upgrade. 10,000 shock value allows for a secondary upgrade of the lottery wheel. The upgraded wheel will eliminate gold and platinum rewards and increase the proportion of remaining rewards, ensuring that the next draw will yield a 100 chance of obtaining a king-level reward or higher. Additionally, 3 golden attribute cards will be granted: Idol, Model, Muscle King. Upgraded immediately. Upon seeing the system notification, Lin Xiangyu's eyes sparkled like the brightest stars in the night sky. Without hesitation, he chose to upgrade the lottery wheel. Since witnessing the formidable capabilities of the MasterCard, Lin Xiangyu had lost all interest in cards below diamond level, especially given the system's generosity in offering 3 basic attribute cards this time. As Lin Xiangyu issued the command, the lottery wheel, already emanating a mysterious glow, now shone even more brilliantly. 2 beams of light, 1 golden and 1 silver, shot forth like lightning. In the blink of an eye, the areas for gold and platinum rewards vanished, leaving only diamond, master, king, and mysterious regions. The diamond area boldly occupied 75 of the wheel. The master area constituted 20. The king area merely encompassed 4, while the mysterious area, occupying a minuscule 1, seemed to radiate an enigmatic allure that captivated Lin Xiangyu. At that moment, Lin Xiangyu was filled with boundless curiosity regarding this mysterious area. The MasterCard was already astonishingly powerful, and the probability of drawing a mysterious card, which could be 1/20th of the MasterCard, was unfathomable. The thought was almost too overwhelming to contemplate. The points required for a single draw have increased to 3,000 points. Lin Xiangyu had anticipated the rise in points required for the lottery, as this was not the first occurrence. Thus, he remained unfazed. Just as Lin Xiangyu was blushing with excitement over the upgraded lottery wheel, Zheng Taijun, who had heard the news, hurried over. Initially, he intended merely to observe the commotion. However, upon spotting Lin Xiangyu hand in hand with Han Yinqi, his eyes widened in disbelief, and he swiftly navigated through the crowd towards Lin Xiangyu. Simultaneously, Zheng Xiaoying, having learned of the news, rushed towards Lin Xiangyu and Han Yinqi with an expression of urgency and incredulity. At that moment, Lin Xiangyu, immersed in the thrill of accumulating shock value, remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding events. Chapter 59. I want you to publicly declare that I am your girlfriend right now, Han Yinqi said, her lively eyes blinking as she tugged at Lin Xiangyu's hand, her voice soft and laced with a hint of playfulness. All right, Lin Xiangyu replied, a charming smile gracing his lips. At this moment, his mind was racing with excitement, calculating how to swiftly return Han Yinqi to class so he could initiate the lottery and see what extraordinary card he might draw. Yet, fate seemed to revel in playing tricks. Zheng Taijun suddenly appeared, blocking their path with an imposing demeanor. His eyes bulged with fury as he stormed toward Lin Xiangyu, grabbing his collar and demanding, "What do you mean by this? What about my sister?" His words detonated like a bomb among the crowd, causing an uproar of astonishment. Onlookers wore expressions of glee, their eyes wide with excitement, eagerly contributing to Lin Xiangyu's growing shock value, which soared to seemingly limitless heights. Hearing Zheng Taijuan's words, Han Yinshi was taken aback, her bright eyes darkening with a flicker of panic. Instinctively, she turned to Lin Xiangyu, her gaze filled with confusion and inquiry. Lin Xiangyu had only envisioned scenarios involving Shanning Ai and Zheng Xiaoying, never anticipating Zheng Taijuan's sudden interruption. His heart sank, silently lamenting the turn of events. "Let go of me," Lin Xiangyu urged, striving to keep his tone composed. While speaking, he grasped Zheng Taijuan's wrist and leaned in to whisper urgently, "I'll explain everything later." However, Zheng Taijun was too consumed by rage to heed his words. His face flushed crimson as he wanted to drag Lin Xiangyu before Zheng Xiaoying to demand an explanation. Yet, he was horrified to find that despite his efforts, he could not budge Lin Xiangyu, whose grip was as unyielding as a vice. At that tense moment, Zheng Xiaoying finally arrived, breathless and disheveled, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead. Upon seeing Lin Xiangyu holding Han Yinchi's hand, her heart felt as though it had been pierced by a sharp blade, and her eyes immediately reddened with tears. Without hesitation, she dashed forward. "Is this your idea of urgency?" Zheng Xiaoying thought furiously, wishing to confront Lin Xiangyu and demand a reasonable explanation. Yet, upon witnessing the standoff between him and Zheng Taijun, her reason prevailed over impulse. She steeled herself against the pain and resolved to pull Zheng Taijun away, hoping to prevent a more intense confrontation. The audience, witnessing Zheng Xiaoying's entrance, became even more animated, eyes widened in anticipation of the unfolding drama. Some, oblivious to the intricacies of the situation, began to comment amongst themselves. "This guy is such a beautiful girlfriend, yet he still cheats," one boy scoffed disdainfully. "Han Yinshi is willing to be the other woman. How pathetic," another girl chimed in, her face twisted in disgust. "Not necessarily. Which guy would brazenly hold the hand of his mistress in school?" A boy adjusted his glasses and offered a different perspective. "I can't fathom what makes this guy appealing. Besides being tall and handsome, what else is there?" Another boy said bitterly. The cacophony of voices pierced the ears of the four involved, each word like a sharp blade. Zheng Xiaoying's face flushed deep red, akin to a ripe tomato, as she hurried to Zheng Taijuan's side, taking his arm without a word, eager to extricate him from this chaotic scene. As she approached, Lin Xiangyu's gaze was filled with regret, fixated on Zheng Xiaoying. However, she deliberately averted her eyes, fearing that if she met his gaze, she would succumb to tears. She yearned to confront Lin Xiangyu for the truth, yet she understood that this was not the appropriate moment. "Brother, come with me," Zheng Xiaoying urged, biting her lip to suppress her tears. Zheng Taijun, however, violently shook off her grip, exclaiming, "What do you mean leave? Xiaoying, aren't you angry that your boyfriend is with another woman?" His question was deliberate, aimed at uncovering Zheng Xiaoying's true feelings while simultaneously revealing who the real third party was. Upon hearing Zheng Taijuan's words, the crowd erupted into further speculation. Han Yinshi is actually trying to steal someone else's boyfriend. She seems attractive, but turns out she's just vile. A girl covered her mouth in disdain. Another girl sneered, "Some women may appear beautiful, but inherently, they're just lowly creatures, eager to share partners. Have you all lost your minds? The situation is far from clear, yet you're already passing judgment." A boy frowned, defending Han Yinshi. "In love? The one who is unloved is the true third party," another girl pondered aloud. Zheng Xiaoying's already flushed cheeks burned with embarrassment at these remarks, feeling as if her blood might burst forth at any moment. Gritting her teeth, her body trembled slightly as she pulled at Zheng Taijuan's arm, her voice breaking. "Brother, I beg you, let's leave this place, please." Seeing the look in Zheng Xiaoying's eyes, Zheng Taijun finally relented, agreeing to leave temporarily. Lin Xiangyu, sensing the shift, released his grip on Zheng Taijuan's wrist. At that moment, Han Yinshi, who had remained silent, could no longer endure the venomous words surrounding them. She leaned in close to Lin Xiangyu's ear and softly insisted, "I want you to declare to everyone that I am your girlfriend." Chapter 60. Are you even human? A major twist follows. Upon hearing Han Yinxi's words, Lin Xiangyu felt a sudden jolt in his heart. Although he had previously contemplated revealing his relationship with Han Yinxi to Shuning Ai and Zheng Xiuying in advance, he never intended to announce it in front of Zheng Xiuying, especially with so many eyes upon them. It felt akin to delivering a resounding slap to Zheng Xiuying's face in public. "I'm sorry, but I cannot do that. And the agreement we have does not permit me to declare you as my girlfriend at will," Lin Xiangyu replied, his voice barely above a whisper, his brow furrowed. Han Yinxi seemed to have anticipated his response, a glimmer of cunning flashing in her eyes as she continued, "I will pay you more." Her tone was resolute, as if money could resolve any predicament. Before Lin Xiangyu could process her offer, she added softly, 10 million. Lin Xiangyu pressed his lips together, remaining silent. Observing his reaction, Han Yinxi escalated her offer, 30 million. Her gaze remained fixed on him, suggesting an unspoken contest between them. 50 million, announce it immediately. If we step into the crowd, it becomes void. Though her voice was soft, it carried an undeniable authority, reminiscent of a queen issuing commands. Lin Xiangyu couldn't help but smirk inwardly, reflecting on how easily this wealthy heiress was willing to part with 250,000 just to uphold her pride. He realized that indecision would only lead to chaos in the future. He could not afford to be ensnared by a single tree. Adaptation was essential. He did not wish to spend his days pacifying one displeased woman after another. Just as Zheng Xiuying and Zheng Taijun were about to merge into the crowd, Lin Xiangyu took a deep breath, as if steeling himself for a monumental decision, and declared, "Yinxi, do not misunderstand. I have no connection with that woman. You're my girlfriend." His voice rang out loud and clear, resonating even with those standing at the periphery. Zheng Xiuying, who had been dragging Zheng Taijun away, froze as if struck by a spell, her eyes wide with shock and disbelief. Tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably, soaking her clothes. Zheng Taijun, witnessing this, was instantly engulfed in rage, resembling an erupting volcano. He shook off Zheng Xiuying's grasp and charged at Lin Xiangyu like a furious bull, shouting, "What the hell are you saying? How can you say such things and still face my sister? Are you even human?" His voice, strained with fury, made his muscles contort in anger. In response to Zheng Taijun's sudden attack, Lin Xiangyu summoned all his strength and delivered a swift kick to Zheng Taijun's calf, sending him crashing to the ground. Looking down at Zheng Taijun, Lin Xiangyu coldly stated, "I have made myself abundantly clear. I have never had any relationship with your sister. If you do not believe me, feel free to ask her. Our connection has only ever been transactional." At that moment, Lin Xiangyu's heart was a tumult of emotions, wishing he could slap himself in frustration. Yet he understood that severing Zheng Xiuying's illusions while she was still not deeply entangled was the most prudent course of action. Zheng Taijun lay on the ground, groaning in pain, his face a canvas of resentment and fury. Zheng Xiuying, sobbing, crouched beside him, her shoulders trembling as she attempted to support him, casting Lin Xiangyu a venomous glare filled with hatred and disappointment. The siblings had faced utter humiliation today, all thanks to Lin Xiangyu. Before leaving, Zheng Taijun shot Lin Xiangyu a fierce look that seemed to say, "This is not over. We shall see." The onlookers were left speechless, their mouths agape, unable to utter a word. The previously bustling chatter ceased, as everyone stood in awe of Lin Xiangyu's formidable display of strength. Lin Xiangyu, feeling a whirlwind of turmoil within him, could not shake off the image of Zheng Xiuying's despairing eyes. Even as the shock value lingered, he felt no joy. His mood darkened like an overcast sky, heavy with clouds. After escorting Han Yinxi to her classroom, Lin Xiangyu trudged towards his own class with a heavy heart. On the way back, he received a notification of Han Yinxi's bank transfer. The flashing message on his phone screen did little to dispel the gloom that enveloped him. Inside the classroom, discussions erupted as students recounted the earlier events. However, as soon as Lin Xiangyu entered, the room fell silent, all eyes turning towards him, filled with curiosity and awe. Scanning the room, he noticed that Zheng Xiuying was conspicuously absent. A wave of foreboding washed over him. At that moment, the teacher entered the room, But Lin Xiangyu paid no heed. He walked straight out of the classroom. Simultaneously, Ai, who had witnessed the entire scene from a distance, emerged from the office and spotted Lin Xiangyu exiting the classroom. Chapter 61. After school, the classroom awaits me as Lin Xiangyu lifted his gaze. It unexpectedly met that of Ai, who had just exited the office. They stood in the somewhat desolate corridor, their eyes intertwining in the air. And for a fleeting moment, time seemed to freeze. However, before their gaze could linger for even a second, Ai, as if scalded, swiftly turned away, feigning ignorance of Lin Xiangyu's presence, her high heels clicking sharply against the floor as she made her way to her classroom. This deliberate evasion imbued her retreating figure with a hint of stubbornness and solitude. Lin Xiangyu, witnessing this, hesitated for a moment, but chose not to pursue her for an explanation. At that moment, locating Zhang Xiaoying took precedence above all else. Although he and Zhang Xiaoying had not yet reached an ultimate conclusion in their relationship, they had shared intimate moments, and he could not bear to stand idly by if she were in danger. Without a moment's hesitation, he hastened toward the stairs, his footsteps urgent and heavy, each step resounding upon the floor. Hearing Lin Xiangyu's hurried footsteps, Ai, almost instinctively, turned her head. Upon realizing that Lin Xiangyu was not approaching her, her heart tightened painfully, and a wave of bitterness surged within her. Lin Xiangyu was her first date, the man who had taken her innocence. Yet now, amidst such turmoil, he, fully aware of her distress, offered not a word of explanation. How could she possibly accept that? She had yearned for him to chase after her, even if only to comfort her with empty reassurances, but reality had dashed all her hopes. With a resigned sigh, laden with profound disappointment, Ai dragged her heavy steps toward her classroom. Meanwhile, Lin Xiangyu, upon descending the stairs, frantically dialed Zhang Xiaoying's number while scanning the expansive campus for her figure. His eyes darted anxiously over every corner, leaving no potential hiding place unexamined. Yet she remained elusive, and his calls went unanswered. Eventually, a thought flickered through his mind, one often depicted in Korean dramas and comics as the refuge of the heartbroken, the rooftop. As this notion arose, his heart clenched tighter, a tide of panic engulfing him. He dashed toward the rooftop, but upon arrival, he found it desolate. Zhang Xiaoying was nowhere to be seen. Standing in the center of the rooftop, he scratched his head in frustration, utterly perplexed about where to search next. Just then, his phone buzzed with a notification. It was a message from Zhang Xiaoying, succinctly stating, "After school, wait for me in the classroom." Upon receiving this message, Lin Xiangyu promptly replied, "Where are you?" He held his phone tightly, his gaze fixated on the screen, anxiously awaiting her response. However, after a significant pause, silence persisted, and no reply came. Relentlessly, he dialed her number again, only to be met with the disheartening notification that her phone was turned off. With no other option, he resigned himself to returning to the classroom. Before heading back, he gritted his teeth and utilized 2 of his 3 golden attribute cards, the model card and the muscle card. In an instant, he felt as though a mystical force had reshaped his body. His proportions became more exquisite, and his muscular strength underwent a remarkable enhancement. Once already handsome, he now radiated even more charm, imbued with a newfound vigor that seemed to emit its own light. As for the idol card, he refrained from using it, fearing that an excessive transformation might arouse suspicion, planning to reserve it for the upcoming holiday. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiangyu knocked on the classroom door and entered. His appearance immediately captured the attention of all his classmates. Even the teacher, who had been fervently lecturing at the podium, paused to gaze upon him. The events of that morning had spread like wildfire throughout the school, and everyone present, including the faculty, was now well aware of the situation. Following the morning's upheaval, even without his active participation, the entire school community continued to contribute to his astonishment value, which surged as if under the spell of a frenzied vine, climbing ever higher. Throughout the day, his astonishment value escalated uncontrollably. Since the morning incident, Han Yinhui had not sought him out again, leaving Lin Xiangyu uncertain whether it was due to a lack of funds or some other reason. Time slipped away, quietly amidst this flurry of activity, and unrest. And before long, the end of school approached. After school, Lin Xiangyu remained seated, patiently awaiting her arrival. One by one, his classmates tidied their belongings and departed. It was not until the classroom lay empty for quite some time that the door creaked open, and Zhang Xiuing entered, her steps heavy with an unspoken burden. Chapter 62. Completing the transaction, Zhang Xiuing's frigid demeanor rendered the air in the classroom palpably still, oppressive to the point of suffocation. Upon noticing her entrance, Lin Xiangyu felt an involuntary tightening in his chest and hurriedly approached her, concern lacing his voice. "Xiuing, are you all right?" His tone bore a hint of urgency, his eyes brimming with worry. Zhang Xiuing lifted her gaze expressionlessly, casting a cold glance at Lin Xiangyu, her eyes sharp as daggers, piercing straight into his heart. With an icy tone, she replied, "It's none of your concern." At her words, Lin Xiangyu's smile froze, replaced by an awkward chuckle of resignation. Indeed, it was he who had uttered such words in front of so many. Now, they echoed back like a resounding slap across his face. With a dismissive snort, Zhang Xiuing retorted, her voice dripping with derision. "Let us begin." "Begin what?" Lin Xiangyu asked, confusion etched across his features. Zhang Xiuing let out a cold laugh, infused with profound disappointment and anger. "Completing the transaction, of course. Why are you feigning ignorance? Haven't we always maintained a transactional relationship? I'm here to help you finalize the last part. No need for that. I will delete the photos right here in front of you." Lin Xiangyu replied hastily, his hands trembling as he fished out his phone from his pocket. With determination, he opened the album and decisively deleted the images before her eyes. After erasing the photos, Lin Xiangyu exhaled deeply, stating, "It's done. Our transaction is concluded. You needn't do anything further. I don't need your pity. I don't owe you anything," Zhang Xiuing retorted, her body trembling with rage, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as her voice rose involuntarily. "Truly, there is no need. You don't owe me anything. That instance was merely an extra, and it doesn't count." Lin Xiangyu gazed at Zhang Xiuing's stubbornness, his heart heavy with helplessness. He never anticipated that, even after deleting the photos, she would be so insistent. Suddenly, Zhang Xiuing's eyes betrayed her resolve, tears welling up as she choked out, "Lin Xiangyu, I don't want to owe you anything. I beg you, let us completely end this relationship." "Very well." Witnessing her earnestness, Lin Xiangyu had no choice but to acquiesce. He understood that Zhang Xiuing was profoundly hurt, and only by concluding their relationship could she truly embark on a new chapter of her life. Virtual reality game commencing. "All right, Lin Xiangyu, from this moment forth, we share no transactional ties. Farewell." With that, Zhang Xiuing turned and strode out of the classroom without a backward glance. Her silhouette was resolute and solitary, as if she intended to leave all past memories behind. Lin Xiangyu remained silent throughout, only allowing a slight hum to escape him when Zhang Xiuing savored her yogurt treat. After she departed, he inhaled deeply, contemplating her retreating figure. He chose not to pursue Zhang Xiuing, recognizing that refraining from interference was the most dignified conclusion to their relationship. If he continued to sacrifice other opportunities for the sake of one woman's feelings, he would likely remain a mere servant in this life. He needed to adapt swiftly. Having decided to nurture an entire forest, he could not halt the watering of other trees for the sake of one solitary flower. After quietly tidying up, he left the classroom. In the adjacent room, a bespectacled girl had been discreetly observing the entire scene through the crack in the door. Once Lin Xiangyu departed, she cautiously emerged from within. Chapter 63. Shunning AI's proactive invitation. Half an hour prior, Li Yizhen, the live class monitor of Lin Xiangyu's class, ambled down the corridor. Having misplaced her dormitory key in the classroom, she intended to retrieve it. As she hastily returned, a faint murmur emanated from behind the closed door. Upon recognizing the voices of Lin Xiangyu and Zhang Xiuing, Li Yizhen's vivacious eyes gleamed with sudden interest, her curiosity burgeoning like wildfire. Instead of directly opening the classroom door, she stealthily concealed herself outside, ears perked, eager to savor this first-hand tidbit of gossip. As she listened, Li Yizhen's eyes widened incrementally, her expression morphing from initial curiosity to utter astonishment. She realized that the events unfolding within the classroom were far more explosive than she had initially imagined. Her heart palpitated, her breathing quickened, and after a moment's hesitation, she gingerly extended her hand, creating a minuscule opening in the door. Cautiously extracting her phone, she surreptitiously recorded a video of Lin Xiangyu and Zhang Xiaoying. Subsequently, she retreated to the opposite classroom before Zhang Xiaoying emerged. Having recovered her dormitory key, Li Yizhen did not immediately depart from the classroom, which was rife with secrets. On the contrary, she ensconced herself in Lin Xiangyu's seat, her eyes gleaming as if she were an explorer who had unearthed a treasure. She enthusiastically scrutinized the video she had just recorded, frame by frame. As time elapsed, a full half-hour elapsed before Li Yizhen slowly arose, a complex expression etched upon her face. She sighed, seemingly experiencing a modicum of regret for her actions within the classroom. However, this regret, akin to a summer thunderstorm, dissipated as swiftly as it had arrived, vanishing into thin air in due course. Upon returning to her dormitory, Li Yizhen, finding her roommates absent, involuntarily revisited the surreptitiously recorded video. As she watched, an enigmatic smile crept across her face, as if she had conceived a mischievous idea. Concurrently, Lin Xiangyu, having returned to his room after dinner, had composed himself and prepared to initiate the lottery. His system account currently held over 7,000 shock points, a substantial accumulation of his diligent efforts, sufficient to complete 2 draws. Lin Xiangyu issued the command in his mind, and instantaneously, the pointer on the lottery turntable began to spin rapidly, its velocity blurring the senses. This was a reward guaranteed to be at least of king tier or higher, and Lin Xiangyu's heart rate accelerated in tandem with the pointer's rotation. However, he harbored no excessive expectations for the grand prize. Having played numerous card-drawing games and being well-versed in their inherent patterns, which typically yielded only the minimum guaranteed reward. Predictably, the pointer gradually came to rest in the king reward zone. A card shimmering with golden light, like a resplendent star, materialized in Lin Xiangyu's consciousness. King skill card, passive maidens, pledge your allegiance. Card effect. Maidens who engage in close proximity with the host will undergo self-hypnosis due to the influence of this skill, thereby genuinely considering the host's interests in all aspects. The intensity of the hypnosis is contingent upon the maiden's willpower, as well as the proximity and duration of their contact with the host. This is too overpowered, Lin Xiangyu exclaimed involuntarily, his eyes widening in disbelief and excitement. This was tantamount to possessing a succubus buff. Lin Xiangyu felt as though the blood within his veins was on the verge of boiling over. With his skill, was there any woman in the world he could not captivate? His mind involuntarily conjured images of himself and Antinjing, Han Yozhen, Pei Yilin, and Jean Mimi living a blissful life together. Occasionally, scenes involving Zhang Xiaoying, Shun Ing Ai, and Han Yinchi interspersed his reverie. This skill was simply phenomenal. Lin Xiangyu temporarily suppressed his surging emotions, took a deep breath, and once again issued the command in his mind, initiating the second lottery draw. The pointer on the lottery turntable once more commenced its rapid rotation, traversing a lengthy period before ultimately halting again in the king reward zone. King item card. One-time use reversed the situation. Card effect. Regardless of the severity of any injuries sustained, they can be instantly restored, and all attributes and skill effects are doubled for 1 hour. Even if the host forgets to activate it proactively, it will automatically trigger when the host's life is in imminent danger. Lin Xiangyu felt a surge of adrenaline coursing through his veins. With this item card, he essentially possessed an extra life. He could already envision himself averting crises in the future, leveraging this card to turn the tide. Since the day he publicly announced his romantic relationship with Han Yinchi, Zhang Xiaoying and Shun Ing Ai had ceased all communication with Lin Xiangyu. Whenever Lin Xiangyu's gaze met theirs, he invariably felt a twinge of awkwardness. However, one was a former classmate with whom he had shared mutual appreciation, while the other was a former mentor who had imparted knowledge. They were bound to encounter each other, making avoidance a formidable challenge. As for Zheng Taijun, he had not launched a vengeful assault, leaving it uncertain whether he was covertly accumulating power or had resigned himself to swallowing his pride, abandoning any notion of retribution. The days passed uneventfully, and before long, it was Friday. Prior to dismissal, Lin Xiangyu's phone abruptly chimed, shattering his somewhat tranquil reverie. He casually picked up his phone, unlocked the screen, and Shun Ingai's message lay serenely in the chat window, like a pebble cast into a tranquil lake, creating concentric ripples. Xiangyu, would you be available to speak with me after school? Lin Xiangyu's gaze lingered on these words, his mind instantly conjuring myriad speculations. He had no time to ponder them in detail, and his fingers rapidly tapped on the screen, providing a response. Of course, almost instantaneously, Shun Ingai's message reappeared, each word clear and forceful, as if conveying an unwavering resolve. Very well, I shall await you in my office after school. Lin Xiangyu inhaled deeply, calming his slightly elevated emotions, and swiftly replied, Okay. After clicking the send button, Lin Xiangyu sensed a premonition that this concise dialogue might herald another turning point in his life. Having replied to the message, Lin Xiangyu instinctively turned his head to regard Zheng Xiaoying, who was seated beside him. Zheng Xiaoying's behavior had been rather peculiar in recent days. She had inexplicably grown close to Li Xiangyu, with whom she had not previously been familiar. Lin Xiangyu had repeatedly observed them engaging in intimate conversations in private, their figures inseparable. Could it be that the incident had altered Zheng Xiaoying's sexual orientation? Lin Xiangyu couldn't help but entertain this absurd notion, which he himself found amusing, yet he couldn't resist speculating. As if by telepathy, Zheng Xiaoying seemed to sense Lin Xiangyu's gaze. Abruptly turning her head and glaring at him fiercely, her eyes brimming with anger and resentment, as if intending to incinerate him, Lin Xiangyu offered a wry smile. As since that day, whenever Zheng Xiaoying detected Lin Xiangyu observing her, she would unreservedly express her emotions in this manner. However, this precisely indicated that she had not genuinely relinquished the relationship. The dismissal bell resounded abruptly, its sound particularly jarring in the quiet classroom. Lin Xiangyu did not immediately rise, intending to wait until all the students had departed before venturing out, as he feared that being seen entering Shun Ingai's office after school would inevitably give rise to scandalous rumors. It is often said that a lack of enthusiasm after school reflects underlying issues, and this statement holds a grain of truth. Most students in the classroom seem to have been pressed by an invisible fast-forward button, dashing out the moment classes conclude, leaving behind only a sparse few. Among these remaining individuals are Lin Xiangyu, Zheng Xiaoying, Li Xiangyu, and another classmate who is tidying up their belongings in preparation for departure. Li Xiangyu glanced over at Lin Xiangyu, observing him seated firmly, seemingly in no hurry to leave. She then rose, her steps light and brisk, making her way towards the classroom door. As she passed Zheng Xiaoying's seat, she slightly turned her head, casting a significant glance in her direction. Zheng Xiaoying bit her lip, hesitating for a moment, yet ultimately decided to follow suit. Lin Xiangyu, perceptive to the peculiar dynamics at play, chose not to pursue them further. Firstly, he had an impending appointment with Shan Ingai in her office. Secondly, he wished to refrain from intruding upon Zheng Xiaoying's life any more than necessary. Having made his choice, he believed it best to allow matters to settle into tranquility. The classroom soon lay deserted, the corridors nearly void of students. At last, Lin Xiangyu rose slowly from his seat, heading towards Shan Ingai's office. However, as he ventured just outside the classroom, he spotted Li Xiangyu and Zheng Xiaoying stealthily peering into each classroom along the corridor, before ultimately entering one. A sense of foreboding gripped Lin Xiangyu, an unsettling intuition swelling within him. Just as he contemplated following them discreetly to discern their intentions, Shan Ingai opened her office door, and they found themselves facing one another unexpectedly. Shan Ingai glanced around, noting the absence of other students in the corridor, and softly beckoned Lin Xiangyu. Come in. All right, he replied quietly, yet his gaze involuntarily drifted toward the classroom where the girls had entered, his unease intensifying with each passing moment. Chapter 64, for instance. Zhang Xiaoying? Shunning AI astutely perceived Lin Xiangyu's gaze frequently darting behind her and instinctively turned to follow his line of sight, only to find the space behind her utterly empty, devoid of any anomalies. She pivoted back, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, and inquired, "What are you looking at?" "Nothing. Let's head inside," Lin Xiangyu replied, his voice slightly strained, as if he were concealing something. As he spoke, he withdrew that contemplative gaze. Shunning AI chose not to dwell on the matter further, gently pushing open the office door and gracefully stepping inside first. Just before entering, Lin Xiangyu's eyes, seemingly beyond his control, glanced once more towards the classroom, his heart entwined with doubts and concerns like creeping vines. Upon entering the office, Lin Xiangyu softly closed the door behind him, the faint click echoing distinctly in the tranquil space. Meanwhile, Shunning AI, already seated in her office chair, extended her delicate fingers toward the chair opposite her desk, her voice soft as she said, "Xiangyu, come and sit." "All right," Lin Xiangyu responded without hesitation, striding directly to sit across from Shunning AI, perhaps due to a long-standing respect for her role as a teacher. He subconsciously believed Shunning AI possessed a far greater emotional resilience than Zhang Xiaoying. While it is true that Shunning AI's mental fortitude surpasses that of Zhang Xiaoying, this is not merely attributable to her status as a teacher, but rather stems from their starkly contrasting life experiences and environments that shape their characters and psychological dispositions. As soon as Lin Xiangyu settled down, Shunning AI broke the brief silence, leaning slightly forward, her gaze fixed intently on him as she asked, "Xiangyu, are you really dating Han Yanxi?" Upon hearing Shunning AI's question, Lin Xiangyu's heart jolted, as if it had skipped a beat. He did not immediately respond, but instead countered, "Teacher Shun, why do you ask? Did we not agree to refrain from calling me Teacher Shun in private?" Shunning AI skillfully redirected the conversation to the matter of address, a hint of playful reproach shimmering in her eyes. Lin Xiangyu, upon hearing her words, revealed an awkward smile akin to a child caught misbehaving, saying, "I thought." "Thought what?" Shunning AI pressed, her eyes brimming with inquiry. Lin Xiangyu shook his head with a wry smile, replying, "I thought our relationship was over." "You wish to slip away after the fun is over?" Shunning AI's gaze bore into Lin Xiangyu's eyes, as if she sought to penetrate his very soul, her tone laced with undeniable authority. Lin Xiangyu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, opening his mouth yet unsure of how to respond. At that moment, Shunning AI unexpectedly reached out, gently placing her hand atop Lin Xiangyu's, the warmth of her fingers transmitting an unusual significance. She looked at Lin Xiangyu, her voice tender yet resolute as she declared, "Regardless of whether you are truly with Han Yanxi, I wish to remain with you. Will you refuse me?" Upon hearing her words, Lin Xiangyu felt a surge of determination and answered almost instinctively, "Of course not." Shunning AI's lips curled into a subtle yet meaningful smile, her gaze unwavering as she stated, "You and Han Yanxi are merely pretending to date, aren't you?" "AI, why would you ask that?" Lin Xiangyu's expression betrayed a hint of confusion, intrigued by Shunning AI's conjecture. Upon hearing his response, Shunning AI appeared to fathom something profound, her face lighting up with realization. Yet, she refrained from explaining her reasoning, instead raising an eyebrow with a touch of mischief as she asked, "Is it too inconvenient to answer? Then let me pose another question. Have you and Han Yanxi been intimate?" "No," Lin Xiangyu replied without hesitation, his tone crisp and clear. This question did not infringe upon his emotional boundaries, thus he felt no psychological burden in responding. Upon hearing his answer, Shunning AI's face blossomed into a radiant smile, akin to flowers blooming in the spring. Subsequently, she playfully tapped her fingers on Lin Xiangyu's hand, as if keeping a rhythm, while asking, "Then have you been intimate with anyone else? For instance, Zhang Xiaoying?" "No, aside from you, I have not been with anyone else thus far," Lin Xiangyu stated, his gaze steady as he met Shunning AI's eyes. The smile on Shunning AI's face grew even brighter, resembling a rose in full bloom. She stood gracefully and glided to Lin Xiangyu's side, leaning slightly towards him, her playful smile igniting a spark as she inquired, "So, have you thought of me this week?" Lin Xiangyu gazed at Shun Ying'ai standing before him, inhaling the faint fragrance that enveloped her, feeling momentarily spellbound. Chapter 65. Surely, you jest about desiring this locale? Quite the contrary. Each evening, my thoughts drift to you. A fervent ardor blazed within Lin Xiangyu's gaze as he uttered these words without hesitation. He spoke truthfully, since he and Shun Ying'ai had unlocked the portal to a novel realm. This longing had surged like wildfire within him, consuming his every waking thought. Even confinement with Shun Ying'ai for an entire day held allure. Scarcely had the words left his lips when Lin Xiangyu, unable to restrain himself any longer, seized Shun Ying'ai's hand with considerable force. Shun Ying'ai gasped, finding herself involuntarily seated upon his lap. Her cheeks flushed crimson, akin to the twilight sky, and her eyes held a hint of playful reproach as she pressed down on Lin Xiangyu's wandering hand, gently scolding, "Surely, you jest about desiring this locale? And what if I do?" Lin Xiangyu's voice was a husky whisper, laden with desire. He wrested his hand from Shun Ying'ai's grasp, endeavoring to resume his advance, as if to unleash all the pin-up longing of their separation. Seeing his resolve, Shun Ying'ai swiftly rose, turning away and gently resting a hand upon Lin Xiangyu's neck, her gaze both tender and resolute. "Not here," she insisted. "Be patient. Tomorrow, I am yours for the entire day." "Very well," Lin Xiangyu sighed, a hint of disappointment replacing the fire in his eyes. Shun Ying'ai smoothed her disheveled tresses, murmuring, "I shall depart first. Tarry a while to avoid being seen together." "Understood." Lin Xiangyu nodded slightly, his gaze following Shun Ying'ai's retreating figure. 9 o'clock tomorrow morning at the Joy Motel," Shun Ying'ai announced as she sashayed toward the office door in her high heels. Pausing at the threshold, she turned back, adding, "Oh, and remember to lock the office door when you leave. Farewell." With that, Shun Ying'ai opened the door and exited the office, leaving Lin Xiangyu alone. Beyond the classroom, a flicker of disquiet crossed Shun Ying'ai's eyes. Initially, she hadn't intended to yield so readily to Lin Xiangyu, but inexplicably, after a few exchanges, she felt that Lin Xiangyu was not at fault in this matter. Moreover, had she lingered any longer in the office, she might have succumbed to Lin Xiangyu's audacious proposition. After Shun Ying'ai's departure, Lin Xiangyu slumped back in his chair, unable to leave just yet. Firstly, to avoid being seen with Shun Ying'ai and causing unnecessary complications. Secondly, his current physical state necessitated a brief respite to quell the turmoil within. After a while, Lin Xiangyu rose from his chair, inhaled deeply, and strode toward the office door. Upon exiting, he turned back to close and lock it. Standing in the corridor, a gentle breeze caressed Lin Xiangyu's face, prompting recollections of Li Yijin escorting Zhang Xiuying into that classroom earlier. However, given the passage of time, they should have departed by now. Such were Lin Xiangyu's thoughts, yet his feet seemed drawn by an invisible force, propelling him toward that very classroom. Halfway there, however, Lin Xiangyu halted, resolving to proceed no further. In such tranquility, he should be able to discern any voices if the classroom were occupied. Lin Xiangyu chuckled wryly, dismissing his concerns as unfounded, and turned to leave the academic building. But as he pivoted, Zhang Xiuying's voice emanated from the classroom. "No, anything else I would concede, but this one thing I simply cannot." Zhang Xiuying's voice, tinged with entreaty, sliced through the air like a honed blade, shattering Lin Xiangyu's composure. This alerted Lin Xiangyu to an anomaly. Li Yijin had always presented an image of docility. So why would Zhang Xiuying, the de facto leader of the class, address her in such a tone? Suspecting the presence of another individual in the classroom and Zhang Xiuying's potential distress, a surge of concern coursed through Lin Xiangyu, and he hastened toward the classroom. Inside, Li Yijin was displaying something on her phone to Zhang Xiuying, the sight of which drained the color from Zhang Xiuying's face, filling her eyes with terror and causing her body to tremble as she instinctively reached for the device. Li Yijin smirked derisively, swiftly retracting the phone. "What do you hope to achieve by snatching it?" She scoffed. "I have backups, you naive fool." "Class monitor," I cannot do that thing. I beg you, cease pressuring me. Zhang Xiaoying pleaded, tears welling in her eyes, her voice breaking with sobs. Her pitiable state was enough to stir compassion in anyone. Upon hearing Zhang Xiaoying's words, Li Yizhen's brow furrowed in exasperation. You merely need to lure Lin Xiangyu to the motel. The rest is none of your concern. What's so difficult about that? It is not as if you stand to lose anything. At that moment, Lin Xiangyu reached the classroom and, without hesitation, flung the door open. The resounding crash of the door against the wall echoed through the empty classroom. Upon entering, Lin Xiangyu beheld the weeping Zhang Xiaoying, her tears cascading like a broken string of pearls, and Li Yizhen gesticulating wildly before her. Hearing the door burst open, Zhang Xiaoying and Li Yizhen simultaneously turned toward the entrance. Seeing Zhang Xiaoying being bullied ignited Lin Xiangyu's fury. Li Yizhen, witnessing Lin Xiangyu charging toward them with menacing intent, panicked and cowered behind Zhang Xiaoying, trembling uncontrollably. Lin Xiangyu halted before Zhang Xiaoying and demanded, Li Yizhen, what have you done to Xiaoying? His voice reverberated through the classroom, filled with intimidation. Li Yizhen, utterly cowed by Lin Xiangyu's wrathful visage, blanched and trembled, unable to utter a word, hiding behind Zhang Xiaoying like a frightened turtle. Li Yizhen, I demand an answer, Lin Xiangyu exclaimed, preparing to bypass Zhang Xiaoying and seize the cowardly Li Yizhen. Realizing the danger, Li Yizhen frantically nudged Zhang Xiaoying's back, as if urging her to obstruct Lin Xiangyu. Sensing this, Zhang Xiaoying bit her lip and stepped in front of Lin Xiangyu, her gaze icy and her voice as frigid as ice itself. This is none of your concern, she declared. Hearing Zhang Xiaoying's words, Lin Xiangyu froze, taken aback. After a moment, he said, I do not know why you fear Li Yizhen, but whatever trouble you face, you can confide in me. I will help you resolve everything. Hearing Lin Xiangyu's offer, Zhang Xiaoying's heart warmed, a glimmer of emotion flickering in her eyes as she stood transfixed. Seeing this, Li Yizhen frantically nudged her again, as if urging her to dismiss Lin Xiangyu. Subsequently, Zhang Xiaoying bit her lip and repeated coldly, I do not need your false pretense of concern. Leave now. Her voice, though icy, betrayed the turmoil within her. For some reason, she suddenly felt a pang of guilt for treating Lin Xiangyu in this manner. Lin Xiangyu, however, failed to notice this. He turned away, offering a wry smile, and strode out of the classroom. Though he was loath to see another mistreat a woman he had touched, he would not debase himself by seeking affection where it was not reciprocated. Upon witnessing Lin Xiangyu exit the classroom, Li Yizhen finally exhaled in relief, the terror on her face dissipating instantaneously, replaced by a menacing demeanor. She approached Zhang Xiaoying once more, menacing her as if she had entirely forgotten that it was Zhang Xiaoying who had shielded her from Lin Xiangyu's wrath moments earlier. After a prolonged period of intimidation, Zhang Xiaoying remained steadfast, prompting Li Yizhen to produce her phone and declare, Do you believe I won't upload your video online right now? Allowing your family to witness how proficiently their precious daughter consumes food? Following her statement, Li Yizhen's fingers began to dance across the screen. Observing this, Zhang Xiaoying's demeanor shifted to one of panic, her eyes widening with fear as she urgently pleaded, Please, don't post it. What about you? Li Yizhen's face bore a hint of triumph as she momentarily halted her actions, resembling a seasoned hunter poised for the catch. I promise you. Zhang Xiaoying uttered the words with visible anguish, tears blurring her vision, her body trembling slightly from the despair that enveloped her. Chapter 66. The invitation from Zhang Xiaoying. Upon hearing Zhang Xiaoying's acquiescence, Li Yizhen's lips gradually curled into a smile of utmost satisfaction. I shall await your good news, she declared, her voice brimming with arrogance and anticipation. With an air of triumph, she sauntered past Zhang Xiaoying, her demeanor proclaiming her victory. After taking a few steps, she appeared to recall something and abruptly halted, turning back to Zhang Xiaoying's side. She extended her hand, gently patting Zhang Xiaoying's shoulder, leaning in close to whisper a low yet unmistakably threatening admonition. Be sure to inform me, and do not keep me waiting too long. I possess little patience. Zhang Xiaoying, with tear-stained cheeks, nodded helplessly, her eyes filled with despair. Witnessing Zhang Xiaoying's compliant expression, Li Yizhen smiled with satisfaction and confidently exited the classroom. Once Li Yizhen departed, Zhang Xiaoying could no longer sustain her composure. Her legs buckled, and she sank to the floor, hands pressed tightly against her face as she wept bitterly, her cries echoing with a mixture of hopelessness and grievance in the empty classroom. Upon returning home, Lin Xiangyu found himself preoccupied with thoughts of Zhang Xiaoying. After dinner, as he lay idly on his bed engrossed in his phone, a message from Shen Ying'ai suddenly popped up. "Hey dear, what are you up to?" Seeing the affectionate address from Shen Ying'ai, Lin Xiangyu couldn't help but smile, reflecting on how the once shy and reserved teacher had transformed into someone so bold and familiar after a single intimate encounter. Recalling her alluring demeanor in the office that day made his head spin. With his fingers idly gliding across the screen, he replied, just hanging out. In the blink of an eye, another message from Shen Ying'ai appeared. "Have you not thought of me at all?" A subtle smirk graced Lin Xiangyu's lips as he quickly typed, "I have." "What were your thoughts?" Shen Ying'ai's follow-up felt like a hook, ensnaring Lin Xiangyu's heart. A mischievous glint flickered in his eyes as he envisioned Shen Ying'ai's image. Responding, "I was contemplating how to deal with you tomorrow." After sending the message, a playful grin lingered on his face as he imagined Shen Ying'ai's flustered reaction upon reading it. To his surprise, her reply was even bolder. "What a coincidence. I was also pondering how you would handle me tomorrow." These exchanges ignited a fervor within Lin Xiangyu, his heart racing, his hand trembling slightly around his phone. Eagerly, he asked, "Are you going home tomorrow night?" After hitting send, he fixed his gaze on the screen, awaiting her reply. "Of course. Why? Do you not want me to return?" Shen Ying'ai's response left Lin Xiangyu feeling a pang of disappointment, prompting him to quickly reply, "Yes, it feels like time is insufficient. Would it be possible for you to stay? Let's head out early tomorrow. A whole day should suffice for you to keep busy, don't you think?" Her message conjured images of their time spent together, causing Lin Xiangyu to smile subtly, just as he was about to respond that a day would not be enough. His fingers hovered above the screen. At that moment, a new message notification flashed at the top of his phone screen. Seeing the name Zhang Xiaoying, he opened the message to find, "Do you have time tomorrow night?" He quickly typed, "Whenever you seek me, I'm always available." After sending that message, he intently awaited Zhang Xiaoying's response. Moments later, her reply came through. "Can you come to the motel tomorrow night?" Lin Xiangyu sprang from the sofa, his mouth agape in disbelief as he read the message repeatedly, puzzled. What is going on? Just this afternoon, she was aloof, and now she's inviting me to a motel? Despite the whirlwind of confusion, he swiftly replied, "Of course." No sooner had he sent his message than another from Zhang Xiaoying followed. "I'll reserve a room and send you the details." Without a second thought, he typed quickly, "Allow me to make the reservation." To his surprise, Zhang Xiaoying responded almost instantaneously, "No need." At that moment, Shen Ying'ai's message chimed in again. "Why have you stopped replying? Are you upset? If so, should I lie to my parents and stay out tonight?" Seeing Shen Ying'ai's message, Lin Xiangyu hurriedly replied, "Perhaps that is best avoided. I would not want you to deceive your parents on my account." Meanwhile, clad in a thin nightgown and leaning against her bed, Shen Ying'ai felt a warmth spread through her heart upon reading Lin Xiangyu's message, a wave of sweet happiness washing over her. A smile graced her lips as she forwarded her motel information to him. "Enjoy Motel, room 306. Upon receiving the room details, Lin Xiangyu felt a flush of embarrassment. It was the very room he had booked for Han Yozhen previously. Just then, his phone chimed again as Zhang Xiaoying sent her motel information. Chapter 67 Family Meeting. Lin Xiangyu fixated on his phone screen, noticing that Zhang Xiaoying had sent a picture, rendering the content invisible at first glance. His heart tightened instantaneously, filled with apprehension as he hastily tapped to view it. What greeted his eyes was the phrase room 609 at the Love Motel. Upon reading those words, the tension within Lin Xiangyu dissipated in an instant, and he exhaled deeply, secretly relieved that he had not stumbled upon a situation where Zhang Xiaoying and Shen Ying'ai had booked the same motel. Otherwise, it would have led to considerable trouble. After replying to both women's messages, Lin Xiangyu rose and approached the mirror he had purchased online a couple of days prior. Standing before it, he scrutinized his appearance, and an intriguing thought flashed through his mind: to utilize the coveted idol card. As the image of the card faded from his consciousness, a remarkable transformation quietly unfolded. His facial contours seemed to be delicately sculpted by invisible yet exceptionally skilled hands. It was not a drastic overhaul, but rather an exquisite refinement of subtle details. The distance between his brows and eyes became perfectly balanced, as if calculated with precision, rendering his gaze increasingly deep and captivating. The smoothness of his facial shape significantly enhanced, with softer and more natural lines, each curve exuding a unique aesthetic. His hair thickened, adding a youthful vibrancy. His nose grew more prominent, lending a three-dimensional quality to his visage. His skin turned fair and smooth, akin to a freshly shelled egg, devoid of any imperfections. After the transformation, Lin Xiangyu appeared entirely rejuvenated, exuding charm that surpassed previous levels, a natural allure that starkly contrasted with the mass-produced looks of artificial beauties. Gazing at his reflection, his lips involuntarily curled into a smile, his eyes brimming with astonishment and pride. He posed charmingly, examining himself from various angles, utterly captivated by his own allure. Just as Lin Xiangyu basked in his newfound handsomeness, a sudden knock on the door jolted him from his reverie. The abrupt sound startled him, causing a shiver to ripple through his body. Although he had committed no wrongdoing, being utterly engrossed in an activity made even the slightest noise startling. Taking a deep breath to steady his racing heart, he called out, "Coming." As he spoke, he hastened toward the door. Upon opening it, he found Jean Mimi standing there. Jean Mimi contributes a shock value of 100. The moment Jean Mimi laid eyes on Lin Xiangyu, her eyes widened in disbelief, her face etched with astonishment. It took her several seconds to stammer, "Xiangyu, Mom is holding a family meeting tonight, and she asked me to come and get you." Lin Xiangyu responded affirmatively, "All right, I'll be right down." After hearing this, Jean Mimi turned and started heading down the stairs first. Lin Xiangyu closed the door behind him and followed closely. As they descended, Jean Mimi couldn't resist glancing back at Lin Xiangyu several times. Each glance deepened the blush on her cheeks, prompting her to hasten her steps down the staircase. Upon entering the dining room, Pei Yilin, seated at the table, reacted even more dramatically than Jean Mimi upon seeing him. Pei Yilin contributes a shock value of 100. Her delicate face flushed crimson, akin to a ripe tomato, her heartbeat accelerating uncontrollably as her gaze flitted nervously over Lin Xiangyu, only to quickly avert, as if fearing that lingering too long would reveal her thoughts. Even Min and Jing seemed momentarily entranced by Lin Xiangyu's presence. Only when he turned to her did she snap back to reality, exclaiming, "Xiangyu, you seem to have become even more handsome lately." Min and Jing contributes a shock value of 60. "Ah, really? Is that so?" Lin Xiangyu replied, feeling a touch bashful as he scratched the back of his head, a faint flush creeping onto his face. Min and Jing smiled, "Absolutely. Our Xiangyu now resembles a celebrity." "Enjing, please don't flatter me so. It makes me feel shy," Lin Xiangyu said, pulling out a chair to sit down. Pei Yilin's gaze remained fixed on Lin Xiangyu throughout, until he finally looked her way, prompting her to shyly shift her gaze to the side, resting her chin on her hand. At that moment, Min and Jing straightened up and announced, "All right, everyone is here. The family meeting officially commences." After saying this, she turned to the phone propped up on a stand, addressing it. "Yuzheng, can you hear us?" "Mom, I can hear you," came the voice of Han Yuzheng from the phone. "All right, I should adjust the camera so you can see everyone," Min and Jing added, tapping the screen a few times before carefully repositioning the stand until the video frame encompassed Lin Xiangyu and the two other girls. Han Yuzheng contributes a shock value of 100. Upon seeing Lin Xiangyu from her dormitory, Han Yuzheng's heart raced, her cheeks instantly flushing bright red, her breathing turning rapid and erratic, her eyes filled with shyness and delight. Min and Jing, perceptive to Han Yuzheng's reaction, inquired with concern, "Yuzheng, do you have a fever? Your face is so red." "And no, it's just a bit stuffy in the dorm," Han Yuzheng stammered, waving her hands in front of her face. trying to cool down her heated cheeks. Just as she finished speaking, her roommate entered the room, sneezing and mumbling. "Don't you think it's quite cold today?" The moment those words left her lips, Han Yojing's face reddened even more, as if she might bleed from the embarrassment. One of the other girls in the dorm immediately gestured for silence to the newly entered roommate, silently mouthing, "Yuzheng is on a video call with her family. Sure." Realizing her blunder, the roommate quickly covered her mouth. It was understandable that she would complain, as it was already late September, and Seoul's weather had begun to cool down, with today's temperature only reaching 12 degrees. Dressed in summer attire, without having changed into something warmer, she would certainly feel cold. Min and Jing, recognizing Han Yojing's embarrassment, quickly interjected, "All right, let us commence today as family meeting." Just as Min and Jing finished speaking, Lin Xiangyu's phone chimed with a new message. He pulled out his phone to check, discovering a message from Han Yinchi that read, "Let us go on a date tomorrow." Chapter 68. Determining the family trip. The unexpected invitation from Han Yinhao for a date disrupted Lin Xiangyu's plans for the following day. He couldn't help but internally grumble. "What's going on? This young lady never seeks me out when I have free time, yet now that I have a date, she suddenly appears. It's truly baffling." Although Lin Xiangyu was inclined to outright decline, the exorbitant penalty for breaking the agreement made it difficult for him to refuse. Fortunately, having previously received 50 million Korean won from Han Yanhao provided him with a semblance of leverage. After a moment's hesitation, he messaged her back. What time? Where? He intended to assess the scheduling conflict. If there were no clashes, he might consider attending, but if it conflicted with his prior plans, he would devise an alternative. After sending the message, Lin Xiangyu silenced his phone and gently laid it face down on the table. Despite this being a family gathering, a modicum of respect was still essential. Responding to a message was trivial, but incessantly fiddling with his phone would be utterly inappropriate. Observing Lin Xiangyu's action, Min Eunjing continued. Next week marks the arrival of October. The 3rd is the Harvest Festival, followed by the weekend on the 4th and 5th. And then from the 6th to the 8th is the Mid-Autumn Festival. The 9th is Hangul Day, and the weekend returns on the 11th and 12th. If we take a day off on the 10th, we could enjoy a continuous 10-day holiday. Therefore, I have decided we shall embark on a family trip next month. Upon hearing the words family trip, both Pei Yilin and Han Yojin instinctively turned their gazes toward Lin Xiangyu. At that moment, Lin Xiangyu's mind went blank, utterly bewildered. A consecutive 10-day break? Such a notion was beyond his wildest dreams. Was it New Year's? No, it was even more extravagant. And the best part was that it required no rescheduling. Though the 4 younger members of the family exhibited starkly different personalities, they were remarkably united in their support of Min Yunjing's decision, never once opposing her. Observing Min Eunjing's exuberant expression, Han Yojin, who had initially contemplated expressing her disinterest in participating in the family trip, found the words lodged in her throat. Seeing that no one objected, Min Eunjing's eyes crinkled with delight as she declared, "All right, there are no other matters at hand. The meeting is adjourned." With that, she ended the video call, humming a cheerful tune as she ascended the stairs, phone in hand, her steps buoyant. As soon as Min Eunjing departed, Lin Xiangyu promptly picked up his phone to check the message from Han Yanhao. "I plan to sleep in tomorrow morning. Let us start at 2 p.m. Upon seeing this timing, Lin Xiangyu's eyes lit up as he quickly calculated in his mind. Tomorrow morning, he could meet with Shun Ying-ai early and enjoy a sweet, delightful morning together. He would set an alarm for 1 p.m., then feign a family emergency to excuse himself and rendezvous with Han Yanhao. The plan was foolproof. With this thought, Lin Xiangyu's lips curled into a confident smile, and his long fingers swiftly tapped out a reply to Han Yanhao. "From 2 p.m. to when? I believe you should establish a time limit whenever you reach out to me. It cannot be open-ended, can it? What do you think?" After sending the message, Lin Xiangyu stood up, only to turn and find Pei Yilin still seated, staring at him intently. Ever since his outburst the last time, Pei Yilin had seemingly transformed, behaving with remarkable restraint and no longer stirring up trouble. Upon being caught by Lin Xiangyu's gaze, Pei Yilin hastily leapt to her feet, avoiding eye contact as she scurried upstairs. The once rambunctious troublemaker of the household had, unbeknownst to herself, morphed into a bashful young lady. At this moment, Pei Yilin resolved to sincerely apologize to Lin Xiangyu that evening, having already devised a plan for her apology. Chapter 69. Bei Yilin's earnest apology. As Bei Yilin ascended the stairs, Han Yinxi's message materialized once more. I will contact you every 3 hours. Exceeding that duration will count as 2 instances. Is that acceptable? This aligned with Lin Xiangyu's anticipated time frame, considering the monetary exchange involved. Brevity would be imprudent. Acceptable, Lin Xiangyu responded. Following his reply to Han Yinxi, Lin Xiangyu configured an alarm for precisely 1:00 p.m. the following day. As a precautionary measure, he established supplementary alarms for 1:03 p.m. and 1:05 p.m. respectively. Thus, in the event of inaudibility or minor technical malfunctions, the subsequent alarms would serve as a safeguard. With the configuration complete, he casually pocketed his phone, rose to his feet, and with a sprightly yet expectant gait, ascended toward the upper floor. Upon re-entering his chamber, Lin Xiangyu languidly sprawled upon his bed, idly perusing short videos. Humorous skits and flamboyant special effects flashed across the screen, eventually culminating in displays of female dance. While appreciating the choreography, he periodically glanced at the time displayed in the upper right corner of the screen, as if anticipating an event. When the digital timekeeper signaled the commencement of his ablution ritual, he promptly abandoned his device, swiftly arose, and descended to the nether regions of the residence. He mused that, to ensure optimal vigor upon awakening, he must expedite the process, engaging in a rapid lavation before retreating to his chamber to recuperate, thereby preparing for the impending ordeal. Upon reaching the ground floor, Lin Xiangyu observed that the living room's recessed lighting remained illuminated, casting a warm glow amidst the nocturnal stillness. He surmised that this was a customary gesture from Jean Mimi, invariably executed post-ablution, a minor act of consideration that invariably stirred a sense of warmth within him. Lin Xiangyu approached the portal to the lavatory, gently applied pressure to the door, and as he prepared to engage the illumination, a warm physique abruptly collided with his own, adhering closely to his dorsal aspect. Confronted with this unforeseen assault, Lin Xiangyu instinctively prepared to extricate himself. Yet upon tactile contact with the assailant's form, he recoiled as if electrocuted. For his digits had encountered a region of radiant luminescence, a sensation that induced cranial paresthesia and cardiac arrhythmia. Who is this? Lin Xiangyu's timbre quivered, imbued with trepidation and perplexity, as he simultaneously attempted to activate the illumination. However, his digits remained transfixed upon the switch, his cerebral cortex conjuring a disquieting premonition that the individual in question was none other than Minjing. Should illumination ensue, the resultant embarrassment would be of unparalleled magnitude. Xiangyu. Appa, it is I. A dulcet, albeit abashed, voice emanated from the posterior. Upon auditory recognition of Bei Yilin's vocal signature, Lin Xiangyu's taut neural network experienced a modicum of relaxation. Yet he could not resist inquiring, Bei Yilin, what precisely is your objective? Xiangyu Appa, I offer my sincere apology for my intemperate utterances of that day. I implore you to grant me absolution. Bei Yilin's tone conveyed sincerity, interwoven with a subtle undercurrent of anticipation. Release me first, and Lin Xiangyu's vocal volume diminished, verging on a sibilant whisper. Lower your voice. His consciousness was preoccupied with the apprehension that their actions might be detected by other denizens of the domicile, resulting in an irresolvable predicament. Xiangyu Appa, please forgive me. I beseech you. As Bei Yilin vocalized this entreaty, she relinquished her grasp upon Lin Xiangyu's person, yet proceeded to seize his hand, guiding it towards her own anatomy. The resultant tactile warmth precipitating a surge in Lin Xiangyu's cardiac rhythm. Lin Xiangyu, as if subjected to thermal trauma, abruptly disengaged from Bei Yilin's grasp. Admonishing in a hushed tone, desist from such conduct, and promptly attire yourself appropriately, lest Aunt Enjing and Sister Mimi should observe us. His timbre was imbued with urgency, commingled with resignation. Bei Yilin, however, remained resolute, once more seizing Lin Xiangyu's hand, guiding it towards her person, declaring with unwavering conviction, should you withhold your forgiveness, I shall remain in situ. Her intonation brooked no dissent, as if proclaiming a silent war. "Very well, I absolve you." Lin Xiangyu once more extricated his hand from Bei Yilin's grasp, inwardly lamenting his predicament. While he had long regarded Bei Yilin as a potential future consort, he dared not engage in such conduct within the confines of his abode, lest it engender pandemonium. Nay, Bei Yilin, akin to an obstinate child, once more seized Lin Xiangyu's hand, guiding it towards her person, asserting, "Your forgiveness is not genuine. Should you persist in withholding it, I shall prolong this charade until the morrow, until mother and eldest sister are drawn hither." Bei Yilin's vocal volume gradually escalated, culminating in a near shout during the final utterance. The resultant resonance within the confined lavatory precipitating alarm within Lin Xiangyu's auditory cortex, compelling him to manually occlude her oral orifice. "Lower your voice," Lin Xiangyu implored, his vocal tone subdued. Perceiving the futility of further resistance, and to preclude the advent of Min and Jing and Jean Mimi, Lin Xiangyu acceded to Bei Yilin's demands. Temporarily, the lavatory was enveloped in an atmosphere of amorous tension, as time appeared to suspend its relentless march. Subsequently, Bei Yilin, now attired in her customary raiment, exited the lavatory, her countenance radiant with satisfaction. The burden that had weighed heavily upon her psyche had finally been alleviated, her gait now imbued with lightness, as if she had undergone a renaissance. The ensuing day, as dawn tentatively illuminated the firmament, Lin Xiangyu arose. The previous evening, he had arranged a rendezvous with Shunning Ai at a love motel at an early hour. Shunning Ai was elated by Lin Xiangyu's request to convene at the love motel at an earlier juncture. She perceived this as an indication of his eagerness to be in her presence, a sense of being desired that filled her with saccharine delight. Lin Xiangyu arose with uncommon alacrity, departing the domicile while its female inhabitants remained in slumber. The residence was permeated by a silence broken only by his respiratory cadence. He cautiously closed the portal, lest he inadvertently rouse the slumbering occupants. As Lin Xiangyu exited the premises, dawn was merely commencing its ascent. After a brief interval of waiting, he hailed a taxicab. Upon entering the vehicle, he communicated his destination to the chauffeur, emitted a yawn, and subsequently reclined against the seat, drifting into a state of somnolence. He sought to conserve his energies in preparation for his impending tryst with Shunning Ai. Chapter 70. The Benefits of Attractiveness at this moment. The sky had not yet fully brightened. Lin Xiangyu stood at the entrance of the enjoyment motel, taking a deep breath. He did not rush inside, but instead took out his phone to send a message to Shunning Ai. "I'm at the door. Have you arrived?" Their meeting was scheduled for 6 a.m., and it was only 5:45. He was uncertain if Shunning Ai was already there. As soon as he sent the message, he promptly received a reply from Shunning Ai. "Hey, I'm already here. You can come up." Upon reading her response, a smile of undeniable excitement crept onto Lin Xiangyu's face. He turned around, pushed open the motel's grand door, and walked briskly towards the elevator. Life seems to be filled with coincidences. Today, the receptionist was the same woman who had been there last time. Upon seeing Lin Xiangyu enter, her eyes widened in astonishment, a glimmer of recognition and surprise flashing across her face as she marveled at his transformation. Contribution of shock value, 100. Seeing the receptionist's astonishment, Lin Xiangyu mused to himself, "Is this the benefit of attractiveness? Has he truly changed that much?" He exchanged a brief glance with the receptionist, his cheeks flushing slightly. Clearing his throat to feign nonchalance, he proceeded directly to the elevator, his hurried steps suggesting he was escaping from something, an air of feigned composure that was almost comical. Upon reaching the third floor, the elevator doors opened with a soft ding, and his eyes immediately fell upon Shunning Ai, who was peeking out from behind the door. The moment she spotted Lin Xiangyu, her face blossomed into a radiant smile, her eyes sparkling with delight, as if she had received a precious gift from her boyfriend. Just as Lin Xiangyu approached the door of the room, before he could utter a word, Shunning Ai seized him and pulled him inside, slamming the door shut behind them, isolating them from the outside world. Upon entering the room, Lin Xiangyu's eyes widened in astonishment, his gaze fixated on Shunning Ai's attire. His eyes sparkled with surprise and fervor as he took in her appearance from head to toe. She wore a pair of cat ears and an enticing outfit, exquisitely tailored to accentuate her perfect curves. This was a style he had only seen in videos from distant lands, now vividly before him, adorning Shun Ing. A stunning woman with an astonishing figure, and she was his teacher. It was a confluence of various charms, and anyone would feel their heart race in such a scenario. Noticing how Lin Xiangyu's gaze seemed glued to her, Shun Ing felt a sweetness in her heart, her smile brightening even more as she playfully asked, "Do you like it?" "Indeed," Lin Xiangyu replied, unable to suppress the urge to lick his lips, his throat dry as he swallowed hard, his eyes revealing a longing that spoke volumes. Virtual reality game. Start. Having risen early, they soon felt a wave of drowsiness after playing a couple of rounds and ended up embracing each other as they drifted off to sleep. It was as if they shared a mental connection. When Shun Ing awoke and gazed at Lin Xiangyu, he opened his eyes the very next moment. "Shall we play another round?" Shun Ing asked, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Let us do it," Lin Xiangyu replied, not declining her suggestion, his voice tinged with excitement and anticipation, as if he would never tire of playing virtual games with her. After this round concluded, Lin Xiangyu made his way to the bathroom, preparing to take a shower since the afternoon was fast approaching. He had plans to meet Han Yinshi later, and certainly could not go covered in sweat from their earlier activities. In the room, Lin Xiangyu's phone chimed with a message notification, which he did not hear while showering. Meanwhile, Shun Ing, lying on the bed, caught the sound of his phone and, unable to resist her curiosity, picked up Lin Xiangyu's phone. Chapter 71. The veteran actor Shun Ing could no longer suppress her curiosity and attempted to unlock the screen, only to discover that Lin Xiangyu's phone was not password protected. After gaining access, she found herself in the Kakao chat interface. There, her eyes immediately landed on a message from Pei Yilin, which read, "Xiangyu, are you coming home for lunch?" At that moment, Shun Ing heard the sound of the shower in the bathroom cease, prompting her to swiftly return the phone to its original place. In order to avoid arousing Lin Xiangyu's suspicion of her having snooped, she had merely glanced at the chat without delving deeper, leaving the notification that's still visible. Upon reading the content of the message, Shun Ing surmised that Pei Yilin must be Lin Xiangyu's sister, given her inquiry about lunch. However, she found herself intrigued by the number of siblings Lin Xiangyu had. Beyond the previously mentioned Han Yozhen and this new Pei Yilin, were there others? The bathroom door creaked open, and Lin Xiangyu emerged, his upper body bare, revealing tightly defined abs that rippled with each movement. Shun Ing eyes sparkled at the sight, instinctively licking her lips and wearing a seductive smile. Lin Xiangyu was drying his hair with a towel when he caught a glimpse of Shun Ing expression. Knowing he was in for another challenging encounter, he glanced at the clock on the wall, 12:03. He had nearly an hour before 1 o'clock. Time was of the essence, and he needed to act swiftly. With this thought in mind, Lin Xiangyu hastily dried his hair and tossed the towel aside, striding towards Shun Ing on the bed. Her heart raced at his approach, her smile becoming increasingly alluring. Yet, before embarking on their virtual reality game, she decided to inform Lin Xiangyu about Pei Yilin's message. "Xiangyu, your phone just received a message," she purred, her voice laced with a hint of languor and playfulness. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiangyu paused momentarily before hastening to the bedside to check the phone resting beside the pillow. Seeing the message from Pei Yilin, he was momentarily taken aback. He had expected a new arrangement from Han Yinshi instead. Shun Ing feigned ignorance about the message's content, batting her eyelashes and inquiring, "What is it? Is there something going on?" After reading the message, Lin Xiangyu tossed the phone aside with a resolute look in his eyes, stating, "No matter what it is, it's not important right now, because there are more pressing matters at hand." No sooner had he spoken than he leaped onto the bed. Shun Ing was momentarily stunned, then erupted into a peal of melodious laughter, filling the room with a flirtatious atmosphere. Approximately 50 minutes later, Lin Xiangyu returned to the bathroom to shower once more. Shun Ing, glistening with sweat, leaned against the headboard, her face flushed with satisfaction. Yet a flicker of curiosity crossed her mind. Why was Lin Xiangyu in such a hurry to wash up? However, This curiosity was fleeting, as she too felt sticky and uncomfortable, planning to have her own shower once he was done. Soon, Lin Xiangyu emerged from the bathroom once again, his hair still damp. Observing this, Shining AI stood up and said, "I'll go wash up too." "Okay," Lin Xiangyu replied, still toweling off his hair. As Shining AI stepped into the bathroom and closed the door, Lin Xiangyu hurriedly picked up his phone. Noticing the time displayed on the screen, he realized it was just about 1 o'clock. He swiftly disabled all alarms and set the ringer to loud. After letting the ringtone ring twice, he pretended to answer the phone, placing it to his ear and saying, "Hello?" After a brief pause, he added, "Oh, okay, I understand. I'll be right back." Inside the bathroom, Shining AI stood beneath the shower, the water cascading over her body. Upon hearing Lin Xiangyu's phone ring, she instinctively reduced the flow of water, straining to catch the conversation outside. When she heard Lin Xiangyu's words, her heart tightened as she quickly turned off the shower and poked her head out of the bathroom door, anxiously asking, "Xiangyu, is something wrong?" "Nothing's wrong. I just need to head home for a bit," Lin Xiangyu replied, gripping his phone tightly, striving to maintain a serious demeanor. The more nonchalant he appeared, the more Shining AI felt that something was amiss. However, since Lin Xiangyu was unwilling to elaborate, she refrained from pressing him further, simply saying, "All right, then you should go back quickly." After a brief pause, she inquired, "Should I wait for you here or go home?" "I don't know right now," Lin Xiangyu sighed, his expression revealing complexity. At that moment, Lin Xiangyu's acting skills rivaled those of a seasoned performer. Seeing this, Shining AI urged, "Xiangyu, please hurry back. Don't take too long. I'll wait for you here, and if anything comes up, just message me." "Okay," Lin Xiangyu nodded earnestly, then began to hurriedly dress. Shining AI chose not to return her shower, instead peering out to watch him get dressed, her eyes filled with reluctance. Once he was clothed, Lin Xiangyu approached the bathroom door, gently cupping Shining AI's face with his hand and leaning down to kiss her sweet, soft lips. After the kiss, he murmured, "I'll do my best to come back." "Okay, I'll wait for you," Shining AI replied, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, nodding twice, filled with love and anticipation. Lin Xiangyu turned and quickly made his way to the elevator. After descending to the first floor, he texted Han Yinshi to inquire about the meeting location while walking towards the exit of the motel. Along the way, he sensed the front desk receptionist's gaze lingering on him, stealing glances more than once. However, the message he sent to Han Yinshi went unanswered, leaving him no choice but to call her as he walked along the street to avoid being seen by Shining AI. After several rings, the call was finally answered. Han Yinshi's languid voice came through. "Hello?" Chapter 72. Unprecedented proportions. Upon hearing the voice of Han Yinshi, Lin Xiangyu inquired, slightly astonished, "Have you not yet awakened?" "Indeed. You called me. Is there something you wish to discuss?" Han Yinshi replied, "Dear sister, do take a look at the time," Lin Xiangyu said with a hint of displeasure. "If we are not meeting today, I shall attend to my own affairs." "Do not be so hasty. Allow me to check the time first," Han Yinshi said, stifling a yawn as she picked up her phone to glance at it. After checking, she remarked, "But it is only 1 p.m., is it not? Shouldn't we have decided on a place by now? Am I expected to teleport there?" Lin Xiangyu bombarded Han Yinshi with a series of pressing questions. "Well," Han Yinshi, unfazed by Lin Xiangyu's tone, replied with a smile, "I am uncertain where to go. Do you have any suggestions? Do you know where couples typically go on dates?" Sighing in resignation, Lin Xiangyu suppressed his growing frustration and said, "I will send you a few locations. You can choose one." With that, he decisively ended the call, swiftly scrolling through his phone to send the previously suggested date spots to Han Yinshi. After sending the message, Lin Xiangyu stood at the roadside, raising his hand to hail a taxi. Although he was not yet aware of Han Yinshi's choice, he understood that lingering in place was not an option. He cast a furtive glance towards the motel, anxious that Shining AI might spot him idly waiting for a ride, which would surely complicate matters. After all, if one were to act, it must be done thoroughly. Once seated in the taxi, Lin Xiangyu instructed the driver without hesitation. "To Lime and Firstage, please." This way, regardless of where Han Yinshi decided to go, he could await her arrival at the entrance of her residence. As the taxi traversed the streets, Han Yinshi made her decision and messaged Lin Xiangyu. Let's go to the amusement park. My family has never taken me there. Lin Xiangyu was taken aback by Han Yinshi's choice, mirroring that of Zheng Xiuying, and was further surprised that a girl of her affluent background had never visited an amusement park. After reading her message, he promptly replied, "All right, I will wait for you at the entrance of your community." Having risen from her bed and in the midst of brushing her teeth, Han Yinshi heard the notification sound from her phone. She reached for her device, which she had placed by the sink, and checked Lin Xiangyu's message. A wave of sweetness washed over her as she read that he would be waiting for her at the community entrance, causing her to smile involuntarily. She hastened her pace, brushing, rinsing, washing her face, applying makeup, and selecting her outfit, determined not to keep Lin Xiangyu waiting too long. Upon arriving at the entrance of the community, Lin Xiangyu did not rush Han Yinshi. Instead, he leaned against a large tree, lost in thought about his upcoming date with Zheng Xiuying. He was uncertain of her intentions for their meeting that evening, as she had not contacted him since sending the location of the motel the previous night. After the incident where he had embarrassed Zheng Xiuying in public, he felt a lingering sense of guilt whenever he faced her. He contemplated whether he should bring her a small gift as a gesture of apology, perhaps a bouquet of flowers. Just as Lin Xiangyu was engrossed in his thoughts, a melodious voice interrupted his reverie. Had he been waiting long? Upon hearing this, Lin Xiangyu looked up to see the elegantly dressed Han Yinshi, shyly standing beside him. It was in this moment that Lin Xiangyu fully comprehended the extraordinary proportions of her figure. Chapter 73. One more time Lin Xiangyu gazed at Han Yinshi before him and mused to himself. She bears a striking resemblance to Sister Yojin. As Han Yinshi felt Lin Xiangyu's scrutiny, a blush crept on her cheeks, a mix of shyness and secret delight. She cleared her throat softly, attempting to draw his attention back. Upon hearing her gentle cough, Lin Xiangyu snapped back to reality, a warm smile gracing his face as he replied, "I haven't waited long. I've only just arrived a short while ago." Although she recognized his words as a gentle fib, she understood the kindness behind them, intended to spare her any guilt for being late. "Shall we go, my boyfriend?" Han Yinshi said playfully, winking as she extended her hand toward Lin Xiangyu. Naturally, he could not refuse such an overture. He reached out and grasped her hand. The moment their hands met, it felt as if an electric current coursed between them, causing a slight tremor. "How shall we get there?" Lin Xiangyu inquired, pondering that someone like Han Yinshi, residing in an upscale neighborhood, would surely have a chauffeur at her disposal. "Taxi or bus, the choice is yours," Han Yinshi replied with remarkable ease. Lin Xiangyu was taken aback by her response. After all, a unit in Mayon firstage was worth over 10 million yuan, and he could hardly fathom a young lady of her status choosing between a taxi and public transport. It exceeded his expectations. He speculated that perhaps she preferred to keep their outing discreet from her driver, so he tentatively asked, "Do you not own a car?" "No, I don't drive," Han Yinshi answered nonchalantly, her tone devoid of hesitation, as if she saw nothing amiss in her admission. Hearing her response, Lin Xiangyu's mind raced with possibilities. Perhaps her family harbored a bias towards sons, resulting in her being raised with modesty. Yet, he refrained from voicing such thoughts. He understood that a child who felt undervalued must endure significant inner turmoil, and his gaze towards Han Yangzi softened with compassion. However, he soon found himself questioning his assumptions. Given the funds she had previously mentioned, she could undoubtedly afford a car. Her demeanor when she casually referenced 50 million suggested she held no reverence for such sums. Resolving not to dwell on the matter, Lin Xiangyu declared, "Then let us take a taxi." "Very well," Han Yinshi responded with cheerful acquiescence. With that, she took his hand and led him to the roadside. They swiftly hailed a taxi, and as the vehicle sped towards Latte World Amusement Park, Lin Xiangyu exited first, leaving the fare to Han Yinshi. Their contractual relationship loomed in his subconscious, preventing him from interacting as a typical couple would. After paying, Han Yinshi stepped out of the vehicle, her face radiant with happiness as she approached Lin Xiangyu, affectionately linking her arm through his. Together, they purchased their tickets and entered the amusement park. Upon entering, Han Yinshi transformed, embodying the essence of a wide-eyed child, full of excitement for every attraction, leaving no experience untried. She marveled at the various snacks available, her expressions revealing genuine wonder, as if she had never encountered such delights before. One moment she was entranced by the sight of cotton candy being spun, and the next, she gazed curiously at a hot dog stand, her adorableness undeniable. Lin Xiangyu observed the vibrant and inquisitive Han Yinshi before him, struggling to reconcile this joyful persona with the commanding figure who had once pressured him in front of others. While he accompanied her in the amusement park, Zhang Xiaoying sat on her bed, intently focused on her phone screen. How is the situation progressing? Reading the message from Li Yijin, Zhang Xiaoying furrowed her brow and bit her lip, replying, "It's all set." Meanwhile, in her dormitory, Han Yojin found herself inexplicably agitated, her thoughts incessantly drifting back to Lin Xiangyu. Time flew by, and 3 hours vanished in an instant. Han Yinshi remained immersed in the joy of the amusement park, reluctant to leave. Yet, the sudden sound of her phone alarm shattered the bliss. Han Yinshi, ever mindful of time, had set an alarm for 5 o'clock before they left, not wishing to impose on Lin Xiangyu's schedule. As the alarm sounded, she turned slightly and looked at Lin Xiangyu with a glimmer of hope in her eyes, saying, "Lin Xiangyu, the time has come. I wish to go for one more ride." Chapter 74. The romantic encounter. Lin Xiangyu, upon hearing Han Yinshi express her desire for another round, instinctively reached for his phone to check the time. Although he had yet to finalize a meeting with Zhang Xiaoying, it was already 5 p.m. If he acquiesced to Han Yinshi's request for an additional 3 hours, their engagement would conclude at 8 p.m., and he feared that Zhang Xiaoying might reach out unexpectedly. He was reluctant to keep her waiting. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xiangyu gently replied to Han Yangzi, "It seems we have enjoyed ourselves sufficiently here, and I have some matters to attend to shortly. How about we explore other places tomorrow?" "All right, fine," Han Yinshi pouted, though she was somewhat reluctant. Deep down, she understood that this week's mandatory dates were dwindling, and the notion of visiting different venues tomorrow was, albeit begrudgingly, acceptable. "Then may I ask you to accompany me home?" Han Yinshi inquired, gazing into Lin Xiangyu's eyes. "Of course," he responded without hesitation, finding no reason to refuse her modest request. After escorting Han Yinshi to her residential complex, Lin Xiangyu glanced at the time again. It was now 5:30 p.m. He decided it would be prudent to call Zhang Xiaoying to confirm their meeting time. If it was relatively late, he would return to the Pleasure Hotel to keep Shun Ying'ai company for a while, as she was still waiting there. Conversely, if it was earlier, he would inform Shun Ying'ai not to wait any longer and return home to avoid unnecessary delays. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Xiangyu dialed Zhang Xiaoying's number. The call rang until it was finally answered. "Hello." Zhang Xiaoying's voice was soft, laced with a hint of uncertainty. Upon recognizing her voice, Lin Xiangyu asked, "Xiaoying, what time should we meet?" "Let us say later, perhaps around 9 p.m. Zhang Xiaoying stammered slightly in her response. Lin Xiangyu did not dwell on her hesitance, simply replying, "Oh, all right then. I'll hang up now." Zhang Xiaoying, sounding as if she were evading something, promptly ended the call. She then stared at the call log with a complex expression. At that moment, a middle-aged woman's voice echoed from the living room, urging, "Xiaoying, are you ready to leave?" "I'm coming," Zhang Xiaoying replied, locking her phone screen, inhaling deeply, and rising to exit her room. After hanging up, Lin Xiangyu noticed he still had ample time. His first inclination was to find Shun Ying'ai. However, before that, he needed to ensure she was still at the hotel by calling her, to avoid a wasted trip if she had already gone home. He accessed his recent call history and dialed Shun Ying'ai's number. The phone rang several times before she answered. "Hello, Xiangyu, have you finished your business?" Shun Ying'ai's voice came through the line, imbued with a touch of excitement. Hearing her tone brightened Lin Xiangyu's mood, and a smile spread across his face as he replied, "Yes, I'm done. Are you still at the hotel?" "Yes. I've been waiting for you. I just had a snack and took a nap," Shun Ying'ai replied gently. Lin Xiangyu's smile widened at her words. "Then I'll come over now." "All right, hurry." Shun Ying'ai's voice brimmed with anticipation. After ending the call, Lin Xiangyu recalled that Shun Ying'ai usually preferred him to call her Ying'ai. Yet during their virtual reality gaming sessions at the hotel, she insisted on being addressed as teacher. The stark contrast between her lively demeanor while gaming and her usual composed self was almost unrecognizable. He found it difficult to reconcile the exuberant Shen who had exuberantly exclaimed, "Call me teacher," with a shy girl who would blush easily. Upon arriving at the hotel, they inevitably engaged in another round of virtual reality gaming. After finishing, Shen was thoroughly satisfied. Once they had bathed and dressed, she held up her torn black stockings and playfully complained, "Xiangyu, look at what you've done to my stockings. How am I supposed to wear these home?" Lin Xiangyu raised an eyebrow, a mischievous grin emerging on his face. "Next time, I'll buy you a few new pairs. You can wear those instead. Wear what you bought, and then let you have your way with me?" Shen Ying teased, her voice laced with sweetness, her eyes sparkling with amusement. "You're quite naughty." As she declared him naughty, Lin Xiangyu quickly retorted, "Wasn't it you who asked me to call you teacher just now?" His tone was filled with playful sarcasm. "Care to repeat that? If you do, I might just tell your aunt about your little teacher escapade." Shen Ying threatened with a mock-serious expression, as if she genuinely intended to do so. Afterward, she gazed at Lin Xiangyu with keen interest, eager to see how he would respond. He met her gaze with a confident hand, his touch skilled and familiar. Shen Ying let out a soft hum, pressing down on his hand as she said, "Enough of this. Don't you think you've had enough? Given how incredible you are, how could I possibly be satisfied?" Lin Xiangyu replied, pinching her gently once more. She hummed again, standing up and taking a few swift steps away from his grasp. "It's getting late. We should head back." "Very well." Lin Xiangyu feigned reluctance, his expression suggesting he was still craving more. After leaving the hotel, Lin Xiangyu offered the first taxi that arrived to Shen Ying. Watching her drive away, he then hailed another taxi, heading straight to the location Zhang Xiaoying had sent him, the romantic encounter hotel. The taxi came to a steady halt in front of the establishment, and Lin Xiangyu took a deep breath before dialing Zhang Xiaoying again. After several rings, the call was abruptly ended by her. Assuming Zhang Xiaoying might be unable to answer, he decided to send her a message to inform her of his arrival. Just as he was composing the message, Zhang Xiaoying's text arrived first. "Just come up when you arrive." Upon reading her message, Lin Xiangyu deleted his half-composed reply and simply sent back "OK." After sending the message, he pushed open the hotel's grand doors and stepped inside. The receptionist, upon seeing Lin Xiangyu, was momentarily taken aback, visibly captivated by his presence. Lin Xiangyu contributed 30 shock points. Initially, Lin Xiangyu had intended to head straight upstairs, but upon noticing the system notification of shock points, he paused, turned to the receptionist, and offered her a smile. The moment their eyes met, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and she shyly averted her gaze. Lin Xiangyu contributed 50 shock points. The unexpected accumulation of shock points made Lin Xiangyu acutely aware of the significance of appearances. He mused, "Zhang Xiaoying has yet to see the transformed version of me. I wonder how she will react when she does." With this thought in mind, Lin Xiangyu nodded slightly at the receptionist before hastening toward the elevator, pressing the button for the upper floors. As the elevator ascended to the 6th floor, he strode briskly toward room 609. Upon reaching the door, he was about to knock when he discovered it was unlocked. Assuming Zhang Xiaoying had intentionally left it open for him, he gently pushed the door and stepped inside. The room was enveloped in complete darkness, with the lights extinguished and the curtains drawn tightly shut. The faint illumination from the corridor offered little insight into the interior. Upon entering the room, Lin Xiangyu found no sign of Zhang Xiaoying. He reached for the switch nearby, only to discover it was unresponsive. This predicament suggested that the room card had not been inserted. Lin Xiangyu delved into his trouser pocket, intending to retrieve his phone and activate the flashlight to ascertain the situation. Just as he extracted the device and the screen illuminated, the bathroom door suddenly swung open with a loud bang, startling him. In the next moment, a figure burst forth from the bathroom, lunging directly at him and embracing him tightly. Utilizing the glow from his phone, Lin Xiangyu discerned the identity of the person clinging to him. Chapter 75. I will handle Li Yizhen, utilizing the faint glow from his phone screen. Lin Xiangyu focused his gaze and was taken aback to find that it was Zhang Xiaoying embracing him. He instinctively inquired, "Why is the light off?" Zhang Xiaoying remained silent, and it was then that Lin Xiangyu noticed her silent tears cascading down her cheeks, her eyes swollen from crying. Upon witnessing this, Lin Xiangyu hurriedly reached out to caress Zhang Xiaoying's face, gently wiping her tears away while asking with concern, "Why are you crying?" I'm sorry, Xiangyu." Zhang Xiaoying stammered, her words barely coherent through her sobs. Lin Xiangyu was bewildered by this sudden apology, pondering to himself, "If anyone should be apologizing, it ought to be me. Why is Zhang Xiaoying the one apologizing?" With a heart full of questions, he asked, "Xiaoying, why are you apologizing to me?" "I." Zhang Xiaoying hesitated for a moment, then, with a resolute bite of her lip, confessed, "I have done something that wronged you." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiangyu felt as if he had been struck by a thunderbolt. His head spun with disbelief. Although he had publicly claimed that he had no relationship with Zhang Xiaoying, hearing her utter those words pierced his heart like a dagger, akin to wearing a green hat. "Who is it?" Lin Xiangyu's voice turned cold as he pushed Zhang Xiaoying away. Until now, he had felt some remorse for his own actions, but in this moment, that sentiment vanished entirely. Zhang Xiaoying's tears flowed even more profusely as she sobbed. "Li Yizhen." "Who? Li Yizhen?" Lin Xiangyu was momentarily stunned by the name, and uncontrollable images flashed through his mind, twisting his expression into a complex array of emotions. I'm so sorry. Xiangyu." Zhang Xiaoying cried uncontrollably, repeatedly apologizing. Faced with Zhang Xiaoying's apologies, Lin Xiangyu did not respond immediately. His mind was a tumult of emotions, and the feeling of being wronged by a woman was indescribable. Although Zhang Xiaoying's apology had not yet earned his forgiveness, she expressed her deep concern about her parents potentially seeing the video of Lin Xiangyu feeding her in the classroom. Pleading, "Xiangyu, can you agree to go to the motel with Li Yizhen tomorrow?" "What?" Lin Xiangyu's eyes widened in shock upon hearing this. He had thought the antics of women were already exaggerated, but this was beyond absurd. What was happening? Was he being asked to confront her boyfriend or girlfriend? "What on earth are you all doing?" Lin Xiangyu questioned in exasperation. Despite his curiosity about this peculiar situation and his willingness to get involved, he needed to understand the circumstances first. "Li Yizhen recorded the video of us in the classroom that day. She is using it to threaten me, insisting that I arrange for you to meet her at the motel," Zhang Xiaoying explained before bursting into tears. "Xiangyu, I beg you, please go," she implored, her emotions suddenly surging as she fell to her knees before Lin Xiangyu, pleading, "If you don't go, she will release her video online." At last, Lin Xiangyu comprehended the gravity of the situation. Zhang Xiaoying's apology was not about any wrongdoing with Li Yizhen, but rather an act of self-preservation to prevent the video from being exposed. However, to Lin Xiangyu, this was not an offense against him. Instead, he found the entire affair rather intriguing. Moreover, if the video were to be released online, it would undoubtedly reach the eyes of the 4 women in his life, and he could scarcely imagine facing them, particularly managing. The thought of his caregiver witnessing provocative footage of him with another woman was simply overwhelming. Yet, while overwhelming was one thing, crossing the line was another. Although this might generate a frenzy of shock among the public in H country, it also signified his potential social demise there. Even if he were not doing it for Zhang Xiaoying, Lin Xiangyu had to devise a plan to resolve this issue. Furthermore, though Li Yizhen may not possess the beauty of Zhang Xiaoying and Shun Ying, the seemingly obedient girl behind glasses often harbors surprises. Personal encounters could reveal a different reality, as many videos in the domestic market would attest. Nevertheless, Lin Xiangyu harbored a question. Why on earth was Li Yizhen behaving this way? Was she desperate? Indebted? The specifics eluded him for now, but he was confident he could extract the truth from Li Yizhen when the time came. "Rest assured, Xiaoying," Lin Xiangyu assured as he reached down to lift Zhang Xiaoying from her kneeling position. "Do not worry about the video. I will handle Li Yizhen." As he spoke, he realized he had inadvertently emphasized the word handle. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoying's eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 76. The first game with Zhang Xiaoying ahem. Lin Xiangyu cleared his throat twice, composed his expression, and inquired, "When did you arrange to meet Li Yizhen?" "Tomorrow evening," Zhang Xiaoying replied promptly. "Oh," Lin Xiangyu acknowledged, then pressed on. "So, did you invite me here tonight just to tell me this?" "Not quite," Zhang Xiaoying said, her cheeks flushing a deeper shade of crimson, becoming increasingly conspicuous. Was it then? Lin Xiangyu's tone carried a hint of curiosity. Zhang Xiaoying's face grew even warmer as she gently slid her shoulder strap aside, causing her white dress to cascade down. Lin Xiangyu, gazing at Zhang Xiaoying before him, found himself parched, unable to suppress a swallow. Before you meet Li Yizhen, I wish to offer myself to you, Zhang Xiaoying murmured, her voice tinged with shyness. Lin Xiangyu swallowed again. Confronted with such an unexpected opportunity, he could hardly refuse. Virtual reality game. Initiating. Zhang Xiaoying clasped Lin Xiangyu tightly in her embrace, a solitary tear escaping the corner of her eye. Tomorrow, the only man she had ever loved would accompany another woman to help her resolve the issue of a secretly taken video. More poignantly, she was the one who had set this in motion. Had she not insisted on completing the second transaction in the classroom that day, Li Yizhen would never have recorded the video, leaving her engulfed in guilt. Tears brimming in her eyes, Zhang Xiaoying gazed at Lin Xiangyu, who lay atop her, silently vowing, "No matter what you ask of me in the future, I shall never refuse. I will embrace whatever you propose." Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiangyu lifted his head, locking eyes with Zhang Xiaoying. Noticing the tears welling in her eyes, he quickly asked, "Did I hurt you just now?" Initially, Zhang Xiaoying shook her head, then nodded, and finally, she closed her eyes and vigorously shook her head again. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Lin Xiangyu raised his arm to wipe away her tears, his voice gentle, tinged with remorse. "I'm sorry. It's all my fault for being too." Before he could finish, Zhang Xiaoying covered his mouth with her hand, saying, "It's not your fault, Xiangyu. Remember, no matter what you do to me in the future, I will never blame you." Her face suddenly flushed. She continued, "As long as it is something you desire, I am willing to do anything." Lin Xiangyu felt a swell of emotion and excitement at her words. After all, he possessed an abundance of knowledge in this realm that he could share with Zhang Xiaoying. The knowledge had become a jumbled mess. Now, he could practice with Zhang Xiaoying to categorize this once chaotic information. No, it wasn't merely categorization. Perhaps it was segmentation. That didn't quite capture it either. It should be classification. Never mind the terminology. The essence remained the same. Zhang Xiaoying observed Lin Xiangyu's exuberance and exclaimed, "Again? We've only just..." Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Xiangyu had forcibly drawn her into the battle of the virtual reality game. This time, Zhang Xiaoying did not exhibit the shyness she had shown previously. From the outset, she actively collaborated with Lin Xiangyu to complete the game. Even when he proposed using a smaller pot that had never been cooked with before, she did not object. In that moment, her sole intention was to bring joy to Lin Xiangyu. Chapter 77. The truth revealed to Zhang Xiaoying. It was not until the sun rose the following morning that Lin Xiangyu and Zhang Xiaoying finally embraced in slumber. Zhang Xiaoying's stamina paled in comparison to Lin Xiangyu's. Had it not been for her indomitable will, she would have likely succumbed like a lifeless fish. Fueled by her formidable determination, she managed to remain engaged until the very last moment of their ordeal, continuously supporting Lin Xiangyu in various ways. The two of them slept soundly until the afternoon, only to be roused by the ringing of Lin Xiangyu's phone. Propped up on the bed, Lin Xiangyu, with eyes closed, reached for his phone placed beside his pillow. Bringing the device closer, he squinted to read the screen. Upon seeing that the caller was Han Yanqi, his hazy mind instantly jolted awake. Oh no, the previous night's intense battle made me forget about my date with this young lady. Feeling Lin Xiangyu abruptly sit up, Zhang Xiaoying rubbed her sleepy eyes and propped herself up, softly inquiring, "What is the matter?" Before he could respond, she caught sight of the caller's name on his phone screen. Lowering her gaze, she pulled the covers aside and remarked, "I need to use the restroom." With that, she prepared to rise from the bed, allowing Lin Xiangyu to take the call in peace. However, in the next moment, Lin Xiangyu grasped her arm, simultaneously answering the call. As the call connected, Han Yanqi's voice resonated through the receiver. "Hello, Lin Xiangyu, what are you doing? I sent you a message. Why haven't you replied?" Upon hearing Han Yanqi's voice, Zhang Xiaoying's expression turned one of shock as tears welled in her eyes. She could not comprehend why Lin Xiangyu had chosen to involve her in this conversation, even though she was ready to step away. Why did he insist on having her listen? It felt unkind to her. Lin Xiangyu enveloped the bewildered Zheng Xiaoying in his embrace and said, "What I'm doing seems unrelated to you, does it not?" Taken aback by Lin Xiangyu's response, Han Yinshi found herself momentarily speechless. The previous day, at the amusement park, they had frolicked together like genuine lovers, leading her to subconsciously regard Lin Xiangyu as her true boyfriend. Now, his words thrust her back to reality. Feeling a surge of indignation, Han Yinshi asserted herself. "How can it be unrelated? The contract stipulates 3 engagements per week, and should I need to reach you, you are obliged to comply. Are you intending to breach the agreement?" Initially disheartened by Lin Xiangyu's actions, Zheng Xiaoying's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at him after hearing Han Yinshi's declaration. A subtle smile graced Lin Xiangyu's lips. He had intentionally provoked Han Yinshi to utter those very words. In doing so, he neither violated the contract nor failed to reveal the truth to Zheng Xiaoying. This approach differed greatly from directly disclosing the matter to her beforehand, which would likely have been unacceptable. What girl could bear the thought of her chosen boyfriend becoming another's for monetary gain? Yet now, the situation had transformed entirely. What would have been a piece of disheartening news for Zheng Xiaoying became a twist of fate that provided her with a sense of relief. It is indeed fascinating how circumstances can alter perception. The same event, experienced at different times and under varying conditions, can yield entirely disparate reactions. For instance, when one is earning a substantial salary, an unsolicited offer of a lesser-paying job may seem laughable. Conversely, during a year of unemployment, that same offer may appear as a lifeline. Zheng Xiaoying now found herself transitioning from a position of comfort to one of desperation, thus experiencing a starkly different emotional response to the same situation. Casting a meaningful glance at Zheng Xiaoying, Lin Xiangyu yawned and remarked, "I just woke up. Please do not be so agitated. I never said I would refuse, did I? We simply did not finalize the time and place yesterday." Upon hearing Lin Xiangyu's words, Han Yinshi's demeanor softened. "I have now decided. Let us go watch a movie. What do you think? I am amenable to anything." "It depends on where you wish to go," Lin Xiangyu replied. With a hint of playful insistence, Han Yinshi inquired, "When will you come pick me up?" "I never stated that I would come to pick you up," Lin Xiangyu retorted. Realizing that the contract lacked any stipulation regarding this, Han Yinshi relented. Fine. I will check what films are available during this time, and will message you after purchasing the tickets." Her tone bore a hint of displeasure as she ended the call. After hanging up, Han Yinshi, miffed, tossed her phone onto the bed, preparing to grumble about Lin Xiangyu. Yet, as the words lingered on her lips, she suddenly froze. What is happening? I merely intended to use Lin Xiangyu to deter the persistent nuisances at school, yet now I find myself feeling oddly affected by him. I usually remain emotionless towards most matters, yet he has effortlessly stirred my feelings. What is the matter with me? Why do I continuously find myself preoccupied with thoughts of him? The more she pondered, the more disordered her thoughts became, culminating in her lying flat on the bed. Simultaneously, the troubled Han Yuzheng lay on her back in the school dormitory, clutching her phone tightly, the screen displaying her chat with Lin Xiangyu. Chapter 78. Restricted to ages 19 and above, Zheng Xiaoying was not a particularly foolish woman. Through the dialogue between Lin Xiangyu and Han Yinshi, she had broadly surmised the nature of their relationship. She also inferred that Lin Xiangyu was likely constrained by certain clauses in their contract, which prevented him from directly disclosing the matter to her, hence his choice of approach. Lin Xiangyu felt a twinge of embarrassment about telling Zheng Xiaoying that he would soon be accompanying Han Yinshi, especially since he had just spent the entire night with Zheng Xiaoying, having thoroughly engaged her affections. At that moment, Zheng Xiaoying glanced at her phone and exclaimed, "Oh, it's already past 2 in the afternoon. I must hurry back home." With that, she promptly leaped out of bed and hurried into the bathroom to freshen up. Lin Xiangyu watched her unsteady figure, feeling a lump in his throat. Once she completed her grooming, Zheng Xiaoying hastened to dress, all the while telling Lin Xiangyu, "Xiangyu, I'm sorry, but I must return home. I can't stay here with you any longer." "It's perfectly fine. You kept me company splendidly last night." Lin Xiangyu replied with a smile. Upon hearing his words, Zhang Xiuying's face flushed crimson, and she immediately lowered her gaze, focusing intently on getting dressed. When one feels embarrassed or shy, they often exhibit a fade of busyness, and Zhang Xiuying was clearly doing just that. After donning her clothes, she approached Lin Xiangyu, intending to plant a gentle kiss on his lips. However, as she leaned in, Lin Xiangyu enveloped her waist and fervently returned her kiss. It was not until Zhang Xiuying's chest began to heave and she started to gasp for air that Lin Xiangyu finally released her. Breathless from the kiss, Zhang Xiuying managed to say, "Xiangyu, I'm leaving now. Don't forget to check out when you go." "Understood," Lin Xiangyu replied, smiling as he playfully smacked her on the backside. The playful gesture made her body quiver slightly. With Lin Xiangyu's gaze upon her, Zhang Xiuying stumbled out of the room, appearing almost as though she were unsteady on her feet. Once she hailed a taxi, Zhang Xiuying suddenly remembered that she had not sent Lin Xiangyu the details of the motel room reserved by Li Yizhen. Tonight at 9 p.m., Love Motel, room 906. Trembling, she sent the information to Lin Xiangyu, and the next moment, tears streamed down her cheeks. The older taxi driver, glancing at the distraught Zhang Xiuying through the rearview mirror, assumed she had just been deceived by someone and couldn't help but offer words of comfort. "Sister, please don't cry. It's not worth ruining yourself for a scoundrel." However, upon hearing the driver's consolation, Zhang Xiuying only cried harder. Meanwhile, Lin Xiangyu, having finished his grooming, picked up his phone and saw the message from Zhang Xiuying. As he walked towards the bed, he replied with one hand, "Got it. You need not worry about this. I will handle it." After sending the message, he glanced at the bed before beginning to dress. Once dressed, he approached the door, retrieved the room card, and exited the room. At the front desk, Lin Xiangyu tossed the room card to the female receptionist and stated, "The sheets are stained. Is it serious? If it can be washed out, I will 1T report it, and you 1T have to compensate." The receptionist inquired with a clear gaze. "Quite serious. It has taken on some color," Lin Xiangyu replied. "Did something oil-based spill?" The receptionist continued to probe. Lin Xiangyu looked at her with incredulity, realizing he had underestimated the receptionist's navet. Their oil, along with other substances. "I'd rather just pay for it. Please refrain from asking further questions. I fear my words might taint your innocent mind." "Did the blankets get stained as well?" The receptionist pressed on. With a sigh, Lin Xiangyu conceded, "Yes, let us include all the items on the bed in the calculation." "Huh?" The receptionist blinked in surprise at his response, and then looked at him with astonishment. Lin Xiangyu met her gaze and nodded, "Yes, I will cover it all. I may have gotten a bit carried away last night." This time, the receptionist refrained from asking more questions and promptly began to tally the costs of the items on the bed. Once she completed the calculations, she printed out the bill and handed it to Lin Xiangyu. After glancing at the total minus the deposit, he took out his phone to make the payment. Initially, Lin Xiangyu had considered teaching the receptionist a lesson during her first inquiry, but he ultimately refrained, feeling a sense of kindness from her. Moreover, the amount of money involved was inconsequential to him at that moment. After settling the bill, Lin Xiangyu sent a message to Han Yinshi. "Have you chosen a movie? I'm waiting for you at the entrance of your community." Han Yinshi, rolling around on her bed, picked up her phone upon hearing the notification. When she saw Lin Xiangyu's message about waiting at her community entrance, her heart fluttered with sweetness, and her previously pouting lips broke into a smile. In the next moment, she sprang out of bed and rushed to the mirror to check her appearance. When Lin Xiangyu arrived at the entrance of her community, he was somewhat surprised to find Han Yinshi already waiting for him. "Have you been waiting long?" he asked as he approached her. With a gentle smile, Han Yinshi replied, "Not for long. I just arrived a little while ago." After exchanging smiles, Lin Xiangyu asked, "Have you decided on the movie?" Han Yinshi's cheeks flushed at the question, and she tiptoed, leaning her head close to Lin Xiangyu's ear, whispering softly, "I want to watch a film restricted to ages 19 and above." Chapter 79. A cinema without seats. Lin Xiangyu felt the warmth of Han Yinshi's breath and moistened his parched lips, his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed. Observing Lin Xiangyu's reaction, Han Yinshi chuckled, a hint of mischief in her eyes. "Just kidding, you big lecher." Lin Xiangyu, who had been contemplating his response, realized he had been teased. Fortunately, he had already expended his reserves on Shining Eye and Zheng Xiuying the previous day, so his body did not react too violently. Otherwise, the Big Lecher moniker would have been undeniably accurate. Lin Xiangyu cleared his throat and feigned composure. Good thing you only teased me and not my body. He couldn't help but chuckle at his own words. Get away with you. Who's after your body? Han Yinshi playfully raised her small fist, advancing toward Lin Xiangyu as if to strike him. However, she stumbled and fell directly into his embrace. Caught off guard, Lin Xiangyu was taken by surprise. Han Yinshi coughed lightly and removed Lin Xiangyu's hand from her body. After extricating herself, she walked towards the side of the street, her face flushed with a deepening blush. Lin Xiangyu followed her, refraining from apologizing for his earlier touch, knowing that her lack of anger indicated her acceptance of his actions. In such situations, it was best to avoid mentioning the incident altogether. An apology might only make her feel embarrassed and compel her to feign anger. Is there a movie you'd like to see? Lin Xiangyu inquired tentatively. As he had anticipated, Han Yinshi did not mention the previous incident. Instead, she turned her face away, avoiding his gaze, and said, "Just follow me." With that, she hailed a passing taxi. Lin Xiangyu silently followed her into the car, both taking seats in the back. Once inside, Han Yinshi instructed the driver, "Please take us to Cine de Chef." Unfamiliar with the place Han Yinshi mentioned, Lin Xiangyu looked at her with surprise and asked, "I thought we were going to see a movie. Why are we going to a restaurant?" "Don't worry about it. I've already made reservations. Just come with me," Han Yinshi replied. Lin Xiangyu didn't press the matter further. Going to a restaurant was even better, as he was feeling hungry, having last eaten breakfast delivered earlier that morning before going to sleep. Notably, he and Zheng Xiuying had played another round of games while waiting for the delivery, which arrived halfway through their match. He had no choice but to shout from his room for the delivery person to leave the food at the door. While Lin Xiangyu was ignorant of Cine de Chef's nature, the taxi driver was well informed. Upon hearing that they were going to see a movie, he glanced at them through the rearview mirror. Seeing the attractive couple, he remained silent and drove them to their destination. Cine de Chef was a 5-star cinema that combined dining and movie watching with private theaters specifically designed for couples. After a while, the taxi pulled up at Cine de Chef. As before, Lin Xiangyu immediately got out of the car, leaving Han Yinshi to pay the fare. Although Lin Xiangyu's actions were the same as before, this time, Han Yinshi felt a slight pang of disappointment. After paying the fare, she stepped out of the car and stared at Lin Xiangyu. Sensing Han Yinshi's unusual behavior, Lin Xiangyu asked in surprise, "What's wrong?" "Lin Xiangyu, next time we go on a date, could you please pay?" Han Yinshi asked in a conciliatory tone. "Huh?" Lin Xiangyu was taken aback by her request. "Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to take advantage of you. I'll reimburse you for all the expenses later." Han Yinshi explained, then asked tentatively, "Is that okay?" "Sure." Lin Xiangyu agreed without hesitation. It made no difference to him, as there were similar situations in other jobs where he had to pay up front and be reimbursed later. Pleased with his agreement, Han Yinshi immediately pulled him towards Cine de Chef. Upon entering Cine de Chef, Han Yinshi presented her online booking confirmation to the staff. After verifying the confirmation, the staff led Lin Xiangyu and Han Yinshi through a special passage to the door of a private theater. The staff informed them that they could choose a complimentary beverage or soda, and that they could order other food after entering the theater. They handed Han Yinshi a small menu. As Lin Xiangyu was already very hungry and Han Yinshi didn't want to be disturbed repeatedly later, they placed their food order immediately, opting for fast food like burgers and fried items to expedite the service. After ordering their food, they entered the private theater, where Lin Xiangyu was surprised to find that it had no seats. Instead, there were electric beds, 2 single beds pushed together to form a large couple's bed, each with a partition, a nightstand, and a place to hang bags. However, as they were waiting for their food, they did not lie down on the bed, but merely sat on the edge. The food arrived quickly, and the staff quietly closed the door behind them as they left. Lin Xiangyu walked to the door and locked it naturally. Turning around, Lin Xiangyu explained, "I don't mean anything by it. I just don't want anyone to open the wrong door later." "It's okay. Even if you did mean something by it, I wouldn't mind," Han Yinshi said playfully. Lin Xiangyu didn't respond, as it was clear that she was joking. Little did he know that some truths are often spoken in jest. Seeing that Lin Xiangyu didn't reply, Han Yinshi stood up and said, Shall we push the two beds together? Chapter 80. The first game with Han Yinshi. Lin Xiangyu instinctively swallowed hard upon hearing Han Yinshi's words. This time, he no longer cared whether she was jesting. He replied directly, "All right, you take charge." With a smile, Han Yinshi moved aside, clearing the space for him. "Good," Lin Xiangyu acknowledged and soon began his task. In a matter of moments, he had pushed two beds together and relocated a small table beside them. After completing these arrangements, the two settled down on the bed to share a meal. Once they finished eating, they lay back together to watch a film. The screen displayed a romantic movie, not the kind filled with action, but rather a heartfelt tale that made one say, "Appa, Sarangi." Despite the film's poignant moments, Lin Xiangyu's attention was elsewhere, a sentiment echoed by Han Yinshi. Both feigned concentration on the movie, their thoughts far removed from the plot. They could distinctly sense each other's breathing patterns, their own breaths synchronizing with one another. When the on-screen couple shared a kiss, Han Yinshi could no longer suppress her impulses. With a swift movement, she flipped Lin Xiangyu onto his back. Their gazes locked, breaths quickened, and they surrendered to a passionate kiss. At that moment, an odd thought flickered in Lin Xiangyu's mind. Was Han Yinshi's motivation to avoid paying? It felt reminiscent of a joke he had once heard. However, lost in the moment, he dismissed such thoughts and flipped her over instead. Their lips parted momentarily, and Han Yinshi's chest rose and fell rapidly as she gasped for air, slightly breathless from their fervent kiss. Lin Xiangyu leaned down, whispering in her ear, "Is this all right?" Han Yinshi entwined her arms around his neck in response. In the next instant, the system detected their mutual affection and activated the virtual reality game to facilitate a more harmonious interaction between them. This time, the game was titled Drum Master. After the game concluded, Han Yinshi covered her face, unable to meet Lin Xiangyu's gaze. He rested his head on her shoulder, panting heavily. The game had drained considerable energy from him. The primary reason, however, was that he had hardly paused for rest since yesterday, except for meals and sleep. Seeing Lin Xiangyu in such a fatigued state, Han Yinshi embraced him tightly. After resting for a while in their private room, they began to dress in preparation to leave. As their time was drawing to a close along with their date, "Lin Xiangyu, I want to add another round. Is that possible?" Han Yinshi said, clutching her stomach. As Lin Xiangyu opened the door to the private room, he turned and replied, "Let's talk about it next week. I'm a bit tired today." His fatigue was only part of the reason. The more pressing concern was his substantial exhaustion over the past 2 days. He feared that if he didn't rest, he might collapse from fatigue. Once outside the Cine de Chef restaurant, Lin Xiangyu escorted Han Yinshi to the street and hailed a taxi for her. Yet, Han Yinshi was unwilling to part ways so easily. As she settled into the back seat, she grasped Lin Xiangyu's shirt, attempting to pull him into the car with her. However, her slight strength was no match for his enhanced physique. "What are you doing?" Lin Xiangyu asked, puzzled by her actions. Han Yinshi looked up into his eyes and replied, "I'll double the price for another round." Double. Faced with her offer, Lin Xiangyu felt a flicker of temptation. Nevertheless, as the adage goes, there will be ample opportunities ahead. There is no need to rush. Preserving one's strength is wise, lest one find themselves without resources later. Moreover, Lin Xiangyu's aspirations were not to endlessly scale one mountain, but rather to explore the subtle differences among various peaks. The essence of his ambition lay in appreciating the unique nuances between different heights. Above all, he recognized that he truly needed rest after the past few days of excessive exertion, intending to return home for a brief respite. After all, he still had to address matters concerning Li Yizhen later that evening. Chapter 81. Showing you in person. Lin Xiangyu gazed at Han Yinshi, whose face was etched with earnestness and anticipation, and smiled as he spoke. "I truly cannot today. I have not been resting well lately and wish to take a proper break. Let us plan for tomorrow. We can explore other places together then." "All right." Han Yinshi nodded in agreement. Though a flicker of disappointment crossed her heart, she acquiesced to postpone their outing until the next day. Even with one last forced opportunity remaining for her this week, she did not insist that Lin Xiangyu accompany her now. With that, she bid him farewell and climbed into a taxi. As the cab glided through the bustling streets, the clamor outside and the passers-by failed to capture Han Yinshi's attention. She stared vacantly out the window, lost in thought. Upon entering her home, she found Aunt Wu seated upright on the living room sofa. The moment Aunt Wu noticed Han Yinchi's return, she stood up respectfully and said softly, "Miss, you are back." "Yes, I am back, Aunt Wu," Han Yinchi replied, her gaze drifting over the familiar yet desolate living room. Taking a deep breath, she forced a self-soothing smile and headed straight for her parents' room. As she opened the door, a chilling aura of long absence enveloped her. Inside, a wedding portrait of a handsome couple hung neatly on the wall, their smiles radiating warmth from the photograph. Han Yinchi's steps slowed involuntarily as she approached the wall, gently reaching out to touch the frame. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she spoke, her voice thick with emotion. "Mom and Dad, I've fallen for a boy." Tilting her head slightly, she gazed at her parents' youthful faces, tears welling in her eyes, yet a smile gracing her lips. "He is truly special. Being with him makes me exceptionally happy, as if life has taken a turn for the better." Yet, her expression dimmed as she continued, her tone growing somber. "But my sister is still missing." She forced another smile. "However, Mom and Dad, you need not worry too much. My aunt will be returning from America soon. She is incredibly capable, and I believe she will find my sister." In the stillness of the room, her words echoed back to her, met with only silence. Leaving her parents' room, Han Yinchi turned toward her grandmother's room. Aunt Wu, observing her movement, quietly followed behind, concern etched across her face. Although Han Yinchi had wiped away her tears before leaving her parents' room and wore a smile, Aunt Wu, who had cared for her for many years, could still sense the lingering sadness in her demeanor. Entering her grandmother's room, Han Yinchi stood before her grandmother's photograph, fighting back tears as she spoke in a cheerful tone. "Grandma, Aunt Wu has been taking excellent care of me. You need not worry about me over there. By the way, Grandma, I found a boy I like. When next month comes for your anniversary, I will bring him to meet you." Aunt Wu remained at the door, choosing not to enter the room. Upon seeing Han Yinchi emerge from her grandmother's room with tear-filled eyes, Aunt Wu stepped forward, gently patting her shoulder and offering a soft reassurance. "Miss, please do not be sad. Your grandmother would not wish to see you like this." Han Yinchi replied, her voice choked with emotion, then leaned her head against Aunt Wu's shoulder, embracing her tightly. Han Yinchi had long regarded Aunt Wu, who had devotedly cared for her for 18 years, as family. Meanwhile, Lin Xiangyu arrived home and headed straight upstairs to fetch a change of clothes, then descended towards the bathroom. After experiencing the excitement of the cinema earlier, he was eager for a shower, as there were no facilities available at the venue. Stepping into the bathroom, he turned on the faucet and stood beneath the spray of warm water, letting it wash over him. After bathing, he donned clean attire and exited the bathroom. From the kitchen wafted the enticing aroma of a meal, accompanied by Min and Jing's voice. "Xiangyu, dinner is ready. Please call Mimi and Yilin down to eat." "Sure, Ann and Jing," Lin Xiangyu replied, raising his voice to call upstairs, "Mimi, Yilin, it's time for dinner." Following 2 days of intense encounters, Lin Xiangyu felt elated. Hearing his call, Pei Yilin and Jean Mimi descended the stairs one after the other. Soon, the family gathered around the dinner table to partake in their meal. During dinner, Min and Jing's eyes sparkled with excitement as she enthusiastically announced, "For our upcoming family trip, we are heading to the seaside in Jeju Island. I have already booked an exquisite villa." As she spoke, her gestures conveyed her anticipation, filling Lin Xiangyu's heart with warmth. To his surprise, Pei Yilin, who typically showed little interest in travel, actively inquired about details of the trip from Min and Jing. Lin Xiangyu found her unusual enthusiasm puzzling. After finishing dinner, he returned to his room, feeling somewhat fatigued from the events of the past 2 days. He intended to take a brief nap to recharge before the evening's engagements. However, just as he lay down, a knock sounded at the door. "Coming," Lin Xiangyu called out, rising to open it. Upon opening the door, he found Pei Yilin standing there, clutching 2 swimsuits in her arms. Her head bowed slightly, cheeks tinged with pink. She nervously tugged at the hem of her shirt and softly asked, "Xiangyu, could you help me with something? May I come in?" Lin Xiangyu paused, taken aback by her unusual politeness. Pei Yilin typically burst in with unrestrained energy. This unexpected demeanor left him feeling somewhat apprehensive about her potential outburst. With a slight frown, he regarded her with curiosity, but ultimately stepped aside, permitting her entrance. Once inside, he closed the door and locked it. Hearing the click of the lock made Pei Yilin even more bashful. Clutching her swimsuits tightly, she spoke in a voice barely above a whisper. Xiangyu, could you help me decide which of these two swimsuits looks better? Naturally, Lin Xiangyu would not refuse such a request. Of course, I will help you, he said, extending his hand. But Pei Yilin did not offer the swimsuits to him. Instead, she shook her head, her voice quivering slightly as she shyly said, not like that. I want to show you in person. As she spoke, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, her lips slightly bitten. Her gaze filled with a blend of anticipation and nervousness directed at Lin Xiangyu. Chapter 82. Do you like it? Can you show me? Lin Xiangyu was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief at Pei Yilin's unexpected request. Pei Yilin's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe tomato, her voice barely above a whisper, akin to the buzzing of a mosquito. Could you help me decide which one looks better? Today, Pei Yilin's behavior felt utterly foreign to Lin Xiangyu. Although Min and Jing was at home, instilling a sense of trepidation in him. The mere thought of seeing Pei Yilin in a swimsuit made his heart race with rhythmic anticipation. After all, he had only ever viewed such sights through the screen of his phone. He had never witnessed a woman donning a swimsuit before his very eyes. While family vacations offered glimpses, he felt an overwhelming desire to feast his eyes on her now, akin to an alcoholic yearning for the scent of wine. Desperate for a sip, Lin Xiangyu swallowed hard, his throat dry, and asked earnestly, "Where will you change?" Pei Yilin's head drooped even lower, nearly resting against her chest as she mumbled, "Right here. This place?" Lin Xiangyu's eyes widened in astonishment, fixated on Pei Yilin. In an instant, his mind was inundated with inappropriate images, rendering him parched. Yes, Pei Yilin nodded gently, explaining, "I can't very well run around in a swimsuit inside the house. What if Mom and my sister see me dashing to your room in it?" The more Lin Xiangyu listened, the more he found Pei Yilin's reasoning sound, his head nodding in agreement. "You're absolutely right. Then let's change here." Upon hearing Lin Xiangyu's consent, Pei Yilin's heart, already racing, now thundered like a war drum, seemingly on the verge of bursting from her chest. "You need to turn around, otherwise, how can I change?" Pei Yilin glanced up shyly, catching Lin Xiangyu's unwavering gaze, her voice laced with bashfulness and playful reproach. Realizing the situation, Lin Xiangyu snapped back to reality with an "oh," promptly turning away. Even with his back turned, Pei Yilin's heart continued its frenetic rhythm, her breath quickening, almost inducing a slight dizziness. Lin Xiangyu, hearing her labored breathing behind him, felt his throat grow parched, repeatedly swallowing hard as his Adam's apple bobbed. The subtle rustling of fabric reached his ears, and an invisible force seemed to pull his neck, almost compelling him to turn around and investigate. Though he had recently seen the bodies of 3 different women, witnessing a woman change into such intimate attire before him was a first. Perhaps next time, he should arrange for Teacher Shun to change into something special in his presence. While he procured some enticing outfits for her online, Lin Xiangyu mused to himself. Just as he spiraled into these thoughts, Pei Yilin's gentle voice broke through. "I've changed. You can turn around now." With alacrity, Lin Xiangyu turned back. Before him stood Pei Yilin, her face flushed with shyness, hands instinctively shielding her chest. Her head bowed as she focused on her delicate, pale feet. Her legs were tightly pressed together, exuding a sense of modesty and bashfulness. Yet, despite her attempts to conceal herself, Lin Xiangyu found himself entranced. Pei Yilin's smooth, taut skin appeared even more alluring against the backdrop of her swimsuit, radiating a soft glow. Particularly striking were her ample curves, perfectly accentuated by the swimsuit, rendering her utterly captivating. How do I look?" Pei Yilin ventured hesitantly, her voice tinged with anticipation and nervousness. Lin Xiangyu struggled to swallow again, his voice slightly hoarse from dryness as he replied, "You look absolutely stunning." "Really?" Upon receiving Lin Xiangyu's praise, Pei Yilin's tone brightened with joy, her eyes sparkling with delight. Then, blushing, she softly inquired, "So, do you like it?" Chapter 83. An evening rendezvous with Li Yijin. Lin Xiangyu discerned a veiled implication in Pei Yilin's words, yet he nodded, his voice betraying a hint of nervousness as he affirmed, "I do." Upon hearing Lin Xiangyu's affirmative response, Bei Yilin's cheeks, already flushed, blossomed into an unparalleled smile, tinged with bashfulness and brimming with delight. The atmosphere within the room began to thicken with an undeniable allure, the very air seeming to coalesce, carrying with it a subtle yet palpable sensuality. Lin Xiangyu, gazing upon the blushing Bei Yilin before him, felt his throat parch, and he instinctively moistened his lips, swallowing hard. Bei Yilin, overcome with shyness and anticipation, found her delicate features growing ever more crimson, a fine sheen of perspiration adorning her skin. At that moment, Lin Xiangyu felt an oppressive dryness in his mouth, his heart pounding fervently within his chest, his blood surging uncontrollably, as if an inferno raged within his being. "If this continues, I fear I may lose control," Lin Xiangyu inwardly lamented, his hands clenching into fists as he struggled to suppress his burgeoning desires. Just then, Bei Yilin bit her lip, her voice barely audible like the faintest hum of a mosquito. "Xiangyu, could you turn around again? I'll change into another outfit, and you can tell me which one looks better." Of course, Lin Xiangyu responded with alacrity, swiftly turning his back and closing his eyes. As Lin Xiangyu turned away, the rustling of clothing filled the room once more. The subtle friction of fabric against skin tugged at his senses, and he imagined he could hear the faint snap of the swimsuit material against Bei Yilin's skin as she adjusted it. The sounds quickened his pulse and caused a tremor to run through his body. However, instead of hearing Bei Yilin instruct him to turn around, he heard the click of a door opening. Click! The sound echoed starkly in the otherwise silent room. Startled by the sound, Lin Xiangyu was bewildered, for he distinctly remembered locking the door moments before. Without hesitation, he spun around, only to find the room empty, Bei Yilin nowhere to be seen. The lingering traces of their intimate encounter hung in the air, yet one of its protagonists had vanished, leaving Lin Xiangyu sitting on the bed in utter bewilderment. It was evident that Bei Yilin had not changed into another swimsuit, but had instead donned her previous attire and stealthily slipped out of the room. Lin Xiangyu was perplexed. Why would Bei Yilin, who had initiated the moment, suddenly flee halfway through? While Lin Xiangyu grappled with Bei Yilin's sudden departure, she had already dashed back to her own room in a flustered state. Clasping her thighs together, she leaned against the door, her chest heaving as she gasped for air, her cheeks still flushed with color. "I almost embarrassed myself in front of Xiangyu," Bei Yilin thought, her mind replaying the recent events, a sense of trepidation washing over her. She slowly made her way to the bed, her legs giving way beneath her, and collapsed onto the mattress. Her mind was filled with images of Lin Xiangyu, and she closed her eyes. His gaze, his voice, and their awkward yet intimate interactions replayed in her mind like a carousel of memories. A sweet, bashful smile crept across her lips as she succumbed to her reverie. After Bei Yilin's departure, Lin Xiangyu locked the door and promptly collapsed onto the bed, succumbing to exhaustion. He was completely oblivious to the small puddle of water on the floor and remained unaware of the true events that had just transpired. At 8:30 p.m., Lin Xiangyu was roused by his preset alarm. After lingering in bed for a few minutes, he reluctantly rose. He briefly tidied his hair in the mirror before opening the door and stepping outside. Upon leaving his home, Lin Xiangyu sent a message to Minjing. "Annie, I'll be staying at a friend's house tonight, so there's no need to prepare breakfast for me tomorrow." In truth, Minjing had already suspected that Lin Xiangyu had found a girlfriend, given his recent weekend excursions. However, she was not one to adhere to outdated traditions and beliefs. Moreover, Lin Xiangyu was already an adult. She simply replied, "Okay, Annie understands. Be safe." "I know, Auntie Jing. Don't worry," Lin Xiangyu replied before putting away his phone. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoying was curled up on her bed, hugging her knees, her cascade of raven hair splayed across her long legs. Zhang Xiaoying felt deeply apologetic for asking Lin Xiangyu to accompany Li Yizhen. However, she was unaware that, for Lin Xiangyu, this matter was actually a blessing in disguise. Lin Xiangyu took a taxi and soon arrived at the motel. Having been there once before, he confidently entered and proceeded to the elevator. As he passed the front desk and noticed the female receptionist, he paused, a look of surprise on his face. "Weren't you on the morning shift today? Are you still here?" "Ah." The receptionist, taken aback by Lin Xiangyu's sudden address, hesitated before replying. "My mother owns this place." Two receptionists quit at the same time, and we haven't been able to find replacements yet. "I'm just helping out today. My mother will be here to take over my shift later." Lin Xiangyu was surprised to learn that the seemingly innocent receptionist was the owner's daughter. However, it was of little consequence to him, as he had more pressing matters to attend to. "Oh," Lin Xiangyu replied, nodding to the receptionist before continuing towards the elevator. Arriving at the 9th floor, Lin Xiangyu went straight to room 906 and gently knocked twice. Upon hearing the knock, Li Yijin cautiously opened the door a crack, concealing herself behind it. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Xiangyu was fully aware of her identity. She believed that Zhang Xiaoying had merely followed her instructions to lure Lin Xiangyu to the motel. Li Yijin had already prepared a hidden camera in the room, intending to record everything that transpired that evening. Chapter 84. As you wish, the reason behind Li Yijin's actions was, in truth, rooted in her rivalry with Han Yanxi. Li Yijin and Han Yanxi had been classmates since childhood. Li Yijin possessed an extraordinary aptitude for academics and had consistently been the top student in her class since elementary school, even serving as the class monitor. However, despite her academic prowess, the attention of their peers remained fixated on Han Yanxi. Not only did the students admire her, but teachers and even parents frequently lauded Han Yanxi, with only occasional remarks acknowledging Li Yijin's commendable grades. Yet, she could discern that the praises directed towards Han Yanxi came from genuine admiration, while those offered to her were often mere gestures of politeness. This disparity ignited a sense of defiance within Li Yijin, prompting her to oppose Han Yanxi in various matters. Yet, Han Yanxi appeared to be wholly indifferent to these confrontations. What further fueled her resentment was the frequent verbal abuse she endured from male classmates who would defend Han Yanxi, belittling her by commenting on her appearance and insinuating that she was always trying to compete with Han Yanxi. From that moment on, Li Yijin vowed to one day destroy the things that Han Yanxi cherished. To that end, she even obsessively chose to apply to the same school as Han Yanxi, despite her academic capabilities allowing her to attend a more prestigious institution. She resolved. Chapter 85. Monday arrives. The prolonged duration of the game had rendered Li Yijin nearly unconscious. Lin Xiangyu observed that no matter how he adjusted the angle of his shots, Li Yijin consistently faced the same direction, leading him to realize that she had secretly installed a camera in the room. "Delete the recorded videos," Lin Xiangyu commanded as he took a shot. Upon hearing his words, Li Yijin mistakenly believed he had discovered her threat against Zhang Xiaoying, and she gasped, "Don't worry. I've already promised Zhang Xiaoying to delete the videos shortly." "I'm not referring to that. I mean the videos you're currently recording," Lin Xiangyu replied tersely. Normally, Li Yijin would have firmly refused such a request, yet inexplicably, she found herself acquiescing. Without pausing the game, she gradually moved to retrieve her phone and completely erase the footage captured by the pinhole camera, subsequently disassembling the device. Lin Xiangyu had initially intended to assess the maximum effect of girls, offer your loyalty, as its potency depended on distance and duration. Should it prove ineffective, he was prepared to utilize "I really must control you." After all, he had no desire to become a widely recognized action star. To his surprise, the situation was deftly resolved solely through girls. Offer your loyalty. When it came to his beloved, Lin Xiangyu was reluctant to play so ruthlessly. However, against those who bullied her, he would show no mercy. After the first round concluded, Li Yijin collapsed in exhaustion. At this moment, Lin Xiangyu could have chosen to leave, yet he opted to remain. The following morning, Lin Xiangyu dressed and exited the room, dragging his weary body behind him. Inside, Li Yijin lay sprawled on the bed as if her limbs were disjointed, her bangs matted to her forehead. Summoning her strength, she grasped her phone and called her teacher to request her first ever day off. September 29th, Monday, 6:02 a.m. After concluding the call, Li Yijin succumbed to a deep slumber. Upon leaving the motel, Lin Xiangyu settled into a taxi and received a message from Pei Yilin. "Xiangyu, did you find anything unusual in the room?" Perplexed by her inquiry, Lin Xiangyu typed a response. What did you see? Did you lose something? His message was met with an almost instantaneous reply from Pei Yilin. No, I didn't lose anything, just asking casually, he accompanied by a playful emoji. As Lin Xiangyu pondered Pei Yilin's message, bemusement washed over him. Just as he prepared to lock his phone, another message from her arrived. This time, it contained a photograph, one of Pei Yilin in a swimsuit. In the image, she stood before a mirror, her figure graceful, a blush adorning her cheeks, and her eyes shimmering with anticipation. The swimsuit accentuated her alluring curves perfectly. Unlike her previous bashfulness in Lin Xiangyu's room, she now exuded confidence and sensuality. Lin Xiangyu's gaze fixated on the photograph, his eyes widening, and his heartbeat quickening involuntarily as his fingers grazed the screen. Just then, Pei Yilin's message pinged. Xiangyu, which swimsuit do you think looks better? After a moment's reflection, he replied, you look good in whichever you wear. While he may not have been adept at flirting, he understood a fundamental truth. Both men and women relish compliments, especially those from the opposite sex. Upon reading Lin Xiangyu's message, Pei Yilin did not respond. Yet the happiness radiating from her was unmistakable, even to Minjing. However, Minjing refrained from inquiring further, recognizing Pei Yilin's maturity and choosing not to interfere with matters of the heart. After Pei Yilin departed, Minjing retreated alone to the restroom on the second floor. As the taxi approached the school, Lin Xiangyu felt a surge of excitement. It was Monday, and he wondered if he would encounter Zheng Xiaoying in the classroom. He refrained from calling to inquire. The true thrill lay in the unexpected, akin to the joy of unboxing a surprise. Before long, the taxi halted at the school entrance. The campus was still quiet, and Lin Xiangyu hurried to the classroom, filled with anticipation for what awaited him inside. Chapter 86. The transformation of Zheng Xiaoying upon entering the teaching building. Lin Xiangyu hastened towards the classroom. As he approached, he suddenly slowed his pace, striving to minimize the sound of his footsteps. Upon reaching the classroom, Lin did not rush to open the door. Instead, he pressed his ear against it to eavesdrop on the sounds within. Hearing a woman's soft sobs, a surge of joy filled his heart, and he gently opened the door, intending to secretly witness Zheng Xiaoying's captivating performance. However, upon opening the door, he was met with a scene entirely contrary to his expectations. The classroom was not the exhilarating spectacle he had imagined, but rather Zheng Xiaoying weeping quietly over her desk. Seeing her in such distress, Lin Xiangyu chose not to conceal himself any longer and, with a tone full of concern, asked Xiaoying, "What is wrong?" Startled by the sudden voice, Zheng Xiaoying, still absorbed in her tears, did not immediately lift her head. After wiping her eyes, she finally looked up, forcing a smile as she replied, I'm Fina." Her voice was strained, a result of her earlier sobbing. Observing the forced smile on Zheng Xiaoying's face, which was even more sorrowful than her tears, Lin Xiangyu opted not to confront her deception. Instead, he moved closer and enveloped her in his embrace. The moment he held her, Zheng Xiaoying lost control once more, breaking into tears. As he tenderly stroked her hair, Lin whispered soothingly, "It's okay now, don't cry, don't cry." Zheng Xiaoying remained silent, clinging tightly to him, her hands grasping his shirt. Lin's warm embrace and comforting words soon eased her distress. Once Zheng Xiaoying's tears subsided, Lin Xiangyu managed a wry smile and remarked, "I can't take it any longer. I need to rest my head on the desk for a bit. Call me if you need anything." Having scarcely slept in the past few days and exerting himself greatly, he genuinely feared that he might suddenly collapse from exhaustion. Zheng Xiaoying responded with a firm nod. Witnessing Lin Xiangyu's weariness, she realized he must have had a particularly tough night, and a wave of guilt washed over her. In her heart, she silently vowed to repay Lin Xiangyu for his kindness from that day forth. Lin Xiangyu soon fell asleep at his desk, utterly worn out from the preceding days. Zheng Xiaoying rose from her seat and moved to the desk in front of Lin, gazing at him intently. After a while, she took out her phone and became absorbed in the screen. As classmates trickled into the room, a boy who had initially occupied the seat in front of Lin Xiangyu noticed Zheng Xiaoying sitting there and, understanding the situation, chose to sit elsewhere. With only a minute remaining until class began, Zhang Xiaoying tucked her phone away and covered Lin Xiangyu's ears with her hands to shield him from the ringing bell. As the bell rang, Xin'ai entered the classroom, dressed in a professional ensemble, her legs adorned with sheer black stockings and her feet in striking red high heels. Upon seeing Xin'ai, several male students whispered among themselves, "Don't you think Teacher Shin looks even more stunning lately?" "I agree, and I feel like Zhang Xiaoying has become more beautiful as well," another boy chimed in. Hearing this, a girl seated in front turned to them, reproaching softly, "Are you infatuated? You think everyone looks better." The boy retorted, "It has nothing to do with infatuation. You, however, haven't changed at all." The girl began to respond, but the class bell rang, silencing her as she straightened her posture and faced the front. Upon entering, Xin'ai immediately glanced towards Lin Xiangyu's seat. A surge of jealousy coursed through her when she saw Zhang Xiaoying sitting in front of him, covering his ears. Yet, she refrained from scolding Zhang Xiaoying or instructing her to return to her own seat. Since the incident involving Han Yanhui, she had come to terms with her feelings, understanding that a man as exceptional as Lin Xiangyu could not be entirely devoted to her. For her, it sufficed that as long as Lin was near, there remained a place for her in his heart. In contrast, Zhang Xiaoying was oblivious to the relationship between Lin Xiangyu and Xin'ai, which allowed her to act freely in front of Shun. In her mind, she believed herself to be Lin Xiangyu's true girlfriend, not Han Yanhui. Though Zhang Xiaoying held this conviction, her classmates viewed the situation differently. They observed her openly displaying affection for Lin in the classroom and began to speculate about her being a third party, even capturing photos to share with students from other classes. It was only a matter of time before this matter would spread wildly throughout the school, ultimately reaching Han Yanhui's ears. Chapter 87. An unexpected turn of events. Until the first class concluded, Lin Xiangyu remained oblivious to his surroundings. As the bell rang, Xin'ai cast a fleeting glance at him before departing the classroom, her high heels clicking rhythmically against the floor. A few male classmates, captivated by the sound, could not resist licking their lips in anticipation. Throughout the morning, Zhang Xiaoying stayed seated beside Lin Xiangyu, keeping him company as he slumbered. When the lunch bell rang, Zhang Xiaoying prepared to rouse Lin Xiangyu. "Xiangyu, wake up. School is over. Let us go have lunch together." Feeling a gentle push on his arm, Lin Xiangyu slowly opened his eyes. After awakening, he yawned, feeling surprisingly fatigued despite having slept the entire morning. After stretching for a moment, he decided to join Zhang Xiaoying for lunch. Although Lin Xiangyu had only delayed briefly, the classroom was now devoid of other students, a testament to their eagerness to dine. Pondering for a moment, Lin Xiangyu said to Zhang Xiaoying, "Xiaoying, let us eat out today." His desire to dine outside stemmed from two motivations. First, he wished to treat Zhang Xiaoying well now that he had some financial means, as their relationship had evolved into something rather intimate. Second, the bustling school cafeteria was overwhelming, and he wanted to avoid any chance encounter with Han Yanxi. Lin Xiangyu found it perplexing that someone as affluent as Han Yanxi would choose to live a life akin to that of ordinary individuals. Upon hearing Lin Xiangyu's invitation to dine out, Zhang Xiaoying beamed with joy, her face radiating happiness. "Sure, what do you want to eat? It's on me. No need for you to pay. I'll treat you," Lin Xiangyu replied with a smile. At that moment, Han Yanxi had quietly approached the doorway of Lin Xiangyu's classroom. Overhearing his last remark, with a hint of resentment in her eyes, she clapped her hands and remarked, "Am I interrupting something?" Outside the classroom, the corridor was filled with onlookers, all eagerly awaiting the unfolding drama. Zhang Xiaoying, upon spotting Han Yanxi, did not flinch, but instead took Lin Xiangyu's hand and walked toward her. The scene rendered Lin Xiangyu somewhat awkward, and just as they reached Han Yanxi, she suddenly declared, "Come have lunch with me." The crowd held its breath, anticipating what would transpire next. Lin Xiangyu recognized that Han Yanxi was exercising her right to compel him for lunch, a privilege she could invoke 3 times a week. Not wishing to feign ignorance, and aware that Zhang Xiaoying was already privy to the situation, he turned to her and said, "I'm sorry, it seems I cannot have lunch with you today." This declaration sent shockwaves through the onlookers, sparking murmurs that Zhang Xiaoying was merely a third party. However, this time, Zhang Xiaoying was far from passive. Understanding the general context, she released Lin Xiangyu's hand, smiled, and replied, "All right, I understand. I'll go alone for lunch today, and we can dine together tonight." Her response ignited further speculation among the crowd. What is happening? Are these two school beauties actually competing fairly? Why couldn't such a fortunate occurrence happen to me? But that was a thought for later. For now, I must find a mirror to check my reflection. Amidst the chatter, Han Yinshi was taken aback by Zhang Xiaoying's composure. She had intended to crush Zhang Xiaoying's dignity beneath her feet, yet she was astonished to find the situation unfolding in an entirely unexpected manner. Chapter 88. The third, well, let's talk about it tonight, Lin Xiangyu remarked, turning to Zhang Xiaoying. Han Yinshi, feeling somewhat embarrassed due to the prying eyes of onlookers, took the initiative to grasp Lin Xiangyu's hand and led him out of the classroom. The crowd blocking the doorway parted to let them pass. After taking a few steps, Han Yinshi, still agitated, wrapped her arms around Lin Xiangyu's and playfully said, "Xiangyu, we must have dinner together tonight." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiangyu glanced back and noticed a smile adorning Zhang Xiaoying's face. Zhang Xiaoying recognized that Han Yinshi was deliberately trying to provoke her. She was aware that Han Yangzi had a weekly quota of 3 mandatory dates with Lin Xiangyu. Therefore, rather than feeling irked by Han Yangzi's antics, she found herself rather pleased. "It matters not. You have only 3 chances each week. I would prefer you to use them up quickly so that in the end, Xiangyu will belong solely to me," Zhang Xiaoying mused inwardly. As they exited the school gates, the tears that Han Yinshi had been suppressing finally betrayed her, cascading down her cheeks. Stopping in her tracks, she confronted Lin Xiangyu, saying, "Why? I have given myself to you, and yet you still flirt with that girl from your class?" Lin Xiangyu replied earnestly, "Zhang Xiaoying and I were acquainted before you, and I made our agreement. I had already been involved with her prior to you." Han Yinshi was momentarily taken aback. She had thought Lin Xiangyu's relationship with Zhang Xiaoying was merely a light flirtation, never suspecting they had crossed a more intimate threshold. It dawned on her that she was, in fact, the newcomer. Taking a deep breath, her voice trembled as she asked, "So, I am the third party?" "Not quite." Lin Xiangyu shook his head, sighing. He intended to clarify matters with Han Yinshi completely and continued, "To be precise, you are not the third party. You may consider yourself the 4th or even the 5th, as there was another before you." "The 4th? The 5th? Han Yinshi was utterly bewildered by Lin Xiangyu's words, unable to fathom that she did not even qualify as the third party in his eyes. Her mouth agape. She found herself at a loss for words, even forgetting her tears for a moment. After contemplating for a while, she finally asked, "So, which one do you truly like?" "I like them all," Lin Xiangyu responded sincerely. Han Yinshi frowned slightly and pressed on, "What about the future? Have you thought about who you want to be with? You cannot possibly want all 3, can you?" Unbeknownst to her, Lin Xiangyu had not considered this dilemma at all. His inquiry was not aimed at eliciting an immediate response, but rather to provoke Lin Xiangyu into contemplating the issue. In her mind, she, as the campus belle, possessed wealth and beauty, with suitors queuing up to win her favor. Surely, she could easily triumph over the other 2 women. Lin Xiangyu, however, did not ponder her question and directly answered, "Why not have all 3? In his heart, he mused that it was not merely 3, but 4, 5, 6. The more, the merrier. With certain nations now recognizing the inheritance rights of illegitimate children, the question of whom to marry became irrelevant. He could choose not to marry at all and provide everyone with a shared home. This, he believed, will be fair to all. He envisioned returning to his homeland with a bevy of partners, exclaiming, "After wandering for half a lifetime, I returned still as a young dragon." The more he contemplated this idea, the more plausible it seemed, bringing a smile to his face. Han Yinshi, upon hearing his response, was rendered speechless and, seeing him smile, felt a surge of frustration. Yet, she ultimately came to a realization. For her, being one among the chosen few was sufficient. After all, one must eventually marry, and from any perspective, she had no glaring shortcomings. If she treated Lin Xiangyu a little better, she was confident she could emerge victorious. Resolved, Han Yinshi decided not to invite Lin Xiangyu to dinner that evening. She would reserve those 2 opportunities for more meaningful moments, cherishing memories with him in different settings. Tonight, she would allow Lin Xiangyu to dine with Zhang Xiuying. Having come to terms with her decision, Han Yinxi's anger dissipated, replaced by a cheerful demeanor. She aimed to ensure that every moment spent with Lin Xiangyu was filled with joy, thereby significantly enhancing her standing in his heart. Noticing Han Yinxi's transformación, Lin Xiangyu felt elated. They finished their lunch pleasantly, and after taking a sip from her drink, Han Yinxi placed the cup on the table and said, "Please take me back to the classroom." Lin Xiangyu was taken aback by her request and inquired, "Isn't it too early? Don't you want to go anywhere else?" With a sweet smile, Han Yinxi replied, "The remaining time is yours. We could do anything you desire." Leaning closer to her ear, Lin Xiangyu whispered at this moment, "I only want you. Nothing else matters." As they had yet to leave the restaurant, Han Yinxi's face flushed at his words, and she instinctively glanced around, fearing that others might overhear Lin Xiangyu's bold declaration. Chapter 89. Regrettably, Lin Xiangyu remained unperturbed as he stood up and approached the table, extending his hand toward Han Yinxi. "Shall we?" he said. Han Yinxi glanced up at Lin Xiangyu, then placed her hand in his and rose from her seat. She transformed once more into the captivating figure she had always been, the high mountain flower that drew everyone's gaze since childhood. With their striking appearances, Lin Xiangyu and Han Yinxi exited the restaurant under the watchful eyes of the patrons. Upon leaving, Lin Xiangyu grasped Han Yinxi's hand and pulled her into his embrace, declaring, "Let's indulge in a sweet treat before our meal." He then cradled her face and kissed her lips. Han Yinxi did not resist this sudden advance. Instead, she reciprocated with enthusiasm. Their tongues entwined like delicate threads, as Lin Xiangyu savored the moment. Once satisfied, Lin Xiangyu led Han Yinxi to the street and hailed a taxi. Upon entering, the driver, noticing their silence, inquired, "Where to?" Initially, Lin Xiangyu intended to request the driver to recommend a fine establishment, considering Han Yinxi's status as a young lady of privilege. However, a playful notion struck him just as he was about to speak, and he instead said, "Driver, please take us to the Joyful Motel." Lin Xiangyu resolved to take every potential long-term partner to the Joyful Motel at least once, viewing it as a rite of passage. As for individuals like Li Yijin, a few encounters would suffice. Meanwhile, Li Yijin, who had spent the previous night immersed in virtual reality games with Lin Xiangyu, had just awakened. She lay in bed, feeling utterly devoid of energy, her muscles aching as if they were disassembled. Yet, her throat felt parched and her lips were chapped, with no one nearby to tend to her. Reluctantly, she mustered the strength to rise from the bed. Stumbling, she made her way to the small refrigerator, preparing to bend down to open the door. However, just as she slightly curved her back, her legs weakened, nearly causing her to fall. Had she not caught herself on the refrigerator, she would have made an intimate acquaintance with the floor. With one hand steadying herself against the refrigerator, she opened the door and retrieved a bottle of mineral water. Overcome by thirst, Li Yijin immediately attempted to twist off the cap, but her hands lacked the strength to do so. This was not an act. She was utterly alone in the room. The stubborn bottle cap felt like the final straw, and tears welled in Li Yijin's eyes. She had planned to record a video of her and Lin Xiangyu to retaliate against Han Yinxi, yet the video had not materialized, and she had instead been treated like an object by Lin Xiangyu throughout the night, leaving her feeling utterly intact, yet emotionally shattered. Sitting on the floor, she buried her face in her hands and wept. In that moment, she regretted her choices, lamenting the loss of her most cherished possession in her quest for revenge against Han Yinxi. However, she soon found solace in the realization that in today's society, how many could truly preserve their most treasured possession until they don a wedding gown? Most lost it before shedding their school uniforms. She was merely one among many. Furthermore, giving herself to a man like Lin Xiangyu was not entirely a loss. Her only regret was not being treated with genuine affection. Coming to terms with her grave misjudgment, Li Yijin wiped her tears, wrapped the bottle cap in a bedsheet, and mustered all her strength to twist it open. After gulping down half the bottle, she donned the clothes Lin Xiangyu had carelessly discarded the night before and picked up her phone to message Zhang Xiaoying and Han Yanxi. P.S. The previous chapter was sent in error. It has been corrected. Chapter 90, Room 306, while attending a class. Zhang Xiaoying felt her phone vibrate and discreetly glanced at it beneath her desk. Initially, she assumed it was a message from Lin Xiangyu, but upon seeing that it was from Lin Xiangyu, an unsettling feeling washed over her. Nevertheless, she promptly opened the message to read its contents. Xiaoying, I apologize for all the things I've done to you during this time. I do not dare to hope for your forgiveness. I merely wish to express my remorse. After reading Li Yizhen's message, Zhang Xiaoying inhaled deeply, her expression shifting from worry to relief. With a single-handed reply, she wrote, I no longer hold any grudges against you. It is thanks to you that I have come to realize what I truly desire. Thank you. A smile graced Zhang Xiaoying's face as she sent the message. Simultaneously, Han Yanxi, who had just arrived at the joyful motel, received a message as well. Lin Xiangyu was checking in when she decided to read her notifications. Yanxi, over the years, I have made many mistakes, and I am truly sorry. I do not expect your forgiveness. I merely hope you understand that I have recognized my errors. Upon reading Li Yizhen's message, Han Yanxi felt no emotional upheaval. Instead, she calmly replied, Yizhen, please do not say that. Have we not been friends since elementary school? Attending the same school together? You can share anything with me, and I will assist you. The messages from Han Yanxi and Zhang Xiaoying reached Li Yizhen's phone almost simultaneously. After reading their responses, an indescribable smile emerged on her face. At that moment, she felt like a clown, one whom even Batman would not deign to confront. Inside the joyful motel, after completing the check-in process, Lin Xiangyu turned and handed Han Yanxi her ID. Noticing her engaged in messaging, he curiously inquired, What is up? Is everything all right? Nothing, Han Yanxi replied, put her phone away. Lin Xiangyu smiled and wrapped his arm around her waist, saying, If all is well, then let us proceed upstairs. Yes, all right, Han Yanxi responded, smiling and nodding at the female receptionist who had been watching them. The girl at the front desk was not Wen Yuqiong, but a new hire, unaware of Lin Xiangyu's history at the motel. Her gaze lingered on the attractive couple simply because of their good looks. When Han Yanxi acknowledged her, she politely returned the gesture and shifted her attention elsewhere. As Lin Xiangyu led Han Yanxi into the elevator, he pressed the button for the third floor. Given that it was midday on a Monday, many rooms were unoccupied. He specifically chose room 306, which had been occupied by Han Yozhen during her previous stay. The thought of sharing the same room, where he and Han Yozhen had once spent the night playing virtual reality games with Han Yanxi, who bore a resemblance to her sister, filled him with exhilaration. Oblivious to his anticipation, Han Yanxi, noticing Lin Xiangyu's eagerness, wore a radiant smile. Upon exiting the elevator, she took the initiative to grasp Lin Xiangyu's hand as they headed toward room 306. Having diligently studied the night before, she was eager to put her newfound knowledge into practice. Lin Xiangyu was slightly taken aback by Han Yanxi's assertiveness. They had only recently crossed a threshold, and yet here she was, brimming with enthusiasm. Nevertheless, this was precisely what he had hoped for. As the enjoyment of the virtual reality game heightened when both participants were fully engaged. If one were to be unenthusiastic, the experience would lose its charm. Arriving at the door of room 306, Lin Xiangyu expertly swiped his card to unlock it, flipping the switch to illuminate the space. As soon as they entered, Han Yanxi eagerly initiated her advance toward Lin Xiangyu, intent on swiftly applying what she had learned the previous night. Chapter 91. Zhang Xiaoying, what are you planning to do? As Lin Xiangyu observed Han Yanhui preparing to engage in the bread-eating game, he interjected, I haven't showered yet. It doesn't matter. I adore your scent, Han Yanhui replied, tossing her head. Virtual reality game. Initiating. Han Yanhui trembled uncontrollably, although they had merely played a single round. The contrasting experiences of the two different virtual reality games left Lin Xiangyu immensely exhilarated. He embraced Han Yanhui, relishing the warmth that followed the gaming session. Han Yanhui, utterly exhausted, found her legs still quivering. Of course, it was also possible that her state was not solely due to fatigue. The two held each other tightly, both gasping for breath. After a brief respite, they proceeded to the front desk to check out. The female receptionist, witnessing Han Yinhui's visibly trembling long legs, added another wave of astonishment for Lin Xiangyu. Following the earlier commotion at school, Lin Xiangyu had accrued over 5,000 points of astonishment. However, he was not inclined to spend them just yet. He intended to amass up to 10,000 to see if he could upgrade the lottery will once more. Having experienced the power of the king cards, his curiosity regarding the mysterious cards intensified, while the allure of the diamond cards had completely waned. He also wondered if upgrading the lottery wheel again would yield a guaranteed mysterious card. Lin Xiangyu and Han Yinhui took a taxi back to school, arriving as the second class was in session. Rather than heading directly to his classroom, Lin Xiangyu first escorted Han Yinhui to the entrance of her classroom, standing there to watch her enter. This gesture garnered him yet another substantial amount of astonishment points. Since noon, their classmates had been fervently discussing the gossip surrounding Han Yinhui, Lin Xiangyu, and Zheng Xiaoying. Particularly noticeable was the stir caused by Han Yinhui's absence from school that afternoon. Some even ventured to Lin Xiangyu's class to ascertain his presence and gauge Zheng Xiaoying's reaction. Indeed, since noon, there had been a steady stream of contributions to Lin Xiangyu's astonishment points. Gossip related to the school beauty spread rapidly throughout the institution, with some embellishing the tales as they circulated, leading to increasingly outrageous narratives. Whispers circulated that Lin Xiangyu, Han Yinhui, and Zheng Xiaoying had shared a bed the previous night. Others claimed that Zheng Xiaoying had secretly borne Lin Xiangyu a child, using the infant to bind him, thus explaining why he maintained contact with her even after gaining the affections of the school beauty. Some even suggested that Lin Xiangyu was the interloper, disrupting the fabled partnership between Han Yinhui and Zheng Xiaoying. In summary, the fabrications ranged widely in absurdity, and even the teachers discreetly indulged in these tales, which was a significant reason for Lin Xiangyu's impressive accumulation of astonishment points. After escorting Han Yinhui back to her classroom, Lin Xiangyu made his way to his own. Upon knocking on the door and receiving permission from the teacher, he opened it. Yet, before he could reach his seat, he saw Zheng Xiaoying stand up from her own and approach him directly. Not only Lin Xiangyu, but also the classmates and teachers were left bewildered by Zheng Xiaoying's actions, contributing to Lin Xiangyu's astonishment points. Observing this, the male teacher inquired, "Zheng Xiaoying, what are you planning to do?" Zheng Xiaoying ignored the question, seizing Lin Xiangyu's hand and leading him out of the classroom. Chapter 92 Brother Xiangyu, you misunderstand. Lin Xiangyu did not refuse. He merely told the male teacher, "I'm sorry, teacher, we have something to attend to, but we'll be back shortly." The male teacher, having heard about Lin Xiangyu's recent altercations and his connections with Zheng Xiaoying and Han Yinshi, chose not to intervene. After all, his monthly salary was fixed, and it was not worth incurring unnecessary trouble. Once the classroom door was closed, Lin Xiangyu turned to Zheng Xiaoying and whispered, "What is the matter?" Instead of answering his question, Zheng Xiaoying rose on her toes and kissed him softly. Although Lin Xiangyu found this sudden gesture somewhat surprising, he reciprocated willingly. After the kiss, Zheng Xiaoying said, "It's nothing, I just missed you." Hearing her words, Lin Xiangyu smiled and asked, "How about now? Do you still miss me?" "Yes." Zheng Xiaoying nodded without hesitation. Lin Xiangyu smirked, a mischievous glint in his eye, and inquired, "What shall we do then?" "We can't hear." Zheng Xiaoying pondered for a moment before continuing, "Let us wait until tonight. I'll tell my mom I'm staying at a classmate's house. Can you come out?" "Of course," Lin Xiangyu replied with a smile. With Zheng Xiaoying's affirmative response, she suggested, "Let us head back to class first." "All right." Lin Xiangyu nodded and knocked on the classroom door once more. The male teacher, who had just resumed his lecture, was interrupted by the knock. He showed no visible reaction. To him, it was merely part of the job, and there was no need to take it too seriously. He gestured for Lin Xiangyu and Zheng Xiaoying to return to their seats and continued his lesson. The afternoon passed in a blend of study and distraction. After school, Zheng Xiaoying approached Lin Xiangyu's desk and smiled. "I'm heading home now. See you tonight." She turned to leave, but before she could take a step with her fair, slender legs, Lin Xiangyu grasped her wrist. Zheng Xiaoying turned back, puzzled, looking at him. Lin Xiangyu smiled and asked, "Aren't we going to eat together?" Zhang Xiaoying paused, then asked, "Don't you need to eat with Han Yanqi?" "Not necessary," Lin Xiangyu replied. Upon hearing his answer, Zhang Xiaoying eagerly took his hand and exclaimed, "Then let us go eat the stir-fried rice cakes near the school. They're delicious." "All right," Lin Xiangyu said, his eyes filled with affection as he looked at her. The classmates witnessing this scene contributed their share of astonishment towards Lin Xiangyu, with some even stealthily following behind to glean first-hand information. After all, the entanglements involving Lin Xiangyu, Han Yanqi, and Zhang Xiaoying had become a popular topic of conversation at school. The more exclusive information one possessed, the better equipped they were to engage in conversations with their crushes. As Lin Xiangyu and Zhang Xiaoying exited the teaching building, a crowd had gathered behind them. Lin Xiangyu paid them no mind. To him, they were mere instruments of his notoriety. Conversely, Zhang Xiaoying was keen for more eyes to witness their connection, hoping it would reach Han Yanqi's ears, letting her know that unlike the contractual constraints she had imposed on Lin Xiangyu, she was cherished by him. Even the students who had exited before them paused to stare when they saw the pair together. Just as they were heading toward the school gate, Zhu Jinshaw suddenly stepped in front of them. Lin Xiangyu was taken aback to see Zhu Jinshaw, who had remained subdued since their last confrontation. It seemed audacious for him to seek trouble again today. Lin Xiangyu was uncertain of what had given him the courage, as he had not heard Liang Jingru's song in a long time. Lin Xiangyu shielded Zhang Xiaoying behind him and addressed Zhu Jinshaw. "Are you looking for another beating? I wasn't inclined to engage with you, yet you dare to stir trouble?" Zhu Jinshaw, seeing Lin Xiangyu's misunderstanding, quickly clarified, "Brother Xiangyu, you're mistaken. After our last encounter, I've completely submitted to you. Then why are you blocking our path?" Lin Xiangyu queried. Zhu Jinshaw dared to approach closer, saying, "Brother Xiangyu, it seems Zhang Taijun has brought a gang to confront you outside." Lin Xiangyu replied, slightly surprised. It had been a while since their last altercation, and he thought Zhang Taijun had given up on troubling him. Zhang Xiaoying's face turned pale with shock and concern as she immediately pulled out her phone to call Zhang Taijun. Zhu Jinshaw continued, "Brother Xiangyu, there are too many of them. A wise man avoids immediate danger. You should report to the authorities." "Report?" Lin Xiangyu retorted. Reporting would be futile as no crime had yet been committed. The police could only mediate. If the issue remained unresolved, they would always find another opportunity to strike. It was better to confront the problem head-on rather than risk an ambush later. Furthermore, with so many students observing, Lin Xiangyu felt compelled to address the situation directly for the sake of his reputation. With this thought, Lin Xiangyu declared, "Thanks, Zhu Jinshaw, but I want to report to the authorities. I will handle this myself." Hearing this, Zhu Jinshaw quickly advised, "Brother Xiangyu, I know you're formidable, but they aren't just students. They're gang members, including a retired professional fighter. If you go out there, you'll surely suffer." Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoying was still trying to reach Zhang Taijun on the phone, but to no avail. "It doesn't matter if he's a retired fighter or not. If I can't handle him, then my years of veterinary training would be for naught. Just watch," Lin Xiangyu asserted, continuing toward the school gate. Zhang Xiaoying, desperate, seized Lin Xiangyu's arm. He turned to her, and she insisted, "Xiangyu, don't go out there. Let me make a call first. Allow me to resolve this." "It's fine, Xiaoying. Trust that your man can handle this," Lin Xiangyu replied, pressing on toward the exit. Zhang Xiaoying felt small in his presence. She couldn't persuade him otherwise and could only follow behind, scrolling through her contact for the number she needed. As Lin Xiangyu stepped outside the school gates, he felt a twinge of regret. What exactly was this retired fighter Zhu Jinshaw mentioned? He seemed to be built like a bull, towering over him at nearly 6.5 feet and weighing around 250 to 260 pounds. If he landed a punch, Lin Xiangyu feared he might be knocked out cold. Upon spotting Lin Xiangyu, the group immediately surrounded him. Chapter 93. The standoff. Zhang Taijun stood at the forefront of the group, addressing Lin Xiangyu with a menacing tone. "You dare deceive my sister? Today, I shall render you incapacitated." Zhang Xiaoying, who had not yet connected her call, witnessed Zhang Taijun encircling Lin Xiangyu and promptly positioned herself protectively in front of him. "Zhang Taijun, instruct your companions to step aside," she insisted. "Xiaoying, How can you be so foolish? This scoundrel is clearly two-timing. He publicly humiliated you last time, and yet you still defend him? Zhang Taijun retorted, momentarily speechless from her words. My affairs are none of your concern, Zheng Xiaoying replied resolutely. Frustrated, Zhang Taijun chose not to continue the debate with her, instead turning to Lin Xiangyu with disdain. Lin Xiangyu, if you possess any manhood, do not cower behind a woman. Lin Xiangyu had no intention of hiding. He was merely contemplating the tactical approach he should adopt once the confrontation ensued. Just as he prepared to step in front of Zheng Xiaoying, her call was finally answered. A middle-aged man's voice resonated through the phone. Xiaoying, what is the matter? Upon hearing the voice, Zheng Xiaoying's previously tense expression softened slightly as she quickly responded, Uncle Quan, I've encountered some trouble at school. Can you come to assist me? Zhang Taijun's demeanor shifted palpably upon hearing Zheng Xiaoying refer to the man as Uncle Quan, and a visible panic washed over his face. Fearing that Zheng Xiaoying might divulge his identity, he impulsively lunged to snatch her phone away. In an instant, Lin Xiangyu pulled Zheng Xiaoying behind him and delivered a swift kick to Zhang Taijun's abdomen, sending him staggering back, nearly collapsing to the ground. Zhang Taijun understood that once Zheng Xiaoying's reinforcements arrived, he would be unable to touch Lin Xiangyu. His motivation for confronting Lin Xiangyu was not solely to avenge Zheng Xiaoying, but primarily to reclaim his lost dignity. Since the last public humiliation at the hands of Lin Xiangyu, he had lost all semblance of authority at school. While others feigned respect, he knew they no longer regarded him with any seriousness. The sheer number of onlookers today was a direct result of his earlier announcements about confronting Lin Xiangyu after school, attracting a crowd eager to witness the spectacle. Unable to tolerate the slap to his pride, Zhang Taijun resolved to act recklessly. Shiba, if you dare to strike, make sure you beat this kid to a pulp, he shouted. As soon as his command left his lips, the group surged forward without any regard for decorum. Fearing that a brawl would endanger Zheng Xiaoying, Lin Xiangyu urgently called out to Gu Jianxua, take Zheng Xiaoying into the school. With that, he charged towards the approaching foes. Lin Xiangyu was acutely aware that once surrounded, his chances of victory would diminish significantly, and thus he needed to create an opening to disperse his opponents and defeat them one by one. However, fortuitously, standing in his path was none other than the burly black man, larger than any ox. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Xiangyu activated a disposable golden skill card, Master of Jeet Kien Do. He understood that even with the skill, take a nap, his own strength alone would not suffice to strike the black man effectively. Upon using the Master of Jeet Kien Do card, Lin Xiangyu felt an exhilarating lightness envelop his body. Though merely a golden card, such single-use cards often possessed extraordinary effects. The imposing black man, underestimating Lin Xiangyu's capabilities, stood his ground without adopting a combat stance, waiting for him to approach. As Lin Xiangyu closed the distance, he accelerated towards the man. The black man, seeing Lin Xiangyu's sudden burst of speed, did not evade but instead raised his enormous fist, reminiscent of a bowling ball, to strike. He believed Lin Xiangyu's punch lacked power, intending to absorb the blow while delivering a decisive counterattack to demonstrate his prowess before his employer. However, Lin Xiangyu's approach was similar. He prioritized speed over force. As the black man's fist advanced, Lin Xiangyu retracted his own punch, sidestepping the incoming attack while landing a strike squarely on the man's face. Ktikonop. You. Activated. The black man, struck by Lin Xiangyu, collapsed backward as if forcibly powered down, crashing heavily to the ground, his robust frame stirring up a cloud of dust. Zheng Taijun contributed 100 shock points. Thug A contributed 100 shock points. Student B contributed 100 shock points. Passerby C contributed 100 shock points. Zhao Konghao contributed 100 shock points. Gu Jinshua contributed 100 shock points. Zheng Xiaoying contributed 100 shock points. Lin Xiangyu's punch felled the burly retired fighter, astonishing everyone present. The shock points surged past 60,000. Such an exaggerated figure indicated that over 600 spectators had witnessed the spectacle. The shock value continued to escalate as discussions among the astonished crowd persisted. Many were recording the event on their phones, and the potential shock points from their videos once shared online were unfathomable. The duration of Master of Jeet Kune Do was limited to 10 minutes, while the black man's incapacitation would last only 3, compelling Lin Xiangyu to act swiftly to neutralize the remaining assailants. Before engaging, Lin Xiangyu had already resolved that under the enhancement of Master of Jeet Kune Do, dealing with this gang of thugs would be a trivial matter. He believed that as long as he could strike the black man's head, victory would be assured. Having dispatched the black man, Lin Xiangyu plunged into the fray, delivering a flurry of strikes to the remaining thugs, reminiscent of a fierce tiger among sheep. In no time, he had incapacitated a significant portion of them. The onlookers, witnessing Lin Xiangyu's prowess, were left in utter shock, fervently contributing to his shock points. Even the adversaries themselves could not help but add to the tally. In this moment, the remaining thugs exchanged glances, none daring to advance further. Lin Xiangyu, sensing the shift, ceased his assault momentarily, striding decisively to the fallen black man. Clenched fist poised, he began to count. 5, 4, 3, 2. Chapter 94. Zheng Xiaoying's uncle. As Lin Xiangyu counted to 1, the burly man opened his eyes. The onlookers were astonished that Lin Xiangyu could predict the moment the man regained consciousness, contributing to his growing astonishment value. At this point, Lin Xiangyu's astonishment value had exceeded 100,000, and the system indicated that he could upgrade again. However, he hesitated to upgrade immediately, fearing that he might need his astonishment value for a lottery draw in the impending fight. Upon awakening, the burly man shook his head, feeling relatively unscathed and preparing to rise. Yet, Lin Xiangyu, who had positioned himself behind him, delivered a powerful punch to the man's head. With a dull thud, the newly awakened man collapsed once more, his vision darkening. The shock this caused among the spectators was no less than the initial punch. When Gu Gunshua witnessed this scene, he was utterly bewildered, internally questioning why Lin Xiangyu, so formidable, had allowed himself to be bullied for so long. He struggled to comprehend why such a skilled fighter had not resisted earlier. At that moment, Zheng Taijun began to feel fear, and the gang of little brothers was even more terrified, especially since their leader had been taken down twice in quick succession, the second time precisely timed. The precision required to control such power was astounding. They had witnessed the burly man's ferocity in fights before, single-handedly overpowering groups of adversaries, far more fearsome than any cinematic portrayal. Thus, their trepidation towards Lin Xiangyu grew, with some trembling and fear. Lin Xiangyu understood that while the group had yet to confront him, they would surely attack once the burly man regained consciousness. Therefore, he knew he must strike first. As Lin Xiangyu relentlessly targeted the hesitant little brothers, a few spectators began to criticize his actions, their voices echoing in indignation. To his annoyance, some who had initially been indifferent joined in the condemnation after hearing others speak against him. Hearing their remarks, Lin Xiangyu lamented the loss of independent thought in society, which he found utterly tragic. He chose not to respond to the critics, but instead intensified Chapter 95, the background of Zheng Xiaoying. Uncle Quan, I'm here. Zheng Xiaoying emerged from the school gate, a smile gracing her face as she held her phone. Gu Gunshua, initially tasked by Lin Xiangyu to watch over her, found himself unable to impede her upon encountering the commanding presence of the middle-aged man. Xiaoying, are you all right? The man inquired, still feeling the need to confirm her well-being despite her apparent safety. I'm fine, Uncle Quan, Zheng Xiaoying replied sweetly. That's good, that's good. The middle-aged man repeated with a smile before his gaze shifted to the nearby scene. As a high-ranking member of a gang, he could immediately discern the recent turmoil. Upon locking eyes with the burly man, the latter instinctively bowed his head in respect, acknowledging the middle-aged man's authority. Uncle Quan, they were bullying my... Zheng Xiaoying hesitated, my friend. It's all right, Xiaoying. Leave it to Uncle to handle, the middle-aged man said as he approached the burly figure. You know who I am, don't you? Yes, no. I have seen you before, the burly man stammered, his demeanor akin to that of a submissive dog. From the 9-Star Gang? The middle-aged man inquired, a slight furrow forming on his brow. Yes, Lord Quan, the burly man replied, keeping his gaze lowered. Lift your head, the middle-aged man commanded sharply. The atmosphere turned icy at his words. The burly man, feeling a tightening in his chest, gulped audibly and raised his head. Slap! The middle-aged man's resounding slap struck the burly man's face, leaving him momentarily stunned. Slap! 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 The sound of multiple slaps echoed as the middle-aged man continued to strike the burly man, leaving his face swollen and blood trickling from his mouth. Yet, the burly man did not attempt to block or evade the blows, fully aware that any resistance would lead to a far worse fate. The middle-aged man seemed satisfied with the burly man's submission. After a few more strikes, he turned to Zhang Xiaoying. Xiaoying, are you ready now? Yes, Uncle Quan. Zhang Xiaoying nodded, moving closer to the middle-aged man. Uncle Quan, there is someone else I wish to deal with personally. Who is it? The middle-aged man asked, casting a glance toward Lin Xiangyu. That glance sent a chill down Lin Xiangyu's spine, for it was a gaze that spoke of a man who had taken lives. It's not him, Uncle Quan, Zhang Xiaoying said, pointing to Zhang Taijun, who had just stood up. It's this guy. Upon being singled out, Zhang Taijun trembled under the middle-aged man's scrutiny. The latter did not strike him, but stood firm, addressing Zhang Xiaoying. Xiaoying, go ahead and do what you wish. Okay, Uncle Quan, Zhang Xiaoying replied, striding towards Zhang Taijun. Under the watchful gaze of the middle-aged man, Zhang Taijun dared not move, his eyes pleading as he stammered, Xiaoying, I know I was wrong, you. Slap. The response was a forceful slap that echoed through the air. I'll warn you one last time. My affairs are none of your concern. If you meddle again, I shall have Uncle Quan deal with you, Zhang Xiaoying said coldly. Zhang Taijun, relieved, nodded fervently. All right, Xiaoying, I promise I won't interfere with your matters again. Leave. I don't want to see you, Zhang Xiaoying declared, turning her face away, dismissing him entirely. I'm going, Zhang Taijun babbled, though he did not immediately depart, instead glancing at the middle-aged man. Only when he noticed the man's subtle shift of gaze did he hurry away, fear evident in his retreat. After Zhang Taijun's departure, the middle-aged man approached Zhang Xiaoying. Xiaoying, how do you wish to handle the remaining group of individuals? I just want them to refrain from troubling the students at our school in the future. Zhang Xiaoying replied, wishing to keep her connection to Lin Xiangyu under wraps, not wanting her father to learn of it just yet. Upon hearing her response, the middle-aged man stepped in front of the burly man. Did you hear that? Since the series of slaps, the burly man had not moved an inch, as if his feet were glued to the ground. Upon hearing the question, he nodded vigorously. I heard clearly. Then take your men and get lost. The middle-aged man commanded with a frosty demeanor. The burly man felt a surge of relief at the command and quickly replied, Yes, Lord Quan, I'll leave at once. His expression conveyed the joy of someone receiving a great favor. With a wave to his subordinates, the burly man led them away from the school, understanding the gravity of the situation. After resolving the matter, the middle-aged man turned to Zhang Xiaoying, a smile on his face. Xiaoying, would you like Uncle to drive you home? No, thank you. Zhang Xiaoying shook her head, casting a glance at Lin Xiangyu. I have plans to dine with my classmates. Oh. The middle-aged man's tone conveyed curiosity as he instinctively glanced at Lin Xiangyu when she mentioned her dining plans. Then I shall take my leave. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to call me, he stated. All right, Uncle Quan, goodbye. Zhang Xiaoying waved as the middle-aged man departed. Once he was gone, the surrounding students began to discuss Zhang Xiaoying's background. The commanding presence of the middle-aged man had rendered them speechless during his presence. Even Lin Xiangyu felt a sliver of fear towards the man, sensing that his aura was far from ordinary brawling. The astonishment Zhang Xiaoying instilled in the onlooker surpassed even that felt by Lin Xiangyu. As the saying goes, are you strong? What use is strength if you lack influence? It was clear that from the following day forth, no student would dare to speak ill of Zhang Xiaoying in her presence. At that moment, Han Yanqi stood among the crowd, observing without intervening. She had initially been waiting at the bus stop, but had rushed back upon hearing about Lin Xiangyu's involvement in the incident. By the time she arrived, the middle-aged man was already there, and the situation had calmed. Under the weight of his formidable presence, she refrained from stepping out of the crowd to seek Lin Xiangyu. Yet, it was not solely fear that held her back. She also wished to avoid causing any trouble for him. However, at this moment, Upon recognizing the formidable background of Zhang Xiaoying, she was compelled to reassess her ultimate chances of victory. Furthermore, Lin Xiangyu had mentioned another individual, whose identity remained a mystery to her. Unbeknownst to her, the person Lin Xiangyu referred to was also present at the scene. Chapter 96. Scene recreation. Unlike Han Yanhui, who only arrived halfway through, Xin Yongyi was already among the onlookers when the conflict first erupted. However, concerned about the potential discovery of her relationship with Lin Xiangyu, she refrained from intervening directly to mediate the dispute. Of course, she was not oblivious. She understood that, as a teacher, her words would likely fall on deaf ears. Even the principal dared only to observe from the sidelines. Nonetheless, Xin Yongyi did not entirely forsake Lin Xiangyu. She promptly dialed the police as soon as the altercation began. Unfortunately, by the time the conflict subsided, the security personnel had yet to arrive. Just as Xin Yongyi was preparing to leave, believing all was well, her phone rang. It was a call from the security team. Upon answering, she informed them that the situation had resolved, yet instead of inquiring further, the officer brusquely warned her about the limited police resources and advised her not to misuse the emergency line, before hastily ending the call. Xin Yongyi found this somewhat exasperating, though not entirely surprising, given her humble origins in H country. Like Han Yanhui, after the commotion had settled, Xin Yongyi discreetly departed. Meanwhile, Lin Xiangyu and Zhang Xiaoying ventured to a nearby tteokbokki shop to indulge in the spicy rice cakes highly recommended by Zhang Xiaoying. The moment the dish was served, Zhang Xiaoying's eyes sparkled with excitement. Lin Xiangyu, however, was less captivated by the food and more intrigued by the identity of the middle-aged man. Xiaoying, Lin Xiangyu called out casually after taking a bite of the tteokbokki. Zhang Xiaoying, who was poised to take a bite herself, paused and looked up at Lin Xiangyu, a curious smile gracing her face. "Yes?" she inquired, her eyes glimmering with intrigue. After pondering how to phrase his question, Lin Xiangyu asked, "What does Uncle Quan do for a living?" "I'm not sure what Uncle Quan does," Zhang Xiaoying replied honestly, her large eyes blinking innocently. "Is something the matter?" "Not at all. I merely wish to learn more about you," Lin Xiangyu said with a warm smile. Zhang Xiaoying's face brightened at this, and she began to share freely. "Well, I only know that Uncle Quan is a friend of my father's. My father asked him to look after me and told me to contact him if I ever needed help." "Oh." Lin Xiangyu's curiosity about Zhang Xiaoying's father piqued upon hearing her response. "I mean, no offense, but I wonder why your father wouldn't want you to reach out to him directly?" Zhang Xiaoying took a sip of her grapefruit-flavored soda before continuing. "My father is very busy with work, often not even returning home. When we do meet, it's usually with different uncles taking my mother and me to see him in various places." Upon hearing Zhang Xiaoying's explanation, Lin Xiangyu realized that her father's identity was likely quite significant. He speculated on two possible scenarios. One, that Zhang Xiaoying's father was a gang leader with many enemies who sought to protect his family from danger. Or two, that he held a more clandestine role, perhaps as an undercover agent. While the conversation between the middle-aged man and the imposing figure suggested a strong likelihood of the former, Lin Xiangyu refrained from making any hasty assumptions about the specifics of her father's identity. Not wishing to press Zhang Xiaoying further, Lin Xiangyu finished the tteokbokki and then hailed a cab to take her home. Upon their arrival at the entrance of Zhang Xiaoying's apartment complex, they were greeted by a classmate of hers who had been waiting for her. This girl had been summoned by Zhang Xiaoying specifically to help her deceive her mother, as she had only recently used the excuse of staying over at a former classmate's house to avoid suspicion. After making plans to meet later that evening at the Joyful Motel, Zhang Xiaoying led her classmate into the complex while Lin Xiangyu opted to take a taxi directly to the motel, anxious not to miss out on room 306. During the ride, he sent a message to Min Eunjing to request leave. She responded simply, reminding him to stay safe, knowing that as a young man, he was generally less vulnerable when out and about, provided he remained cautious. Before long, the taxi arrived at the entrance of the Joyful Motel. Lin Xiangyu alighted and promptly approached the front desk to confirm the availability of room 306, receiving an affirmative response. Since he had just reserved the room earlier that afternoon with Han Yanhui, the other guests had been allocated to different rooms. After securing the reservation, Lin Xiangyu ascended to the room, eager to await Zhang Xiuying's arrival. Once inside, he sent the motel address and room number to Zhang Xiuying, then took a refreshing shower. After bathing, Lin Xiangyu lay on the bed, a sudden idea sparking a mischievous grin upon his face. He quickly got up, drew the curtains, removed the room card from the power slot, and recreated the same dim atmosphere that had enveloped his previous rendezvous at the motel. Chapter 97. Upgrade complete. Zhang Xiuying returned home with her female classmate, employing the clever tactic of asking for leave. The sweet calls of Annie from her friend led her mother to easily acquiesce. After departing from home, Zhang Xiuying hailed a cab, first delivering her classmate back before heading to the motel location that Lin Xiangyu had sent her. Since Lin Xiangyu had informed Zhang Xiuying to wait for her arrival in the room, she did not contact him upon her arrival, but instead made her way directly past the front desk towards the elevator. Such occurrences were commonplace for the motel staff, and even the newly hired female receptionist did not question Zhang Xiuying as she passed by. The motel's owner had previously instructed her to overlook all matters except for any damage to the room facilities. Zhang Xiuying smoothly ascended to the third floor and followed the directional signs to rooms 301 to 310. Upon reaching room 306, she found the door ajar but hesitated, standing at the threshold to call out, "Xiangyu, are you in there?" "I'm inside. The door is unlocked. You can come in." Xiuying, Lin Xiangyu's voice responded from within. Encouraged by his reply, she stepped inside, though a wave of anxiety washed over her as she was greeted by darkness. As she crossed the threshold, Lin Xiangyu, hidden behind the door, swiftly lifted her onto his shoulder, startling Zhang Xiuying. Instinctively, she asked, "Xiangyu, is that you?" "Indeed, it is," Lin Xiangyu replied, promptly shutting the door behind them with his foot. Following an intense session of virtual reality gaming, Lin Xiangyu lay beside Zhang Xiuying on the bed, both of their breaths uneven. Zhang Xiuying's cheeks flushed, the heat from their earlier activities still lingering. Still catching her breath, she exclaimed, "Wasn't it just finished?" A mischievous smile appeared on Lin Xiangyu's face as he chose not to respond, instead initiating another round of the game. Unlike Li Yizhen, Lin Xiangyu was reluctant to push Zhang Xiuying to her limits. After achieving a few perfect scores, he embraced her and they drifted into slumber. After a night of battling in the virtual realm, Lin Xiangyu awoke to find Zhang Xiuying already dressed and waiting for him. It seemed morning exercises would not take place. Upon seeing him stir, she encouraged, "Get up, breakfast is ready." While Lin Xiangyu slept, Zhang Xiuying had risen from the bed to procure breakfast for him. As he squinted his eyes and sat up, she took the opportunity to draw back the curtains. The sunlight streamed through the window, enveloping Lin Xiangyu in warmth, bringing him a sense of bliss. He stretched and yawned before slipping on his shoes to freshen up. After washing up, Lin Xiangyu approached Zhang Xiuying, cupping her face for a morning kiss. Following their affectionate exchange, they sat together to enjoy breakfast. Once they finished, Lin Xiangyu dressed, and together they proceeded to the front desk to check out. As the shift change approached, both the receptionist from the previous night and the one from the afternoon when Lin Xiangyu had visited with Han Yinqi were present at the front desk. The latter recognized Lin Xiangyu immediately, recalling her admiration for Han Yinqi's handsome companion. Due to system upgrades, Lin Xiangyu did not receive the receptionist's astonished reaction. However, he could tell from her wide-eyed gaze that he had been recognized. Fortunately, the two receptionists had yet to switch shifts, allowing the one from the previous night to assist them, while the other merely observed, leaving Zhang Xiuying oblivious to the situation. After completing their checkout, Lin Xiangyu took Zhang Xiuying's hand and left the motel. Upon their departure, the female receptionist eagerly recounted to her colleague the events of Lin Xiangyu's previous visit with Han Yinqi. As they exchanged stories, they discovered that Lin Xiangyu had booked room 306 on both occasions, leading them to speculate about his peculiar preferences. Ultimately, they reached an astonishing conclusion: to reserve room 306 exclusively for Lin Xiangyu, unless the motel was fully booked, ensuring no one else would be granted access to that room. Having left the Pleasure Motel, Lin Xiangyu and Zhang Xiuying hailed a taxi to school. During the journey, Lin Xiangyu's system finally completed its upgrade. Chapter 98. Lin Xiangyu returns to class. The system upgrade has been completed, consuming 100,000 shock points. Current shock value system version 2.0. Introduction to new features of version 2.0.1. Base card function. Allows storage of up to 10 disposable item or skill cards as base cards. These base cards can be recharged using shock points, and those with zero recharge can be replaced at any time. The shock points required for recharging depend on the card's grade. Diamond card, 5,000 shock points. MasterCard, 10,000 shock points. King card, 20,000 shock points. Mysterious card, 100,000 shock points. 2. Limit breaker. Shock points can be used to enhance physical limits. While this enhancement does not increase immediate combat power, it allows for training or other cards to elevate the body to its limit. Each increase of 1 in physical limit requires 10,000 shock points. In essence, it temporarily lifts the inherent restrictions of humanity. After reviewing the newly added features of the system upgrade, Lin Xiangyu felt a surge of excitement. Firstly, the ability to store potent disposable cards as base cards and recharge them was invaluable. With this feature, he would no longer hesitate to use those cards recklessly. Although the shock points required for recharging were considerable, Lin Xiangyu deemed it worthwhile, as it meant he could specifically select cards rather than relying on a random lottery. For instance, the card he currently possessed, Turn the Tide, theoretically granted him immortality as long as he maintained a steady influx of shock points. Indeed, it was that extraordinary. Secondly, the limit breaker function needed no elaboration. Anyone familiar with the series One Punch Man understood what it entailed. While it only partially lifted restrictions, theoretically, a continuous supply of shock points could even surpass Saitama in the end. It was indeed astonishing. However, he was yet to ascertain how much a single point of physical limit enhancement could truly elevate his abilities. After inspecting the system features, Lin Xiangyu promptly checked his remaining shock points, only to discover he had merely a few hundred left. It dawned on him that the system had upgraded itself just as his shock points exceeded 100,000, thus leaving him with minimal subsequent points. This was a significant loss. Such an opportunity was rare, and he likely missed out on tens of thousands of shock points. Fortunately, the commotion from yesterday was substantial enough that even now, some individuals were still contributing shock points to Lin Xiangyu. It seemed that upon arriving at school, discussions about the previous day's events had reignited, with the individual contributing 100 points, likely someone who had not witnessed the spectacle. Before long, a taxi arrived at Lin Xiangyu's school and came to a halt at the entrance. Nearby students observed as Lin Xiangyu and Zhang Xiaoying alighted from the taxi, promptly showering them with shock points. The sight of a solitary male and female emerging from a taxi early in the day spoke volumes. Although the effect was not as pronounced as the previous day, it was still sufficient to yield a modest harvest. Zhang Xiaoying's face radiated with a blissful smile as she had grown accustomed to the attention of her peers. Instead of shying away, she confidently linked her arm through Lin Xiangyu's, fully aware that the news would undoubtedly reach Han Yanqi's ears. Lin Xiangyu perceived nothing inappropriate in Zhang Xiaoying's actions. He currently treated all three women in his life with equal regard. Regardless of who expressed intimacy towards him, he would not refuse, though he refrained from initiating such gestures in the presence of others. Thus, he adhered to the principle of non-initiation, non-refusal, and non-responsibility. Zhang Xiaoying maintained her hold on Lin Xiangyu's arm as they strolled from the school entrance to the classroom. Countless students cast their gazes upon the pair, but the intimidation from the previous day's encounter with the middle-aged man deterred them from voicing their opinions. The journey from the school gate to the classroom allowed Lin Xiangyu to amass over 5,000 shock points. Once seated, Lin Xiangyu wasted no time in opting to spend 3,000 shock points for a chance at a lottery draw. His current card collection was insufficient, with only I Really Need to Control You and Turn the Tide at his disposal, both requiring 10,000 and 20,000 points for recharging, respectively. Thus, investing 3,000 shock points for a shot at acquiring additional cards was undoubtedly a prudent gamble. As the 3,000 shock points were spent, The pointer on the lottery will begin to spin rapidly. After a brief period, it finally settled within the diamond reward zone. It appeared fortune would not always favor him. Diamond skill card, 1,000-pound weight. Skill effect. Upon use, the body weighs 1,000 pounds, lasting for 5 seconds, with a maximum of 3 uses per day and a cooldown of 5 minutes. Upon reviewing the skill's effects, Lin Xiangyu deemed it quite favorable, as it could yield remarkable results during critical moments. For instance, employing the skill while pinning an opponent could render them utterly incapacitated. However, the positioning required careful consideration to avoid causing serious harm. Although the skill could only be used thrice daily, it did not consume stamina. In contrast, it lacked the flexibility of take a nap. The latter could be activated simultaneously upon striking an opponent's head, ensuring every use would result in stunning the target, regardless of their strength. In a one-on-one scenario, being knocked out for 3 minutes could lead to dire consequences. After the lottery draw, Lin Xiangyu began idly toying with Zhang Xiuying's hair. Since she had switched seats with Lin Xiangyu's former deskmate, she had not returned to her original position. As he twirled her lustrous black hair around his fingers, Li Yizhen entered the classroom. Upon spotting Lin Xiangyu, Li Yizhen's face flushed crimson. Prior to coming to school that day, she had pondered how their encounter would unfold, mentally preparing herself for the moment. Yet, upon seeing Lin Xiangyu, all her psychological preparations proved futile. She felt incredibly awkward, especially witnessing Lin Xiangyu and Zhang Xiuying display affection, which only deepened her sense of embarrassment. Similarly, Lin Xiangyu and Zhang Xiuying felt a twinge of awkwardness upon seeing Li Yizhen. Compared to encountering Han Yanxi, Li Yizhen's presence was even more uncomfortable for Zhang Xiuying, as Lin Xiangyu had accompanied Li Yizhen out of concern for her. Though she had never inquired about the events of that night, she could surmise what had transpired. Lin Xiangyu, too, found Li Yizhen's appearance the most awkward of all. That night, he had taken it upon himself to vent for Zhang Xiuying's sake, subjecting Li Yizhen to quite the ordeal. Even the editor had been thoroughly exhausted. The three exchanged fleeting glances before hastily averting their gazes. As Lin Xiangyu shifted his focus elsewhere, a sudden sound emitted from his hand. Upon hearing the notification from his phone, Lin Xiangyu instinctively retrieved it and lowered his gaze to check the message. It was from Shan Ying'ai, reading, "Xiangyu, I have no class during the first period today. Would you consider skipping class to come to my office?" In her office, after sending the message, Shan Ying'ai wore a complex expression. As a teacher, she understood that enticing her students to skip class for her company was morally questionable. Yet, she felt powerless. After witnessing Lin Xiangyu displaying affection with Han Yanxi and Zhang Xiuying at school yesterday, she yearned for a portion of his time for herself. To achieve this, she was willing to disregard her initial stipulation that Lin Xiangyu should not engage in frivolous behavior within school premises. Upon receiving Shan Ying'ai's message, a smile illuminated Lin Xiangyu's face. He was acutely aware that her message signified a shift. Their battlefield was no longer confined to the outside of the school. However, instead of rushing to her immediately, he took a moment to reply to her from beneath the desk. Although he harbored no fear of being seen by Zhang Xiuying, he deemed it unnecessary to confront her if it could be avoided. "Shall I come now, or wait until class starts?" he inquired. Almost instantaneously, he received her response. "Now?" Chapter 99, Teacher Shun, May I Trouble You? Upon receiving the message from Shan Ying'ai, Lin Xiangyu felt a flicker of surprise. He hadn't anticipated that she would suddenly exhibit such boldness at this hour, knowing well that their actions would be observed by other students and teachers. Yet, if Shan Ying'ai was unafraid, he certainly would not hesitate. While the thought of visiting the motel with her was exhilarating, it paled in comparison to the allure of being in her office. Professions such as flight attendants, nurses, teachers, and secretaries invariably lose a portion of their charm once they step away from their respective duties. It could be likened to the allure of a massage therapist. Once detached from her professional role, her appeal diminishes significantly. Perhaps this is what one might call the ambience. "Xiuying, I'm stepping out for a moment," Lin Xiangyu announced to Zhang Xiuying, seated before him, before rising and striding towards the door without awaiting her response. Zhang Xiuying, caught off guard by Li Yizhen's arrival, was momentarily slow to react. By the time she registered Lin Xiangyu's departure, he had already exited the classroom. Li Yizhen, observing Lin Xiangyu leaving, mistakenly assumed he was avoiding her presence. Surprisingly, she felt a pang of discomfort in her heart. Similarly, Zhang Xiaoying felt a twinge of unease, believing Lin Xiangyu had left due to Li Yizhen's presence. Contemplating the burdens Lin Xiangyu had borne for her sake, she felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. It appeared that she would have to find ways to make amends with him gradually. Unbeknownst to Lin Xiangyu, whose heart brimmed with joy as he cheerfully made his way to Shun Yingai's office, his casual action had stirred the emotions of two girls in his class. After sending Lin Xiangyu the earlier message, Shun Yingai's heart raced with a mix of anxiety, excitement, and embarrassment. The sudden knock at the door startled her, causing her heart to skip a beat and her pulse to quicken. Taking a deep breath, she swallowed hard and hastened to the door to welcome Lin Xiangyu. Upon opening the door and seeing him, her heart raced wildly. She paused momentarily before stepping aside to allow him to enter swiftly. Without hesitation, Lin Xiangyu squeezed into the office and promptly closed the door behind him. Observing this, Shun Yingai returned to the door and locked it. As she secured the door, Lin Xiangyu's adventurous spirit was ignited. In an instant, he cornered her against the door, pressing his hand firmly against it with a resounding thud. The sound sent Shun Yingai's heart into a frenzy. The intertwining emotions of school life, the office setting, and the teacher-student dynamic created a tumultuous feeling within her. Leaning against the door, she felt Lin Xiangyu closing in, her head bowed, her back pressed against the door. The warmth of his breath brushed against her skin, causing her to turn her flushed face away in a fluster. This subtle movement elevated her neck, showcasing the elegant curve of her profile and the delicate length of her neck, with a few strands of hair cascading chaotically, enhancing her captivating allure. "Xiangyu, what do you intend to do?" she asked softly. Observing her flustered state, Lin Xiangyu couldn't help but smile mischievously. Instead of answering her question, he retorted, "Teacher Shun, did you not summon me to your office? I am curious about what you wish for me to do here." Hearing Lin Xiangyu address her as Teacher Shun filled her with discomfort. Yet, this was the title they had agreed upon after an eventful day spent together at the motel. In school, she would be Teacher Shun, while outside, she would be Yingai Jie. As for their virtual reality gaming sessions, she would be referred to as Yingai, escalating to Teacher Yingai in the heat of the moment. After contemplating for a moment, Shun Yingai bit her lip and said, "Xiangyu, from now on, regardless of the location, please refrain from calling me Teacher Shun, all right?" Lin Xiangyu was taken aback by her request. They had only just established this arrangement the previous Saturday, and now she was overturning it. However, he felt no resistance. In fact, he preferred not to call her Teacher Shun, relishing the moments in virtual reality when he could call her Teacher Yingai with exuberance, especially during climactic points in the game. "Very well, Yingai Jie. Whatever you wish for me to do, I shall comply," Lin Xiangyu replied earnestly. Hearing him shift from Teacher Shun to Yingai Jie brought a semblance of relief to Shun Yingai. Noticing the softening of her expression, he pressed further, "Yingai Jie, what is it that you summoned me for? Class is about to begin. Xiangyu, is it possible for you to skip this class?" Shun Yingai asked. Her eyes filled with anticipation as she gazed at him. Lin Xiangyu feigned shock, responding, "But I'm still a student. If I do not attend class, what should I do instead?" His expression hinted at an underlying meaning that Shun Yingai, as a teacher, could easily discern. "Xiangyu, if you could spare this class to keep me company, then you may do as you wish," Shun Yingai stated before kneeling down. Lin Xiangyu, seeing this, quickly grasped her arms to assist her up. This wasn't his intention. He merely wished to tease her, not wanting to see her compromise herself for his company. "Yingai Jie, you need not put yourself in such a position. I shall remain here with you and not attend class. I was merely joking," Lin Xiangyu explained. Shun Yingai took hold of his hand, her eyes glimmering seductively as she said, "Xiangyu, the teacher is not forcing herself. I am doing this because I desire you." Upon hearing her refer to herself as teacher, Lin Xiangyu immediately recognized her sincerity. After numerous exchanges, They had come to understand each other's intentions. Lin Xiangyu licked his lips, a devilish smile spreading across his face as he said, "Teacher Shun, may I kindly request that you turn around and place your hand against the door?" Chapter 100. The eager Li Yijin upon hearing Lin Xiangyu's directive. Shinning promptly set about executing it. Although she had previously harbored a strong aversion to Lin Xiangyu addressing her as Teacher Shun, an inexplicable sensation stirred within her upon hearing him call her that now. Virtual reality game. Initiating. The game for this session is Popcorn Cooking Game. The process of a game is as follows. The two took a brief respite in the office. A minute after the class bell rang, they departed the office, each heading toward their respective classrooms, one to attend class and the other to teach. Li Yijin found her gaze drawn to Lin Xiangyu as he entered the classroom, and it lingered until he passed Zheng Xiuying's desk. Only then did she hastily lower her head and turn away. After Lin Xiangyu returned to his seat, Zheng Xiuying refrained from inquiring about his absence during the previous class. The incident involving Li Yijin had led her to believe she lacked the right to demand anything from Lin Xiangyu. Before long, the class came to an end. After enduring a full lesson, Zheng Xiuying was the first to exit the classroom, making her way to the restroom without so much as a word to Lin Xiangyu. Despite having once been the leader of the class, she was, at heart, a rather shy and demure girl, finding it awkward to discuss such matters with Lin Xiangyu. When they had been at the motel, she had similarly darted to the restroom without uttering a word. In fact, every time she visited the restroom, she would leave the faucet running to muffle any sounds that might reach Lin Xiangyu's ears. Once Zheng Xiuying had left, Lin Xiangyu stood up from his seat, intending to purchase a bottle of water from the school store, having lost considerable bodily fluids. Upon seeing Zheng Xiuying exit, Li Yijin's eyes remained fixed on Lin Xiangyu. When he stepped out of the classroom, she hesitated briefly before resolutely following him. As Lin Xiangyu approached the stairwell, Li Yijin finally caught up with him. Breathless and flushed, she stood before him, prompting Lin Xiangyu to momentarily pause before continuing on his way. Undeterred, Li Yijin jogged to catch up with him once more, positioning herself directly in front of him. This time, Lin Xiangyu did not disregard Li Yijin. However, he made no effort to engage her, merely standing silently, observing her, curious about her intentions. Taking a deep breath to compose herself, Li Yijin asked, "Lin Xiangyu, do you truly despise me?" "There's no question of dislike or otherwise," Lin Xiangyu replied with an impassive expression. To her surprise, Li Yijin felt a flicker of joy upon hearing his candid admission of disdain. She pressed on then, "Why do you persist in ignoring me?" "Li Yijin, is there an issue with my ignoring you?" Lin Xiangyu retorted with a derisive smile. Caught off guard by his response, Li Yijin found herself at a loss for words. She had not anticipated such a question from him. After all, that night, she had given him everything. Did it mean nothing to him? Meanwhile, back in the classroom, Zheng Xiuying, noticing Lin Xiangyu's absence, decided to head to the store to buy him a drink.